Cough cough. What is that smell? Yilong caught the thick stench of blood, frowning as he instinctively opened his eyes. Hiss. Taking in the scene before him, Yilong sucked in a cold breath, his face turning deathly pale as he dared not make a sound. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, the dismembered remains of colossal beasts. High in the sky, countless dragon-like creatures clashed with Qilins, dyeing the entire heavens a deep crimson. Fireballs and ice lances and all manner of spells rained down. Countless colossal ancient trees lay toppled, and askews scattered loosely through the void. And Yilong at this moment was pinned beneath one of those colossal ancient trees. Yilong tried to push the timber off his body, seeking a corner to hide in. But the very next moment, he was stunned speechless. He discovered he had actually become a dragon. Damn, is this for real? Don't tell me I've joined the Transmigration Army too. Became a dragon too. Is this for real? Wait, looking at this scene, this can't be the Dragon-Han initial tribulation, right? I didn't transmigrate into the Primordial era, did I? Watching the scene in the heavens. Watching everything around him. Yilong's face grew several shades paler. There's no way around it. On the fierce beast battlefield with nothing and no abilities, I'm genuinely panicking here. What do I do? Urgent request. After much deliberation, Yilong made one great decision. Play dead. Which was honestly something he had been doing the whole time. If he actually went out there, he'd probably get blasted to smithereens. No way was he going out anytime soon. Wait, why won't this body listen to me? Stop trembling. Damn it, why are you shaking? What's there to be afraid of? You can't even play dead right on a battlefield. If you keep trembling like this, we're really going to die. Damn it, dropping the ball at the critical moment. Just as Yilong tensed in anxiety, a synthesized electronic chime rang out in his mind, startling him. Ding, as the host's survival instinct activated, the ultimate invincible survival system is now binding. Binding successful. Ding detected that the host is on the battlefield, threat level extremely high. Would you like to join the battle and serve under the Dragon Clan's banner? Accept the quest and join the battle. Reward 1, acquired spirit treasure. Decline the quest and flee. Reward Dao Concealment X1. Dao Concealment, the small hides within the mountains, the great within the city. Effect: the host may render their whereabouts undetectable by all beings except saints, and none may divine the host's location. Seeing the effects, Yilong curled his lips slightly. Life is precious, fleeing is the way to go. Without hesitation, Yilong immediately chose to refuse the quest. No time for thinking. He pulled his dragon legs free from the ancient wood, pinning him down, planted both feet on the ground, and bolted. His dragon tail swung back and forth behind him. With Yilong's movements, countless gazes began converging on him. One looked at him, another looked at him. Is that a dragon? That's a lizard, right? Since when do dragons run like that? In the brief moment the onlookers were stunned, Yilong had already sprinted several kilometers away in a flash. But it was only a few kilometers after all. In such a vast battlefield, a few kilometers was nowhere near far enough. Because of Yilong's comical running, many dragons, Qilins, and Phoenix clans all locked their gazes onto him. Just as Yilong was running, the system's voice chimed out once more. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skilled Dao Concealment. Without hesitation, Yilong immediately activated Dao Concealment. Yilong's figure vanished along with it. And as Yilong vanished, the many dragons and Qilins present all instinctively froze for a moment, followed by a flash of surprise in their great ox-like eyes, each marveling inwardly. Impossible! Vanished into thin air before our very eyes. For a moment, all the beasts were stunned. Yilong himself was curious too, secretly observing and finding that the surrounding beasts were all searching around, which let him breathe a sigh of relief. However, the battlefield changed in the blink of an eye. Almost the instant Yilong vanished. The battle in the sky only paused for a moment, then immediately plunged back into combat. Yilong noticed this. Taking a deep breath, Yilong observed his surroundings. Meanwhile, the system's voice chimed once again. Congratulations to the host on completing your first quest. You've received the newbie gift pack. Yilong paid no attention to the system message and ran countless times more, only stopping once he could no longer see the smoke of war. After all the running, he was exhausted. Great beads of sweat now dripped continuously down his face, his mouth panting heavily, mumbling. Damn, this body's no good at all. Running is seriously tiring on the waist. No good, no good. I have to find a way to transform into human form, otherwise this body is just too uncomfortable. But the moment he finished speaking, Yilong felt a twinge of dread. I haven't even started cultivating yet. Wanting to transform into human form already? That's just wishful thinking. Wait, didn't I just get a newbie gift pack? Perfect timing, let's open it and see what's inside. While pondering, Yilong found the newbie gift pack in his system, and before the golden light could even spill out, he chose to open it. Ding, congratulations to the host on opening the newbie gift pack, obtained the Wuji creation art. Ding, congratulations to the host on opening the newbie gift pack, obtained ginseng fruit tree X1. Seeing these, Yilong hadn't even had time to feel joy. Before the joy could even settle, he felt murderous intent pressing in from all sides. Without time to think, he broke into another sprint. He ran for who knows how long, until he confirmed safety all around. Just as he dismissed Dao Concealment, he felt his body tighten. Instinctively, he raised his head. At this moment, an otherworldly, immortal-like elder was gazing at him with burning eyes. A chill shot straight through him. Don't tell me I just ran out of hiding and straight into danger again. Big shot, I was wrong. Sir, let's talk this over properly. If we can avoid using hands, let's not use hands, alright? Yet the elder merely stared at Yilong for a glance, and his eyes instantly lit up with brilliance. Through the air came the elder's voice. I am Hongjun. I did not sense your presence before, young friend. You must possess extraordinary abilities. Why not accompany me to punish those who slaughter the innocent? Hearing these words, Yilong was first stunned. Instinctively, he shook his head, rubbed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the elder had vanished without a trace. Did I just see a ghost? Hongjun, could it be he's really preparing to take down Luoho? Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning Hongjun's appreciation, receiving Hongjun's invitation to jointly attack Luoho. 1. Accept the invitation, join Hongjun in fighting Luoho, gain increased favor with Hongjun, secure a better seat during his future sermon, gain a chance at eventual sainthood. 2. Decline the invitation, stay away from conflict, obtain a primordial Dao sanctuary. X1. Earn Hongjun's appreciation. Chance at sainthood. It sounds decent enough, but there's no way I can actually go. Going there would be a death sentence. Yilong pushed aside the thoughts in his mind. He chose not to go. With his choice, he obtained an innate Dao field that could be freely placed. He glanced around in all directions. He still felt this place was somewhat unsafe. Yilong began sprinting once again. By the time he grew tired of running again, he confirmed once more that his surroundings were perfectly safe, free of any danger. Only then did he plop down on the ground to examine the item the system had given him. Wuji creation art, without beginning, without end, without form, without shape. Only at the pinnacle of creation does one find the origin and the conclusion. System, can you stop being so unnecessarily fancy? I can't understand a word. Yilong couldn't help but complain, nevertheless muttering all the while he chose to use it. Right after that, nothing else happened. Damn, what the heck? Where's the promised creation? Where's the promised item? Are you messing with me? Just as Yilong was about to unleash his fury and properly interrogate the system's ancestors, the system's notification sounded once again. Please, host, remove the Dao concealment from your body. Hearing this prompt, Yilong glanced around in all directions. He still felt it wasn't safe. He couldn't help but shake his head. He abandoned the thought. Without much deliberation, Yilong began fleeing once more. He did not know how long he had run until his body felt utterly exhausted, on the verge of dehydration. Only then did he stop, gasping for breath. A faint metallic wind drifted through the air. Yilong, however, paid it no mind. Because in recent days blood and chaos had been everywhere, he had long grown accustomed to the smell. Yilong watched for a moment, intending to continue his journey. Boom! A tremendous roar. Yilong, who had just caught his breath, was hurled to the ground and coughed up blood. Damn it, what's going on? Before Yilong could finish cursing, from the primordial earth, a vast and resonant voice, imbued with the essence of Dao, rang out. Luoho, heaven values the preservation of life. Now you have slaughtered too many beings of the primordial realm. On behalf of all living creatures under heaven, I pronounce judgment upon you. Upon hearing this voice, the curse Yilong had been about to hurl was swallowed back down his throat. He swallowed hard several times, nearly choking himself, coughing repeatedly. After catching his breath, he slapped his dragon chest and sighed in awe. My goodness, they're already starting to fight. Wasn't this supposed to drag on for years before they finally started fighting? But it seems this Dragon-Han initial tribulation was Luoho inciting the three clans against each other to prove his Dao, and Hongjun, also seeking to prove his Dao, claimed to represent the will of heaven. Punishing Luoho sounds righteous, but in reality, isn't it just desperate ruthlessness on the path to sainthood? Thinking this, Yilong could not help but shrink his head down. Although he knew the final outcome, he had never considered participating. After all, a single misstep means death. No way, given that aftershock just now. This place must be close to the battlefield. When the western Mount Sumeru explodes later, there'll be no survival. I have to keep running. Yilong didn't hesitate, he started running again. He didn't know how long he ran. Wave after wave of aftershock from the battlefield reached him. The brutality of the fighting was imaginable. After several decades of running, Yilong's legs were nearly broken. Seeing a mountain range, he plunged headlong into it. After only a few steps, a towering vine shot up from the ground, majestic and imposing. He couldn't help but exhale in relief, carefully observing that no aftershock had reached this place. After confirming several times that this place was safe, he finally removed the Dao concealment. These decades of running had not advanced his cultivation at all, and his body had thinned considerably. As he removed the Dao concealment, a sensation of surging blood and chi rose within him, his body suddenly filling with a strange new power. Instantly drenched in sweat, it was as though the impurities across his entire body had been expelled in an instant. A black liquid began seeping out along his entire form. A stench instantly wafted outward. Yilong unknowingly inhaled a breath, immediately felt his stomach churn, and nearly vomited on the spot. After washing himself thoroughly, just at that moment the system's voice rang out once again. Congratulations, host, on selecting a residence. Would you like to place your Dao field here? Sensing the dense spiritual energy all around, Yilong observed in all directions and found it extremely quiet. The air was relatively fresh, and deeming it safe enough, he chose to place the Dao field. Following Yilong's choice, the system's notification chimed in. Congratulations, host, on successful placement. Current Dao field location: Buzhou Mountain Range. Dao field effect: cultivation speed increased tenfold. Unless at the quasi-saint level, no one can harm the host within the Dao field. It can block all prying from below the quasi-saint level. Within the Dao field, the host possesses the strength of a quasi-saint level. Watching the system's messages, Yilong first breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he could faintly sense that his Dao field covered an area of roughly several thousand meters. Within the primordial realm, it wasn't particularly vast, but it allowed Yilong to freely observe his surroundings. After completing his observation, Yilong finally saw the words Buzhou Mountain and was momentarily startled, because the legendary Buzhou Mountain was no stranger to countless events. Things like Niwa and Fushi the Wu clan, and even the legendary gourd vine. Even Xinyuanzi's Taoist temple, all had some connection to this place. No, I have to pack up and run immediately, otherwise I won't even know how I died. Dao field main location has been confirmed. Does the host wish to abandon the Dao field? Just as Yilong was about to run, but the next moment his eyes went wide. That, a 10,000-meter gourd vine. Could this really be where the legendary gourd vine grows? Yilong calculated in his heart. Then he grit his teeth and added, as if steadying his nerves. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. If misfortune comes, one cannot hide from it. Anyway, I've already settled down. What is there to fear? With the Dao field in place, Yilong was considered settled. Scanning around, he found the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had become considerably denser. Although he didn't know much about proper breathing techniques, Yilong knew a simple and brutal method of cultivation. With one deep gulp, countless streams of spiritual energy within the Dao field surged toward his belly. Immediately afterward, it was absorbed by the meridians across his body. Within the Dao field, the spiritual energy instantly diminished by more than half. And because it had lost its spiritual nourishment, the aura above the gourd vine had noticeably weakened, its entire body drooping to the ground, appearing somewhat desolate. Seeing this, Yilong also slightly furrowed his brow. So hungry, so hungry. Just as Yilong was heaving a sigh of relief, an extremely faint voice rose from the gourd vine. What sound did I miss here? Yilong muttered to himself. Right at that moment, the system's voice rang out. This place has become the host's Dao field. Spiritual energy is under the host's control. The innate gourd vine's plea for spiritual energy has been detected. 1. Assist the innate gourd vine by granting spiritual energy. Doing so may earn the vine's recognition of you as its master, and it may emerge in transformed form ahead of schedule. 2. Refuse to assist, let it starve for several thousand years. Due to violating the primordial realm's original setting, you will incur great karmic consequence, earning enmity from all future saints of the primordial realm, which may affect the birth of the human clan. Reward: obtained innate divine soil Shirong. The sudden appearance of the system prompt left Yilong somewhat bewildered. Killing a mere gourd vine would incur the wrath of so many future saints. Yilong felt a pang of unease. No, absolutely not. Matters that offend others must not be touched. Though the allure of the primordial divine soil, Shirong, was considerable, and though he still carried a ginseng fruit tree with no place to settle. But this time he must not make the wrong choice. Gazing at the gourd vine, Yilong muttered to himself. To speak of it, it's a pitiful creature. Its foundation was not too poor, and it grew upon Shirong, yet in the end it was dismembered by many saints. Yilong sighed. At the same time, he controlled his Dao field to infuse spiritual energy into the primordial gourd vine. Congratulations, host, for gaining the recognition of the primordial gourd vine. The gourd vine's faint voice emerged. Thank you, master, for saving my life. Hearing the voice of the gourd vine, Yilong did not take it to heart, and carefully examined it. All right, you need not thank me. We are both pitiful souls. From now on I shall call you Little Vine. By the way, your body appears quite large. Is there a way to shrink it? Because of the Dao field, Yilong could sense that the entire gourd vine stretched tens of thousands of meters, towering above Mount Buzhou. It was far too conspicuous, not matching his intentions. Thank you, master, for the name. Little Vine will shrink its body now. As the gourd vine responded, the next moment it rapidly shrunk, transforming into about 1,000 meters in size. Still too large. Yilong found it still ostentatious. The gourd vine continued to shrink until it became merely a few meters tall, drooping onto the ground. Seeing this, Yilong retrieved the ginseng fruit tree from his system space. The tree floated gently in his hand. It radiated a faint golden luster, rotating slowly, a truly beautiful sight. Yilong glanced at it and was instantly delighted. Clutching the ginseng fruit tree with his dragon claws, he looked at the gourd vine and said, "Your land seems to have plenty of space left. It shouldn't be a problem if I plant another tree here, right?" Without waiting for the primordial gourd vine's consent, he promptly planted the ginseng fruit tree beside the gourd vine. The gourd vine responded with a disdainful tone, "If master is not afraid of the tree dying, by all means." Before it could finish, it froze in place. A primordial spiritual root. It was actually a primordial spiritual root. The moment the ginseng fruit tree was planted, Little Vine sensed its aura. As fellow primordial spiritual roots, how could it not know the rarity of such a thing? The gourd vine's gaze toward Yilong naturally grew more curious. Its roots, originally anchored, slowly retreated to make space for the tree to take root. Moreover, Little Vine felt an inexplicable sensation. If it and this primordial spiritual root mutually nourished each other, its cultivation speed could increase dramatically. Then, under Little Vine's watch, countless branches and leaves began to sprout from the ginseng fruit tree, shining brilliantly. Seeing this, Little Vine hesitated no longer and involuntarily coiled around the ginseng fruit tree. In an instant, the two reached a mysterious resonance. The ginseng fruit tree merely trembled slightly before accepting this state. Yilong, witnessing the scene, frowned slightly, but found no harm, then breathed a sigh of relief. All right, looks good. I'll call you Little Ginseng from now on. Yilong said softly, a casual remark. Thank you, master. The ginseng fruit tree's serene voice emerged, leaving Yilong momentarily stunned. But recalling that it was also a primordial spiritual root, he felt somewhat relieved. All right, you two must get along well and not cause me trouble. I'm going into seclusion. If there's nothing urgent, do not disturb me. You may use the spiritual energy here freely, but remember, do not be too conspicuous. After speaking, Yilong vanished into a quiet place and began his cultivation. Outside, after countless years, the entire primordial world began to tremble. The western Mount Sumeru range was ablaze with battle-intent rivers of blood flowing and an awe-inspiring momentum. Millions of demons fought fiercely against countless cultivators, led by Hongjun, a storm of blood and gore. Hongjun wielded the jade butterfly of creation, while Lu deployed the immortal slaying sword formation and held the god-slaying spear. All beings were displaced. The battle raged, darkening heaven and earth. Its brutality far surpassed the war of the Dragon-Phoenix-Qilin races. As time passed, the tide gradually turned in Hongjun's favor. Luohu let out a fierce cry and thrust his god-slaying spear toward Hongjun. Hongjun, as light as a swallow, twisted slightly to avoid the thrust. Without pausing, Hongjun seized the opportunity, coordinating with thousands of Dao companions to immobilize the four immortal slaying swords and break the invincible immortal slaying sword formation. In an instant, blood mist flew. Hongjun rushed out of the formation. Luohu fought back, his body surging with demonic energy, transforming into thousands of killing intents aimed at Hongjun. A sharp cry pierced the clouds. I am the demon, the lord of heaven and earth, irreconcilable with the Dao. From this day forth, no demon shall be unwelcome and no Dao shall fade. If the Dao is not extinguished, the demon shall endure. Boom. With these words, Luohu's body exploded, the Mount Sumeru range shattered, and the shockwave swept through the entire primordial world. In an instant, the demon Dao became one of the 3,000 great Daos of the primordial world. Hongjun, using the jade butterfly of creation to withstand the impact, gained the favor of the heavenly Dao and ascended to become the first saint of the primordial world. The creatures of the primordial world suffered greatly, with less than 1 in 100 surviving. The Dragon-Han primordial calamity thus came to an end. Meanwhile, Yilong slowly opened his eyes. Detected, you have cultivated for tens of thousands of years, reaching the true immortal realm. Do you wish to exit seclusion? 1. Exit seclusion, revitalize the Dragon Clan, lead them to glory, and receive a primordial spiritual treasure. 2. Continue cultivating in seclusion and obtain the Pangu body tempering art. Pangu body tempering art, endless years of dedication tempering the flesh, through time forging the most powerful body in the ages. Glory. The next era belonged to the Wu and Yao clans. What place did the Dragon Clan have? Moreover, at the true immortal realm, going out in this age would barely suffice as a toothpick for others. A mere primordial spiritual treasure cannot shake my Dao heart. I choose to continue cultivating. Then a flood of memories poured into his mind. After learning the Pangu body tempering art, a panel appeared before him. Name: Yilong, race, ancient blood dragon, cultivation, true immortal, first layer techniques, limitless creation, art, Pangu body tempering art, Dragon Clan breath art. Spells: Dao concealment, wind, writing, comprehended Dao principles, none. Looking at the attribute panel, Yilong found it quite convenient. But soon he calmed down again, because this was the primordial world. An era where great Luo roamed everywhere. A true immortal was absolutely insignificant. The path of cultivation is divided into human, immortal, earth, immortal, heavenly, immortal, true, immortal, golden, immortal, Tai, golden, immortal, great Luo, golden, immortal, quasi-saint, and saint. Each major realm has 9 minor levels. A true immortal first layer is not even an ant. This attribute panel was merely the system's way of making Yilong aware of his place. Don't seek death. Don't seek death. Yilong sighed softly, thinking of the Great War's end when Luo Ho detonated Shumi Mountain in the west, and the path of demons took shape. A trace of gravity flickered in his eyes, for he knew better than anyone that all of this was fate, all the will of the heavenly Dao. If the heavenly Dao decrees your death at the 3rd watch, it will not spare you until the 5th. This great war only strengthened Yilong's resolve. No matter what, regardless of his future cultivation, he must evade the heavenly Tao's scrutiny. Remaining unseen by it was the safest path. Of course, evading the heavenly Tao's schemes required avoiding unnecessary karmic entanglements. At this moment, Yilong's state of mind was far more stable than when he first transmigrated here, and he had also gained a modest amount of cultivation. The outside world is fraught with dangers. I will not break seclusion if I can help it, Yilong muttered to himself. His gaze swept over the ginseng fruit tree and gourd vine within his cultivation grounds. Finding that the innate spiritual roots thrived amid dense spiritual energy without being affected by fluctuations, he closed his eyes once more. Next, Nuwa and the others should begin their transformation, I suppose. Mount Bujo should soon grow lively as well. Yilong muttered to himself, pondered for a long time, then shook his head. He closed his eyes and began practicing the Panga body forging art. Time flowed onward, all things revived. Several yuan cycles passed in the blink of an eye. As the primordial dragon catastrophe drew to a close, an unprecedented tranquility settled over heaven and earth. Living beings were reduced to 1 in 100, and the powerful primordial gods, the ancestor of yin and yang, the ancestor of heaven and earth, the ancestor of creation, the ancestor of chaos, and others, all perished in the Great War. Spiritual energy returned to nature, and all things flourished in harmony. Nuwa Fushi, the 3 pure ones, Xinyuanzi, and other innate beings began experiencing rapid cultivation growth, and their transformations. Pangu's 12 drops of essence blood transformed into the 12 ancestral Wu, whose bodies were so formidable they dominated all before them, establishing the Wu clan. Beneath the Fusang trees, Donghu Dijuan of the demon race, and others gained sentience and took human form. Demon kings emerged in succession, and the demon race rose to prominence, establishing their dominion. Conflicts between the Wu and demon clans began to surface, their disputes growing constant. Yilong sat in stillness within his primordial Tao field, quietly in deep seclusion, his Panga body forging art reaching slight perfection. Coupled with the Wuji creation art, Yilong did not need to actively cultivate. It continuously refined and tempered his very being. At this moment, the scales covering Yilong's body were extraordinarily hard, crystal clear like jade, with faint innate patterns running across them, carrying an unmistakable dominance. Yilong himself did not know precisely what level this represented, for he had never engaged another in battle. Years passed without count. Ding, congratulations, host. The Panga body forging art has reached slight perfection. Your physical strength has attained the golden immortal realm. With myriad races prevailing across the world, do you choose to emerge from seclusion and revitalize the dragon race? Choose to emerge and revitalize the dragon race, lead the dragon race to dominance, and gain the god-slaying spear. Continue seclusion within the Tao field, obtain the Panga dragon soul. Yilong was startled. The Panga dragon soul. As if to address his confusion, the system's notification came again. Panga dragon soul, a dragon soul forged from one strand of Pangu's divine spirit. His eyes lit up at this sight. A flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. Without hesitation, he chose to continue his seclusion. In the next instant, a wisp of dragon soul merged into Yilong's body. Immediately, he felt his divine sense grow considerably stronger, his eyes taking on a sharper clarity. A pressure surged through the Tao field. Waves of imposing aura erupted from within the dragon soul. And for a moment, Yilong felt as though he were the sovereign of heaven and earth, majestic and indomitable. The sensation brought a refreshing exhilaration. Just as he savored this feeling, Yilong's divine sense suddenly detected an inspection sweeping across the entire Tao field. At the same moment, a voice drifted forth. Brother, the spiritual energy surges in this direction, but once entering this area, I cannot sense anything whatsoever. Hearing the voice, Yilong paused, his brows furrowing slightly. Though his flesh had reached the golden immortal realm, and he had integrated the Panga dragon soul, vastly amplifying his consciousness, his actual cultivation was merely at the 4th stage of true immortal. Even so, it was sufficient to perceive scenes beyond the edges of his Tao field. Through his scrutiny, he saw a boy and a girl standing outside. Their auras were unremarkable, yet they carried an inexplicable ethereal quality. Standing quietly, as if observing something. Pointing toward Yilong's Tao field, they spoke in hushed tones. Yilong hesitated, unsure of their identities, but cautiously called out, I wonder what brings our 2 distinguished guests. After all, as long as he remained within the Tao field, none below the quasi-sage realm could harm him or penetrate its secrets. Hearing Yilong's words, the boy and girl quickly responded. I am Fushi. I apologize for intruding upon your seclusion, senior. I beg your forgiveness. May I ask where you reside and what title you bear? Fushi sensed the fluctuations in the air, but could not detect the person's exact location. His brows furrowed, slightly, a hint of wariness in his gaze. Hearing this, Yilong's brows furrowed. But observing Fushi's demeanor, he did not seem to be pretending, and his appearance suggested he had recently undergone transformation. Relief washed over Yilong. If this was Fushi, then the girl beside him must be Nuwa. The future saint, the creator of humanity. However, none of that concerned him. He had no desire to entangle himself with either of them. Considering this, Yilong replied evasively, I am nobody of consequence. I am currently cultivating. You two would be well advised to depart quickly. He revealed neither the existence of his primordial Tao field nor his own name. In Yilong's estimation, since he wished to avoid entanglement, then avoidance was the best course. In that case, it is we who have been presumptuous. We have disturbed your cultivation, senior. Please do not hold it against us. Should you ever achieve enlightenment, we shall personally come to offer our apologies. Fushi and Nuwa, newly transformed, interpreted Yilong's words as offense and spoke with unmistakable self-reproach. Yilong felt somewhat awkward, yet thinking of the endless years ahead, he let it pass. Do not call me senior. I am but a humble cultivator retreating here for quiet practice. You need not take it to heart. You are far too modest. You flatter us. After several more rounds of polite exchange, Fushi and Nuwa finally departed. Yilong found their persistence somewhat tedious, but soon reflecting on the ages he had already cultivated, his mind settled. He glanced at the thriving ginseng fruit tree and gourd vine, admiring their close bond, and couldn't help but smirk before returning to his meditation. During the long years of cultivation after Yilong acquired the primordial dragon soul, his divine soul was no longer as frail as before. However, because his foundation was still somewhat weak, his cultivation speed was not as fast as he had imagined. Nevertheless, Yilong patiently continued his cultivation, practicing unceasingly. One day his meditation was interrupted by a voice. I am Hongjun. Having now attained the Tao as a heavenly saint, I perceive that the sentient beings of the world are lost in confusion. Therefore I have established a Tao field at the Zixiao Palace to expound the Tao. All who hear my voice may come to listen 3,000 years hence. The voice lingered unceasing, as if it were a decree echoing through heaven and earth. Yilong listened, slightly taken aback. A flicker of displeasure arose within him. Hongjun's lecture at Zixiao Palace meant he had already become a saint. Only then could he issue such commands, summoning all beings to hear the Tao. Yet truth be told, Yilong felt disdain in his heart. Even if one became a saint, it was merely to become a lackey of the heavenly Tao. Immortal and indestructible, yes, but becoming a puppet of the Tao was hardly a blessing. Recalling the time Hongjun had invited him to slay Luoho together, a chill ran down Yilong's spine. As for this lecture, it was better not to attend. Lost in thought, Yilong soon made up his mind. He withdrew his mind about to enter seclusion when he sensed a faint disturbance outside his Tao field. A man in the prime of his youth leading a woman of peerless beauty appeared before the Tao field and spoke. I am Fushi. I once disturbed your cultivation years ago. Now, having attained some fruits of the Tao with my younger sister, I have come to apologize. As Patriarch Hongjun is lecturing, I venture to invite you to accompany us. Would you be willing? At the same time, the system's prompt arrived detected invitation from Fushi to attend Hongjun's lecture. Accept the mission, go to Zixiao Palace. Reward increased favorability with Nuwa, the mountain and river society diagram. Decline the mission, continue seclusion. Reward the external incarnation art. Yilong immediately chose to decline. What lecture? What favorability with Nuwa? With his current cultivation, going out would only make him a target. Moreover, if he left, he would owe Hongjun a debt of gratitude. Debts of gratitude were too troublesome. No, absolutely not. Don't even think about tricking me into leaving seclusion. With that thought, Yilong spoke. I have no desire to hear the Tao. You two go ahead. As for the past, there's no need to dwell on it. By the way, when you attend the lecture, remember to secure one of the 6 cattail mats. Yilong gave a gentle reminder. Though it was already fated, he understood that forging a good connection now would make future encounters easier. Thank you for the advice, senior. Then we shall take our leave. Though Fushi was a bit puzzled, he didn't dwell on it, and simply expressed his thanks. Watching Fushi and Nuwa depart, Yilong withdrew his gaze. He scanned his Tao field, looking at the ginseng tree and the vine, and furrowed his brow. Logically, the ginseng fruit tree should have borne fruit by now, and the gourd vine should have gourds. But why were there only lush leaves with no sign of gourds or ginseng fruits? Master, what are you looking at? Sensing Yilong's gaze, the gentle voices of the ginseng tree and the vine came from the Tao field, simultaneously startling him. Female. After a brief pause, Yilong averted his eyes. Nothing. Just cultivate well. Strive to transform as soon as possible. Turning his gaze, his figure once again vanished into the Tao field, where he immersed himself in cultivation. He retrieved the external incarnation art from the system and chose to use it. The next moment, a surge of memories flooded into Yilong's mind. A contemplative expression crossed his face. This divine ability was essentially an incarnation. It required a powerful soul to sustain it. It could go anywhere in your stead. Moreover, in principle, as long as the soul was strong enough, the original body would suffer no harm. The only drawback was that the incarnation's power was somewhat weaker, differing slightly from the original. Since Yilong possessed the primordial dragon soul, his soul's strength went without saying. After spending several hundred years, he managed to fully master the external incarnation art. Once he had thoroughly understood it, Yilong let out a sigh. At this point his cultivation had barely reached the 6th level of true immortal. He withdrew his aura, and a divine radiance suffused his entire being. Looking at the dignified incarnation opposite him, though it was only at the true immortal level, Yilong was quite satisfied. He tried channeling a portion of his divine soul into it, and the next moment, it was as if he could truly control the incarnation, a truly wondrous sensation. Glancing around, Yilong decided to go out and explore. After all, he had been in this place for countless eons, and his entire body felt stiff. Now that Hongjun was lecturing and the world was sparsely populated with beings, it was a good time to take a stroll. As long as he didn't provoke any powerful entities, there shouldn't be major problems. Let the original body continue cultivating while the incarnation goes out to gather intelligence. Having made up his mind, Yilong's incarnation burst out of the innate Tao field. The moment he left, he dashed into the world with unrestrained delight. But before he had flown far, he felt a sharp sting in his rear. An arrow was lodged in his backside. Turning around, he saw not a single soul. Yilong bellowed, "Who's there? Have you no decency? Is this how you do things? If you know what's good for you, get the hell out here." No sooner had he spoken than he regretted it. He remembered that this place was Buzhou Mountain, and within Buzhou Mountain the Wu tribe was currently rising. The arrow itself wasn't important, but the Wu tribe wielded immense power and strength. The 12 ancestral Wu were formed from Panga's essence blood. Getting entangled with them now was hardly a good thing. After all, the upcoming war between Wu and Yao would be their main battlefield. No. With that thought, Yilong's incarnation prepared to flee. But upon hearing Yilong's curses, a bare-chested youth emerged from behind a mountain range carrying a bow and arrow. Scratching his head, he timidly approached Yilong. Sorry, brother. I thought a big black rat had scampered past. My apologies. May I ask where you're headed in such a hurry? Are you off to hear Hongjun's lecture? With your cultivation level going, there would be suicide. I suggest you train a bit more, brother." Hearing this, and seeing the youth's attire, Yilong felt somewhat relieved. At least this youth didn't seem very powerful. He casually pulled the arrow from his rear and tossed it aside. Looking around, and finding no danger, he sat down cross-legged on the ground. The wound healed rapidly as he withdrew the arrow, and a faint glow flickered over his body. The bare-chested youth across from him couldn't help but inwardly admire the sight. That arrow had carried profound divine power capable of injuring the soul. Yet this youth handled it so effortlessly. Not only that, but also healed the wound so quickly. Unexpectedly, besides the Wu tribe, there existed such a powerful body cultivator in the world. But why did his cultivation seem so low? Yilong, of course, had no idea what the youth was thinking. He studied the young man before him, noting his muscular build, and asked, "I'm not going to listen to the lecture. What's so good about that boring lecture? Are all you Wu tribe members so skilled in archery? But if we talk about the most famous in the future, it would be Hui." Upon hearing Yilong's words, the youth's face flushed red, and he murmured softly, "Brother, why speak so? My archery skills are hardly commendable, though otherwise I would not have shot you." "Hui!" Yilong exclaimed in astonishment. He carefully scrutinized the youth from head to toe, but found nothing remarkable. "Indeed, I am named Hui. I see your cultivation is quite weak. How about coming to my tribe to rest? You could also meditate in seclusion there as a form of apology." As Hui spoke, he grabbed Yilong's arm with an inexplicable smile, behaving as though they were old acquaintances. However, at this moment Yilong received no notification from his system. Apparently, only the main body could trigger certain events, but he did not concern himself with it. No need. My ambition is to behold all the mountains and rivers of the primordial world. In this world, strength alone conquers all. Only strength conquers all. What a fine philosophy. Very well then, I shall not trouble you further. May I ask your name, brother? Yilong. Yilong. I have never heard of such a name. My cultivation is meager. Naturally, no one has heard of me. Since that is the case, I observe your physique is extraordinarily robust despite your weak cultivation. How about this? Let me pass down an archery technique to you as compensation. As he spoke, he touched the space between Yilong's eyebrows. Instantly, Yilong's mind was filled with extensive knowledge of archery. Very well. If fate permits, we shall meet again. Then like a wisp of smoke, He vanished from the spot. Yilong's clone let out a wry smile. Not long after circling atop the Buzhou mountain, it was struck down by a spell and obliterated. Before its demise, it couldn't even discern the identity of its attacker. After clearing his thoughts, indeed the outside world is exceedingly perilous. The cultivation grounds are the safest place. Playing it safe is the wisest choice. Yilong retracted his thoughts, his eyes deepening with contemplation. He meticulously absorbed the archery technique He had imparted, and after a long while finally grasped its essence. An arrow that pierces through the void. Truly remarkable. After some consideration, Yilong committed the technique to memory. He attempted to cultivate it, but found it merely intriguing and did not pursue it further. Instead, he passed the technique down to Xiao Tong and Xiao Shun. For Yilong, his physical body was the ultimate weapon. However, as Xiao Tong and Xiao Shun gradually gained sentience, they lacked effective means of attack. Having received Yilong's inheritance, the two plants became even more exhilarated, dancing gracefully within the cultivation grounds as they practiced their new technique. Yilong did not observe further and withdrew his gaze, returning to his cultivation. After all, being at the 6th layer of true immortal was truly inadequate. Survival is paramount, Yilong murmured to himself before sinking into deep meditation. Countless ages passed. Throughout this extended period of cultivation, Yilong's state of mind continually elevated and his physical body gradually tempered and refined under the passage of years. One day he summoned his status panel. Name: Yilong, race ancient blood dragon, cultivation 9th layer of true immortal techniques, Wuji Zao, Hua Gong Panga, body tempering, art dragon breathing technique. Spells: Dao concealment, wind riding, void piercing arrow, external avatar. Comprehended Dao principles none. He cast a brief glance over the panel. The panel was pitifully modest, truly insufficient. Just as Yilong pondered how to advance further, he sensed a slight anomaly within the cultivation grounds. He investigated and discovered that the gourd vine and the ginseng fruit tree had both transformed into two little girls in lowly form, adorned in light green dresses. They exuded a refreshing and refined charm. Meanwhile, the ginseng fruit tree and the innate gourd vine continued to absorb nutrients without disappearing. Master! Master! The two little lowly happily addressed him. On top of Xiao Tang's head, a small gourd was clearly visible. On Xiao Xin's head sat a human-shaped ginseng fruit resembling a toddler. They skipped cheerfully toward Yilong. Seeing this, Yilong smiled faintly. Excellent, excellent, both of you have transformed. As he spoke, he scooped up one of the little girls, a flicker of contemplation flashing in his eyes. After a long moment, he sighed gently. Why does Master sigh? Xiao Tang asked curiously. The heavenly way is in turmoil these days, which is hardly a promising omen. Yilong said with a gentle smile, his eyes filled with warmth. What is the outside world like? Yes. Master, is the outside world fun? I want to go out and play. Me too. The two little girls asked with innocent expressions, chattering back and forth. Hearing their words, Yilong frowned slightly, then carefully examined the two little ones. Absolutely not. The outside world is full of giant tigers. If they catch you, they'll roast you alive. Yilong said seriously, donning an expression of fear. Ha, Master is so cute. Indeed, Master is adorable. The two little lowly burst into laughter at Yilong's antics. Looking at the two pretty little girls before him, Yilong felt relieved. Cultivate diligently. Meanwhile, during a break in the Dao lecture, Hongjun seemed to recall some amusing incident and chuckled softly. Seeing Hongjun smile, Yuan Shi Tianzun could not help but ask, May I inquire, teacher, what brings you such joy? Hongjun cast a light glance at Yuan Shi Tianzun seated on the straw mat, then surveyed the assembly before clearing his throat. He spoke, May I ask whether the young friend we encountered earlier has arrived today? Why not come forth and reveal yourself? After saying this, Hongjun remained silent. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, their faces pale with shock. Inside they marveled. Who could conceal themselves beneath the Dao ancestor's very eyes? Could such a person be one of those who accompanied the Dao ancestor in the campaign against the demon ancestor? Regardless of who it is beyond our capacity to fathom. They exchanged nervous glances. However, Hongjun withdrew his gaze. It seems they have not come. A hint of disappointment shimmered in his eyes. May I ask which senior the teacher refers to? Their cultivation is so profound that even the teacher remembers them. Tong Tian spoke, bluntly asking the question. Hongjun smiled faintly and shook his head. When I first encountered them, they were merely a young dragon with cultivation at the human immortal stage, yet their evasion techniques were so profound that this old man could not fathom them. Reflecting on it, it is rather amusing. At the time, I even wished to invite that young friend to join the campaign against Luo Hao. Having said this, Hongjun seemed reluctant to continue. Enough. Attend to the Dao lecture. The profound mysteries of the great Dao resumed, echoing throughout the Purple Cloud Palace, and everyone closed their eyes to listen. Niwa and Fu Shi exchanged a glance, recalling how Yilong had refused their invitation earlier. A flicker of curiosity passed through their eyes. Could the person the Dao ancestor referred to be none other than him? And how did he know about the 6 mats? After a brief pause, they dismissed the thought. Wrapped once more in the aura of the great Dao, they listened attentively to the Dao ancestor's teachings. This grand lecture lasted for 3,000 years. Though it occurred in intervals, everyone gained profound insights, and their strength surged significantly. Yuan Shi Tianzun, Tongtian Jiazhu Laozi, and others seated before Hongjun experienced particularly dramatic breakthroughs. Their entire bodies radiated the resonance of the great Dao, making them utterly majestic. Achu! Yilong, who was cultivating, sneezed. He slowly opened his eyes, looked around, and then calculated with his palm. After finding nothing, he muttered, Who is thinking of me? His gaze swept across the dojo. At that moment, 2 little girls were practicing archery, their posture graceful and earnest. Just then the system's voice rang out. Detected a large group of demons passing by outside the host's dojo. You have the following choices. 1. Emerge from seclusion, suppress the demons. and obtain a primordial spiritual treasure. 2. Ignore worldly affairs, lie low, and obtain the 72 earthly transformations. Meddle in the demon's affairs. Was he afraid of living too long? Damn system trying to trick him into death again. Yilong closed his eyes. Through the Pangu body tempering art tempered by time, his muscles were sharply defined, exuding an imposing aura. A faint silver-white luster gleamed on his body, shining brilliantly under the sun and moon. But Yilong paid no heed to this. He immediately immersed himself in studying the 72 transformations, seeking some adaptable methods within to evade calamities and disasters. He cultivated in tranquility. Yilong also knew that soon the era of the great Luo Golden Immortals would descend. After the lectures at Zixiao Palace, the Primordial Wilderness would see a surge of great Luo Golden Immortals. And he was merely a 9th-level true immortal. His feeble cultivation was truly insignificant. In the Primordial Wilderness, the best way for such a cultivator to survive was to cultivate in seclusion. Stay low. All opportunities would come. If he didn't, his end would be nothing but annihilation, not even leaving a trace. Continue in quiet cultivation. Lost in thought, Yilong plunged back into cultivation. This session of cultivation lasted countless years. Yilong himself successfully broke through to the Golden Immortal Realm. In the Primordial Wilderness, each major realm was divided into 9 minor realms, and the later ones were insurmountable chasms. After the breakthrough, Yilong clearly felt his cultivation speed slow down. This was due to different origins. Even with the best cultivation methods, without a strong foundation, breakthroughs remained as difficult as moving a rock. With a soft sigh, Yilong withdrew his gaze. A trace of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Though he was a dragon, he was merely an ordinary ancient blood dragon. He was far inferior to those transformed from the ancestral dragon and Panga's essence, blood, and soul. Sighing, Yilong continued his cultivation. After an unknown time, Yilong suddenly sensed several immensely powerful presences outside his dojo slowly approaching. Yilong instinctively opened his eyes. What was happening? Could there be some special reason? Extending his consciousness, he saw several figures with formidable auras arriving outside the dojo. Among them were 2 he recognized, Fu Shi and Nu Hua. They had been invited by Zheng Yuanzi to discuss the Tao at Wuzhuangguan on Mount Buzhou, but on the way they were drawn by the anomaly here. Curiously looking around, voices of discussion arose. This spiritual energy is truly strange, it vanishes here. How can this place be so miraculous? Unexpectedly, such a wondrous thing is hidden on Mount Buzhou. As the crowd discussed, they intended to approach and investigate. Fu Shi and Nu Hua stepped forward. Excuse us, everyone. This is the dojo of a fellow Taoist. We'd better head to Wuzhuangguan early. This senior prefers to keep a low profile and dislikes disturbance. Yilong frowned upon hearing this. Clearly these people had finished listening to the lectures and were invited by Zheng Yuanzi to discuss the Tao at Wuzhuangguan. According to the original Primordial Wilderness plot, they would pass by here, see the blossoming gourd vines, pluck them, and finally tear the vine apart before leaving. But now that he had occupied this place, the gourds were gone and the original event did not occur. However, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was disturbed, and outside the dojo the energy inside could not be sensed. So they came to investigate. This investigation was no small matter. It exposed his dojo before the eyes of the Primordial Wilderness's great figures. As the saying goes, better to guard against thieves than to be coveted. If someone took a fancy to it, what peaceful days would he have in the future? While Yilong was thinking, Yuanshi Tianzuan said disdainfully, in such a place seeing us arrive, yet still choosing to stay in seclusion, he is clearly an insignificant ant, nothing remarkable. Not necessarily. Such a recluse must be weary of the mundane world and cultivates here in peace. Let us be on our way quickly. Tongtian Zhaozhu replied with a light smile. I never noticed that there was such a strange place near my hermitage. Do you all remember the person the teacher mentioned earlier? Zheng Yuanzi spoke with a light smile, a thoughtful look in his eyes. You mean the one skilled in concealment that the teacher mentioned with a chuckle during the mid-lecture? Hearing Zheng Yuanzi's words, everyone was taken aback. Then their gazes turned to the nearby dojo. In their eyes, a flash of contemplation passed. At that moment, among them were many great Luo Golden Immortals. Yet despite careful investigation, they could not see the specifics inside the dojo. I wonder if you all have noticed that no matter how we probe, we cannot detect any condition within the dojo, Laozi said softly. A hint of perplexity colored his expression. As soon as he finished speaking, all the great Luo Golden Immortals secretly investigated. The next moment, everyone was stunned. They could not see through it. Despite the seemingly simple fluctuations of spiritual energy, they could not perceive any scene inside the dojo. Who is inside? After pondering for a moment, Tongtian Zhaozhu decided to ask directly. He stepped forward. He asked, May I ask who the fellow Taoist is? Would you be willing to come out and meet us? At the same time, Yilong received a system message. Detected Tongtian Zhaozhu's invitation. You have the following choices. 1. Emerge from seclusion, meet the deities, and obtain a primordial spiritual treasure. To ignore worldly affairs, lie low, and obtain the Panga Dragon Tendon. Panga Dragon Tendon, a dragon tendon transformed from one of Panga's sinews, said to contain the power that supports heaven and earth. Seeing the choices, Yilong did not hesitate. He immediately chose to refuse. He said, I am cultivating in seclusion here. If you have no business, please leave quickly. After this lecture you will discuss the Tao at Honghuang for a while, and then the second lecture will begin. These were the words Yilong had considered. He did not want to attract their attention, so he deliberately spoke mysteriously. But as soon as he finished speaking, all the great Luo Golden Immortals were astonished. How did he know they were going to Honghuang to discuss the Tao? And how did he know the teacher would soon begin the second lecture? This was not logical, yet they did not dwell on it. After being rebuffed, they did not linger, and departed one after another. Seeing the crowd leave, Yilong then took out the Panga Dragon Tendon. The dragon's sinew resembled a young dragon slowly wriggling in the air. As Yilong absorbed it, it swiftly merged into his body. In an instant, radiant light emanated from Yilong's entire body. The once dim Taoist compound immediately underwent subtle changes. As the transformation took place, countless streams of spiritual energy began to churn around the area. Within the Taoist compound, a fierce wind started to spiral. Both Little Ginseng and Little Vine were startled. Their gaze involuntarily turned toward where Yilong was in seclusion, their eyes filled with astonishment. Sensing his own strength growing, Yilong couldn't help but smile faintly. This Panga Dragon sinew was indeed extraordinarily capable of drawing forth fluctuations in the spiritual energy of the compound. Yilong could clearly feel that his cultivation speed had quickened somewhat compared to before. Just as he was secretly rejoicing, he sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura approaching the Taoist compound. Yilong's eyes snapped open. In all of Honghuang, only one person possessed such capability, Hongjun. However, after completing his lecture on the Tao, by all rights he should have been gathering primordial purple qi and preparing for a second lecture. What brought him here? As for how Hongjun found this place, Yilong was not particularly surprised. After all, he was a true saint of the heavenly Tao. If he wished to know something, couldn't he simply divine it? Young friend, this secluded place is truly peaceful. I trust my disciples have not disturbed your cultivation. Hongjun appeared outside the compound with a smile. Reluctantly, Yilong went out to greet him. Yilong opened the entrance to the compound. Hongjun stepped inside slowly. Upon seeing Little Ginseng and Little Vine, he paused momentarily, then looked toward Yilong. Two innate spiritual roots. He never would have expected to find such treasures within Yilong's compound. As the saying goes, possessing a treasure can invite disaster even when one has done nothing wrong. Only someone with Yilong's extraordinary abilities could have claimed two innate spiritual roots. But recalling Yilong's mysterious escape techniques, Hongjun felt reassured. Yilong offered a slight smile. Tao Patriarch flatters me. They are merely two attendants, nothing remarkable. Tao Patriarch. Hongjun was initially startled by the title, then chuckled softly. The matter of the two spiritual roots held no significance for him. Yet the address did bring him pleasure. I was simply curious about your whereabouts and divined them inadvertently. When I noticed several disciples outside this cave dwelling, I decided to pay a visit out of curiosity. Tell me, why didn't you attend the lecture? Hongjun asked with a smile, continuing, You see. Yilong listened. At first he was taken aback. You're giving a lecture. What does that have to do with me? Or are you implying the teachings won't proceed without me present? Besides, I'm already familiar with the knowledge of Honghuang. Though thinking this, Yilong still responded with a smile. You yourself said you ferry those destined to hear the Tao. My paltry cultivation falls far short. Paltry? Hongjun paused at the unusual term, then asked curiously. I meant humble. My words slipped before I considered them. Forgive me, Tao Patriarch. Upon hearing this, Hongjun nodded. He offered no reply, merely studying Yilong intently for an extended period. Unable to divine the young man's fate, his curiosity deepened. What troubles you, Tao Patriarch? Did I say something incorrect? Yilong inquired with mild puzzlement. Hongjun shook his head without answering, instead posing a question in return. Have you no desire to restore the Dragon clan to glory? The question carried profound significance, both probing his aspirations and his intentions. Yet Yilong merely waved it aside nonchalantly. I regret the Dragon clan's plight, but what can one do? Moreover, this outcome was decreed by heaven itself, a force beyond mortal intervention. What could my limited cultivation accomplish? Heaven's decree, beyond mortal alteration. These words caught Hongjun off guard. Such insights should not emerge from a mere golden immortal. Even he could only perceive the faintest currents of worldly affairs after attaining sainthood. Before his confusion deepened, Yilong's voice rang out once more. Whoever achieves sainthood or meets their end, all is predetermined. Though heaven favors life and leaves room for hope, not everyone grasps that opportunity. With these words, Hongjun was struck anew. He knew the principle of heaven's mercy, yet this was insight he'd only gained upon reaching sainthood. How could such a low-ranking golden immortal possess such understanding? Quickly the ripples in Hongjun's eyes stilled. His Tao heart remained steady against such revelations. Your perspective is truly exceptional. May I ask your name, young friend? Not at all. I am Yilong, he replied with a light smile. In truth, he would have preferred to withhold even his name, yet confronted by Hongjun, he found himself speaking far more than intended. Only now did a flicker of wariness cross Yilong's mind as he studied Hongjun with quiet suspicion, though the elder sage merely offered a gentle laugh. Then I shall take my leave. Should you wish to attend the lectures at Zhixiao Palace, you are most welcome. I shall share all I know with you. This conversation has brought me considerable clarity. As he spoke, Hongjun's figure dissolved into shadow and vanished completely. Watching this, Yilong scratched his head in bewilderment at the sudden urgency. Had he inadvertently revealed anything? After careful reflection, Yilong finally exhaled with relief, confident his words had been appropriate. With another casual gesture, he returned to cultivation. Countless rays of light gathered in his palms as spiritual energy surged through the notched peaks. The spiritual energy density within the compound had reached unprecedented levels. Once Hongjun departed, he privately reflected on Yilong's words. The more he contemplated, the more extraordinary the young man seemed, and Hongjun quietly marked him in his thoughts. At this stage, his existence was bound to the heavenly way itself. He could perceive the patterns governing all things, transcending death and decay. Yet simultaneously, he was bound by heaven's will and could not transgress its boundaries. But in that fleeting moment, Hongjun suddenly understood what Yilong meant. Everything contains variables, though they are infinitesimally small, hardly noteworthy. Previously, such ideas existed only as vague notions, but after meeting Yilong, Hongjun's mind had gained new perspectives. If these variables could manifest into reality. No, he dared not consider such possibilities. Hongjun shook his head, yet with each thought his heart felt an unsettling stir. Tens of thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Dijun and Tai Yi established the demon palace beyond the 33 heavens. Dijun declared himself the demon emperor, while Tai Yi styled himself as the Eastern Emperor. Suddenly, the entire demon race celebrated with rejoicing, their momentum sweeping across the heavens. After hearing the Taoist teachings, the two pledged themselves to Kuan Peng, a mighty deity of the demon race, who had also attended the lectures in Zhixiao Palace, appointing him as the demon teacher to lead all demon clans under their command, making them the most prominent figures of the age. Their ambition was to seize control of the entire primordial continent. Meanwhile, the witch clan had the 12 ancestral witches presiding over them, looking down upon no one. They worshipped neither heaven nor earth, but only Pangu. Rather than cultivating their divine souls, they focused solely on tempering their physical bodies, seeking to forge a new path and prove the Tao through sheer strength. The witch clan's arrogance meant they held no regard for the demon race, which gradually bred deep conflict between the two. As time passed, this antagonism intensified. After an indefinite span of time, Hongjun began spreading word across heaven and earth of a second lecture. Countless beings began to break through during these teachings, ascending to the realms of Tai Golden Immortal and even Daluo Golden Immortal. Yilong's cultivation was steadily advancing, now reaching the 6th level of Golden Immortal. He opened his personal panel. Name: Yilong Race, Ancient Blood, Dragon Cultivation, Golden Immortal 6th Level Techniques, Wuji, Zhaohua, Gong Pangabody, Forging Method, Dragon Clan Breath Technique. Mystic Arts, Wind Riding, True Divine Thunder, Fire, Heaven and Earth, Dharma Manifestation, 72 Transformations, Outer Body Avatar, Space Piercing. Treasures, Eastern Green Lotus Banner, World Destroying Black Lotus, 99 Soul Scattering Gourd. Tao Comprehension, none. Though to others he remained little more than an insignificant ant, as long as he stayed within these cultivation grounds, only Hongjun possessed the power to harm him in this world. However, due to the affair at Five Treasures Monastery, Yilong's present situation was far from the ease he had imagined, for cultivators frequently arrived at the gates seeking an audience, growing increasingly tiresome for him. He rejected them all. The benefits he received had naturally increased significantly compared to before, and his assets were no longer as meager as they once were. For the sake of these benefits, Yilong reluctantly tolerated this annoying matter. But precisely because of the enigmatic nature of his cultivation grounds, more and more people began discussing who could possibly inhabit such a place. Rumors spread across the mortal realm, claiming that within lay some innate great power, so formidable that even the Tao ancestor would show reverence upon meeting them. One day, while Yilong was in seclusion, he suddenly sensed a mighty aura surging across the entire primordial continent, covering all of existence in an instant. Following this, Hongjun's voice resonated once more. I am Hongjun. Tens of thousands of years have passed since I last taught, and I trust you have all gained much insight. I now proclaim here that after 3,000 years the second lecture shall be held within Zhixiao Palace. Those fated to hear it may come when the time arrives. The second lecture. As Hongjun's words echoed across the continent, countless beings held themselves in reverence. After the first session, every listener had reaped tremendous benefits. Upon hearing this, Yilong couldn't help but sigh. Just as he thought Hongjun's presence had faded, those words came again. That young friend of Buzhou Mountain, with whom I discussed the Tao and gained profound insight. I reaffirm my previous words. They stand forever. The entire primordial continent erupted in shock. That young friend of Buzhou Mountain. Could it be the one from that mysterious cultivation grounds? Has the Tao ancestor actually met the master of such an enigmatic place? Who exactly dwells within that grounds? I do not know, but I do know that many powerful Deluo golden immortals who sought audience were turned away. Someone who catches the Tao ancestor's attention cannot be ordinary. Regardless, that person's status must be extraordinarily noble. From now on, any visit must be conducted with utmost reverence. For a moment, several voices whispered in discussion. To have the opportunity to discuss the Tao with Hongjun was without question a distinction beyond compare. In everyone's hearts, curiosity about the mysterious figure within that cultivation grounds grew ever stronger. Yilong was equally bewildered. Discuss the Tao? When had he ever discussed the Tao with Hongjun? Could it really be because of those few words spoken that day? It shouldn't come to this. With such a proclamation, wouldn't the entire primordial continent now be focusing its attention on him? This was essentially forcing him to relocate. But soon, thinking of those benefits, Yilong steadied his mind. Whether blessing or curse, some fates cannot be evaded. After all, refusing free gains would be foolish. Considering the rewards, Yilong ultimately chose to remain. After all, the primordial continent was not entirely peaceful. War between the witch and demon clans could erupt at any moment. Every advantage he could seize he would take. Lost in thought, Yilong returned to his cultivation, letting the matter rest. Before long, a male and female figure appeared outside Yilong's cave dwelling. The man was strikingly handsome, while the woman possessed extraordinary beauty, her white robes flowing like a lotus rising from water, ethereal as a celestial maiden. They were Fushi and Nuwa. Sensing the disturbance beyond his grounds, Yilong slowly opened his eyes. Great, here we go again. Yilong muttered to himself. I am Fushi. I previously thanked the senior for guidance, and today I have come with my younger sister to invite you to accompany us to Zishao Palace for the Tao Ancestors lecture. We sincerely hope you will not decline. His tone was somewhat gentler than before. As Fushi spoke, the system prompt appeared once more. Detecting invitation from Fushi to attend Hongjun's second lecture together. Accept quest travel to Zishao Palace. Rewards Nuwa's favorability, increases red embroidered ball. Decline quest, continue seclusion. Rewards Dragon Clan divine ability, heavenly dragon fire breath. Yilong didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately chose to decline. What did Taoist lectures have to do with him? The great war between the witch and demon clans was coming next, and after that loomed the Hongjun Tribulation. Venturing out now meant death, without knowing what struck him. He wouldn't go. Absolutely not. Moreover, he had deliberately maintained his mysterious image, and in doing so had unknowingly offended countless individuals. If they discovered his true cultivation level, his fate could only be dire. At this thought, Yilong shuddered. I devote myself to cultivation and have no interest in attending lectures. You two should proceed on your own. After speaking, Yilong recalled that after the third lecture, Nuwa would begin creating humanity. Meanwhile, he had claimed the gourd vine for himself. Without it, the process of creating humans would inevitably be delayed. This would not do. The course of history must remain unchanged. Therefore, he needed to lay proper preparations in advance. With this in mind, Yilong casually gathered a handful of primordial breathing soil from the ground and tossed it toward them. Just tell your sister to have fun playing with it. Fushi was initially surprised seeing the soil Yilong had sent out. But upon realizing it was soil, he couldn't help but frown. If it were anyone else, Fushi would have thought that person mad. But recalling that the speaker was Yilong, he couldn't help but catch the soil that was sent out and examine it carefully. But as soon as he saw the faint divine aura on the Shirong, he was startled. Deep inside, he was even more delighted. Could it be primordial divine soil? Thank you for your generous gift, senior. Fushi and Nuwa quickly knelt down, their eyes full of shock. Casually giving away such a divine object. The senior's identity must be immensely mysterious and majestic. In their hearts, their admiration for Yilong increased even more. Alright, if you have nothing to do, add some water and play with it. You might get unexpected gains. If it's not enough, ask me for more. I have plenty. Yilong said casually. Hearing this, Nuwa and Fushi exchanged glances, their eyes full of confusion. They thought of the 6 cattail mats Yilong had mentioned earlier. Realizing the extraordinary nature of Yilong's words, they understood that he was giving them guidance. They then accepted the Shirong. Yes. After saying that, Fushi then probed with words for a long time, but finding no further sound from the dojo, he sighed and left with Nuwa. Nevertheless, they secretly resolved to let their sister have fun playing with mud from now on. Meanwhile, Yilong obtained the Heavenly Fire Dragon Breath. Heavenly Fire Dragon Breath can refine heavenly fire, absorb it into the body, and transform it into Dragon Breath Everlasting. Seeing the description of Heavenly Fire Dragon Breath, Yilong curled his lips in disdain and casually learned the skill. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. However, because there was no strange fire or divine flame, Yilong thought this skill was mostly useless. Yilong gave it a try, casually spitting out a mouthful of dragon breath. Immediately, a scorching flame burst from his mouth. In an instant, it tore through the entire sky and earth. For a moment, the ground shook and mountains trembled. Yilong was truly shocked. That's quite impressive, Yilong muttered. He had only used his original cultivation base, yet it produced such power. If he could absorb something like the Samadhi True Fire in the future, it might become even stronger. If he could absorb the Sun True Fire, his dragon breath might even be able to melt a great Luo Golden Immortal in an instant. Congratulations to the host for successfully learning Heavenly Fire Dragon Breath. Please make a choice. 1. Leave seclusion now and make a name for the Dragon Clan. Reward, East Emperor Bell. 2. Remain in seclusion, continue perfecting the art, and obtain the Nether Ghost Flame. East Emperor Bell. It's actually the East Emperor Bell. Yilong felt tempted, but in the end he chose to remain in seclusion. What's so great about the East Emperor Bell? It's no big deal. Seclusion. After obtaining the Nether Ghost Flame, Yilong began to try to integrate it into his dragon breath. At the same time, he entered endless cultivation, slowly refining the Nether Ghost Flame into his body to be absorbed by the dragon breath. Gradually, Yilong's entire body experienced a strange surge of flames. The Nether Ghost Flame not only merged into Yilong's dragon breath, but also filled his entire body. At this moment, faint flames rose on Yilong's body, making him extremely majestic. Only when he transformed into human form did the flames subside. Vaguely, Yilong felt that this was not the end of the Heavenly Fire Dragon Breath. That is, his dragon breath could still merge with more heavenly flames to evolve into a higher level. His heart rejoiced. While Yilong was pondering, he heard new commotion outside the dojo. Is this the place where the mysterious person lives, eh? Hearing the voice, Yilong opened his eyes. The speaker was none other than Ho-I, whom Yilong had met once before. At this visit, although Ho-I did not know Yilong's identity, Yilong had some fondness for Ho-I. Now seeing Ho-I bring a large group of people here, he was naturally curious. Why would Ho-I come here for no reason? He couldn't help but observe quietly. Behind Ho-I, a similarly bare-chested young man shouted, "That's right, this is where the mysterious person is. Aren't you known for your amazing archery? Aren't you said to be able to ignore any spatial laws? Today I want to see if you're just bragging. But Kwafu, wouldn't it be bad if we hurt the innocent?" Ho-I hesitated. Looking at this dojo, and sensing the surrounding aura, he felt a strange familiarity. It seemed like the place of an old acquaintance, which stirred his emotions. Back then, when his cultivation was still low, he thought it was a large black rat darting past, and shot an arrow at it. Who knew it was a young man? Fortunately, that young man had astonishing recovery. Now hundreds of thousands of years have passed. I wonder how that young man is now. What are you afraid of? Our Wu clan has never been afraid of anyone. Pushing aside the distracting thoughts. Although he was hesitant, the Wu clan had the 12 ancestral witches guarding them. Proud of being descendants of Pangu, they did not cultivate their primordial spirit, but their physical bodies were extremely powerful. No power in the world was worth mentioning in their eyes, not even Hongjun. Today, since his clansmen wanted to see him demonstrate his archery skills, he naturally could not let them down. With that thought, he took out a sharp arrow from his palm. Before he could shoot it, he saw a sharp arrow suddenly emerge from the barrier. The next moment, the arrow shot through the air with fierce gales, instantly pushing Ho-I back several steps. Arrow that tears through space. Ho-I was shocked. He looked at the inside of the dojo in astonishment, but heard a very clear little girl's voice from within. "Who dares to cause trouble here? Leave at once." As she spoke, 2 little girls appeared faintly visible inside the dojo. Seeing the little girls, the Wu clan people were momentarily stunned. There had been rumors that inside this dojo lived a reclusive expert. Now they saw 2 little girls appear. On top of one girl's head was a gourd, and on the others was a ginseng fruit looking extremely mysterious. Moreover, these 2 little girls were skilled in archery. That arrow just now faintly contained the flow of Tao principles, making it extraordinary. Furthermore, the arrow shot by the girl carried a trace of divine aura, as if it were a branch broken off from some primordial divine tree. This was extremely strange. For a moment, the Wu clan people looked at each other, a strange thought crossing their eyes. Good. 2 beautiful little girls. I apologize for the disturbance earlier. May I ask who the master of this dojo is? Could you come out and meet us? Kwafu said casually upon seeing the 2 girls, and stepped forward as he spoke. But Ho-I grabbed him and blocked his way. Just as he was about to speak, a very majestic voice came from the dojo. "I wonder what the Wu clan has come to teach me today. Where did you learn the arrow that breaks the void?" Ho-I completely ignored Yilong's words, his gaze fixed on the 2 little girls. A faint killing intent flickered in his eyes. "Naturally, my master taught me," Shouting said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Ho-Yi's eyes kindled with a faint flame. He looked beyond the training ground. "May I ask, Senior, have you troubled my friends?" His voice was not loud, yet neither servile nor arrogant. Kwafu, after hearing this, clearly sensed something amiss. "What's going on?" he asked. Ho-I replied, "If I am not mistaken, that arrow is a technique I once taught a young friend called the arrow that breaks the void. Throughout the entire primordial world, though countless techniques surpass it in power, none other could replicate it exactly. You should remember many years ago when I was out hunting and returned late, I mentioned that young friend to you. Although that young friend's cultivation was weak, his extraordinary regenerative power made me deeply envious. I wanted to recruit him into our Wu clan, but unfortunately, he was stubborn back then. Yet through our conversation, the phrase, break it with sheer force, gave me new insights, allowing my archery art to advance further. After hearing Hou Yi's account, Kuafu was first startled. Then a faint anger rose in his eyes. Though the Wu clan were not quick-witted, they valued loyalty deeply, especially Yilong's guidance back then, which had helped Hou Yi break through in his cultivation. In Hou Yi's eyes, Yilong had long been regarded as a true friend. Now seeing his legacy learned by outsiders, he instinctively assumed that Yilong had met with misfortune. Rage began to burn within him. He wanted to confront the mysterious master of this training ground head-on. As he spoke, he drew his bow to its full crescent. Within it a faint destructive power began to gather. In an instant, all the Wu clan members present felt a world-shattering force converging upon the arrowhead. In that moment, the sun and moon lost their light. The stars and rivers surged, and countless laws of the universe began to converge upon this arrow. It seemed ready to destroy the training ground itself. At that moment, the demons near the training ground all sensed this aura and held their breath in awe. An overwhelming power, as if descending from the heavens, struck down. Instantly, the Wu clan members held their breath in reverence. Feeling the killing intent concentrated at the arrow's tip, an involuntary confidence crept onto their faces. No, Xiaotong was about to speak, but saw the arrow streak through the void. It flew straight toward her face. Sensing the murderous aura that seemed to devour their very souls, their faces turned pale. But at that moment, a flame flew out from the training ground. Its pale purple light seemed utterly devoid of power as it drifted languidly through the air. Shua! The flame met the arrowhead. In an instant, the arrowhead was engulfed in flames, quickly reduced to nothingness, vanishing without a trace. The myriad laws upon it also dissipated in that instant, scattering within the training ground. For a moment, the Wu clan members present were all stunned. Even Hou Yi had never imagined that his earth-shattering arrow would be burned away by such an ordinary-looking flame. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hou Yi cried out in shock. As he spoke, he drew his bow again to its full crescent, as if to shoot another earth-shattering arrow. Hey, can you keep it down? Afraid someone won't know I'm here. Yilong's voice transmitted only to Hou Yi. Hearing it, Hou Yi's bow trembled slightly, and he slowly lowered it. You are Yilong. Who else? What are you doing here? Yilong asked impatiently, though he felt warmth toward Hou Yi's earlier actions. Hou Yi scratched the back of his head. I've recently gained some insights into archery, and they insisted on coming along to see. I didn't know you were here, brother. This is really. After a brief exchange with Hou Yi led the Wu clan away in defeat. Everyone left with puzzled expressions. In their hearts, they wondered why the initially fierce Hou Yi had suddenly fallen silent. Nevertheless, because of this incident, the legend of the training ground spread even further. Rumors said that a great shaman of the Wu clan had personally visited the training ground only to be frightened away by a mere child attendant. As for the Wu clan, they were careless by nature and disdained to explain such matters. Even the parties involved were utterly confused. They had witnessed the mysterious power with their own eyes, so naturally they would not deny it. With nothing more than a tiny flame, the archery prodigy of the Wu clan, Hou Yi, had his awe-inspiring arrow rendered utterly insignificant. This level of power was truly staggering. As time passed, this story spread far and wide. Legends of the training ground on Mount Buzhou circulated throughout the primordial world. Yilong did not take it to heart. After his conversation with Hou Yi, his mind felt clearer. He felt that he still had some friends in this primordial world. After all, Hou Yi was one of them. Thinking of Hou Yi's eventual fate, his wife and children lost, and his own death, Yilong wondered whether he should offer some guidance to Hou Yi. But soon he cleared his thoughts and began to cultivate in solitude. Time passed, and several years went by. The story of the mysterious training ground on Mount Buzhou repelling the Wu clan strongman spread even more widely. Yet as the situation between the Demon Clan and the Wu clan grew increasingly tense, it gradually faded into the annals of history. The Demon Clan and the Wu clan fought endlessly, throwing the entire world into chaos. Killing energy filled the world. War raged without cease. Mount Buzhou often became a battlefield thick with baleful energy. In the end, it was the Tao ancestor Hongjun who intervened to halt the war, decreeing that no battle should be fought for 10,000 years. Only then did the Wu clan and the Demon Clan find some respite. At that time, Hongjun's second sermon began. The gathering ended after lasting 3,000 years. During this period, many gained insights and greatly increased their power. Seeing this, Hongjun sighed and said slowly, "This sermon ends here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. After this, meditate well on what you have learned." Hearing Hongjun's words, all present knelt and thanked him. Their faces showed a lingering sense of unsatisfied yearning. However, most did not linger long. They took their leave in an instant. Seizing the inspiration, they went into seclusion to cultivate. On the prayer mat, Nuwa toyed with the Shirong soil in her hand, pondering Yilong's words as if she had some doubts. Hongjun noticed her distraction and frowned slightly. His gaze fell upon Nuwa. Do you have a question? Master, when I was atop Buzhou Mountain with my brother inviting an old friend to listen to your lecture, the friend declined. Hongjun nodded after hearing this. He had already guessed the identity of this old friend. It must be Yilong from the mysterious Taoist sanctuary on Buzhou Mountain. He chuckled and said, no matter. That young friend is quite endearing, and his comprehension of the Tao is indeed different from ordinary people. Hearing this, the crowd that was about to leave all revealed a look of curiosity. Who could be the person in that legendary mysterious Taoist temple on Buzhou Mountain worthy of such praise from Hongjun? Nuwa shook her head. Master misunderstands. What I wish to ask is that before leaving, that Taoist friend gave me a clump of divine soil, telling me to play with it carefully for it would benefit me. Yet during your lecture, while I was carefully examining it with the aid of your Tao resonance, I felt the soil was extraordinary. However, I could not grasp any insight from it. I am perplexed, Master, and seek your guidance. Hongjun was momentarily stunned, then a flicker of confusion crossed his face. The onlookers present revealed faint smiles, clearly mocking Nuwa. But Nuwa, fully focused on seeking answers, paid no heed to others' gazes. After long calculations, Hongjun could not fathom the mystery either. However, with many disciples watching, he had no choice but to clear his throat. Without a trace of shame, he slowly said, since that young friend said so, there must be some reason in his words. Contemplate his words carefully for any omissions. Perhaps from there you will find the answer. If you still cannot figure it out, go ask that young friend again. After speaking, Hongjun raised his head to look at the disciples present. If there is nothing else, all of you may disperse. With a wave of his hand, his figure vanished, leaving the hall empty. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. In the end, unable to discern the reason, they all departed. Fushi, seeing that the hall was nearly empty, stepped forward and called out to Nuwa. Nuwa stopped thinking. Let's go. Startled by the voice, Nuwa came to her senses and asked, Brother, what do you think the omission the master mentioned could be? Fushi shrugged. Probably water. Didn't the senior tell you to add some water? But the senior is so mysterious, and the gift he gave you is extremely extraordinary. In my opinion, why bother racking your brains here? The master said you can ask again if you're puzzled. We're heading back to the sanctuary anyway, why not stop by the senior's land and ask him directly? Hearing Fushi's words, Nuwa slowly rose from her meditation cushion and followed Fushi out of Zixiao Palace. After Nuwa had completely disappeared, Hongjun's form reappeared. He murmured to himself, what does this soil mean? Could it be that through this disciple he is sending me a message? Heaven's decree cannot be altered by human effort. Fate's soil a glimmer of hope. As he calculated, he was once again shocked. Could it be that the hope of all living beings in the world is connected to soil? And among the most knowledgeable about soil, none surpass Hutu of the 12 ancestral witches. Yilong knew nothing of this. He was still quietly cultivating his thoughts, often interrupted by noises from outside. But he remained relentless. His cultivation had recently hit a new bottleneck and stalled. Only then did he open his eyes. Today he decided not to continue cultivating. Instead, he planned to arrange his Taoist sanctuary properly. Recently, he could sense that the spiritual energy of the world seemed to be stirring again. And after the passage of time, he had finally succeeded in refining the Eastern Green Lotus Banner of Precious Light. Without much thought, he intended to place the Eastern Green Lotus Banner of Precious Light in the sanctuary. It was an item he had obtained after refusing someone during a visit, and he had never been able to refine it before. According to what he knew, this banner was transformed from the 5 lotus leaves of the primordial green lotus. Its effect should be extraordinary, and as he arranged it, spiritual energy surged within the sanctuary, and the world's spiritual energy crazily poured in again. Golden light radiated in all directions, resplendent and magnificent. As the energy roiled, Yilong felt the sanctuary seemed to have expanded slightly. Startled, Xiao Shun and Xiao Ting opened their eyes, staring in astonishment at the banner floating in the air. Their eyes were filled with wonder. Although they had never been to the outside world, they had encountered many powerful beings over the years. Having witnessed so much, their admiration for Yilong grew even deeper. For no matter how strong the visitors, they were always extremely courteous outside the sanctuary. In their hearts, their master was the strongest in the world. Feeling the sanctuary expand and its spiritual energy become richer, Yilong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He estimated that with the current concentration of spiritual energy, his cultivation should continue to grow. Just as he was about to continue arranging, he suddenly frowned. Again, Yilong felt displeased. At that moment, outside the sanctuary, Nuwa and Fushi, having left Zixiao Palace, hurried, without delay, to Buzhou Mountain. Arriving outside Yilong's sanctuary, they said, Fushi pays respects to the senior. Nuwa pays respects to the senior. Almost instinctively they bowed and cupped their hands as a gesture of greeting. Before Yilong could speak, Xiao Shun and Xiao Ting appeared first. The 2 little girls, hands on hips, wearing emerald green dresses and carrying bows on their backs, pouted and looked contemptuously at the visitors. They shouted loudly, have you 2 no end? Coming to visit again and again. Our master is very busy. Indeed, indeed. Our master is very busy. If you have nothing important, you'd better leave quickly. Hearing their voices, Fushi and Nuwa were momentarily stunned. They instinctively looked up and saw two little girls with weak cultivation, holding jade-like bows staring at them warily. They couldn't help but smile bitterly. Fushi and Nuwa exchanged a glance and immediately recognized that the true forms of these two little girls were no ordinary beings. Such creatures were extremely difficult to transform. Their presence in Yilong's sanctuary only deepened their curiosity about the master within. Realizing that Yilong's true nature was likely far more terrifying than they imagined, they dared not act presumptuously. Fushi spoke first. "We have an urgent matter to ask. Please inform the senior for us. The gift the senior bestowed upon my sister before. She is too dull to comprehend it. We humbly request the senior's guidance." Meanwhile, deep within the sanctuary, Yilong received a system notification. Detected request from Fushi: teach the essence of creating humans to Nuwa. Accept the quest, go out to meet them and provide guidance. Reward: increased favorability with Nuwa 1 innate spiritual treasure. Reject the quest, remain closed and refuse to see them. Reward: Samadhi true fire. Upon seeing the system notification, Yilong let out a soft sigh. Though he longed to emerge from seclusion, he understood that such matters were not something he could clarify with a few words to Nuwa. Previously, he had intentionally given Nuwa the Shirang soil for her to contemplate, hoping not to delay her. Yet now tens of thousands of years had passed, and Nuwa had not grasped its essence, but instead returned to seek his guidance. "If I knew how to create humans, I would have done so long ago. Why would I wait for you?" But at this moment, whether Nuwa understood or not had little to do with him. Emerging from seclusion was truly inappropriate. Deep in thought, Yilong opened his mouth and transmitted his voice to Xiao Shun and Xiao Ting. "You two must not be rude." "Understood." Xiao Shun and Xiao Tung pouted, lowering their pale green bows and arrows. They looked curiously at the man and woman outside, wondering in their hearts what identities these two possessed. Yilong then turned his gaze back to Fushi and Nuwa, speaking softly. "I do not meddle in worldly affairs. You two should take your leave. I have already said all that needs to be said. Whether you can comprehend it depends on your own destiny." As he spoke, Yilong began to withdraw his aura. Yet Nuwa did not give up easily. She pressed on. "Senior, I still do not understand. What is so miraculous about this soil?" Hearing this, Yilong let out a long sigh. In an instant, the winds and clouds within the Dao field shifted dramatically. Standing outside the Dao field, Fushi and Nuwa both sensed the transformation. A flicker of shock passed through their eyes, fearing that their words had angered Yilong. Silent Yilong was actually pondering how to explain this matter to Nuwa. After all, if he explained too simply, he would lose face, and Nuwa would not believe him. If he explained too complicatedly, Nuwa would not understand. After much deliberation, Yilong finally spoke slowly. "Divine soil must be matched with divine water. Soil has form, yet is formless. Water has intent, yet is unintentional. And what is the form that all things in the world pursue? What is the intent that all things in the world pursue? If you cannot fathom the reasoning behind these, there is no need to come ask me." With these words, the Dao field closed tightly. No further sound emerged. Upon hearing Yilong's words, Nuwa felt as if a sudden enlightenment had struck her. She stood rooted in place, a thoughtful expression in her eyes. After a long while, she bowed slightly toward Yilong's Dao field. A hint of joy appeared on her serene little face as she said earnestly, "I have wronged you, senior. Thanks to your guidance, I have gained some insight. This humble maiden thanks you, senior." After speaking, she glanced at Fushi. Then pulling Fushi along, she hurriedly left Yilong's Dao field. Seeing this, Yilong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he had sent that troublesome ancestor away. He hadn't expected that his random nonsense would actually work. He hoped Nuwa wouldn't create anything bizarre, or else there would be endless trouble. Yilong watched Nuwa's retreating figure and shook his head. While he had said all that needed to be said, how much she could comprehend was up to her own ability. Thinking carefully, Hongjun's third sermon was approaching soon. When Hongjun merged with the heavenly Tao and distributed the collected treasures, Nuwa should create humans then. Once she did, some would attain sainthood, others would fall. Then Yuanshi Tianzuan would establish the Chan sect, Tongtian Jiazhu would establish the Jia sect, and Laozi Taishang would establish the Rin sect. Kunlun Mountain would become lively. Perhaps he should go out for a stroll. The moment this thought arose, Yilong's entire body couldn't help but shiver. This kind of thinking was dangerous. Going out meant seeking death. The war of the witch and demon, the investiture tribulation, none had yet occurred. Going out now was like delivering himself on a platter. Moreover, during these years of secluded cultivation in the deep mountains, he had offended many powerful beings. With his meager cultivation, he was truly insignificant. Thinking of this, Yilong shook his head and dismissed the thought. He turned his gaze to the two little girls. At this moment, they had grown into graceful young ladies with excellent foundations, destined to be beauties that topple kingdoms. But that wasn't what Yilong was looking at. He was observing their origins. As innate spiritual roots, their foundations were naturally extraordinary. However, staying long within this Tao field had made their cultivation too monotonous. Moreover, because they were inside the field, their transformation hadn't triggered the transformation tribulation. This could become a hidden problem in the future. It must be prevented. Deep in thought, Yilong casually imparted the wind control art and the 72 transformations to the two little girls. This immediately drew joyful laughter. Paying no heed, Yilong paused no further in his thoughts. Instead, he embraced the Samadhi true fire and happily continued his secluded cultivation. After all, cultivation was the true path. And after the heavenly dragon breath had fused with the nether ghost flame, it had gained such power. Now if he could also fuse the Samadhi true fire, what changes would occur? Yilong's heart was filled with anticipation. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Several years went by. On this day, Yilong finally managed to merge the Samadhi true fire into the heavenly dragon breath divine ability. This period of cultivation imbued Yilong's entire body with a faint fiery aura. On his dragon scales, pale purple flames blazed brilliantly. With a slight thought, he exhaled a dragon's breath. A small pale purple flame slowly floated in the air, emitting a faint annihilating force within. Within the annihilation there seemed to be an endless vitality. Life and death, an eternal cycle, truly extraordinary. Seeing this, Yilong grinned lightly. Although the current heavenly dragon breath could not be considered an extremely powerful divine ability, at the 7th level of Golden Immortal, Yilong was absolutely confident in dealing with ordinary Tai Golden Immortals or even Daluo Golden Immortals. Moreover, this was a unique divine ability of Yilong's throughout the entire primordial world. Time passed, and a few more days went by. On this day, Yilong suddenly felt a faint sense of being spied upon. Clearly some strange, innate divine ability was being used to observe him. The creature spying was not powerful, at most Tai Golden Immortal. Yilong knew this the moment he sensed it. This feeling made Yilong extremely displeased. Visits were one thing, but now outright spying. Thinking this, Yilong spoke with slight anger. Though my Dao field is humble, it is not a place for just anyone to spy. Fellow Daoist, do you take me for nothing? The moment his voice sounded tens of millions of li away from the Dao field, a six-eared monkey instantly felt a shock in his heart. His entire body trembled slightly. He collapsed to the ground, spitting blood, his body quivering. As if struck by some terror, he endured the pain and scrambled to his feet. Kneeling on the ground, he kowtowed repeatedly. Speaking of this six-eared monkey, his true form was the six-eared macaque. As a member of the demon race, he was a demon lord under the demon court, commanding tens of thousands of demon beings. His cultivation had reached the Tai Golden Immortal realm. During Hongjun's first sermon, because he had not yet attained the Great Luo Golden Immortal level and lacked suitable protective artifacts, he could not cross the endless gale to reach the Zixiao Palace. With persistent longing, he gritted his teeth and used his innate divine ability to attempt a glimpse of Hongjun's sermon. But the majesty of a sage was such that nothing under heaven was unknown. A single utterance, "The Dharma is not transmitted to the 6 ears," shattered the six-eared macaque's spirit, nearly causing his downfall. With his foundation damaged, he remained stuck at the Tai Golden Immortal realm. After recuperating for tens of thousands of years, his innate divine ability was restored, yet no one in the world dared to teach him the Tao. In desperation, he recalled that at the foot of Buzhou Mountain there seemed to be a reclusive sage. Although this sage had withdrawn from worldly affairs for years, and the rumors had gradually faded. Recently there were whispers that after Hongjun's sermon, Nuwa had rushed to the outskirts of this sage's dojo, seeking his counsel. Thus Luer conceived a covert plan to probe from the sidelines. But this single probe revealed only the barest glimpse of the dojo's periphery, yet it shocked him profoundly. He could not see through it. With his divine ability, he could peer into the 9 heavens and 10 earths, leaving no place unexplored. Yet now before this small dojo, he could not perceive even a single detail within. As he marveled, he felt an overwhelmingly majestic aura. A stern shout thundered from within the dojo, and in an instant his ears rang with a deafening buzz. His spirit was instantly damaged. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body trembling incessantly. Without daring to hesitate, he immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly, begging for Yilong's forgiveness. Thud! The many demon beings nearby, witnessing Luer's plight, felt their hearts churn like raging seas. Their legs gave way, and they half knelt on the ground, staring in shock at the void not far away. At that moment, a blurry figure stood with hands clasped behind its back. Who was this person? Besides Dao ancestor Hongjun, was there someone else who could effortlessly shatter a Tai Golden Immortal? Could there truly exist a being comparable to the Dao ancestor in this world? This was the demon court of the heavenly court, separated by tens of thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. Yet in an instant, a Tai Golden Immortal had his spirit shattered and his heart and gallbladder split. Moreover, the figure projected its image here, radiating the light of the great Tao, making it impossible for them to look directly at the person before them. With the limited vision of these minor demons, they clearly could not perceive the realm of the figure before them, nor could they fathom what level of cultivation was required to achieve such a feat. Great Immortal, spare my life. Great Immortal, spare my life. Luer's mouth kept spitting blood, his eyes filled with terror, his skull already cracked. Yet he did not pause, for he knew well that his previous actions had been far too offensive. Incurring the wrath of such an existence meant certain death. Just as he was prepared to face death, he felt the sky return to tranquility. All the phenomena vanished as if swept away by the wind, leaving no trace. For a moment, all the demons were bewildered. Much ado about nothing. Why did it suddenly cease? The demons exchanged glances, utterly unable to comprehend the reason. Luer paid no heed, and continued kowtowing without pause. After a long while, a voice finally reached Luer's ears. Enough. On a chosen day, come to the outskirts of my dojo and report. Hearing this, Luer, who had been kowtowing incessantly, was momentarily stunned. Then a surge of ecstasy flashed across his face. He nodded repeatedly, disregarding the blood and wounds, grinning with bared teeth, his smile tinged with blood, a somewhat eerie sight. Without any regard for dignity, he shouted loudly, "Thank you, Senior, for your mercy. Thank you, Senior, for your mercy." It turned out that when Yilong detected Luer spying, he was furious and let out a sharp shout. At the same time, the system's voice echoed, "Detected spying from the six-eared macaque. Shall we annihilate the six-eared macaque? Accept the mission, emerge from seclusion, and slay the six-eared macaque. Reward 1 innate spiritual treasure. Reject the mission, spare his life. Reward accept the six-eared macaque as a disciple, solar, true fire." Seeing the system's prompt, Yilong deliberated and chose the latter. Not only was the grudge between him and Luer minor, but killing him for an innate spiritual treasure did not pique Yilong's interest. Besides, he needed some eyes and ears in this world, and Luer was undoubtedly the best candidate for such a role. With knowledge of all worldly affairs, the dojo would also become livelier. Of course, the main reason was that Little Shun and Little Tongue, after learning some spells, had been clamoring to go out and explore. So it was fitting to let Luer enter the dojo and look after the children, telling these two little girls about the dangers outside so they would stop pestering him every day. After acquiring the solar true fire, Yilong gave a few instructions to Little Shun and Little Tongue, and then went deep into the dojo to cultivate. Meanwhile, in the demon court of the heavenly court, a phantom image materialized, startling both Honghuang and Dijuan. A look of astonishment filled their eyes. They rose to their feet, gazing at the phantom, yet they could discern nothing clearly. They never imagined that within the heavenly court they could sense such a powerful aura, almost rivaling that of a sage. The chaos bell in Dongwang Tai's hand hummed and vibrated, ready to strike. But at that moment the phantom dissipated, and everything returned to dust. The two exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with shock. Then Kuanping appeared beside them, his gaze fixed on the void. "Demon Master, that figured just now?" Dijuan could not help but ask. Kuanping closed his eyes, slightly performing a divination. Yet he could not calculate anything. He frowned and said slowly, "It has nothing to do with us. Do not ask further. Continue recruiting talents and closely monitor the movements of the Wu tribe." As he spoke, a minor demon hurried into the hall, bowed, and said, reporting to the demon emperor, "The general of eyes and ears is severely wounded and has requested retirement to return to his hometown. He has already departed." The three exchanged glances, confusion flickering in their brows. Dijuan waved his hand casually, and before them materialized the image of Luer. At that moment Luer was covered in wounds, traveling swiftly without pause. As he moved, he stirred up gales, never stopping, as if afraid of any mishap. Seeing this, Dongwang Tai could not help but say that Luer is heading toward Buzhou Mountain. Could he be defecting to the Wu tribe? No, defecting to the Wu tribe now would be courting death. Moreover, Luer previously offended the teacher, and his divine ability is damaged, making him of little use. As Dijuan spoke, he waved his hand, and the scene before them vanished. The six-eared macaque traversed mountains and rivers, using his divine ability to conceal his tracks and avoid the Wu tribe. Finally, after several days, he arrived at the outskirts of Yilong's dojo. Gazing at the utterly tranquil dojo, Luer's eyes were filled with astonishment. What extraordinary means were these to establish such a presence in this chaotic world? He had never come here before, and now he realized how foolish his spying had been. This little demon Luer pays homage to Senior. "Thank you, Senior, for sparing my life that day. Today, as instructed by Senior, I have come to report." The six-eared macaque lay silently on the ground, his gaze fixed upon the Tao field that showed no trace of spiritual energy circulation. At this moment, were it not for the fact that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had clearly vanished from this place, he would not have believed that a Tao field existed here. Recalling the overwhelming pressure from that day, Luer's heart trembled with fear, for he could sense that the oppressive force could reduce him to dust in an instant. Deep within, he speculated silently, to whom did this Tao field belong? He had only heard of it before. Now seeing it with his own eyes, the terror in his heart was beyond words. "You monkey, arise. Our master has instructed that if you come, you shall guard outside the Tao field and not wander about. Wait until the master emerges from seclusion, then a decision shall be made." The figures of Shao Kan and Shao Tung materialized. At this moment, having learned the 72 transformations and the wind riding technique imparted by Yilong, their spiritual aura grew increasingly profound. Luer saw at a glance their extraordinary nature. Though he knew not the true forms of these two maidens, their spiritual radiance set them apart from ordinary cultivators. In his heart his conjectures about Yilong multiplied. Though he had been denied entry, he dared not harbor the slightest resentment, his mind filled with the scene of Yilong subduing him. Looking at Shao Kan and Shao Tung, he nodded repeatedly and replied with a smile, "Honored sisters, may I ask when the senior will awaken?" "We do not know. Wait in peace." Shao Kan and Shao Tung offered no further response. After leaving these words, they followed Yilong's instructions and opened a crack in the formation for Luer to find shelter. Then they vanished. Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque's face fell. He scratched his ears and cheeks for a long while, then slumped to the ground with drooping arms, his expression woeful. He had hoped to encounter a master who could teach him techniques. But who would have thought that the master paid him no heed at all? In the demon clan, he was the general of ears and eyes, commanding hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers, seeing all directions and hearing all sounds majestic and extraordinary. Now, having come here, he could not even be considered a gatekeeper. Yet recalling his experiences over the years and the overwhelming pressure of Yilong, he let out a long sigh and slowly walked toward the open crack in the formation. The moment he stepped inside, a powerful surge of energy rushed toward him. It nearly knocked him over. Sensing this energy, Luer's heart trembled with an even greater intensity. He dared not speak, silently calming himself to heal his injuries. In the timeless wilderness of the primeval world on this day, after years of refinement, Yilong finally fully integrated the solar true fire into his dragon breath. His originally violet dragon breath had now transformed into a purple gold hue. He opened his personal panel. Name: Yilong, race, ancient blood dragon, cultivation, golden immortal, 8th layer, physical strength, great luo, golden immortal, 3rd layer, techniques, limitless creation, art, panga, body tempering, method, dragon breath art. Spells: Tao of concealment, wind riding, true, thunder, divine fire, heavenly and earthly, dharma appearance, 72 transformations, outer incarnation, space breaking. Divine ability: Honghuang lotus breath, evolved from heavenly fire, dragon breath, treasures, eastern green lotus banner, annihilation, black lotus, 99, soul dispersing gourd. Tao comprehension, none. Seeing the new entries for physical strength and divine ability on the panel, Yilong nodded with satisfaction. Yet his physical body had only reached the 3rd layer of great luo, golden immortal, still insufficient. His heavenly fire dragon breath had evolved into Honghuang lotus breath, a divine ability he had created himself. He attempted to release it. Instantly, on Yilong's palm, a violet lotus with pale golden veins materialized. The lotus was even more formidable than the previous flames. As it burned, the temperature of the entire Tao field rose several degrees. With the emergence of Honghuang lotus breath, layers of dragon scales appeared on Yilong's body. The scales, like lotus petals, took on a violet hue with pale golden veins burning slowly, majestic and extraordinary. They exuded an endless vitality like real flames, serving both as defense and offense. Behind Yilong, the phantom of his true form loomed, imposing and domineering. It filled the entire Tao field. Shao Kan and Shao Tung opened their eyes, simultaneously gazing toward Yilong's secluded chamber, their eyes filled with admiration. Though their true forms were innate spiritual roots, naturally attuned to wood and fearful of fire, their long association with Yilong had diminished their fear of flames. Luer was utterly terrified. What kind of flame was this so majestic and extraordinary? The terrifying aura within it seemed as if it could destroy heaven and earth in an instant. Before he could react, all the phenomena vanished. In the next moment, Yilong's voice echoed in Luer's ears. The voice was deep and without any imposing force, yet to Luer it sounded like thunder. "Since you have come to my Tao field, I shall accept you as a nominal disciple. From now on you shall be called Shao." On hearing this, Luer repeatedly knelt and prostrated himself. He knew this was his last chance. If he did not seize it, there might never be another opportunity for him to rise again. He quickly changed his address. "Disciple Shao humbly heeds your teachings. As for the saying, no teaching to the 6 ears, do not take it to heart. Nothing in this world is absolute. Now that you have entered my sect, you must abide by its precepts. Do not stir up trouble without cause. Every being has its own fate. Rest well in my Tao field for a time, then depart." As he spoke, Yilong transmitted 2 techniques to Luer, one called the 72 transformations, the other the heavenly and earthly dharma appearance. Hearing Yilong's words, Shao was momentarily stunned, then felt the incoming techniques. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes and tears of joy streamed down his face. He dared not be careless, nodding repeatedly. "Thank you, Master, for your teachings. Thank you, Master, for your teachings." Yilong nodded slightly at this scene. In his mind, he pondered the need to establish a name for his sect. After long consideration, he finally spoke. "The name of this sect is Ping. When you venture out into the world, you must remember this name. Do not use the sect's influence nor mention my name. Otherwise I will strip your sinews, shatter your bones, and imprison you forever in the 9 netherworld." Having said this, he did not elaborate further, and his presence faded. Luer felt a chill down his spine and instinctively nodded repeatedly. Meanwhile, a figure in the sky rapidly approached the Tao field. The figure's aura was elusive and indistinct, yet when he stood between the mountains and seas, he seemed like a single grain in the vast ocean, utterly inconspicuous. But if one looked closely, it was like gazing upon the endless surging ocean. It was none other than the Dao ancestor Hongjun, who had spoken with Yilong that day. Since his conversation with Yilong, his heart had been unable to find peace. Moreover, the earth brought by Nuwa hinted that Yilong might be trying to remind him of something. Now, with his third sermon approaching and his imminent union with the heavenly Dao, he naturally came to visit this place. Hongjun entered the Daoist sanctuary without encountering any obstruction. Yilong, with no choice but to accept the inevitable, opened the sanctuary gates and welcomed him with a courteous smile. After all, how could he resist when the other man could simply ignore his sanctuary altogether? So it is the Dao ancestor. Please come in. What brings you here today? Yilong wasted no time on pretense. Since evasion was impossible, he might as well be direct. If that was the case, then he would simply accept it with open courtesy. Hearing Yilong's words, Hongjun was momentarily stunned, then proceeded to carefully scrutinize Yilong from head to toe. A look of utter astonishment crossed his face. Primordial chaos aura. Hongjun sighed inwardly. Deep within his heart, he felt a stir of shock at the transformations evident throughout Yilong's entire being. For the first time amid Yilong's presence, he had sensed a faint trace of crisis, though exceedingly subtle. Nevertheless, it compelled him to examine Yilong's entire form once more with meticulous care. Only after failing to discern anything amiss did he finally let out a sigh. Young friend, regarding the divine soil your foolish disciple brought me, I have examined it thoroughly and pondered at length, yet I remain unable to discern your intentions. Recently, I sensed the great way's grand design. Before long, I shall merge with the heavenly Tao and extinguish the 7 emotions and 6 desires. As you once said, all things harbor a thread of possibility. I wonder. I do not know. Before Hongjun could finish his sentence, Yilong waved his hand, dismissively signaling that he had no idea. Internally, Yilong was thoroughly puzzled. Why would sending out a mere clump of soil provoke such attention? First it was Nuwa coming to inquire, and now Hongjun had arrived as well. When would it end? It was only a lump of earth. Was it really so difficult to knead it into little figures? Merging with the heavenly Tao is a matter of celestial destiny. There is no use resisting it. Would it not be far better to simply serve as the Tao's willing vessel? After all, such a state grants one immortality and invulnerability. By then, who in all creation could possibly challenge you? All this pestering and questioning. How tiresome. Though these thoughts coursed through his mind, yet he dared not voice them aloud. So he merely replied that he did not know, carefully avoiding further comment. Hongjun, observing Yilong's reaction, instinctively paused. Then, casting a somewhat peculiar gaze upon Yilong, a trace of puzzlement flickered across his face. He wondered, had he truly offended this man? He should have been furious. Yet recalling the sensation when he first entered the sanctuary, he suppressed his anger. His divine sense swept across Yilong's Taoist grounds. In the next instant, he spotted 6 ears quietly cultivating and nursing his wounds in a corner. Suddenly, he remembered that very incident. 6 ears eavesdropping during his sermon, when a single utterance of the Dharma shall not be passed to 6 ears had shattered the young man's innate divine ability. A faint smile crept across his face. So that was where the problem lay. No doubt 6 ears held some connection with Yilong and had complained about him, which had provoked this cold reception. Though discontent stirred within him, he could not help but sigh. After all, he was here to seek answers. He spoke aloud. Young friend, you misunderstand. If that boy had not eavesdropped on my preaching that day, I would not have. It has nothing to do with the Tao. Before Hongjun could finish his sentence, Yilong stole a glance at him and murmured under his breath. Suspecting Hongjun would use 6 ears as an excuse to create trouble, he had quickly fabricated a topic to deflect the conversation. Nothing to do with the Tao. Hongjun paused, astonishment flickering across his features as he murmured to himself, savoring Yilong's words. Watching him become absorbed in contemplation, his own concerns momentarily forgotten, Yilong finally exhaled in relief. He continued, when one pursues the Tao with single-minded devotion, one inevitably loses one's true self. Countless paths exist in this world. What distinction is there between the orthodox and the heterodox? These are merely the trails blazed by those who came before, and what do they truly have to do with the Tao itself? Yilong spoke casually. Hongjun stood nearby, savoring each word, his innermost being grasping something just beyond full comprehension. What distinction is there between the orthodox and the heterodox? These are but paths trodden by predecessors. What do they have to do with the Tao? Hongjun repeated softly to himself. He understood deeply. This was precisely what Yilong intended to convey, echoing the insight he had previously gained that all things possess variables. At this moment, Hongjun's spirit was profoundly stirred. I am most grateful for your guidance, young friend. After much reflection, a sudden clarity bloomed within his chest. Bidding farewell to Yilong, he made no pause. He spurred his steed onward, racing toward the purple cloud palace, intent on entering seclusion to comprehend its hidden mysteries. Meanwhile, Yilong stood within the sanctuary, utterly bewildered. He had merely strung together some off-the-cuff remarks intending to tell Hongjun to abandon thoughts of heterodox paths, to meekly accept his predetermined fate, and simply follow the will of heaven, as it was always meant to unfold. But who could have anticipated that his casual words would spark such enlightenment in Hongjun? Not only that, but the man appeared positively electrified by the revelation. Had he actually spoken incorrectly? Yilong scratched his head in perplexity. Pondering over it repeatedly, he still could not discern the underlying reason. In the end, he shook his head in resignation and cheerfully returned to his cultivation seclusion. Advancing his cultivation was what mattered. Overthinking would only give him a headache. As for 6 years, he had intercepted that tribulation on the young man's behalf. From here onward, his fate rested entirely in his own hands. Time slipped away, uncounted, countless years passing like moments. Yilong remained in deep cultivation seclusion. The Pangu physique refinement technique continuously honed Yilong's body through the force of passing years, causing the scales upon his flesh, each resembling lotus petals wreathed in violet gold flames, to grow ever more radiant. Beneath Yilong, streams of golden radiance blazed with magnificent splendor, illuminating the void. At that moment, Hongjun, previously in deep meditation, opened his eyes. Gazing toward the horizon, his hands moved in constant calculation, as though seeking to decipher some profound truth. Yet after only a brief span of scrutiny, he failed to discern any pivotal opportunity. His brows furrowed involuntarily, a whisper of confusion stirring within his heart. However, ever since his conversation with Yilong that day, something profound had taken root within him. Rather than dwell on careful calculation, he closed his eyes again and resumed his contemplation. Within the sanctuary, Shaoshun and Shaotung seemed to absorb the energy from that beam of light, their entire bodies emitting a soft luminescence. Their innate spiritual roots manifested in this moment, returning spiritual energy as the radiance bathed them. Strands of spiritual energy flowed along their forms and dispersed throughout the sanctuary, where they were absorbed by the Eastern Green Lotus precious banner. For a time, the sanctuary brimmed with overflowing spiritual energy, nourishing the grounds themselves. Though 6 years had spent several days recovering from his injuries, his old ailments persisted. Yet beneath Yilong's beam of light, every latent affliction within him vanished instantly and completely. Overcome with alarm and tears of gratitude, 6 years assumed, Yilong had perceived his plight and intervened to relieve it. He hurriedly knelt to thank his master, then immediately began studying the techniques Yilong had taught him, hoping to achieve mastery as soon as possible. At that very moment, Yilong slowly opened his eyes. The ethereal aura surrounding him dissipated instantly. A system notification arrived at once. Host's physical strength has reached a new threshold. Would you like to emerge from seclusion and revitalize the Dragon Clan? 1. Ignore it and remain in seclusion. Obtain the Panga Dragon Fawn. Honghuang Purple Chi. An opportunity to become a saint. Yilong felt tempted. However, seeing the overwhelming power of the redundant description, he thought of the drawbacks of achieving sainthood through Honghuang Purple Chi. Yilong hesitated in his heart. After a long while, as if he had made a decision, he gritted his teeth and said with a face full of grief and indignation, "What does it matter to become a saint later? Proving the Tao through strength is the true path. Isn't it just a matter of time? I have plenty of time." He refused. At this moment, leaving seclusion to revitalize the Dragon Clan would be a dead end. Challenging the primordial witches and the demon race would be seeking death. You call yourself the ultimate invincible survival system, but I think you are the endless death-seeking system. After obtaining Panga Dragon Fawn, Yilong also obtained the information about Panga Dragon Fawn. Panga Dragon Fawn, a dragon fawn formed from Panga's bones, rumored to be able to tear through the void after continuous refinement. Without hesitation, he took out the Panga Dragon Fawn. The fawn was sharp like a dagger. On it, a faint golden light emanated, majestic and extraordinary. Yilong looked at it with great satisfaction. Presumably once installed in his mouth, it would also be quite extraordinary. Perfect timing to set a row of big golden teeth. Yilong held the golden teeth and happily entered his cultivation site. He entered a state of secluded cultivation. Several decades later, in the sight of flash of golden light, Yilong successfully integrated the Panga Dragon Fawn into his body. At this moment, his true form manifested majestic and domineering. It reflected across heaven and earth, causing countless demon beasts outside Mount Buzhou to scatter. At the same time, the sight began to slowly expand due to Yilong's absorption. The sea of clouds churned and Yilong's sight expanded outward by several thousand more li before stopping. He moved his mouth and carefully examined the 24K golden teeth in his mouth. In an instant, with a slight movement, cracks appeared in the space around the teeth. Not bad. Yilong smiled slightly. As expected of something left by Pangu. Just by fusing it, he could tear through the void. Presumably after being tempered by the Panga body forging method, it would be of great use in the future. Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing the Panga Dragon Fawn. The host senses that the world is radiant, as if an auspicious event is occurring. Do you choose to leave seclusion today to revitalize the Dragon Clan? 1. Ignore everything and stay in seclusion. Obtain the 9 true fire. 2. Forcefully leave seclusion to seek opportunities. Reward the 9 dragons, divine fire cover. The world is radiant. An auspicious event. Could it be Hongjun's 3rd lecture? That's not right. It must be that damn system. Again trying to trick me into leaving seclusion. Although Yilong was a bit confused, he resolutely chose to remain in seclusion. After making his choice, Yilong immediately obtained the 9 true fire. Without hesitation, he turned around and plunged back into seclusion. Seclusion. Endless seclusion. Time passed, and who knows how many years went by. Yilong successfully integrated the 9 true fire into the Honghuang Lotus Breath. At this moment, the Honghuang Lotus Breath had already fused the Nether Ghost Fire, the Samadhi True Fire, the 9 True Fire, and the Sun True Fire. Faintly, it already carried a hint of ancient aura. The scales on Yilong's body grew even more translucent. His entire body was covered with a heavy aura of time. It was as if he was a great being stepping out from the river of time. At this moment, if Hongjun were to come again, he would surely be shocked by the change in Yilong's aura. Because Yilong's entire being was like vicissitudes of time, profound, endless. But the moment Yilong opened his eyes, all the anomalies vanished without a trace around him. At the same time, Yilong inspected his sight. The next moment he frowned. He had been immersed in seclusion for too long. Lu Er was still with eyes shut, as if comprehending the incantation. As for Xiao Shun and Xiao Tung, they were still quietly cultivating. Yilong did not disturb them and planned to continue his seclusion. But the next moment, he frowned, because he sensed a presence quietly standing outside the site, murmuring to itself. Marvelous, marvelous. Truly extremely marvelous. I can't see through it at all. It seemed to be observing his sight, or perhaps harboring some other purpose. Who is this idly blocking my door? Staring around as if I don't exist. Yilong swept his gaze over and felt displeased. Upon looking, he found it was a middle-aged Taoist. The Taoist had demonic energy soaring to the sky with shifty eyes and a sneaky appearance, constantly peering into the sight. From his eyes, faint golden light often shot out. Seeing this, Yilong felt uncomfortable. Although he was looking at his own sight, Yilong felt as if his own wife had been seen through. The Taoist seemed to sense Yilong's divine sense and quickly bowed. A trace of gloom flashed in his eyes. I am Kuan-Pung, greetings to you, fellow Taoist. His voice was not loud, carrying a hint of hoarseness. It was like a wad of phlegm stuck in the throat. Yilong found it extremely unpleasant and naturally didn't harbor a good impression. Moreover, as far as he knew, Kuan-Pung was narrow-minded, insidious, cunning, and treacherous. The demon court had completely fallen because of him. Naturally, he felt no goodwill. Before Yilong could reply, he heard Kuan-Pung continue. I have heard of your esteemed site's wonder before, and today, I see it is indeed extraordinary. Could you open it, and let me enter to have a look? As he spoke, a hint of greed flashed in Kuan-Pung's brows. Clearly, he was determined to investigate. Unlike Niuhua and Fushi, he clearly remembered that during Hongjun's lecture it was mentioned that this person's cultivation was merely a small human immortal. In these years of cultivation, due to the Tao ancestors' lectures, his own cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. As for the person in the site, even if his cultivation had improved after so many years in seclusion, not even qualified to listen to the Tao ancestors' lectures, he couldn't have grown much. Working behind closed doors, what could he become? A mere ant. What right did he have to occupy such an extraordinary land? At the same time, a system prompt appeared in Yilong's mind. Detected Kuan-Pung's request to peep. Do you want to open the site and let him enter? 1. Stay in seclusion and refuse the unreasonable request. Obtain reward Po Wang Jin Tong, truth-seeing golden eyes. 2. Open the door and let him enter the site. Obtain reward Zhan Qi Ju wing spreading art. Seeing the system prompt, Yilong frowned. He had never taken Kuan-Pung seriously. I am in seclusion and prefer quiet. Please return, sir. His voice was not loud and devoid of any emotion. But to Kuan-Pung's ears it sounded like a series of sneers. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Ha ha ha. He snorted coldly. The next moment, endless gale winds blew from Kuan-Pung's hands, as if to scatter the protective formation outside Yilong's sight on the spot. Inside the site, Xiao Shin, Xiao Tung, and Lu Er seemed to be affected by the disturbance. They all woke from their cultivation. Scram! Just as Kuan-Pung was laughing wildly, they heard Yilong's cold snort from within the site. Following that, a flame shaped like a lotus slowly drifted out from the formation. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth were covered in a sea of fire. The Honghuang Lotus breath, carrying world-destroying power, swept in. In an instant, the entire world seemed to blaze as if it were the wrath of the apocalypse. The primordial lotus breath drifted slowly, and upon landing it ignited endless flames. With the majesty of world-ending destruction, it instantly dispersed. Even one as mighty as Kuan-Pung was set ablaze in that very moment, and without hesitation, he activated his innate divine ability and fled. Yet, even so, the flames continued to burn around him relentlessly until they consumed every protective artifact on his body, eliciting a miserable cry of agony. He vanished into the clouds. In the Yao court, the figure of Qilin Peng appeared like a charred crow, which truly stunned the multitude of demon cultivators. However, out of respect for Qilin Peng's status as the demon master, these demons wanted to laugh, but dared not, forcing themselves to hold it in. Yet among the crowd a minor demon could not hold back. A fart escaped, and instantly a foul stench spread. The demons who had been stifling their laughter all showed expressions of embarrassment and scattered. The demon master Qilin Peng, already terrified by the primordial lotus breath, paid no attention to the crowd. He hurriedly fled into his cave dwelling to heal in seclusion. Dongwang and Dijuan emerged from the palace, gazing at the back of the demon master Qilin Peng, lost in thought. Seeing Qilin Peng flee, Yilong frowned slightly and murmured to himself, "It seems this primordial lotus breath is still not powerful enough, letting that little bastard escape." Little did he know that a single casual strike could force the peak de Luo golden immortal Qilin Peng into a bloody retreat. Something in the world that only sages or quasi-sages could accomplish. Shaking off those thoughts, the divine ability of golden eyes of truth entered his mind. Yilong pondered, but did not dive deep. His gaze fell upon the ginseng fruit tree and the primordial gourd vine in his Dao field, finding no signs of fruit. He was somewhat curious. Could it be because these two little girls had transformed? Yilong couldn't figure it out. But at that moment, as if sensing his gaze, the two little maidens chirped incessantly, "Master, let us go out and play." "Yes, yes, master, let us go out and play." Hearing their voices and seeing the expectant looks on the two little girls' faces, Yilong thought for a moment and decided that the outside world was still unsafe. The great war between the Wu and Yao tribes was imminent, not a good time to go out. So he said, "If you two want to know about the outside world, you can ask Shower. He should know something." Then Yilong sent a voice transmission to Luer Mihu. "These two little ones are inexperienced in the world. You are to inform them about external matters and do not mislead them." Hearing Yilong's voice, Luer was startled at first, then quickly nodded and said, "Yes, master." Yilong nodded in satisfaction, feeling that taking in Luer to babysit was not a bad choice. He then withdrew his mind, concealed his form, and continued his seclusion, immersing himself in learning the golden eyes of truth divine ability. Luer was left dumbfounded, recalling the might of the demon master Qilin Peng in the past, and seeing his present misery. His admiration for Yilong grew even deeper, and he silently clenched his fists. "I will become like master one day," casually killing a de Luo golden immortal. In the mountains, time passes unnoticed. In cultivation, there are no years. Yilong awoke from his seclusion, having mastered the golden eyes of truth. He could see through all illusions, penetrate the 9 netherworlds, and golden rays of light shook the clouds. His personal panel then appeared. Name: Yilong, race ancient blood dragon, cultivation 9th level of golden immortal, peak body strength 7th level of de Luo golden immortal, cultivation methods infinite, creation art panga, body tempering method dragon race, breathing art. Spells: Dao of concealment, wind riding, true thunder, divine fire, heavenly earth, dharma aspect 72, transformations, external incarnation, space break. Divine abilities: primordial lotus breath upgraded from heavenly dragon fire breath, golden eyes of truth. Treasures: eastern green lotus, banner of treasure, light world, exterminating black lotus 99, soul dispersing gourd. Comprehended Dao principles none. Seeing his cultivation level, Yilong nodded in satisfaction. At last he had made progress, not stagnating. He continued his seclusion. Who knew how many more years passed? During this time, Hongjun's third sermon at the Zixiao Palace finally came to an end, proceeding step by step. During this period, He had visited several times, claiming to catch up with Yilong, but in truth he sought advice on the so-called overwhelming force. Yilong, having a favorable impression of He, was generous. Drawing on Panga's method of splitting the heavens with sheer strength, he expounded some principles to He. However, as the situation between the Wu and Yao tribes grew increasingly tense, He's visits became fewer. No doubt he was busy with battles. During this time, Nuwa and Fushi also followed their old routine, pretending to invite Yilong to listen to sermons. As expected, Yilong politely declined. But now a trace of worry crept into Yilong's heart. After the third sermon, the sages would soon emerge. At that time, could his little Dao field still remain hidden? Thinking carefully, among the 6 sages, apart from that one discussion at Honghuang, he seemed to have only interacted with Nuwa. Should be fine, right? Pushing away the distracting thoughts, Yilong understood that more talk was useless. Cultivation was the foundation. As he was pondering, the system's voice came. Detected that the great catastrophe of the Wu and Yao tribes has officially begun. Will you emerge from seclusion to revive the dragon race? 1. Ignore and remain in seclusion. Reward: copy of the immortal slaying sword formation diagram and imitations of the 4 immortal slaying swords. 2. Emerge, forcefully revive the dragon race and fight the Wu and Yao. Obtain massive merit: the Hongmeng purple chi and the god-slaying spear. The stakes were raised. This damn system, young man, you have no martial virtue. You actually raised the stakes. Trying to trick me into leaving seclusion. No way. System, you'd better behave yourself. Seclusion. with Yilong's choice the Immortal Slaying Sword formation diagram rubbing, and the imitation Immortal Slaying Sword, Soul Slaying Sword, Trap Slaying Sword, and Absolute Slaying Sword, all fell into Yilong's hands. Looking at the 4 imitations and the formation diagram, Yilong pondered for a moment, then stored them in the system's space, not in a hurry to set them up. These were the founding treasures of the GS sect under Tongtian Jiaozhu, as well as the core of their protective formation. Though imitation system products were always of premium quality, he should study them thoroughly before deploying. Lost in thought, Yilong continued his seclusion planning to refine the 4 imitation swords, and then place them outside his Dao field for protection. Yet Yilong also knew that although these swords were imitations, refining them would likely require immense time. Time is merciless. As Yilong was in seclusion, he suddenly felt a pressure spanning the heavens and earth. It seemed to target the ancient cosmos, instantly covering the entire land. The aura of a sage. Yilong opened his eyes and looked toward the void. At that moment, a majestic voice of a sage came. I am Nuwa. Having been instructed by the Master and the Hermit Senior, observing the suffering of the world, traveling across the primordial continent, and enduring the vicissitudes of time, I hereby make a great vow, taking the ultimate form of all living beings as a template, using the 9 heavens breathing soil as the body and the 3 lights divine water as the blood and form, I shall create a new race to be named human. Nuwa's voice was majestic and domineering, tinged with a sense of ancient vicissitudes. All living beings in the primordial wilderness prostrated themselves, their entire bodies trembling. Upon hearing the voice, Yuanshi, Laozi, and Tongtian exchanged glances, a flicker of astonishment in their eyes. The 3 of them were disciples of the same master, always inseparable, as they journeyed together in search of the opportunity to attain sainthood, roaming the vast primordial continent with great joy and ease. The 3 had comprehended the laws of the world. Their qualifications and origins were no less than Nuwa's. Yet now when it came to becoming a saint, it was Nuwa who achieved it first. This left them with a certain degree of doubt in their hearts. However, soon they discerned the clues hidden within Nuwa's words. A reclusive master. The hermit that Nuwa had mentioned might be the key to attaining sainthood. After all the teachings of their master were impartial, it was impossible for him to favor Nuwa. The only explanation was that the reclusive master had guided Nuwa from behind the scenes, allowing her to achieve sainthood naturally. The 3 exchanged glances, recalling the time of their discussion at Honghuang Temple. Passing by the mysterious site at Buzhou Mountain, they heard the fellow Taoist that Nuwa mentioned. A glimmer of understanding appeared in their eyes. Coupled with the scene of Nuwa holding the 9 heavens Shirong during the second sermon, sitting on the futon and continuously contemplating. And finally considering the question raised by their master and the master's final answer, all 3 of them harbored a certain degree of doubt. Perhaps we should go to that site and ask, Tongtian suggested. But immediately he was met with Yuanshi's refusal. That insignificant creature, upon seeing our arrival, chose to stay in seclusion. What could he possibly achieve? He is nothing but a petty scoundrel. Laozi chuckled softly and did not respond. Tongtian continued. If that were the case, why did Nuwa become a saint earlier than us? Under the same master's guidance, could it be that our talents and origins are inferior to Nuwa's? Moreover, this person must have an extraordinary quality to be remembered by our master. Perhaps, as the master said, he merely has low cultivation and insufficient origins, which is why he chose to remain hidden. What fault is there in that? And since he earned the master's praise, this senior's understanding of the Tao must be profoundly deep. Upon hearing Tongtian's words, Yuanshi frowned, his lips moving as if to argue, but he found himself unable to refute. After a long silence, he finally snorted coldly. Fine, let me see what is so peculiar about that site that we could not see through it before. Tongtian and Laozi exchanged glances, a hint of amusement flickering in their eyes. Yilong, of course, knew nothing of this. Nor did he know that Nuwa's sainthood would draw the attention of Tongtian, Yuanshi, and Laozi to him. However, he encountered another stroke of fortune, as Nuwa proclaimed her sainthood. As the majestic aura spread out, a beam of light descended from the sky. Yilong felt a warm current flow over his entire body. It seemed as if some immense power was converging into his body, bringing him great comfort. Yet when he searched carefully, he found no trace of abnormality, only feeling as if he had gained a deeper understanding of his surroundings. This left him utterly puzzled. As Yilong was pondering, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host, for assisting Nuwa in creating humans. You have earned the favor of heaven, and boundless merit has been bestowed upon you. Hearing the system's words, Yilong finally understood what had happened. It was because Nuwa had meritoriously created humans, and the heavenly Tao had bestowed merit upon him. This merit brought him one step closer to the heavenly Tao. But soon Yilong sensed something amiss. He couldn't help but shudder. Being closer to the heavenly Tao meant it would be easier for the Tao to find him, and that was hardly a good omen. After a long hesitation, Yilong made up his mind. Enough. Seclusion. This time Yilong did not intend to simply go into seclusion, because he knew better than anyone that the era of saints was imminent. The site was no longer safe. To ensure safety, he must quickly set up the Zhuxian sword formation outside the site. That way, even if a saint came forcing the formation would not be easy. However, refining the 4 swords of Zhuxian was no simple task. He did not know the method of slaying the 3 corpses, so he could not refine all 4 swords simultaneously. Yet Yilong was not without a solution, the incarnation technique. As long as his spiritual power was sufficient, he could create avatars. Although the avatars lacked some of his divine abilities since they were born of his own spiritual power, refining artifacts should be possible, especially since he possessed the primordial dragon soul. While contemplating, Yilong intended to begin refining his avatar. However, before even cultivating the first avatar, he sensed outside the site. A powerful aura of a quasi-saint swept past, startling him. Before he could react, 2 more auras arrived. Yilong dared not be careless. He quickly extended his divine sense to investigate. The next moment, he frowned slightly. It was the 3 pure ones, the incarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit, Yuanshi, Laozi, Tongtian. Although he had only met them once before, Yilong remembered them clearly. But why at this moment, when you should be using the human race to attain sainthood, would you come to this godforsaken place? Could it be more appealing than becoming a saint? No. Having already gained considerable merit from Yuhua and attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao, if I become entangled with these 3, it will be difficult to remain in seclusion. A quasi-saint site was certainly not something he could block. Furrowing his brow, Yilong decided it was best not to meet them. In the end, he silently activated the Tao of concealment, hiding his form. The 3 landed. Earlier, due to insufficient cultivation, they could not clearly see the full extent of the site. Now, upon their first investigation, they discovered its extraordinary nature. The concentration of spiritual energy within the entire site was no less than that of their own sites on Kunlun Mountain. Most crucially, there were faint signs of merit flowing within. It seemed as if some immense primordial being had attained enlightenment here. At the center of the site, a ginseng fruit tree and a primordial gourd vine displayed a pattern of yin-yang harmony, intertwining and nourishing each other, causing the 3 of them to be taken aback. 2 primordial spiritual roots. So this site truly held a hidden world. Then they noticed the meditating lure. Apart from lure, there was no other aura. Could the master of this site be this 6-eared monkey? Tongtian, Yuanshi, and Laozi exchanged glances, a hint of confusion flickering in their eyes. If I recall correctly, this monkey was once reprimanded by our master. He shouldn't be the master of this site, should he? Tongtian said softly with deep puzzlement in his eyes. Laozi too wore a grave expression, silently scanning the entire site several times. He found no traces of anyone else inside. However, at the very center of the site, there seemed to be a fluctuation of spiritual energy, though extremely subtle. But as a quasi-saint, he detected it keenly. Before Laozi could speak, Yuanshi interjected, whether he is the master of the site or not, such a level of cultivation is beneath our notice. Since we see these 2 primordial spiritual roots, they are not something he deserves. Why not take them back to our temples? What do you 2 think? Upon hearing this, Laozi slightly frowned. He had already clearly sensed the eerie atmosphere within the Taoist temple. Acting rashly would inevitably incur the displeasure of its master. To have possessed such a Taoist temple for countless eons, and to have concealed its presence right under their noses, the master of this temple was undoubtedly extraordinary. Moreover, within the temple, traces of merit chi flowed subtly. This master must also be a being of great merit. If they provoked him recklessly, they would likely gain nothing but trouble. Laozi could not help but speak. That is not the case. This temple belongs to a close friend of the master. If we act thus, we would surely offend the master. Besides, the one within has intention to guide the junior sister. We ought not to be disrespectful. Laozi's words were simple. Do not incur the wrath of such an unknown entity for the sake of a mere 2 primordial spirit roots. Tongtian nodded in agreement. Yuanshi Tianzuan, however, wore a gloomy expression, feeling a trace of displeasure in his heart. The first time they came, their strength was insufficient to see clearly the interior. The master of this Taoist temple remained behind closed doors. This time they could see the temple clearly, yet still could not find the person. This greatly irritated him, but considering that provoking the existence within might also antagonize their now sage junior sister and their master, Yuanshi could not help but take a deep breath and swallow his anger. At that moment, Tongtian stepped forward and called out toward the temple. We come to visit uninvited. Would the fellow Taoist be willing to meet? Meanwhile, Yilong also received a message from the system. Detected invitation from Patriarch Tongtian. You have the following choices. 1. Emerge from seclusion, meet the 3 pure ones, and provide guidance for their sagehood. You will obtain great merit, Hongmeng, purple chi, and the opportunity to become a sage. 2. Avoid meeting and lie low. You will obtain the Panga Dragon Soul. Panga Dragon Soul, a dragon soul formed from a remnant of Panga's spirit. After merging with the Panga Dragon essence, it can construct a primordial soul. Seeing the choices, Yilong hesitated no longer. He immediately chose to avoid meeting. He did not know what a primordial soul was, but getting involved with the 3 pure ones would not be a good thing. There were no shortage of examples where these sages after attaining sagehood schemed against each other. Best to avoid them for as long as possible. The three waited for a long time. Yet they heard no sound from within the temple. Even the primordial spirit roots and the six-eared macaque showed no unusual signs. He frowned. Could it be soundproof inside? Or was the master simply not present? Tong Tian's eyes darted as he tried to peer into the temple. But no matter how hard he looked, he could not discern anything unusual, except for a faint ripple of spiritual energy at the very center of the temple. And above the temple, the merit chi grew even more dense. Faintly there seemed to be an air of ancient timelessness. The longer he gazed, the more he sensed the extraordinary nature of this temple. Though his cultivation had reached the quasi-sage level, the more he observed from outside, the heavier the ancient primitive aura within the temple became. It seemed to make him lose track of time itself. This is Patriarch Tong Tian employed his great divine powers, straining his eyes to probe the temple. At last he seemed to glimpse something from the edges and corners of the structure. Rippling waves of spiritual energy combined with merit, a touch of worldly chi, and the mysterious temple. It seemed to guide him toward the path of sagehood. The next moment Patriarch Tong Tian appeared to see something that shattered his composed demeanor, stirring immense shock within his heart. So much so that his mind quaked violently. In the eyes of Patriarch Tong Tian, this temple was no longer an ordinary place of cultivation. It was the very key to his own enlightenment. To see through the temple was not a feat he could achieve, rather the temple's master had allowed him to see through it. It seemed as if the master had calculated that the three of them would come and ask certain questions. I understand. Thank you, Senior, Tong Tian whispered. Then a flicker of excitement passed through his eyes. The other two also turned their gazes to Tong Tian, bewildered. What do you mean? Laozi glanced at Tong Tian with some confusion. Clearly he still did not grasp the meaning. But Tong Tian continued, the Senior has already laid out the answer within this temple. Look at the layout of his temple. First, the six-eared monkey represents things that are rejected by the secular world. The Senior is telling us that to become a sage we must accept what the world refuses to accept. The Tao is not singular, but countless. Even if scorned by the world, we must never abandon ourselves, just like this six-eared being striving unyieldingly. This is the essence of the Tao. Moreover, you may have forgotten, when our junior sister created humanity, boundless merit descended from heaven and earth. In the Senior's temple, there is also a faint flow of merit chi. This must be the Senior's way of telling us that to become a sage, merit is essential. The opportunity to attain sagehood lies in the human race. And there are two primordial spirit roots intertwined and nourishing each other. Surely this signifies that sagehood requires not only a foundation but also mutual support. Only then can one achieve it. The Senior must have foreseen our arrival long ago. That is why he opened the temple, allowing us to examine its interior for our contemplation. After explaining several points, Patriarch Tong Tian cast a lingering, profound glance at the temple. Thank you for the guidance, Senior. Today I have gained immensely. In the future, if I achieve anything, I will surely come to pay my respects in person. With Tong Tian's enlightenment, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Laozi both focused their eyes on the temple, trying to discern some insight from its layout. Laozi observed for a long time. He sensed a faintly chilling aura circulating within the temple. As he gazed deeper, he too seemed to grasp something. Finally, he bowed toward the temple and departed quietly. Only Yuanshi, Tianzuan remained outside. Although Yuanshi, Tianzuan vaguely sensed the temple's extraordinary nature and had heard Tong Tian's words, he still felt some understanding stirring within him. Yet it had not reached the point of clarity. After gazing for a long time, he shook his head, his eyes thoughtful. After secretly calculating and finding no further insight, he frowned. Just as he was about to step forward and explore, he sensed within the temple a threat of subtle, perilous crisis erupting. Yuanshi was startled, repeatedly stumbling backward several steps. His spirit unsettled, he peered into the Taoist compound, meticulously examining every change within it. Yet that ominous sense of crisis that had chilled his heart had completely vanished without a trace. He couldn't help but shake his head, utterly bewildered. In the end, daring not to act rashly, he resolved to depart from Yilong's Taoist compound. It turned out they had simply lingered too long beyond its gates. Yilong, feeling somewhat bored, observed the two figures already leaving and surmised that Yuanshi would likely be departing as well. Deciding to study his cultivation technique, he casually condensed a breath of the Wanhua lotus and intended to examine it closely. But who would have guessed that the moment he released it, he saw Yuanshi inexplicably stumble backwards several paces, a look of shock flashing across his eyes. This caught Yilong completely off guard. Fearing that such aura had exposed his presence, he hastily stuffed the Wanhua lotus breath into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Covering his mouth and nose with his palm, he nervously glanced at Yuanshi and noticed the man frowning. Continuing to scrutinize, curiosity deepened in his eyes. When Yuanshi finally withdrew, his divine sense failed to detect him anywhere and shook his head in preparation to leave. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. His palms slowly relaxed, and he collapsed onto the seat. His feet instinctively spread apart, and his Tao concealment naturally dissipated. At the corners of his mouth, faint black smoke drifted outward. Rising into the air, an expression of profound bliss spread across his face as he continued to pant heavily. At that same moment, Yuan Shi seemed to have remembered something. His already turning body abruptly pivoted back around. And there, deep within the Taoist compound, he spotted a figure slumped in a chair, arms dangling limply on either side. A trace of contentment still lingered on that face, his eyes hollowly gazing toward the heavens. Wisps of black smoke rose from the corners of his mouth. Instantly, his eyes naturally fixed upon Yilong's entire body. At this moment, upon Yilong's body, countless lotus petals and dragon scales formed by Wanhua lotus breath slowly burned with extreme ferocity and piercing intensity. Through the setting sun, they shimmered with a resplendent purple-golden radiance. Around Yilong's body, immense merit continuously circulated. Opulent and magnificent, a single glance was enough for Yuan Shi Tianzuan to perceive its extraordinary nature, causing his entire body to tremble slightly. Before he could utter a word, he happened to see Yilong's golden eyes snap back to awareness. Those golden pupils gradually contracted, staring straight at Yuan Shi, whose spirit instinctively shuddered. It felt as though an ancient primordial demon god had fixed its gaze upon him. His entire body froze. In nearly an instant, Tianzuan Yuan Shi did not dare hesitate for even a moment. He hastily turned and unleashed his escape technique, vanishing without a single trace. Yilong watched Yuan Shi depart. Even more bewildered, his palm continuously patted his chest. Beads of sweat rolled down his face, carrying a faint fragrance. The sweat drops were sublimated by the Wanhua lotus breath upon his scales and vanished entirely. Fortunately, that kid left quickly, Yilong muttered to himself. But soon, Yilong was instead captivated by the Panga dragon soul released from the system. This was a soul resembling a tiny dragon radiating the aura of the primordial era. It constantly circled within Yilong's palm, utterly bizarre. The little dragon's entire body was translucent and luminous, emitting a faint sheen. As if defying the heavenly Tao itself, its proud head held high, it continued to howl unceasingly. Within its eyes, sharpness radiated in all directions. Yilong gazed upon it, and immediately sensed an inexplicable feeling of profound familiarity, as though encountering something deeply dear to his soul. Without the slightest hesitation, Yilong quickly drew the Panga dragon soul into his palm. He attempted to merge it into his body. With Yilong's movements, a purple golden lotus resembling Wanhua lotus breath began slowly rising from his palm. Inside the lotus, the little dragon continuously swam about, as if absorbing something from within the lotus. Yilong felt a warm glow throughout his body, as though a current of heat flowed through every corner of him. His entire body slowly floated into the air. Outside his body, a phantom silhouette of a dragon manifested in full clarity. A dragon's roar resounded across heaven and earth. Yilong felt his soul, far more powerful than before by countless multiples. The innate soul naturally took form. At this moment, Yilong was like those primordial demon gods, having acquired an innate soul. Such an innate soul, untethered from the heavenly Tao's constraints, is a spirit born directly from the chaos itself. It possesses an innate power of comprehension toward all Tao arts. The lotus in his palm dissipated. This soul then completely merged with his entire physical body. Yilong fussed over it with great satisfaction for quite some time. Only then did he nod approvingly. Now refining a clone should be somewhat quicker, right? Yilong muttered. Then he glanced at Xiao Shun and Xiao Tong, examined Lu Er once more, and finally resumed his secluded cultivation on his own. In the following era of the primordial world, winds rose and clouds surged. The human race multiplied and grew ever stronger. The three pure ones remained outside Yilong's Taoist compound. Tongtian Jiaozhu, moved by inspiration, descended to the mortal realm to wander among humanity. Yuan Shi, Tianzuan, and Laozi harbored doubts, but dismissed them, returning to Kunlun Mountain to continue their contemplation. Tongtian observed that humanity was extremely weak, yet they endured tenaciously, never giving up. Through relentless effort, they struggled to survive across the vast expanse of the primordial lands. Filled with enlightenment, he settled upon Wanzue Hill. For 300 years he expounded the Tao and established the golden core path for humanity. Thereafter the human race could cultivate. Heaven bestowed merit upon him, and wondrous phenomena arose everywhere. For a time, all creatures of the primordial world felt the disturbance. Hongjun chuckled softly, a hint of gratification in his eyes. Nua's eyes revealed the weight of ages, seemingly approving of Tongtian's deeds. Laozi's heart was slightly shaken. Upon his mind, as though he had just lost something precious. Through careful deduction, yet unable to discern the reason, doubt lingered in his heart. He descended the mountain to wander. After learning what transpired at Yilong's Taoist compound, Tianzuan Yuan Shi had felt uneasy. Now, sensing the heavenly bestowal of merit, he was even more astonished, his entire body trembling continuously. Remembering what Tongtian had said outside the compound that day, his countenance suggested he had somewhat understood. He too departed from Kunlun Mountain. The two sages of the West, observing Tongtian's actions, also came to understand somewhat. They began their contemplation. After these thousands of years, Tongtian returned to Kunlun Mountain and established the Jie sect upon it. Its meaning was to seize a sliver of hope for survival, and upon the human race, he made his grand vow. Where the human race endures, so too shall the Jie sect endure. In that very instant, heavenly blessings rained down. Purple chi from the eastern heavens stretched for 30,000 li. At Hanggu Pass, 5,000 years had elapsed since its founding. Heaven and earth showered down inexhaustible merit. All living things awakened to spiritual consciousness, lowering their heads in reverence before the sacred light. Thus Tongtian became a saint. In that moment, heaven and earth expanded in magnificence. All beings held him in reverence. Laozi's heart suddenly ached, his spirit profoundly shaken. He knew he had lost some great opportunity. Yet through his calculations he could not discern what it was. In his eyes, endless vicissitudes passed through. Realizing that Tongtian, the youngest of the three pure ones, had already attained sainthood, he knew he had missed a monumental opportunity. Yuan Shi also harbored deep reluctance in his heart. Thousands of years later, Laozi wished to make a grand vow centered upon humanity, founding the Rin sect, only to discover that Tongtian had already beaten him to it. With no other choice, he founded the Taoist teaching upon the Tao, establishing the Taoist sect. Thus he became a saint. Tianzun Yuan Shi, following the will of heaven, established the Chan sect, gathering those of pure bloodline and profound aptitude from across the world. Zhuanti and Jane founded the Western sect, yet lacking sufficient merit, could not attain sainthood. They were forced to make countless grand vows. Only then could they attain sainthood. Thus the six saints took shape. Their glory was limitless, bringing an era of peace across the primordial continent. Yilong sat within his cultivation ground. Admittedly, envy was only natural, yet his mind was elsewhere at present. With 3 clones alongside his true body, he was wholly occupied with refining the 4 immortal slaying swords, leaving scarcely any attention for affairs beyond. During this time, Lu Er, having completed his studies, bade farewell to Yilong, saying he wished to venture forth and carve his own path. Yilong did not hinder him, merely offering a parting word. Go then, but abroad speak not of my name. Take no part in matters between the Wu and the demons. Should you encounter dragons in distress, lend your aid if you can. With that he waved his hand and let Lu Er depart. Only now did Lu Er come to understand that his master was of the Dragon clan's forebears. Meanwhile, Shao Kan and Shao Ting too saw their cultivation soar during this period, and the spiritual energy within the cultivation ground grew ever more abundant. However, the 2 little ones still retained their childlike forms. Indeed, no fruits had yet ripened upon the vines. This greatly puzzled Yilong, who could not discern where the discrepancy lay. Nuwa also paid a visit during this time, though her gaze toward Yilong carried a certain strangeness. Or rather, a trace of apprehension flickered within her eyes. This puzzled Yilong somewhat. What exactly could a saint be wary of? Yet he did not dwell on it. It was the egg Nuwa presented to him that truly piqued his curiosity. According to Nuwa, she had found it in a land of extreme cold. At the time of discovery, the egg emitted a faint luminescence from its surface, while within shadows of profound power could be seen swirling. But she could not fathom its mysteries either, hence she gave it to Yilong, hoping he might provide answers. Yilong, of course, made no pretense of modesty. After spinning an elaborate tale on the spot, he graciously accepted it. The moment his fingers closed around the egg, Yilong felt a pull of bloodline resonance. This was a dragon egg. He was certain of it. After Nuwa departed, Yilong studied it extensively, but achieved nothing conclusive. He simply tossed the dragon egg to the edge of his cultivation ground. Let it fend for itself. In an age of saints, he could barely sustain himself. What spare effort could he devote to another? From that day forward, the cultivation ground of Yilong gained an egg. Its shell was smooth and flawless, radiating endless brilliance. From afar, it appeared extraordinarily remarkable. Though nestled in a corner of the cultivation ground, the spiritual energy within was immeasurably richer than that of the outside world. Thus, as years ground on the egg gradually revealed traces of its extraordinary nature. Upon its surface, faint hints of divine vitality began to stir. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yilong continued his relentless refinement of the 4 immortal slaying swords. Throughout this period, he would occasionally venture out to observe changes in the egg. Then one day, while idle, a new thought struck Yilong. He had never found the time to refine the 12-rank world-extinguishing Black Lotus. Given the egg's extraordinary nature, it occurred to him legend spoke of powerful beings being born with a companion spiritual treasure. Why not integrate the 12-rank world-extinguishing Black Lotus into the dragon egg to serve as its companion treasure? Let us see what effects it might produce. As he pondered, Yilong guided the 12-rank world-extinguishing Black Lotus toward the egg, where it began to dissolve. But the moment it neared the egg, a flash of light erupted from within, and in the next instant the 12-rank world-extinguishing Black Lotus had vanished without a trace. Ate it. Still lost in curiosity, Yilong observed the egg's surface as scales began to slowly emerge, resembling the petals of the 12-rank world-extinguishing Black Lotus. Soon the entire dragon egg was covered in such scales, transforming into a purely black egg that fascinated Yilong. After long observation, he could find no answers. Eventually, Yilong merely scratched his head and returned to his sword refining. Time flew by, once more several years passing. One day, Yilong finally succeeded in forging all replicas of the 4 immortal slaying swords. Following the immortal slaying sword formation diagram, he began setting it up within the cultivation ground. Years of busy work later, he had arranged it so densely that nothing could pass through beyond its borders. With a mere thought, a sword shadow flashed across the cultivation ground, followed by a colossal mountain crumbled in an instant. The blade's edge was fierce and majestic. Not bad, Yilong chuckled. As expected of the immortal slaying sword formation, even a simple thought could unleash such formidable power. What if he infused it with vast quantities of spiritual energy? The power would be unfathomable. Just then the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host, on successfully deploying the immortal slaying sword formation beyond the cultivation ground. The primordial Dao field and the sword formation have produced a wondrous fusion. The Dao field now possesses the following abilities. 1. The mystery of the Dao field has been upgraded. Those below heavenly Dao saints cannot probe its interior. 2. The defense of the Dao field has been enhanced. Only heavenly Dao saints can breach it. Not bad, not bad. Observing the enhanced functions, Yilong praised repeatedly. Deep within his heart, he felt considerably more at ease. His previous worries dissipated accordingly. He resumed his seclusion. One day, Yilong sensed a powerful quasi-saint aura fluctuating outside his cultivation ground. He couldn't help but open his eyes. His true-seeing golden eyes pierced through the void, gazing toward an old Taoist in crimson robes outside the cultivation ground. Yilong was somewhat puzzled, not knowing who this person was. But he heard the man speak. I am Hongjun. I previously heard from friend Tontian that there is an opportunity to achieve sainthood here. I have come to inquire. Please, friend, could you enlighten me? Hearing this, Yilong was momentarily stunned. For according to Honghuang history, when teachings were delivered at Zixiao Palace, the kind-hearted Hongjun yielded his seat to Zhuani. He then persuaded Qilin Peng to yield his seat, as well costing Qilin Peng his opportunity to become a saint. Moreover, during the 3rd lecture, he obtained that 7th strand of primeval purple qi. Now the 6 saints had already been formed. By all logic, Qilin Peng should have already realized that the cushion was the key to sainthood. At this moment, he ought to be gathering Ming He and others to hunt down Hongyun. Yet here was Hongyun so carefree, arriving at his cultivation ground and asking about the opportunity to become a saint. Who the hell knows what it takes to become a saint? I want to become a saint myself. Meanwhile, a system message appeared. Ding, congratulations, host, for earning Hongyun's favor. You have received an invitation from Hongyun to guide the opportunity of sainthood. 1. Accept the invitation, guide Hongyun, gain Hongyun's goodwill, and obtain the innate spiritual root bitter bamboo. 2. Decline the invitation, stay away from conflicts, and advance Dao's hidden to heavenly Dao's hidden. Heavenly Dao's hidden, the lesser hermit hides in the mountains, the greater hermit hides in the marketplace. Effect: the host can prevent all except heavenly Dao saints from perceiving his whereabouts and further prevent them from deducing his location. After reading this, Yilong raised his lip in a slight sneer. He immediately chose to decline, but he was extremely curious. Why hadn't Qilin Peng yet pursued Hongyun? In his view, Qilin Peng should not have been so accommodating. Though they had only met once, he looked like no good bird from the start. He couldn't help but ask, on your way to my cultivation ground, did you encounter any formidable foes? A powerful opponent. Upon hearing Yilong's words, Hongyun was stunned for a moment. Then a tremendous wave stirred within his heart. You see, on the journey here he had indeed encountered an opponent. A formidable one at that, with whom he had contended for decades alongside that featherless bird and others. Had it not been for his formidable strength and the internal illness afflicting that featherless bird, he would surely have perished in that siege. Yet how could the master of this dojo possibly know such things? As if inspired by some thought, Hongyun's gaze grew animated as he looked toward the interior of the dojo, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. With a loud voice he declared, Venerable Master, your prophetic insight is deeply admired by Hongyun. I implore you to illuminate the path before me and dispel my doubts. He was well-traveled and had already reached the 8th stage of quasi-saint cultivation. Yet throughout his entire cultivation journey, he had never heard of anyone capable of divining the fortunes and misfortunes of a quasi-saint. This person was certainly no less than a living sage. He recalled when he had sought counsel from Tongtian, who spoke only praise of the mysterious dojo. Back then he had felt somewhat disdainful, but now the memory struck him as laughable. So true masters of the world did exist. The shock in his heart went without saying. Meanwhile, Yilong furrowed his brow, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. Could the history of the primordial world be wrong? Had Hongyun's strength allowed him to escape the pursuit? Unable to help himself, Yilong pressed again. That doesn't seem right. Were you not being hunted by Qilin Peng and his faction? Yilong asked once more, a hint of puzzlement flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Hongyun grew even more astonished. If the master could even predict who was hunting him, then Tang Tian had indeed spoken truthfully this time. He had truly found a master. Hope for achieving sainthood seemed within reach, and brightness filled his eyes. Venerable master, your divine calculations are truly impressive. This humble one is deeply in awe. Indeed, my grudge with Kunping stems from the incident where I yielded my cushion during the Tao Ancestor's teachings. Now the Tao Ancestor has merged with the heavenly Tao, and all 6 upon those cushions have achieved sainthood. Because the Tao Ancestor bestowed upon me a wisp of primordial purple chi, and due to that seat-yielding incident, Kunping harbors deep resentment toward me. He believes I sabotaged his chance at sainthood, which is why he gathered Mingyi Donghuang Tai and others to ambush me. Had that featherless bird not suffered a relapse of his old ailment at that critical moment, I fear even this old man would not have escaped their pursuit. But I have a vague feeling that Kunping will not give up so easily. I beg Venerable Master to guide me and help me break free from this predicament to achieve sainthood. As he spoke, Hongyun's eyes shimmered with excitement. His gaze burned with indignation, clearly revealing his deep hatred for Kunping. Wait. Did you say Kunping is featherless? Yilong latched onto this key detail. Having seen Kunping himself, he knew the creature was covered in black feathers. Each feather was as formidable as a sacred artifact, majestic and extraordinary. How could this Hongjun claim Kunping had no feathers? Hearing Yilong's words, Hongjun grew confused. If the master of this dojo could foresee his tribulation, how could he not know about Kunping's lack of feathers? Was he misunderstanding something? Then suddenly Hongjun slapped his forehead with excitement. The senior was guiding him. After all, back when Kunping attended the Tao Ancestor's first lecture, that magnificent plumage had been extraordinarily imposing, each feather like a sacred artifact. For Kunping to suddenly be featherless now, if nothing had happened, Hongjun refused to believe it. That year Kunping's speed had been unmatched. Only someone whose cultivation vastly surpassed his could have inflicted such wounds while allowing him to survive. This being someone whose cultivation had slowed due to chronic illness over these years, yet who had saved his life at a crucial moment. The master behind all this must be within the dojo before him. Thank you, Venerable Master, for saving my life. Almost instantly Hongjun bowed deeply toward the dojo. His eyes brimmed with gratitude and anticipation. Since the senior could know such things, he must have foreseen the tribulation back then. That was why he intervened, blocking Kunping's cultivation progress so that Kunping could create tribulation recently, yet unable to cause real harm. Only then did everything make sense. Hearing this, Yilong was equally bewildered. Was Hongjun simply foolish? He had the strength to escape on his own and altered his original fate, leaving Yilong completely confused. How had this turned into Yilong saving him? He couldn't help but speak up. Wait, friend Taoist, you misunderstand. I haven't intervened from within this dojo. Right now I simply wish to ask, why would Kunping be featherless? Focus on the key point. A bird without feathers, that defies logic. Don't think you can deceive me. This. Hongjun was once again lost in confusion, not admitting it, saving someone without acknowledgement. Is it true that legendary recluse masters all share such peculiar traits? Suddenly Hongjun slapped his forehead again. He understood. The senior kept emphasizing Kunping's lack of feathers. There must be a reason. He likely didn't wish to become entangled in such karmic consequences. Doing good without seeking recognition. If Hongjun insisted on exposing it, now he might only provoke him. Then, pretending to comprehend, he played along and said, indeed, Kunping once had wings in his youth, but after being wounded years ago his feathers were seemingly damaged and never regrew. As he spoke, Hongjun felt his entire being suddenly expand with clarity. Master, I understand. So the master means those wings represent burdens of the heart. With your protection, now you're telling me to concentrate on breaking through here, healing my injuries, so I may advance further. Having finished speaking, a faint aura began to emanate from Hongyun's body. As if experiencing sudden enlightenment, he quietly began his breakthrough outside Yilong's dojo. Hearing Hongyun's words, Yilong was slightly startled. Could that strike from years ago have been the cause? In that case, he truly had saved Hongyun's life. Thinking thus, Yilong ceased fixating on whether Kunping had feathers. Instead, he turned his gaze to Hongjun, and seeing his enlightenment, curiosity kindled within him. After a long while, he merely shook his head and returned to his own cultivation. Time passed swiftly. Over several years through this moment of enlightenment, Hongyun's injuries completely healed. Being outside Yilong's dojo, an inexplicable spiritual resonance infused his entire being as he remained in deep contemplation. He had broken through to the 9th layer of quasi-saint. Yilong also emerged from his seclusion, gazing at Hongjun, who had reached such a realm through mere enlightenment. To claim he felt no envy would be dishonest. Yet deep within, his desire for cultivation had only intensified. Sighing, he spoke to Hongjun, since you've awakened, you may leave. As for how to achieve sainthood, I do not know either. But Hongjun, standing outside the dojo, was utterly stunned by these words. The joy of his recent breakthrough vanished in an instant. He feared he had spoken wrongly and offended the master of the dojo. Instinctively, he knelt upon the ground. Master, you cannot be serious. I traveled 1,000 miles to reach this place, guided by your wisdom to reach this stage. If you do not know, then surely none in this world can. Before he could finish, a voice came from within the dojo. A soft sigh echoed forth. I truly do not know the path to sainthood. You should leave quickly. Yilong spoke casually, though his eyes revealed deep envy. He was genuinely pleased about Hongyun's breakthrough. As he spoke, Yilong's gaze drifted toward where little Shun resided. The next moment he paused. Wasn't Hongyun friends with Xinyuanzi? And Xinyuanzi himself appeared to be a ginseng fruit tree spirit. Over these years, little Shun hadn't borne fruit. His growth had stalled as well. What was the matter? Unable to hold back, he asked. You and Xinyuanzi must be quite close, correct? Hearing these words, Hongyun's previously dejected eyes suddenly lit up. There's still a chance after all. He was astonished. Why would someone like Yilong know about his relationship with Xinyuanzi? Seeing Hongyun's reaction, Yilong couldn't help but rub his eyes. It was also a bit strange. What was Hongyun smirking about over there? Was there something wrong with mentioning Xinyuanzi? Could they be? Unthinkable, unthinkable. Yilong shook his head. At that moment, Hongyun also came to his senses. He hurriedly spoke. Senior Xinyuanzi and I are close friends. We have been together since birth, living side by side. If you have business with him, I can help. Please guide this junior on how to achieve sainthood. Oh, is that so? Can you find him? Ahem. Yilong said meaningfully, clearing his throat. He had no choice for now. He still dared not go out. Although he had the concealment of the heavenly Tao, the war between the Wu and Yao tribes was imminent. At any moment an attack might come crashing down. Moreover, from Hongyun's words he inferred that Kunpeng had already become a quasi-saint. Thinking of how he had scorched Kunpeng's feathers, Kunpeng must be holding a grudge, so Yilong dared not leave easily. Thus he considered having Hongyun invite Xinyuanzi over. This way he could also take the opportunity to ask Xinyuanzi about Xiaoqian's situation. Upon hearing Yilong's response, Hongyun's eyes suddenly brightened even more. There's hope. At this moment in his eyes, this sacred dojo was comparable to the Tao ancestor of the Zixiao Palace. He had just thought Yilong was unwilling to guide him, but now he recalled. Only then did he understand it wasn't that Yilong was unwilling to guide him to sainthood, but that he himself had failed to comprehend. The senior is testing my sincerity, testing whether I am truly seeking the Tao. That is why he brought up my friend Xinyuanzi here. If not, the senior would have no need to do this. This is the senior giving me a chance to show my worth. It must be so. Otherwise, with the senior's abilities, finding Xinyuanzi would be a simple matter. So everything is within the senior's calculations. Wait, the senior just asked me if I could find Xinyuanzi. Could it be that my fellow Taoist Xinyuanzi might be in danger? Thinking of this, Hongyun's expression tightened. Realizing that his breakthrough had taken considerable time, he subconsciously said, I can find him. Please enlighten me, senior. Seeing Hongyun like this, Yilong's eyes also showed a hint of curiosity. However, at this moment, he did not directly propose that Hongyun help him invite Xinyuanzi. He planned to further build rapport first, and then make the request later. That way the chances of success might be higher. But how should he phrase it to maintain his dignity? Meanwhile, Hongyun, the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Because if Kunpeng and his group couldn't find him, they would surely go to Wuzhuang Temple. And if they couldn't find him at Wuzhuang Temple, they would then trouble Xinyuanzi, and a fight would break out. They would outnumber him, and Xinyuanzi would likely suffer. At this thought, he became extremely anxious. Because of this, he felt he was letting down his friend, but unfortunately Yilong had not yet spoken. He dared not leave easily. He could only maintain his posture. For a moment the air grew tense. Hongyun felt his hands seemed to have gone numb. Until Yilong spoke, he could only remain in that frozen stance, smiling at the dojo. Moreover, he could faintly sense a pair of eyes within the dojo watching him unhurriedly. The two, each harboring their own thoughts, gazed at each other across the space. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Yilong blinked. He cleared his throat. Well, Hongyun, I am tied up with important matters and cannot leave here. However, I have a request for Xinyuanzi. So you understand, right? As for the matter of achieving sainthood, we can discuss it slowly later. Yilong had no choice but to hint at Hongyun. The implication was for Hongyun to invite Xinyuanzi for him. But hearing this, Hongyun interpreted it completely differently. A look of realization dawned on Hongyun. He nodded hastily. I will go to Wuzhuang Temple to rescue my fellow Taoist Xinyuanzi. He had not understood why Yilong kept asking about Xinyuanzi earlier. But now he suddenly understood. The senior was reminding him that Xinyuanzi was in danger, and because the senior was in seclusion, it was not convenient for him to intervene. So at this moment, through subtle hints, he was guiding Hongyun to stop obsessing over sainthood and instead focus on rescuing his friend Xinyuanzi. And the senior did not say it explicitly, presumably afraid of incurring some inexplicable karmic debts. The deeper and more unfathomable a person like the senior, the more they feared such entanglements. This was also why when the senior saved him, he did not kill Kunpeng on the spot, but merely burned his feathers. Gazing at the dojo, the reverence in Hongyun's eyes deepened several-fold. After bowing deeply toward Yilong's dojo, he left a cryptic remark, then departed. Yilong watched Hongyun's retreating figure. In his eyes there was confusion. Rescue Xinyuanzi. What danger could Jin Yuanzi be in? That shouldn't be the case, right? If there were any danger, why wouldn't he know? Even history books wouldn't dare write such a thing. After staring for a long time, he finally shook his head. While the troublesome one has already left, he could enjoy some peace. When Hongjun brings Jin Yuanzi here, they could discuss Xiaoqin's matter later. As for sainthood, who knows how to achieve it? Even I want to know how. Amidst his thoughts, Yilong finally turned his gaze to the black egg in the dojo. At this moment, a faint black glow rippled over the black egg. A phantom of the black 12th grade annihilating black lotus floated above it, dazzling and captivating Yilong, making him reluctant to look away. Yet there was no sign of hatching. He couldn't help but wave his hand. The other 3 clones, having finished refining the 4 swords of immortal slaying, were also feeling bored sitting cross-legged. Yilong glanced at the 3 clones. Now that they had finished refining the swords, they were useless and only drained his mental energy. With a casual wave, he intended to dissolve them. But after some deliberation, Yilong felt that Hongjun was incredibly foolish. Despite his profound cultivation, he had hemmed and hawed for ages, just asking whether Kunpeng had feathers. He couldn't even speak clearly and probably didn't understand his intentions. No, he should send a clone to Honghuang Temple to invite him personally. What if Xiaoqin was really infertile or had some hidden ailment? He should be mentally prepared. After all, he had to act as both father and mother. It was not easy raising 2 children to this size. He then only dissolved 2 of the clones. He left 1 clone, and to avoid anyone recognizing it, as Yilong himself. Yilong specially dressed the clone in a handsome white robe. He molded its appearance to resemble Li Xiaoyao and placed a gleaming great sword on its back. Only then did he nod in satisfaction. He patted the clone's shoulder. Not bad, not bad. It has a bit of my charm. Now no one should think of me. He grabbed the clone by the shoulder and hurled it out of the dojo with a shout, "Go!" Whoosh! The clone flew out and vanished. Meanwhile, Hongjun, who resided above the 33 heavens, seemed to sense something and slowly opened his eyes. A trace of an unknown emotion flickered across his cold countenance, though he had merged with the heavenly Tao due to Yilong's guidance. That remark, though unrelated to the Tao, brought him enlightenment. At all times his merging with the heavenly Tao was the mandate of heaven, and that was even more so the path of the ancients. What relevance did this have to harmonizing with the Tao? Although Yilong did not explicitly state it, he had at least provided a line of thought. He shattered his 7 emotions and 6 desires into countless fragments and scattered them throughout the primordial world. Henceforth, numerous living beings were influenced by these myriad fragments, gaining emotions and spirituality that had previously belonged solely to deities. Just moments ago, an emotional fragment returned, causing the corner of Hongjun's mouth to twitch unconsciously. That unspoken sentiment emerged from within. A ripple stirred in Hongjun's heart. At this very moment, within Honghuang Temple, Xinyuanzi, harboring disdain for the demon race, chose to ignore the visits from Dongwang Tai, Kunpeng, and Mingi. This ignited resentment within Kunpeng, Dongwang Tai, and Mingi. Kill intent flashed across their gazes without any lengthy explanation. They summoned the magical artifacts in their hands and launched devastating strikes toward Honghuang Temple. Xinyuanzi dared not underestimate them, ascending into the air and sweeping his sleeves. In an instant, the wind and clouds darkened. The universe within a sleeve technique unfolded as the skies above Honghuang Temple plunged into gloom, as though all within that expanse fell under Xinyuanzi's dominion. Yet Dongwang Tai, Ancestor Mingi, and Craftmaster Kunpeng showed no fear whatsoever. In a flash, they displayed their divine abilities. Dongwang Tai brandishing the chaos bell, rays of light erupting from within. Through those luminescent beams, waves of power surged forth from Dongwang Tai's grasp, its boundless ferocity warping the surrounding space itself. Blood mist gushed from Ancestor Mingi's hands, matching Dongwang Tai's prowess with equal ferocity, each movement echoing with overwhelming force. Like catastrophic waves entrapping Xinyuanzi, the earth book flared with countless spheres of light as it sought to carve a rift through the carnage. Beings of their caliber could overturn mountains and rivers with a gesture, yet maintained absolute stillness when at rest. Their battle raged with fierce intensity, neither side gaining the upper hand. Each possessed protective magical artifacts, and fighting within Xinyuanzi's own temple grounds gave him a natural tactical advantage. The battle darkened the heavens and forced countless demon and tribal forces to retreat. Years of relentless warfare ensued, where victory demanded favorable timing, advantageous terrain, and unity among allies. Despite his terrain advantage, Xinyuanzi lacked both favorable timing and support from his allies, leaving him gradually overwhelmed and bearing wounds across his body. Even the skies above Honghuang Temple cracked with countless fractures as terrifying pressures continuously descended upon the battlefield. Xinyuanzi, I advise you to hand over old man Hongjun immediately, or this modest Honghuang Temple shall not endure much longer. Kunpeng's tone was icy cold, his expression dripping with contempt. With a mere thought, he activated his innate divine ability, intending to slaughter Xinyuanzi right there beneath the Chaos Bell's strike. The Chaos Bell unleashed terrifying pressure, causing spiritual energy to surge wildly and space to crack. Xinyuanzi secretly nurtured his wounds, a long-forgotten gravity crossing his face. Kunpeng Mingi Dongwang. I've told you Hongjun is not within my temple. Must you force a desperate confrontation today? Today I cannot match the three of you, but have you considered what price you would pay for attempting to kill me? As he spoke, Xinyuanzi raised the earth book high. Blood spewed from his mouth and the dense network of wounds across his body stood out starkly. At this moment Xinyuanzi could only hope the three still harbored some fear of the earth book and hesitated to strike. Kunpeng heard this and let out a scornful laugh. What do you intend to detonate the earth book? Given your current spiritual energy, can you even muster the strength? Today let us escort you to your demise. As they spoke, the three exchanged glances filled with killing intent, and the Chaos Bell crashed down with tremendous force. However, just then, a deep, indifferent voice rang out from afar. You featherless bird, as the elder foretold, you've come to trouble my brother. Crack. Layers of crimson clouds blotted out the sky. The 33 heavens trembled at this moment. Throughout this journey, guided by Yi Long's teachings, Hongjun had broken through to new realms of cultivation. He was no longer the Hongjun of old, his advance radiating waves of martial fury. In a single instant, blood clouds filled the heavens, eclipsing the sun and moon, while all stars were shrouded beneath that crimson canopy. Even the descending Chaos Bell paled in comparison at this moment. It transformed back into a magical artifact and fell into Taiyi's hands. From the distance, a Taoist robed in crimson walked forward slowly. Treading upon crimson clouds, the Taoist's figure was not particularly imposing. His aura was unassuming, yet each deliberate step commanded submission from all living beings. Majestic and profound cold light danced across his form like a blood-soaked sword piercing the heavens. Hongjun's presence compared to before. All signs of decay had vanished, replaced by burning passion tempered by unyielding resolve. Standing before the three, his dominance was boundless. This was the ninth realm of Quasi-Saint. At that moment, across the three realms and the vast primordial world, countless beings felt the disturbance. Atop Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian sat in meditation, sensing the shifts in heaven and earth. Suddenly Tongtian opened his eyes, divine light swirling within them, as though piercing through countless universes. At that instant, voices from Laozi and Yuanshi echoed forth. What did you speak of with Hongjun that day? Why has his cultivation advanced so swiftly? Upon hearing this, Tongtian merely smiled faintly. He offered no reply, yet Yilong's image surfaced in his thoughts. In his heart, Hongjun's cultivation breakthrough must have stemmed from Yilong's guidance. Nuwa and the two Western sages also sensed the disturbance. Today let us see who dares to harm my companion. Hongjun gripped the 10,000-li crimson sword, gazing haughtily at the heavens. His domineering presence commanded respect across all directions, and the entire world trembled behind him. Kunpeng and the other two exchanged glances, silently pondering how Hongjun had changed so drastically. Meanwhile, Yilong's avatar had barely departed the temple. Suddenly a gust of wind swept past him. In the next instant, Hongjun's phantom appeared not far from where he stood. Wait, did Lord Tao Ancestor come here specifically to meet me? Yilong was startled and asked cautiously. He didn't believe Hongjun couldn't discern this was merely his clone. Hongjun's phantom simply gazed at him with a gentle smile. The two stood facing each other for a long while. Yilong noticed Hongjun acting strangely and couldn't help but speak up. Lord Tao Ancestor, if there's nothing urgent, I should be going. My child is unwell, and I need to find a physician. Hongjun listened, still smiling as before. Seeing this, Yilong immediately sensed something amiss. Why, instead of going to his own sanctuary, would he come to trouble a mere avatar of mine? This defies all logic. Moreover, the Hongjun before him, though merely a phantom, exuded an ethereal and intangible aura. And when facing this phantom, it gave Yilong an inexplicable feeling, as if he were confronting the heavenly Tao itself. Could it be that the Tao Ancestor had something to say to him? But this made no sense either. Seeing that Hongjun remained silent, Yilong added, Tao Ancestor, shall I take my leave? Hongjun gazed at Yilong seriously and said, this avatar of yours is quite extraordinary. Though different from my three corpses severing method, in it I can faintly discern traces of the vicissitudes of time. To my eyes it seems to transcend the river of fate, ancient, profound, yet harboring a hint of great terror. Good. Hearing Hongjun's praise, Yilong felt a chill in his heart. Why would Hongjun of all things come to praise his avatar? Unreasonable. There must be something fishy. Tao Ancestor, if you have something to say, just say it. My humble avatar is not as marvelous as you claim. If you don't believe me, I could pass on the avatar technique to you. Hongjun merely chuckled upon hearing this, and shook his head, not taking Yilong's words to heart. Instead, he asked Yilong curiously, you rendered meritorious service to my disciple Nuwa, and gained boundless merit. Why do you not use that merit to elevate your own cultivation? Instead, you stay confined within that small sanctuary, not moving an inch. Is there anything in this world more important than cultivation? Yilong was silent. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Hongjun's eyes. Indeed, my young friend, you adhere firmly to your own path, hiding amidst the bustling mortal world in pursuit of the great Tao. Yet being adorned with merit would make your merit visible to all, causing you to stand out in the world, a contradiction to your path. Thus you are unwilling. Hongjun's words were simple, yet they shocked Yilong. Hongjun chuckled and continued, my young friend, do not worry. This illusion of mine was left before I merged with the Tao precisely to repay the causal debt of your enlightenment that day. Therefore, if there is anything you do not understand, feel free to ask. This place has been sealed by me. Oh, after today, no one else in the world will know of our conversation. As if afraid that Yilong would not believe him, Hongjun added, even my true self. Upon hearing this, Yilong was stunned. He coughed dryly and said sheepishly, I just want to ask, could you not keep thinking about me? As his words fell, the air grew still. The originally calm corner of Hongjun's phantom's mouth twitched slightly. Was he being dismissed? This young man was indeed bold enough. One could say that in all the years since Hongjun attained sainthood, no one had dared speak to him like this. Yet at this moment he could not find a suitable retort. Forcing back his embarrassment, he chuckled lightly. Indeed, my young friend, your heart is set on the Tao, using the myriad worlds as your concealment. A deep obsession. Yilong's avatar awkwardly scratched his head. Well, I was just speaking casually. Don't take it seriously, just joking. To be honest, I simply don't want to attract attention, so please don't take offense, Tao ancestor. Though it felt good to say that moments ago, Yilong was now genuinely afraid that Hongjun might settle scores with him. Don't want to attract attention. The path of concealment does suit the scene when I first met you, my young friend. Wholeheartedly devoted to the Tao, with the great Tao in your heart. This path I fear even I cannot help you with. Hongjun said softly, and Yilong could only force a smile. Hongjun had indeed awakened an idea in Yilong. If the path of opening the heavens was unworkable, then the path of the hidden sage might be worth a try. After all, throughout the entire primordial world of Honghuang, probably no one had dared to walk it, as it ran counter to the understanding of the Tao in that realm. Whatever, safety first. Since you already have your own thoughts, I shall not interfere too much. However, my young friend, do not forget the words you once advised me. If one pursues the Tao single-mindedly, one will inevitably lose one's true heart. There are countless great Taos in the world. What is one's own path? What is a deviant path? These are ultimately the paths of predecessors unrelated to the Tao. Listening to Hongjun's exposition, a strange and inexplicable expression crossed Yilong's face. What's going on? That was just something I made up back then. Did this old man take it seriously? Not only did he take it seriously, but today he is using my own words to admonish me. Old man, are you out of your mind? Though he thought so, Yilong dared not say it aloud. After all, he couldn't very well say that he had been bluffing at the time. He could only nod and pretend to look serious at Hongjun. In that case, I shall take my leave. Before leaving, let me bestow upon you a stroke of fortune. With that, Hongjun's phantom dissipated, leaving Yilong alone in the chilly wind. His expression was strange. Meanwhile, above the 33 heavens, the closed-eyed Hongjun opened his eyes. A faint, unspoken tremor flickered in his gaze. As if sensing something, he kept counting on his fingers. After a long while, he closed his eyes again. After Hongjun's phantom dissipated, Yilong's avatar actually entered a mysterious state of enlightenment. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to slowly comprehend. Bit by bit, he grasped the meaning of Hongjun's parting words. He savored the profundity within them. Fortunately, the avatar was protected by a formation left by Hongjun, so no mishap would occur. At this moment, Yilong's true self felt an expansive clarity in his heart. All over his body, dragon scales resembling lotus petals began to appear. Upon the scales, the primordial lotus breath burned slowly. His aura was enhanced at this moment, as if a path that had long blocked him had suddenly opened its gates to him. Behind his body, something was faintly gathering. As both bodies grew stronger, Yilong could sense that the region left by Hongjun had a different time flow from his sanctuary. It seemed to be tens of thousands of times slower than outside. Within the sanctuary, countless streams of spiritual energy began to converge around Yilong. Vortices of chi slowly formed. The same happened around the avatar. At this moment, a mysterious connection formed between Yilong and his avatar. The true self was inside the sanctuary, the avatar outside, with time slowed by eons. Like two springs, they converged into a storm of spiritual energy, centered on the midpoint between Yilong's two bodies, forming a pattern like a taiji. One yin and one yang, one fast and one slow. Yin and yang harmonized, vast and majestic, heaven and earth reversed. At this moment, Yilong was like standing at the 2 points of the taiji. Time passed in a flash, tens of thousands of years. The leisurely taiji rotated slowly like a gear of fate, constantly tearing at Yilong's surroundings. It allowed his divine sense to continuously comprehend the flow of time amidst the tearing. Unconsciously, Yilong's cultivation base also began to fill in gaps and rise rapidly. Around him, a thick and ancient primordial aura, as if emerging from the river of time, poured onto Yilong's body. Seasons came and went, all things changed. After who knows how many years, the eyes of both of Yilong's bodies opened simultaneously. His golden eyes of truth-seeing seemed to pierce through time. For eyes met. Following the gaze of the two avatars at their convergence point, a strange spatial rift began to form. Between the two figures, the Taiji symbol gradually materialized. One was turbid, the turbidity of eternity, the chi of the self, and the karma carried by all living beings. It encompassed every event transpiring beneath the heavens. One was clear, the clarity of concealment, erasing the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, dissolving the vicissitudes of time, obliterating all traces from existence to non-existence. Upon the original body, every aura tempered by the passage of time vanished without a trace in that moment. Upon the avatar, the weathered aura of ancient times gathered as though absorbing the great river of primordial epics. Dreamlike and ethereal, it slowly began to manifest. In this moment, the two forms split into entirely opposite directions, beginning to traverse upon the river of time. From formlessness to form. From form to formlessness, from formlessness to form. In that instant, the avatar and the original body would never again be separated. Wherever the two might be, beneath them, following their distance centered between both, a Taiji diagram would converge. Behind the avatar, inexplicably, a phantom silhouette of a mulberry tree appeared, slowly coalescing from the myriad rivers of the primordial world. And behind the original body, similarly, a concealed aura of chaos began to form. Among the stars of the primordial firmament, a deathly stillness suddenly condensed between the celestial bodies. Black tribulation clouds gathered above the Taoist grounds, as if intent on annihilating the world. Around the Taoist grounds, countless creatures trembled in fear, forced from their secluded retreats to witness the ominous spectacle overhead. At that moment, they marveled to discover their memories of the Taoist grounds growing increasingly vague. It was as though they could no longer recall why such a place existed. Worse still, this sensation continued to deepen. In their eyes, it was utterly incomprehensible, for the terrifying aura targeted merely what appeared to be an unremarkable phantom of a mulberry tree. Whatever presence lurked beneath the mulberry tree no longer held interest for them. Meanwhile, in that moment, Nuwa sat in quiet meditation within the Taoist grounds, having withdrawn from worldly affairs for many years. Suddenly sensing the anomaly at Mount Buzhou, she turned her gaze toward the mulberry tree. Yet what she perceived was profoundly different. Since Nuwa had attained the position of sage, and her primordial spirit merged with the heavenly Tao, all phenomena beneath the primordial heavens had lain bare before her. But in this moment, this seemingly small phantom of a mulberry tree stirred an intense and profound wariness within Nuwa's heart. Before her eyes, the mulberry tree appeared dreamlike and ethereal, shifting between visibility and concealment, making its true nature difficult to discern. Upon it, a faint aura of chaos lingered. What is this? Curiosity stirring within Nuwa activated her great divine power. Between the opening and closing of her sacred pupils, she peered into the mulberry tree. Finally, amidst the drifting mulberry leaves, she glimpsed traces of its fundamental essence. In the next instant, Nuwa appeared to see something that shattered her composure entirely. Captivated by the spectacle before her, her entire body trembled, and she fell utterly silent. At that moment, in Nuwa's eyes, this mulberry tree was no longer an ordinary mulberry in any conventional sense. Each leaf composing this tree was neither foliage nor any magical ability or treasure. They were boundless worlds unto themselves. Each leaf was assembled from countless realms. The mere glance, and Nuwa found herself within that single leaf. She witnessed endless epics. Pangu splitting heaven and earth, the catastrophe of the ferocious beasts, the first dragon tribulation. Era after era, scene after scene, as though watered by the great river of time itself. Even with Nuwa's cultivation, she could not fully discern what lay before her at that moment. Not only that, the deeper she gazed, the more her consciousness became ensnared within. Unable to extricate herself in a trance, Nuwa seemed to perceive the dawn of chaos itself. Boom. Just as Nuwa sank deeper, the long-accumulated thunder of heaven finally descended. In that instant, Nuwa felt as though struck by lightning and staggered backward several steps. When she dared to look again, she discovered the tribulation thunder had struck the phantom mulberry tree hovering nearby. Following that, the mulberry phantom trembled ever so slightly, and all traces of the lightning tribulation vanished without remainder. How could this be? The tribulation thunder just now. Even she had felt its full weight with perfect clarity. Even a peak quasi-sage would need to pay an enormous price, perhaps relying on an innate spiritual treasure to withstand it. Yet in that brief instant, the aura emanating from the mulberry tree had swept it away, leaving no trace. What manner of tree is that, and who precisely is the one capable of condensing such a phantom? Could it be a senior? Nuwa's heart flashed with the image of Yilong. Recalling what she had seen of Yilong previously, that weathered aura of ancient times surrounding his form, she could not help but furrow her brow. As a sage, she possessed knowledge of innumerable secrets beneath heaven and earth. Connecting these thoughts with what she had witnessed moments before, in a single thought, she formed certain guesses regarding this mulberry tree. This was no ordinary mulberry. Rather, it was what the senior had pursued throughout his entire life. The true condensation of the Tao itself. Or rather, it was the manifestation of the senior's Tao. What the senior sought was not some trivial herb or tree within this world. It was the vast and mighty river of primordial history. It was the primordial world itself. The time tree. The time tree that spanned all of creation. In this moment it had actually been condensed by the senior. The terrifying heavenly tribulation just now had not been resisted by the time tree itself. Rather, the senior had used his great divine power to strike it into the river of time within the time tree, sent either toward the past or toward the future. On some distant day, that very strike might flare forth from the river of the time tree. Or perhaps it had already occurred within the river of primordial history, having shielded the senior from this tribulation long ago. With such means, even though Nuwa was now a sage, she remained utterly powerless. Unable to interfere, unable to trace, unable to confront this supreme presence. The time tree reflects the void. The wheel of destiny turns through the ages. Nuwa's astonishment defied all expression. Within the Taoist grounds, Yilong stood quietly suspended in midair. At that moment his entire form was immaculate, free of any lingering energy. Within his bright pupils a hint of profound understanding gleamed as he gazed serenely into the void. It was unclear what he was contemplating. After a long while he finally exhaled a soft sigh. He understood that this breakthrough bore an immense connection to the opportunity Hongjun had foretold, and was equally intertwined with years of personal accumulation. Of course all of this was something he had earned. However, these tribulation clouds. Yilong gazed upward at the clouds, overhead, muttering to himself. This doesn't make sense. How could the tribulation for breaking through to Dalluo-Jingxian be this simple? Could it be that I'm not powerful enough, so the tribulation clouds are merely paper tigers? Loud thunder, but little rain. And what did you mean by striking my avatar? Am I truly not worthy? I didn't even activate the heavenly Tao concealment technique. Muttering to himself, Yilong pushed aside the memories in his mind and attempted to circulate the spiritual energy within his body. The primordial lotus breath activated with a casual gesture. In an instant, the temperature throughout the entire Taoist grounds surged several times over. Evidently, the power of the primordial lotus breath had grown enormously potent as well. The first realm of Dalluo-Jingxian. Yilong had finally reached it. His aura remained completely concealed. Yet upon his face a triumphant smile bloomed. At this moment, Yilong's avatar emerged from the barrier left by Hongjun. As the avatar stirred, the Taiji pattern of air currents seemed to be tugged, rapidly contracting. At all times, Yilong's two bodies were positioned precisely on the 2 points of the Taiji diagram. He observed for a long time, but could discern nothing. Yet he had a vague feeling that as the two bodies drew closer, the power of this air current seemed to intensify, and as they moved apart it weakened. Now Yilong dared not casually send out his avatar. After pondering for a long time, he let out a long breath. At least he had reached the great Luo golden immortal realm in this primordial world. Even without relying on his hermitage, he now had a shred of confidence. Thinking of this, Yilong felt quite pleased, and he settled his avatar and main body on opposite sides of the hermitage. After ensuring that the Taiji air current could fully envelop the hermitage, Yilong nodded with satisfaction. Continue cultivating. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating the turbid clear form. Would you like to exit seclusion and embark on a grand enterprise to revive the Dragon Clan? 1. Choose to exit seclusion, revive the Dragon Clan, lead it to glory, and obtain the ancestral dragon body. 2. Remain hidden, cultivate in seclusion, and organize your meridians to obtain the Nanming Lihua. Ancestral dragon body. Could it really be the ancestral dragon body? No. If I go out now, even with my great Luo golden immortal cultivation, I'm afraid I wouldn't withstand a single kick from the 12 ancestral witches. Revive. More like get annihilated. Cultivate in seclusion. As Yilong made his decision, the Nanming Lihua was obtained, and he happily went into seclusion. Before entering seclusion, he didn't forget to glance at the nearby little ginseng and vine. This Hongyun is indeed unreliable, he hasn't come yet. After casually muttering this complaint, Yilong closed his eyes and began his cultivation. Time passed, and several years flew by. During this period, the battle between the Wu and the Yao had grown fierce to an extreme. Under the heavens, living beings suffered. All creatures struggled to survive, and the human race was caught in the cracks. In great misery. Because of Yilong's breakthrough, Nuwa had glimpsed within the Tree of Time a mere corner of a scene, the celestial palace collapsing, floods reversing and drowning all living beings. Though illusory, it covered Nuwa in cold sweat. Her Tao heart wavered, unable to calm for a long time. She cultivated for a long while, but still could not settle her mind. On this day, she sensed a divine consciousness outside her hermitage. She couldn't help but open her eyes. Sister Hudu, what brings you here today? Nuwa looked at the beautiful dark-skinned girl outside the hermitage and said softly, her eyes carrying a hint of delight. Although relations between the Yao and the Wu were worsening daily, Nuwa and Hutu shared a deep sisterly bond. However, after Nuwa attained sainthood, Hutu rarely came here. Hutu pays respects to the saint. Now that Nua's status was different, Hutu naturally did not dare to be careless and repeatedly bowed. Seeing this, Nua gave a light laugh. Sister Hutu, what are you saying? Between us there's no need for such formality. What brings you here today? Why do you look so troubled? Have you encountered some difficulty? Hutu upon hearing this let out a long sigh. You may not know, but the Tao ancestor previously instructed me that a senior would guide me to perceive the glimmer of hope in this continent, saying that all things in this world might need me to save them. I have traveled across the primordial continent these years, witnessing all the suffering of the world. Misery after misery, people unable to live. Yet I have been unable to grasp the meaning of my master's words. Now my master has merged with the heavenly Tao, and it is hard to find even a trace of him. I don't know what to do. As she spoke, a hint of disappointment and compassion flickered in her eyes. After hearing this, Nua was momentarily stunned. Then a scene flashed through her mind. It was the time when she was observing the mulberry tree, and there seemed to be some shadows passing by faintly. But now when she tried to recall, she couldn't remember the specifics. Nua then said softly, "Don't worry first. Do you remember the senior that master mentioned many years ago?" Upon hearing Nua's words, Hutu was first taken aback. Then she nodded blankly. "Senior? You mean that little fellow with human immortal cultivation that master mentioned?" Nua couldn't help but chuckle at this. She had always felt that Yilong was not so simple, and after witnessing the illusory shadow of the time mulberry, she was even more convinced of his extraordinariness. Naturally, she would not be misled by Hutu's words. What if I said that you have not seen through the senior's true form? The senior's designs must be beyond what we can fathom. Moreover, as far as I know, the only one in this world that master would call a senior is that very predecessor. As Nua spoke, her expression showed a trace of admiration. From the first time she encountered the mysterious hermitage to when she invited Yilong and he mentioned the 6 prayer mats, to later presenting her with the shirong that allowed her to become a saint. Everything seemed premeditated, combined with the tree of time she had witnessed, which was not of this primordial world. At this moment, Yilong's status had been elevated countless times in Nua's heart. Seeing Hutu's hesitation, Nua pondered. She then took Hutu's hand and said, "Whether it is or not, let us visit him, and we will know the truth." With that, she pulled Hutu and headed towards Yilong's hermitage. Hutu, though full of doubts, could not refuse. As Yilong cultivated in his hermitage, he suddenly sensed 2 auras outside. 2 auras rushed towards him, making him frown. A flicker of confusion passed through his eyes. His main body did not move. Only his avatar, Li Xiaoyao, awakened, while the main body continued to refine the Nanming Lihua. Having met Nua many times, Yilong felt that even though his hermitage had been upgraded, there was no need to block her. So he simply opened the hermitage. Yilong looked at Nua and Hutu. They both gazed at Yilong's avatar. The next moment, both were struck in their hearts. It was as if a vast immortal had emerged from the vicissitudes of chaos and time, yet his cultivation was merely at the great Luo golden immortal realm. But when they met his gaze, they seemed to see an endless river of time walking step by step along history towards them. Behind him, a divine mulberry tree image slowly manifested. Each leaf was extraordinarily remarkable, yet also extraordinarily ordinary. In this paradox, they stood outside the hermitage. Faintly, a few strands of karma were stripped away and flowed into the divine mulberry. Suppressing the great shock in their hearts, the two looked at Yilong. Yilong's voice rang out. "May I ask what important matter brings the saint here today?" Upon hearing Yilong's voice, Hutu's mind trembled, and she unconsciously felt an urge to kneel. Yilong's voice was calm and devoid of any aura, carrying not even a trace of spiritual energy. Yet to Hutu's ears it sounded as though true wisdom flowed forth from the vicissitudes of time along the river of fate itself. Vast and magnificent, as if countless strands of primordial energy issued from Yilong's lips, sending a gentle tremor through Hutu's spirit. Just as Hutu was overcome with emotion and prepared to kneel and worship, Nua placed her hand gently on Hutu's shoulder, easing her tension considerably. She sighed softly, and then turned her gaze toward Yilong once more. Though she was still moved by the profound aura surrounding Yilong, the impact felt far less overwhelming than before. "My sister Hutu carries uncertainties in her heart, and wishes to seek your guidance, senior." Nua spoke these words with a gentle smile, and at that same moment, as Yilong heard her, a system voice resonated. System detected Hutu's perplexity. "Would you like to guide her, showing her the path forward?" Option 1, I choose to enlighten and resolve her doubts, gaining the favor of the entire Wu clan and bringing benefit to all living beings. Option 2, feign ignorance and dodge the matter, disappointing Hutu, thereby obtaining a young sapling of the Fusang heavenly spiritual root. Continue planting trees and raising children. Let a beautiful woman be disappointed. Yilong was already troubled by the 2 heavenly spiritual roots at home, unsure of how to manage them when they didn't bear fruit. He felt it inappropriate to continue planting trees now. Moreover, Hutu forming the samsara and making up for the missing heavenly Tao was precisely what aligned with the great way of the primordial world. It was like married life. When his wife asked whether he should play with water or take care of the children, he hesitated for a long time before choosing to play with water. A normal person would have no choice at all. But gazing at the eager expressions on both women's faces, he thought, perfect. Let me give you a proper lesson. Let me show you what it means to feel that life is brief and every moment of youth is priceless. Ahem. I'm merely a humble golden immortal, nothing worthy of being called a senior. A sage like you honors me too much. Yilong began gathering his thoughts. With several light coughs, the phantom of the divine mulberry emerged behind him. In that instant, both women's eyes flashed with astonishment. One who could comprehend such profound truths could never be merely a lowly golden immortal. If that were true, how could she as a sage maintain her dignity? It was simply an excuse. And at that moment Yilong spoke. Senior Ho-Tu, do you feel deeply lost? Do you feel that the people of this world should not be as they are? As Yilong spoke his words, Ho-Tu, who had yet to reveal her purpose, stood frozen in place. Her entire body seemed transfixed as though struck by sudden enlightenment. Her eyes radiated brilliant light. The senior knew, not only knew but understood completely. Could it be that the master she'd spoken of was truly this senior? Was the senior about to guide her? She recalled the scene of first seeing Yilong, the ancient divine tree bearing the weight of countless years. One glance at it, and she felt the erosion of endless time, a sensation she could never forget. In that moment, Ho-Tu's heart surged with endless turmoil. Her face flushed. Yes, I beg you, senior, to guide me through my confusion. Watching Ho-Tu's inexplicable excitement, Yilong was slightly bewildered. However, he suppressed his own curiosity, clasped his hands behind his back, and stood tall. His expression was solemn, yet shadowed with sorrow. Behind him, his great sword radiated a faint divine aura, and an inexplicable radiance emanated from his entire being. He spoke slowly. All living beings have their destinies, all things possess spirit. In this world, everything arises from conditions and passes away. Within that cycle of arising and ceasing lies the essence of mortal existence. Consider the river of history flowing from the creation of heaven to the present age. Through endless transformations, there has been no peace since the world was divided. This was always destined to be so. Or perhaps, he continued, this cycle of repetition is precisely the nature of reincarnation. As Yilong spoke, his eyes revealed in profound compassion for all sentient beings displayed to the fullest extent. But after finishing his words, a sudden shock struck Yilong. If Ho-Tu was the one who would establish reincarnation, then wouldn't that mean his own Mount Buzhou would collapse soon? After all, it was Gongong's rage that struck Mount Buzhou, causing its collapse. Only after Nuwa mended the heavens did Ho-Tu transform into reincarnation. This timeline doesn't match up. Reincarnation. Ho-Tu observed this and felt a glimmer of understanding within her. Yet somewhere deep within, fate operated beyond her comprehension. At this moment, she could not fully grasp its mysteries and could only savor the words carefully. Senior, I still don't understand. Ho-Tu said softly, her eyes holding traces of confusion. But Yilong, thinking his nest might soon be raided by the Wu tribe, had lost all interest in answering. He shook his head in resignation. If you still don't understand, it simply means the time has not come. You are not meant to grasp it yet. Witnessing Yilong's attitude, both Nuwa and Ho-Tu were startled, unable to understand why Yilong had shifted his demeanor so abruptly. Their eyes reflected deep confusion. Nuwa recalled that day when Yilong broke through at the divine mulberry, the tree of time. She had seen fragmented visions. Mountains crumbling, floodwaters surging to engulf the primordial continent, all living creatures suffering devastation. Yet she harbored her own doubts. Looking up, she encountered Yilong's gaze, heavy with the weight of ages. A stare that felt like guidance spanning the river of time, as though delivered from among the vast stars themselves, fixing upon her. In an instant something clicked. She spoke. Senior, I understand now. You must be saying that what is destined to happen has yet to unfold, which is why my sister Ho-Tu cannot reconcile her doubts so easily. It mirrors when you gifted me life-breathing earth. You had already foreseen I would need it. You sit upon the river of time, comprehending all things in this world. As Nuwa spoke, her gaze drifted casually in another direction. She happened to catch sight of Yilong's true form. The next moment, she stood frozen. His physical body was clearly standing right there. Yet she had entered this sanctuary, and yet never once perceived such a presence. What was happening? That figure sat in meditation. Not a trace of aura emanated from him. It was as though he didn't exist within this space-time at all, let alone within this era. This. For a moment, the words she had intended to ask became lodged in her throat. Her sacred heart trembled. What mighty power could achieve such a transformation, from presence to nothingness, evading the perception of the heavenly Tao itself? The senior's abilities were indeed terrifying. Nuwa believed without doubt that without personally arriving at this sanctuary, and without that accidental glance, she would never have discovered this body's existence. What's wrong? Is something troubling you? Yilong noticed Nuwa suddenly pausing mid-sentence, and perceiving her bewilderment, regarded her with curiosity. Nuwa chose not to answer his question, offering only a gentle shake of her head. How about we take a break for tea and then continue our conversation? Yilong, sensing her reluctance, let the matter drop with a polite remark. Upon hearing this, Nuwa nodded instinctively. Then I thank you, senior. Nuwa and Hutu sat opposite Yilong, their expressions tense. As they drew closer to him, they could feel more distinctly. Upon Yilong's Li Xiaoyao incarnation, an endless wave of profound, time-worn presence swept over them. The pressure weighed heavily upon them, making it difficult to breathe and causing immense discomfort, as if sitting on pins and needles. Yilong raised his hand and poured each of them a cup of tea before rubbing his hands together. He asked Senior Hutu, please hold off on your cultivation for a moment. I'd like to ask, what is the current relationship between Senior Zhurong and Senior Gonggong? As soon as Yilong spoke, the oppressive force vanished completely. Hutu felt as though layers of mysterious power were purifying her entire body, dispelling all discomfort. Her gaze fell to the table, and she saw, in the teacup, that liquid seemed drawn from the river of ages itself, brimming with profound antiquity, containing a realm-swallowing grandeur, majestic and ever-flowing. Hutu did not dare be careless, and quickly replied, those two from my clan have always been at odds. However, due to the war against the demon race, despite their conflicts, they rarely meet in person. Not meeting is good, not meeting is very good. Hearing this, Yilong couldn't help but mutter to himself, his face lighting up with delight. He continued immediately, in recent days the battles between you and the demon race must have been extremely fierce. They certainly haven't had the chance to meet, correct? Hearing Yilong's words, Nuwa frowned slightly beside her. In her mind, a scene of catastrophic flooding surged forth once more. A sudden enlightenment struck her heart. Could the great flood be connected to Gonggong and Zhurong? With this thought, Nuwa remained silent, only glancing lightly at Yilong. Yilong, lost in his own thoughts, lifted the teacup on the table and began drinking. Hutu's voice sounded again. The 12 ancestral witches of our clan gather once every 10,000 years. Cough, cough, cough. Before the tea had even reached his stomach, hearing Hutu's words, Yilong sprayed it all out. The force was so sudden that both Nuwa and Hutu were drenched in his face. Tea leaves clung to Hutu's face. Seeing this, Yilong hastily offered an embarrassed apology. I'm terribly sorry, I was careless. Your Honor, are you both all right? As he spoke, Yilong reached out to wipe them. But the next moment, he saw something and froze entirely on the spot. Meanwhile, Nuwa and Hutu were shaken by tremendous waves within their hearts. What was happening? As a saint and a quasi-saint, they naturally possessed protective auras surrounding their bodies. Ordinary attacks could barely touch them, let alone approach their vicinity. Yet just now, at the moment that spray erupted, it was as though an entire river had been poured over them. Their protective auras were directly shattered in an instant. With the momentum of crashing waves surging toward them, Nuwa and Hutu were completely dumbfounded. Sweat had unknowingly soaked the backs of their garments. In the air, a faint fragrance dispersed as the two sat upright. Only when Yilong raised his hand did they finally feel relief. They panted heavily, completely forgetting decorum, their faces flushed. Seeing this, Yilong was stunned. The two dared not say much. With a casual wave of their hands, they purified themselves of all filth. Yilong, though puzzled, gave an awkward smile. I am truly sorry. I was lost in thought and couldn't control myself. Please forgive me, both of you. They exchanged glances. Deep within their hearts, their awe at Yilong's power grew even greater. Not daring to speak further, they merely smiled and nodded repeatedly. Nuwa and Hutu did not dare to speak. Yilong too felt it inappropriate to initiate conversation. They simply gazed at each other for a while, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Yilong blinked and said, let's drink tea. Fighting and killing all day is not good. Also, Senior Hutu, the next time you meet Senior Zhurong and Senior Gonggong, please remind them. They may fight, but do not come to Buzhou Mountain. At this moment, Yilong had no choice, after all he had sprayed them in the face. He could only hint to Hutu, hoping this method would save his cultivation ground. Otherwise, he would have to find another place. Hutu, though unclear of the meaning, nodded slightly. But to Nuwa's ears, the meaning was entirely different. Understanding dawned on Nuwa's face, and she quickly nodded, saying, Thank you for your guidance, Senior. This junior has gained insight. Today I must take my leave. I shall visit again in the days to come. She associated his words with the structure of Buzhou Mountain, with the demon court of the demon race, with scenes of catastrophic flooding, and with the wretched state of the creatures of Honghuang. Her spirit was profoundly shaken. She decided to prepare early, seeking a glimmer of hope for all living beings of this world, a method to mend the heavens. Yilong, seeing this, was also slightly stunned. After Nuwa departed, Hutu no longer hesitated and hurriedly took her leave, leaving Yilong thoroughly bewildered. However, he did not take it to heart. Picking up the untouched teacups on the table, he assumed they disliked his saliva, drank them himself, and continued his meditation in seclusion. In the western regions, two figures sat cross-legged facing one another. Between them was a table upon which rested a teapot. 2 teacups of tea were placed before each of them. One wore yellow robes, the other white, both radiating layers of luminous halos around their bodies. At a single glance, one could see how extraordinary they were. They were Jane and Juanti. A touch of sorrow lingered on their faces as they gazed quietly toward the eastern continent. It could not be helped. They were poor. In pursuit of becoming saints, they had signed innumerable IOUs with the heavenly Tao, accruing tens of millions of great vows. Fulfilling them was tremendously difficult. Though the Western sect had already been established, its disciples were pitifully few. After a long while, the elder in yellow robes Zhuanti looked at his counterpart in white Jane and spoke. Brother Jane, at this rate, we shall surely fail. I believe the eastern continent has destiny tied to us. Upon hearing this, Jane's eyes flashed with a sudden brightness. Excellent. Do you have a plan, brother? Zuni saw Jane's response, and a faint smile appeared on his face. That Dongwang and Dijun brothers stand united, so we naturally cannot win them over. But the 12 ancestral witches, those can be sought after. In my view, they are all people of destiny. As he spoke, a subtle, peculiar smile gleamed in Zhuanti's eyes as he looked toward Jane. Jane, hearing this, paused and carefully considered. He found Zhuanti's assessment correct. The 12 ancestral witches appeared harmonious on the surface. But beneath that, open and hidden rivalries were abundant. If not for this, they would never have failed to subdue the demon court for so long. The demon court was indeed powerful, yet that strength came primarily from numerical advantage. With this in mind, Jane softly inquired, excellent. Who? Zhuanti chuckled lightly, his gaze turning toward the tea on the table. Him. Jane followed Zhuanti's gaze and happened to see the teacup on the table, his eyes brightening. Gong gong. Zuni chuckled softly. A person of destiny, a person of destiny. A person of destiny will create opportunities for us. As he spoke, Zhuanti raised his eyebrows, an inexplicable confidence spreading across his face. He lifted the teacup from the table and took a light sip. Hearing this, Jane's face also showed a faint smile, and he murmured in appreciation. At the same time, Yilong's true body finally succeeded in integrating the southern Ming leaf fire into the primordial lotus breath. Instantaneously throughout the entire cultivation ground, countless primordial lotus breaths began to rise. The Taiji diagram between the incarnation and the true body began to spin at tremendous speed. Upon Buzhou Mountain, countless creatures all sensed a terrifying aura slowly spreading outward. The Yuanhuan lotus breath began to bloom across the mountains and forests. Outside Yilong's cultivation grounds, streams of lotus breath gushed forth. The Yuanhuan lotus breath grew endlessly, spreading slowly, its aura swallowing the heavens and earth. Upon witnessing this, the demon beasts scattered in all directions. Some demons failed to escape in time and were instantly devoured by the lotus flames, turning to ashes in a flash. Save me! Save me! Help me! A small demon at the golden core stage, sensing the acrid scent of burning in the air, cried out in desperation. It dared not pause, soaring through the sky at full speed. Screaming in terror, its face drained of color. Trembling all over, it exhausted every trick in its arsenal, desperately trying to evade the Yuanhuan lotus breath. Yet as all the demons kept dodging, not one dared to turn back and help him. The Yuanhuan lotus breath slowly unfurled and spread outward. It seemed as though it would swallow that little demon any moment now. At that very moment, within the cultivation grounds, Yilong, who had originally kept his eyes closed, slowly opened them. Outside the grounds, all the strange phenomena vanished instantly. For 1,000 li around the cultivation grounds, not a blade of grass survived. Even the hills had been reduced to nothingness by the refining power of the Yuanhuan lotus breath. The running little demon looked back at what had happened, still trembling with fear. It had been so terrified that urine streamed from between its legs. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, his spine shivering. His clothes were completely soaked. What in terrifying aura? What exactly was that thing just now? It can actually seal off the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making our escape techniques ineffective. Truly terrifying. It is said that a reclusive master dwelled atop Mount Buzhou. Someone must have angered this hermit. The lingering fear from that crisis left the demons' hearts racing, their breathing heavy and echoing through the forest. Deep wariness was evident in their eyes, unspoken yet unmistakable. The instant Yilong opened his eyes, he extended his right hand. A Yuanhuan lotus breath slowly materialized. Yet he remained completely unaware of anything happening outside. The Yuanhuan lotus breath had successfully merged with the 5 divine flames. Now it radiated vibrant life force, as if an endless wellspring of vitality surged within. Like the fire of a deity between heaven and earth, it burned eternally. With a slight movement of his palm, the Yuanhuan lotus breath dissipated, and Yilong's gaze turned toward the cultivation grounds. The yin-yang taiji that existed between the avatar and the true body seemed to have reached a breakthrough. It sank into the void and disappeared. At that moment, within the cultivation grounds, the black dragon egg at last began to hatch after countless years. Black lotuses rose into the sky one after another. These sky-obscuring black lotuses clashed violently with the cultivation grounds' aura, as if a world-destroying divine radiance had descended from heaven to flood the grounds. A young dragon poked its head out from the egg, its eyes gleaming with spiritual light. After scanning its surroundings, it almost instantly locked onto Yilong. It burst from the eggshell and flew toward Yilong. Born already at the true immortal cultivation realm, the young dragon's bloodline purity was extraordinarily profound, nurtured by the companion of the 12-rank world-destroying Black Lotus. Yilong watched with envy. The young dragon spoke in dragon tongue. "Father King." As it called out, it rubbed against Yilong. Seeing this, Yilong furrowed his brows. He pointed into the air, sealing the young dragon in mid-flight. The young dragon looked puzzled, confusion flashing across its eyes. "What is wrong? You have cared for me all these years, and I remember everything clearly." Yet just then Yilong's voice rang out. "I am not your father, but rather an ancestor of your dragon clan, connected to you by blood. Since you were born within my cultivation grounds, fate has bound us together. I shall accept you as a nominal disciple. Seeing your dark scales, I name you Heibo. From this day forward, the great cause of reviving the dragon clan rests upon your shoulders. You already carry the inheritance within you. You are the chosen one of my dragon clan, and there is little I can teach you. The most complete inheritance of my dragon clan resides within your mind. Young people need tempering and hardship. This cultivation grounds is not suitable for your practice. Though you have only reached the first stage of true immortal cultivation, you possess the 12-rank Black Lotus I gifted you for protection. Ordinary golden immortals would struggle to harm you. This cultivation grounds cannot nurture your growth any longer. You must venture out and make your way in the world. While our sect emphasizes the principle of equanimity, you are different. No matter when, remember this: you are the strongest of the dragon clan, the hope of the dragon clan, and the ultimate king of my dragon clan. I hope that one day you will comprehend our dragon clan's ultimate technique, the Black Dragon Wave. Do not return unless driven to absolute desperation. Never reveal my existence to the outside world. Otherwise." Yilong spoke with effortless grace. As he finished, he cast a deep look at Heibo. A single glance sent shivers through the young dragon, leaving it too fearful to utter a word of dissent. Seeing this, a flicker of secret satisfaction crossed Yilong's mind. Ridiculous. Xiao Shun and Xiao Tung had already given him enough headaches. Now they wanted him to keep raising more children. Impossible. The dragon clan currently lacked successors, and leadership having retreated to the Chaos Sea. This was the perfect opportunity to send this young dragon out to forge its own path. The young dragon listened to Yilong's words with half-belief. Upon hearing the three characters, Black Dragon Wave, a sudden brightness flashed in its eyes, and its entire body trembled slightly. Combining this with its own name, it grasped the deeper meaning within. It nodded repeatedly. Its expression grew resolute, carrying an air of determination. "This disciple Heibo understands. I will not disappoint your expectations, master. I will surely bring prosperity to our dragon clan. I will definitely master the Black Dragon Wave, our clan's ultimate technique." As Heibo spoke, it clenched its dragon claws, and a stern, resolute light shone clearly from its eyes. Having finished speaking, it was ready to depart. But watching Heibo's earnest expression, Yilong suddenly wondered if it was too cruel to send a newborn dragon out into the world so soon. Doubt began to creep into his mind. "Have you truly understood?" "Yes, master." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." Heibo replied with unwavering conviction, its fists clenched and face set with determination. Following this, Yilong waved his hand, dismissively, unwilling to dwell on it further. "Then go forth and make your way." Upon hearing this, the young dragon quickly flew out of the cultivation grounds. Beyond the grounds for 1,000 li, in every direction, nothing grew. The surrounding area was smooth as a mirror. Witnessing such a magnificent scene, a strange confidence surged within Heibo's eyes. It proudly swelled its chest. Muttering to itself, "This must be the heavenly tribulation upon my birth. Master shielded me from it, which is why his cultivation grounds have been damaged. I am the last hope of the dragon clan. Only such a magnificent heavenly tribulation befits the birth of a peerless genius like me. The reason Master did not keep me is because there is nothing left he can teach me. Besides, I too need to venture out and grow stronger. Dragon clan, your one true king, has returned. Tremble. Trouble. Patriarch, our great Wu shaman has been slain by the god Gonggong. The Zhurong tribe. A member of the Wu clan came sprinting in panic, his eyes wide with horror. That old bastard Gonggong is too much. Zhurong slammed his fist upon the table, and rose a raging inferno erupting around him. In that instant, the very heavens grew scorchingly hot. The chamber exploded in an instant. Throughout the entire Zhurong tribe, every single Wu clan member felt an overwhelming aura descending from the heavens. Zhurong gazed into the void, his fury ablaze. The tribe member who had come to report dared not look away. Hurrying to speak, Patriarch, our great Wu shaman quarreled with the Gonggong tribe over a divine artifact. In the fray, we inadvertently slew one of their great shamans. Upon hearing this, the god Gonggong, without a second thought, slain our great shaman. His corpse still hangs in the Gonggong tribe. The god Gonggong demands you retrieve it yourself. Good, good, good. Zhurong spoke these 3 words, his body transforming into a mass of flame as he shot forth horizontally. Between mountains and seas, surging waves of fierce fire followed, and wherever it passed, All vegetation withered and 10,000 demons fled in terror. They gazed in horror upon Zhurong's retreating figure. Hongjun tribe. Hongjun come out and face death. Boom. A column of flame pierced through the firmament, carrying its fierce and domineering momentum, crashing directly toward the Hongjun tribe. Blazing flames radiated brilliance in all directions. The entire firmament of the primordial world seemed to dim, and even the fierce sun of the primordial world appeared lackluster at this moment. With a single strike falling, the energies swallowed the cosmos, as if to devour the entire Hongjun tribe at once. Upon being attacked, the Hongjun tribe's protective formation flared to life in an instant. But it only held for a moment before they saw above the tribe Zhurong's crimson figure carrying trails of fierce flame. His feet stepped upon raging fire, standing still. In his eyes, wrath burned fiercely. Merely standing there was enough to make the entire Hongjun tribe feel an endless oppressive power surging toward them. This was Shinji Zhurong, one of the 12 ancestral Wu. The Western Realm. Upon Mount Sumeru, Jinti gazed upon this scene, a strange smile curling at the corner of his lips. Countless mighty ones of the primordial world turned their gaze toward the Hongjun tribe. Nuwa, after departing from Yilong's Taoist sanctuary, had been journeying throughout the primordial world, seeking materials to mend the heavens. Yet at this moment she too paused, her divine pupils emanating a faint glow that penetrated the heavens, gazing toward the Hongjun tribe, murmuring softly. You were truly wise and prophetic, senior. No doubt you foresaw this very situation long ago. On Mount Kunlun, Tontian Jiaozhu quietly observed the heavens, cold glints flashing in his eyes. Within his divine abilities, it seemed as though countless universes pierced through the void, probing outward. At the same time, Laozi's voice reached them. Junior brother, the primordial world will likely know no peace from this point on. Tontian heard this and nodded slightly. What is there to see in a bunch of barbarians? Yuanshi Tinzuan's voice came carrying an air of disdain. The three of them spoke only briefly before returning to their cultivation. Meanwhile, in the Hongjun tribe, Zhurong, you have crossed the line. Water vapor rose throughout the Hongjun tribe as Hongjun slowly materialized within it. His rebuke echoed like thunder rumbling across the tribal skies. Hongjun met his gaze with furious eyes, then fell silent as countless streams of light erupted from his hands, hurtling toward Zhurong. Cross the line. When you slew our great shaman, did you once consider whether it was excessive, eh? Zhurong showed no retreat, heavenly flames rising in his hands with overwhelming force, instantly evaporating the sea of water before him. At the same time, myriad flame projections filled the air, eclipsing the sun and moon. Hongjun, equally unyielding, parted his palms and reversed the flow of rivers. The waters converged toward the tribe's source mountains, overturning as they soared upward. Countless beast phantoms emerged from the rivers, charging toward Zhurong in the sky like a devastating flood. Within the waters, countless demon beasts perished under the crushing pressure. The heavens and earth changed color. Seeing this, the fire god Zhurong showed no sign of yielding. Killing intent surged through his hands, piercing the stars themselves. In an instant, it transformed into endless crimson clouds containing countless terrifying flames, which then rained down upon him. Every inch of heaven and earth, every blade of grass and tree trembled with waves 10,000 feet high as the heavens and earth shifted color. The two fought ever more fiercely. Their movements stirred massive waves, radiant light overflowing and swallowing the cosmos. Where water and fire collided, upheaval rippled through heaven and earth. This battle raged for decades. They fought from the Hongjun tribe all the way to the foot of Mount Buzhou. Yilong sat in meditation within his Taoist sanctuary. That day, he sensed disturbances beyond his sanctuary, as if mountains were collapsing and tsunamis were rising. He felt alarmed, opening his eyes to find two figures rushing toward Mount Buzhou from thousands of meters away. The system's voice sounded. Detected civil war between the ancestral shaman of fire and the ancestral shaman of water among the 12 ancestral shamans. 1. End the civil war and bring peace to Mount Buzhou, receiving the reward Primordial Pearl. 2. Ignore it and watch the spectacle at Mount Buzhou, receiving the reward Nirvana Fire. This, the Primordial Pearl, what is that thing? And this Nirvana Fire, it's the divine flame of the Phoenix clan said to enable rebirth through Nirvana. That also sounds quite valuable. After some hesitation, Yilong decided to emerge from seclusion and stop this battle. While the Nirvana Fire was indeed precious, this would destroy his sanctuary. The system was forcing him out. But just as Yilong was about to make his choice, he sensed within the heavens a bolt of lightning erupting from the void. Carrying cosmic swallowing momentum, it roared straight toward Zhurong and Hongjun. Boom! A thunderous explosion. Both figures, previously so fierce and menacing, were struck by this single bolt of lightning. 2 of the 12 ancestral shamans perished instantly. S momentum showed no sign of weakening. Continuing toward Mount Buzhou. Crash! The thunder struck deep within Mount Buzhou, surging toward its foundations as countless cracks rapidly spread across the mountain's base. The mountain began to crumble and collapse. Yilong sat motionless in his sanctuary, bewildered. In his spirit he felt that this bolt of thunder carried a strangely familiar sensation, as if he had encountered it somewhere before, yet he could not quite recall where. Mount Buzhou wasn't knocked down by Gonggong's head, but it was struck by lightning. And why does this thunder feel so damn familiar? Yilong murmured to himself. Feeling no disturbance from his sanctuary despite Mount Buzhou's collapse, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nuwa had been gathering materials to mend the heavens when she sensed Gonggong and Zhurong moving toward Mount Buzhou. At this moment, all the omens and anomalies were overlapping with what she had seen upon the divine tree piece by piece. But just then, a bolt of divine thunder crashed down, leaving even Nuwa, who had fully prepared herself, shaken to her core. That heavenly thunder, was it not the tribulation that the senior crossed back then? Could it be that the senior had already foreseen this matter? Indeed, otherwise he would not have asked junior sister Hudu to persuade the two not to venture to Buzhou Mountain. Because the senior knew that if these two arrived, Buzhou Mountain would surely collapse. Thus he released the tribulation from the Tree of Time to annihilate them. Is this the power of mastering the Tree of Time? Such power renders one impervious to all laws drifting beyond the river of time. The senior's cultivation is truly unfathomable. Nuwa gasped in awe. Her mind could not settle for a long time. She gazed at the magnificent scene of Buzhou Mountain's collapse. Her entire body trembled slightly. In her heart, she could only recall the tragic spectacle she had witnessed that day atop Yilong's Tree of Time. Buzhou star fell, heaven and earth wailed. The clear, tilted northwest, the sunken southeast. The vast waters of the Man-Tu flooded the human realm, the four poles were shattered, and the Tao laws were invoked. The celestial river poured down, cascading violently. Like a ferocious beast, it devoured the primordial land. In an instant the sun and moon lost their light across the primordial land. Yilong's cultivation ground was also instantly submerged by the torrent of the cascading river. Fortunately, however, it was merely submerged. The cultivation ground floated in the air, and a faint light screen outside it blocked the flood's intrusion. Shao Kan and Shao Tung were both startled awake. Their entire bodies. They gazed at the surging flood, a beast of rage. In their eyes, filled with curiosity, they were bewildered. Yilong watched the flood pouring down from the sky, like a waterfall completely obscuring the cultivation ground. An indescribable feeling crossed his face. He always felt as if it had something to do with him. From his body, wisps of aura slowly dissipated. Heibo, who had just fled from the Buzhou Mountains, was bragging to a few little demons. Suddenly he felt behind him two flashes of intense light, as if a heavenly thunderbolt had struck down. Then, boom, a deafening sound. The majestic mountain range behind him instantly cracked and collapsed. He was instantly dumbfounded. Run! Someone shouted first. Then, those little demons immediately fled toward the continent. But Heibo was completely unconcerned. He looked disdainfully at the terrified demons, muttering to himself, "So my master had already foreseen this disaster. Therefore he sent me to travel the world and save all living beings. Our dragon clan has always been unmatched in water-controlling arts. Do you think such a flood can scare your lord Heibo?" No way. As Heibo spoke, the 12-petal world-destroying black lotus materialized in his palm. Radiant light emanated from his body. Determination gleamed in his eyes. His mind was filled with the grand scene of how he would contend with the flood. He inhaled the faint, earthy scent in the air. His face etched with resolve. He was about to challenge the cascading flood. Shwa! A loud noise. Heibo was engulfed by the flood. He vanished without a trace. Dazed and confused, his mouth and nose filled with torrents of floodwater, he was swept away instantly. Fortunately, the world-destroying black lotus protected him, emerging to shield his body. At this moment, Heibo was like a newborn child. As if countless question marks floated above his head, he drifted downstream. The six-eared macaque Xiaoer had already reached the great Luo golden immortal first heavy with the three flowers atop his head, the five, Qi, facing the source, resplendent and majestic, his innate divine abilities far surpassing their original might. Under his command, he had gathered many demons. As if sensing something, in an instant, he opened his divine eyes, peering through the void. He saw the collapse of Buzhou Mountain, the flood reversing its course, the tragedy of the mortal world. Bolts of thunder splitting the sky. For a moment his heart was struck with terror. The image of Yilong surfaced in his mind. He thought some powerful being had angered his master, and that his master had struck down, directly destroying Buzhou Mountain. In his heart, his reverence for Yilong deepened even further. His eyes burned with fervor, his fists clenched slightly. Master is indeed terrifyingly formidable. I must not bring shame to my master. All the saints of the world felt the disturbance. Summoned by Hongjun, they gathered before Hongjun. Their gazes varied as they looked at Hongjun. Hongjun sat high above beyond the world, silently observing this calamity, his eyes lost in thought. He continuously calculated in his hand, knowing that Buzhou Mountain was formed from Panga's spine, The heavenly Tao wished to erase its traces. Its collapse was already ordained by fate. He then murmured, "So that's how it is." Tong Tian was puzzled and spoke. "Master, I do not understand. At this moment the primordial land is in misery, why not send us forth to mend the sky's breach? A group of beings born from moisture and eggs, let them die." Yuanshi Tianzuan said disdainfully. His eyes showed not a shred of compassion. Taishang Laozi merely sat silently in the void awaiting Hongjun's command. Juanti and Jane were also somewhat puzzled looking toward Hongjun. At that moment they all felt that Hongjun seemed somewhat distant, as if he had lost some of his care for the living. Finally, when the others calmed down, Hongjun spoke slowly. "All of you go and stabilize the heavens. Niwa, take this Qiankuan cauldron, which can refine all things. Use it to refine the 5-colored divine stones to mend the sky. Go quickly. Tongtian, there is a black tortoise in the North Sea. Sever its 4 limbs to serve as the pillars of heaven. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise guard the 4 poles." A series of commands were issued. Hongjun then closed his eyes again. The various saints busied themselves. Only Niwa's heart remained shaken. This scene seemed strangely familiar. Her mind felt a stirring. After enduring countless hardships, Niwa finally completed the refining of all the 5-colored stones. The task of mending the sky was successfully accomplished. Gazing at the last remaining stone in her hand, Niwa casually tossed it, and it vanished into the clouds. Without a trace. When all was done, Niwa finally breathed a sigh of relief. In her respite, she spotted the quiet temple floating in the air not far away. Doubt still lingered in her eyes. She did not understand. Since Yi Long could foresee the collapse of Buzhou Mountain, could remind her to collect the spirit stones in advance, could calculate the battle positions of Zhurong and Gonggong, and could precisely control the direction of the heavenly thunder, why could he not reduce the power of that thunder? Just a little. In her eyes, with Yi Long's abilities, this would not be difficult. Yet the next moment, Niwa looked toward where Buzhou Mountain once stood. Her eyes suddenly lit up. This Buzhou Mountain was originally formed from Panga's spine. Could it be that the senior had already calculated that the collapse of Buzhou Mountain was a decree of fate? If he had rashly intervened, it would have incurred the displeasure of the heavenly Tao and brought unwarranted calamity upon himself, contrary to reason and the nature of heaven and earth. Thus he used the tree of time to remind me to prepare early so that today I could use the stones to mend the sky. Wait, that is. The senior actually dissipates their own merit. Seeing Yi Long's merit dispersing around him, Niwa's heart was filled with even greater awe. Immediately after she felt merit descending upon her body, countless blessings of merit rained down, empowering her cultivation. Niwa's cultivation advanced further, growing increasingly in harmony with heaven and earth. Yet at this moment Niwa had no time to rejoice. Her entire being was enveloped by an inexplicable awe, and a strange thought flickered through her mind. All that the senior had done was for her, dissipating their own merit to strengthen her cultivation. Yi Long's actions were like the blazing sun in the heavens, burning himself to warm all creation. After pondering for a long time, she could not comprehend the reasoning behind it. Eventually, she could only shake her head, burying those thoughts deep within her heart. Yi Long gazed at the Hongmeng pearl in his palm. Looking at the simple description, Yi Long swallowed hard. Although he had already attained the great Luo golden immortal stage, and condensed the 3 flowers above his head along with the 5 qi returning to the origin, yet facing such a Hongmeng pearl his heart remained deeply shaken. Since arriving on the Honghuang continent, Yi Long had been unable to grasp those elusive Tao principles. Though he had glimpsed moments of understanding in his ignorance and truth, he had remained unable to truly fathom them. Now with the pearl in hand, his mind gained a measure of clarity. A hint of a smile flashed across his eyes as he attempted to project his consciousness into the Hongmeng pearl. The next moment his mind suddenly swelled with an overwhelming sensation. It felt as though his entire mind was expanding like the cosmos itself, revealing a universe within. Countless figures floated within this realm. Each figure held countless worlds within it. At a single glance, Yi Long saw a myriad of manifestations, as though legions of divine generals were descending from the heavens, charging forward in bloody carnage. Yet upon closer inspection, they transformed into countless enchanting beauties, shoulders bare, lips crimson and parted. Through the haze their sheer garments fell away, revealing forms of captivating beauty. Drawing toward Yi Long, any unsteady mind would surely lose itself. Yi Long made a slight gesture with his hand. Behind him, a phantom silhouette of a mulberry tree appeared. In an instant the figures returned to their original positions. Yi Long then attempted to approach one of them. Upon closer inspection, he realized the figure was merely strands of silk. As he reached out, the threads seemed to deliberately evade his touch, slipping beyond his grasp despite multiple attempts. Yi Long broke into a cold sweat, his mind feeling as though it were splitting apart, causing him immense distress. After several more attempts, Yi Long finally managed to brush against just the tip of the silk strand. The instant he touched it, the thread dissolved into particles and vanished from sight. In the surrounding space, the figure formed from that silk strand began to reappear, slowly not far away. Meanwhile, a cool current flowed through Yilong's mind and body. It was as if sensing a subtle energy movement within the dojo. As he carefully observed the swirling current, he realized he could not quite grasp what lay within it. Yet having gained something from the experience, Yilong was undeterred. He continued his meditation. As Yilong focused within the dojo, an indistinct flow of cosmic energy began to circulate. Mountains and seas were drawn in countless energy currents converging into rivers that gathered within the dojo. This drew the gaze of thousands of demon beasts below who were slaughtering humans to the empty sky. Their faces showed shock and horror. What realm of cultivation is this to draw all the chi of heaven and earth in submission? It is said there was once a mysterious dojo at the site of Mount Buzhou. Perhaps its master has broken through again, causing such an anomaly in the world. Who cares? Let's get to work. He can absorb his energy, will devour ours. It has nothing to do with us. The two-legged sheep crafted by Lady Nuwa truly are a delicacy in this world. As they chattered among themselves, the demon beasts were drawn by the delicious scent of humans, having long forgotten the strange phenomena in the sky. They glanced at the countless bound humans. One strayed forward to a human, tore off a leg, and tossed it to a companion who began to devour it. Laughter and chatter erupted as the humans watched in terror, utterly powerless. At that moment, an arrow shaft pierced through the mountains and dense forests. It shot across the sky, parting through countless wisps of spiritual energy, striking horizontally from deep within the peaks. Piercing through the demon beast's skulls, the arrow spun and returned to a young man's hand. Ho-E, who held the divine bow beneath the fierce sun. His powerful muscles gleamed with radiance as spiritual energy coursed through him. Ho-E's expression remained calm, as though he'd performed some trivial act, and he offered a faint grin. Leaving behind the trembling crowd gazing at him in astonishment, Ho-E continued forward, his gaze piercing through the clouds and into the heavens with extraordinary clarity. It seemed he was trying to see through the very sky itself. After a long while, he finally sighed, and the figure of Yilong involuntarily surfaced in his mind. I wonder how that fellow is doing now. Within the dojo, Xiao Shun and Xiao Tong sensed the surging energy currents and awakened from their slumber, their gazes penetrating in all directions. They perceived extraordinary currents weaving through the air around them. Above their heads, the gourds and ginseng fruits glowed with a faint luminescence. The entire dojo was bathed in radiant colors. Through the gourds, 10,000 streams of purple chi flowed in and out. The dark yellow energy rose slowly like ethereal mist. Amidst the countless surging currents, their cultivation levels began to steadily ascend. Just at that moment, an elder in red robes and another in white arrived, Zheng Yuanzi and Hongyun. Following the previous battle, Zheng Yuanzi had rested for years under Hongyun's guidance, and now all his injuries had finally healed. Everyone knew of Mount Buzhou's collapse, though the specifics varied by account. The moment Zheng Yuanzi arrived outside the dojo, he sensed the shifting currents of qi. Gazing upon the entire dojo, he could faintly perceive within it a sign of fortune turning from adversity. It was as though a rising star was emerging from within the dojo. Vast and majestic, the dojo hovered silently above the clouds. Ethereal and weightless, it remained perfectly balanced without any surrounding structures to support it. It seemed as though it had always existed within this world, vast and formless. Within the dojo, the Taiji symbol began to take shape, emerging through the cloud cover. Countless swords seemed to pierce through the air with unparalleled dominance. As Hongjun stepped forward, a weathered voice echoed, "You've arrived. You have come." As the voice sounded, Yilong slowly opened the dojo before him. A torrent of air surged outward, causing Zheng Yuanzi and Hongyun to feel a sharp sting on their faces. It felt as if a chaotic primordial beast had opened its gaping maw, rushing forth with ferocity, swallowing the entire universe. Cold sweat trickled down their faces. At this moment, their quasi-sage cultivation was suppressed, as if they were mere mortals. They could not move. Yilong slowly walked out of the dojo. At this moment, Yilong's avatar was clad in black robes. His entire being exuded a calm, profound aura. It was as if countless ages flowed through his body. Every step seemed to crush endless years as he advanced slowly along the river of time. Behind him, a faint shadow of a mulberry tree was clearly visible. With the appearance of the black-robed Yilong, all the pressure on Zheng Yuanzi and Hongyun vanished without a trace. The black-robed Yilong gazed calmly at Zheng Yuanzi and said with a light smile, come in and sit." Though the earlier oppressive aura had startled him, Zheng Yuanzi still tried to maintain a composed expression. But as he watched the black-robed Yilong approach, his eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, staring at the figure. He finally realized that every word Hongyun had spoken in praise was true. In his eyes, with Yilong at the center, an ancient and weathered aura had already enveloped the entire surrounding universe. Under this aura, even his own body seemed to be covered by an immensely vast current of energy. His cultivation, influenced by this flow, had improved immeasurably. He glanced dazedly at Hongyun. At that moment, he truly wanted to say this was no mere hermit sage. This was clearly a celestial being beyond compare. Such a profound accumulation of weathered ages upon him was simply a realm above even the highest sages. In his eyes, Yilong must have existed since before the primordial chaos. Otherwise, it would be impossible to possess such a dense aura of time. Zhen Yuanzi quickly cupped his hands in salute and said respectfully, "I apologize for the abrupt visit. Please forgive me, senior." Hongjun was also tense as this was his first time seeing Yilong. His astonishment was no less than Zhen Yuanzi's. When Yilong saw Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun, he was still figuring out how to explain the situation. But before he could act, he was stopped by Zhen Yuanzi's words. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and the words he wanted to say were forced back. After thinking it over for the sake of Xiaoshun, he might as well play the role of a senior. After all, even if he explained, they wouldn't listen. Better to avoid trouble. So he simply said, "You flatter me, you flatter me. But since you've taken the trouble to come today, there is indeed something I wish to ask." Hearing Yilong's words, Zhen Yuanzi glanced at Hongjun beside him, thinking that Hongjun was right. The senior's way of speaking was indeed unique. Not daring to be careless, he quickly replied, "Senior, please give your instructions. I am all ears. Let's talk inside." As he answered, Yilong made a gesture of invitation. The two were startled, then nodded repeatedly. Yes. The black-robed Yilong was speechless. He wondered what had happened to these great cultivators of the primordial era. Why did Nuwa and Hodu have strange looks in their eyes, and now these two as well? Without overthinking, he said, "Please, fellow Taoists." With one step, he had already entered the dojo. The two took a deep breath and followed him into the dojo. Their eyes roamed around, and soon they were captivated by the flow of energy within. Purple mist from the east. Primordial yellow qi. Righteous qi of ages. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Gazing at the dojo overflowing with various spiritual energies, it felt as if they were walking through different universes. It was incredibly wondrous, as if they were being baptized by time itself. Their restless moods were somewhat eased at this moment. Their eyes turned to Yilong's back, where the shadow of the mulberry tree, the tree of time, was faintly visible. Their gazes soon became entranced, drawn by the tree of time. For a moment, it seemed as if countless waves were rising. Falling leaves swirled through the ages. At this moment, they strained their eyes to see the tree's shadow clearly, but to their surprise, they could not penetrate it at all. Zhen Yuanzi felt unwilling to accept this. Golden light surged in his eyes. Ah! A cry of surprise. Zhen Yuanzi closed his eyes. Thin streams of golden blood slowly trickled down from his eye sockets. Seeing this, Hongjun dared not be careless. He quickly stepped forward to support him. At that moment, the black-robed Yilong, hearing the commotion, came to his senses. Seeing Zhen Yuanzi's bleeding eyes, he was puzzled. "What happened? Were you attacked?" Zhen Yuanzi, hearing this, suppressed the stinging pain in his eyes. He was on the verge of tears but feared offending the senior, so he quickly said, "Senior, I am fine. Please don't trouble yourself." Although he wanted to say that the mulberry tree behind the senior was so extraordinary that he tried to probe its mysteries with divine power, only to be struck down by the tree's radiance, nearly losing his Tao and life. If not for withdrawing in time, he would have perished. But if he said that, it would surely displease Yilong, and the consequences of the senior's wrath would be beyond his endurance. Since Yilong did not bring it up, he was giving him a way out. So he dared not walk into the trap. Hongjun also quickly forced a smile. His inner shock was no less than Zhen Yuanzi's, and he was even more grateful that he had not recklessly used his divine power to spy on the mulberry tree behind the black-robed Yilong. Even now the thought made him shudder. To defeat Zhen Yuanzi without revealing any effort damaging his mind. Clearly Yilong's strength had already surpassed the sage's. Yilong did not take it to heart. He simply assumed that Zhen Yuanzi's eye affliction was an old wound that had recurred. "Well then, let's proceed. This old injury won't affect your sight, will it?" Yilong frowned. If it truly did, then his plan to ask for help with Xiaoshun would likely be ruined. But really, why did Zhen Yuanzi have to injure his eyes? Could it have been during the battle with Dongwang Mingyi and the others? "No, it doesn't affect me. Thank you, senior, for your mercy." Zhen Yuanzi, hearing Yilong's question, instinctively took it as a warning from the senior. In his eyes, besides fear, there was also a sense of gratitude. Because he understood that in that instant Yilong could have blinded him, or even made him vanish without a trace. It would have been effortless. Good. By the way, I called you here today because I want you to take a look at my Taoist attendant. In recent years, something seems to have gone wrong with him. Senior and attendant. Zhen Yuanzi's heart trembled. He forced himself to endure the stinging pain in his eyes as he looked at Yilong. As a quasi-saint of the 8th layer with the innate foundation of the primordial spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree, ordinary injuries could be healed in an instant, yet now, he could not fully recover the damage to his eyes. In his view, it was entirely because Yilong intended to teach him a lesson, to make him remember, without harming his core, yet forcing him to endure this suffering. Though resentment stirred within him, he dared not voice it. Indeed, like you, it is also a ginseng fruit tree. I reckon you must have nurtured quite a number of ginseng fruits over the years, haven't you? My attendant here does not bear fruit, so I thought it fitting to let you see. Jin Yuanzi listened, could not help but pause. A ginseng fruit tree, an attendant that does not bear fruit. Could the senior be craving ginseng fruits? Meaning he wants me to offer some. Upon careful deliberation, he realized it was not quite that. Given the senior's abilities, if he wished to eat ginseng fruits, he could simply take them himself. I could not stop him. But now, since the senior said so, there must be deeper meaning. Recalling that Hongjun had previously received guidance from the senior, his cultivation had soared, breaking through to the 9th layer. Could it be that the senior intended to guide me as well? Jin Yuanzi's eyes widened involuntarily. Hiss. The next moment, the stinging pain in his eyes pulled him back to reality. What is it? Your eyes hurt again. Yilong's puzzled voice followed. Hongjun also looked at Jin Yuanzi in confusion. It's nothing. Jin Yuanzi forced a smile, marveling inwardly at Yilong's formidable divine power. Such piercing pain deep into the marrow filled him with awe. Jin Yuanzi said it was nothing. Yilong did not dwell on it and continued onward. After an unknown span of time, it's just ahead. Suddenly the black-robed Yilong halted. He pointed into the distance. Immediately after, the two followed his gaze. The next moment, their minds shook violently. Two transformed primordial spiritual roots. The senior's cave abode indeed like the cosmos, embracing all rivers. Such rare wonders two at once. And looking at the state of the two primordial spiritual roots, they were intertwined, nurturing and supporting each other. Wait, not merely transformation. Moreover, they had transformed with their original bodies as primordial spiritual roots. How is this possible? This time, when he truly saw the state of the two primordial spiritual roots before him, Jin Yuanzi's entire mind was seized with terror. His eyes wide open, enduring the stinging pain, he stared fixedly at Shao Kan and Shao Tung not far away, transforming with the original body of a primordial spiritual root. Perhaps others did not know, but Jin Yuanzi himself, a primordial spiritual root, understood better than anyone the difficulty of such an act. Even when he had transformed back then, merely conceiving such a thought had caused countless thunderbolts to descend from the entire sky. If one truly transformed, it would be like Pangu splitting the heavens, an existence not permitted by the heavenly Tao. The tribulation that descended would be like the vast Hongming, the most powerful Hongming, divine thunder, capable of overturning the entire world in an instant. Yet at this moment, the fact lay before his eyes, forcing him to admit that such a thing had happened. Your eyes don't hurt anymore. Yilong, seeing Jin Yuanzi's wide-open eyes, was puzzled. He had been squinting all along, but as soon as he saw Shao Kan, his eyes opened wide. Could it be he had taken a fancy to Shao Kan? No. Shao Kan is still so young. She must grow up before marriage. It doesn't hurt. Hearing Yilong's reminder, he quickly replied. After answering, he only then felt the pain in his eyes, enduring the ache. His gaze was fixed intently on Shao Kan and Shao Tung. Since it doesn't hurt, help me take a look. I'm telling you, they are both children. Don't get any ideas about them. Yilong muttered a reminder. Although Jin Yuanzi and Shao Kan were both ginseng fruit trees, if he tried to set his sights on Shao Kan now, Yilong would absolutely not agree. Yet upon hearing Yilong's words, Jin Yuanzi was momentarily stunned. A reminder. The senior was reminding him. These primordial spiritual roots were merely children, yet they had crossed the endless thunder tribulation. He with his level of cultivation lacked the courage to face such a heavenly tribulation. Surely this was the senior's true intention today. Seeing Jin Yuanzi lost in thought, with a strange expression in his eyes, Yilong could not help but ask, what is it? Are Shao Kan and Shao Tung having some problem? Don't just stand there, take a look. I went through the trouble of inviting you. Don't tell me there's nothing wrong. In this world besides you, I can't think of anyone else who could help me see what's wrong with these two children. Since you are also a primordial spiritual root, you should know something. If you don't know today, I truly won't know where to turn. As he spoke, seeing Jin Yuanzi's bewildered face, Yilong shook his head, looked at him with some disappointment, and a hint of gravity flashed in his eyes. I was too agitated. I shouldn't have troubled you with this. If you truly don't know the reason, I won't force you. Consider it my excitement getting the better of me. At this moment, Jin Yuanzi stood rooted to the spot, pondering deeply on Yilong's words. In that instant, this quasi-saint of the 8th layer felt a surge of hot blood burning within his heart. Those words like sharp blades pierced through his mind repeatedly, leaving his entire being unable to calm down. He vaguely grasped the meaning in Yilong's words. It seemed to say, I'll let you see my attendant, because I want to tell you that to step into a higher realm, one must possess the courage and qualifications to ascend. It is not simply splitting a branch from a primordial spiritual root, transforming into a form, and calling that perfect merit. Rather, one must transform with the original body of the primordial spiritual root, fearing not the thunder, fearing not the heavenly tribulation. To take root in the Honghuang is not the end. One must take root in the Hongming, drawing upon the boundless Hongming Qi. That is the true foundation of the great Tao. From the very beginning, from his own transformation, this path was wrong. The road he had walked was one of shackles of hardship, a road destined never to reach the peak. Without a heart as high as the heavens, how could the Tao be endless? If the route is wrong, then the entire path of cultivation is wrong. One wrong step, and every step is wrong. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I understand. I will forever remember the grace of your instruction. Zhen Yuanzi bowed, thrice performing the rite of receiving teachings. Seeing Zhen Yuanzi's reaction, Yi Long frowned slightly. He understood. Understood what? I asked you to examine my attendant. How did you end up understanding something? Could my words have triggered an enlightenment in him? However, thinking that enlightenment is not so easily achieved, Yi Long did not press further. Instead, he said with regret, since you have understood, then make good use of that spark of insight and meditate in my dojo. This. Hongjun saw Zhen Yuanzi's sudden enlightenment, and amidst his astonishment, he was even more profoundly shaken. A senior is indeed a senior. A mere few words were enough to instantly enlighten this Taoist friend who had been perplexed for tens of thousands of years. Such capability, even the Tao ancestor Hongjun might not be able to achieve. But recalling that Yi Long had once foreseen his own calamity struck ahead of time to injure Kuan Peng, and further predicted Zhen Yuanzi's tribulation, reminding him to return and lend aid. All of this instantly brought Hongjun clarity. What the senior contemplates must surely be beyond the reckoning of us juniors. As he looked at Yi Long, an involuntary fervor kindled in his gaze. With his own level of insight, despite having attained the peak of quasi-sage, he could scarcely fathom Yi Long's depths. At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi's brows were slightly furrowed, and within his eyes there burst forth a faint starlight. His injuries under that starlight had unknowingly begun to mend. Around his body, streaks of stars flickered faintly. A phantom of a ginseng fruit tree emerged from his form. Traces of vitality coalesced around him, and the Tao patterns on his body started to manifest slowly. Descending upon heaven and earth, streaks of divine charm gathered upon him. Amid radiant splendor, branches and vines continuously appeared along Zhen Yuanzi's body. His entire being floated into the air as if breaking free from constraints. The earth book had emerged at some point, and the phantom of the ginseng fruit tree, at this moment, slowly projected outward. Zhen Yuanzi himself was merely a branch of the ginseng fruit tree that had taken form. Despite this, he was inextricably linked to the mother tree. But after his transformation, the intense connection to the mother tree had faded. He no longer possessed that overpowering aura of control over it. The mother tree was rooted between heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, drawing in the myriad energies of the primordial wilderness. Zhen Yuanzi could only siphon a small portion of that energy to empower himself. This caused his cultivation speed to slow considerably in recent years, and now he found himself unable to advance an inch. At this moment, through Yi Long's guidance, he finally understood that the root cause was a wrong path chosen. One wrong step led to a cascade of errors. He himself was a primordial spirit root with a foundation and lineage not far inferior to the orthodox descendants of Pangu. Yet now the three pure ones had already attained sainthood, while he could not even break through the peak of quasi-sage. In recent days, his comprehension of the Tao had also encountered some obstruction. Looking back, he realized the error was in the path he had chosen back then. Had he taken form from the very beginning as the primordial spirit root itself, his current heights would likely be comparable to the three pure ones. Cultivators value an indomitable spirit. The stagnation of his cultivation in recent years had caused that fearless spirit within Zhen Yuanzi to dissipate. Now, with just a few words from Yi Long using the Tao child as a template and personal example, he rekindled that fearless spirit within him. In this world, the only one who could hinder him was himself. The only one who could make him feel fear was also himself. Had he taken form as the primordial spirit root back then later, even when facing Kuan Peng Ming He or Donghuang Tai, he would not have been so disgraceful. I Zhen Yuanzi stand between heaven and earth with a foundation no weaker than anyone else. As Zhen Yuanzi's thought arose, he felt an immediate surge of relief in his heart. His aura faintly showed signs of advancement. He summoned the mother tree of the ginseng fruit. Transforming into myriad streams of light, he merged into that mother tree. Even if he faced the Hongmeng divine thunder, even if it meant utter annihilation, he would have no regrets. The moment the streams of light merged into the ginseng fruit mother tree within the Taoist temple above the sky, countless gung thunders began to gather. Each bolt of gung thunder seemed capable of destroying an entire world. In Zhen Yuanzi's eyes, it was as if the 3,000 demon gods of the Hongmeng were charging at him. This was the crushing pressure from the heavenly Tao. Taking form as the original entity transcended the Tao's control, which the heavenly Tao did not permit. Therefore, at this moment, no matter where Zhen Yuanzi hid, he would be pursued and slain by the heavenly Tao, forced to endure the divine thunder. Because in this long period of cultivation, Zhen Yuanzi had already absorbed too much of the world's energy and comprehended countless Tao principles. Now, no matter where he hid, no matter which unknown time, space, or realm he was in, the heavenly Tao would perceive everything about him. His memories, his cultivation, all would be obliterated by the heavenly thunder. From then on throughout all time across all dimensions, countless beings would forget the name Jin Yuanzi. To hear the Tao in the morning and die at dusk is enough. At the final moment atop the towering phantom of the ginseng fruit tree, Jin Yuanzi stood proudly alone, facing the myriad thunder tribulations. In his heart a sense of pride arose. At this moment his entire being seemed to merge into heaven and earth, becoming the embodiment of a primordial spirit root that had taken form. His previous confusion about life and the Tao at this instant transformed into countless streaks of light and shadow, slowly integrating into the depths of his soul. He gained immeasurably. Within the towering tree, Jin Yuanzi gazed at the divine thunder of the heavens. In a fleeting glimpse, he seemed to perceive the faintest silhouette of the inheritance within the ginseng fruit tree. Born in chaos, why be bound by the wilderness? 3,000 Tao streams flow, countless beings perish. At this moment beneath the thunder tribulation, Jin Yuanzi seemed to sense the resonance of heaven and earth. Life and death, illusion and reality gradually emerged. In an instant the heavenly thunder crashed down toward him. Like a thunderous waterfall cascading from the sky, piercing through 30 million leagues of void, it poured down, intending to engulf Jin Yuanzi. Nearby, Yilong, who had just taken a few steps, saw the fine bolts of thunder striking down. The ginseng fruit tree trembled under the assault, as if it might vanish in the next moment. It seemed on the verge of being scattered. Yilong and Jin Yuanzi appeared to exist in different dimensions. You've awakened, but why can't you withstand such a petty heavenly tribulation? Could it be that your old injuries haven't healed? Yilong was puzzled and instantly moved toward Jin Yuanzi. Seeing this, Hongjun was horrified, well aware of the terror of the heavenly thunder. Senior, no. But at that moment Yilong had already reached Jin Yuanzi's side. Instantly the heavenly thunder engulfed both Yilong and Jin Yuanzi. Hongjun stared dumbfounded at the scene. His heart was filled with indescribable shock. Say, Senior, Hongjun murmured. But in that instant, he saw the phantom of the tree of time slowly emerge beneath the thunder tribulation. Immediately after, the myriad thunderbolts seemed to pour into that mulberry tree. They rapidly dissipated. Between heaven and earth, myriad rays of light descended from the clouds. Within those rays, countless Tao charms seemed to be contained. Accompanied by countless spiritual lights, they scattered down. Hongjun, with eyes wide, murmured to himself, "That is the legacy of heaven and earth." Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment, his face paling. His entire body trembled slightly. The so-called legacy of heaven and earth originated from the boundless chaos. It was the most profound beam of legacy between heaven and earth. Piercing through the chaos, it traversed the primordial earth, shining forth. Just as Jin Yuanzi thought he was about to perish and his Tao dissipate, in his eyes a phantom silhouette of a mulberry tree suddenly appeared. Immediately after, the thunderfall like heavenly tribulation vanished without a trace. Upon closer inspection, he realized with astonishment that the endless thunderfall had been completely absorbed by the unremarkable mulberry tree. And the mulberry tree, as if inexhaustible, continuously absorbed the tribulation, sheltering the main body of Jin Yuanzi's ginseng fruit tree, protecting his body that was about to be engulfed by the thunderfall, and shielding him from harm beneath the thunderfall. This, a senior, is helping me. Even such a tribulation can be handled with ease. Just what level has the senior's power reached? Could it be that he has already transcended this primordial world? At this moment, looking at his protected body, Jin Yuanzi's mind was shaken. He slowly came back to his senses. "Are you alright? Congratulations on taking another step forward." Yilong's voice sounded tinged with tranquility, yet deep inside he was quite astonished. This Jin Yuanzi, as a primordial spiritual root, could suddenly gain enlightenment just by observing in his own hermitage. And he himself had been in this hermitage for so many years without ever experiencing enlightenment. Hearing Yilong's praise, Jin Yuanzi was both surprised and delighted. He truly had not expected that this senior before him not only guided and enlightened him, but also helped him withstand the most formidable heavenly thunder. Such a favor was even more profound than teaching. If one were to call it a rebirth, it would not be an exaggeration. Just as he was utterly astounded, he suddenly felt the sky radiate with colorful light. Strands of legacy light descended, causing the already shocked Jin Yuanzi to feel 1,000 waves surge in his heart. A legacy from the chaos void. Sensing the continuous influx of messages into his mind, Jin Yuanzi's entire spirit was profoundly shaken. In his heart, there was even more understanding. If he returned now and went into seclusion for deeper cultivation, his cultivation level would surely break through. But recalling the endless mulberry tree behind Yilong, which could directly ignore the 9 heavens thunderfall, the joy in Jin Yuanzi's heart instantly vanished without a trace. Such an existence must be an existence beyond a sage. Thinking this, Jin Yuanzi bowed deeply to Yilong. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." As Jin Yuanzi spoke, his gaze fell upon Yilong. Yilong at this moment had already moved away from Jin Yuanzi's side. Standing with his hands behind his back, he looked towards Shao Kan and Shao Tung in the distance. His eyes were filled with deep concern. Zhen Yuanzi looked at Yilong's distant vicissitudes filled back, and a glint of determination appeared in his eyes. He knew that Yilong helped him only as a casual gesture. Perhaps Yilong himself never even thought about it. But as a man of deep loyalty and gratitude, Zhen Yuanzi, how could he fail to remember this favor clearly? Then he noticed Yilong's eyes. The faint hint of worry. His gaze was directed at the primordial gourd vine and the primordial ginseng fruit tree. He instinctively replied, "Senior, what you are truly concerned about must be the mighty thunder tribulation that will be attracted when the Tao fruit of these disciples is born right." Hearing Zhen Yuanzi's words, Yilong was first taken aback. He instinctively turned his head and glanced at Zhen Yuanzi. In his eyes, there was confusion. Tao fruit. That must be the ginseng fruit and the gourd right. This fellow indeed knows how to nurture them. Fortunately, it was not in vain that I helped him earlier. At this moment, Hongjun also wore a solemn expression. He turned his gaze back to Shao Kan and Shao Tung. Now, although he was different from Zhen Yuanzi, yet vaguely, he could also sense, above Shao Kan and Shao Tung's heads, the two fruits being nurtured seemed to emanate an aura of great terror, as if they contained endless universes, devouring the sky and swallowing the sea fraught with dangers. If they were truly born, they would surely startle heaven and move the earth. A great weapon among the primordial world. He sighed inwardly. By the senior's side, nothing could be judged by common sense. Seeing Yilong's confusion, Zhen Yuanzi was first startled, realizing he had misspoken. Then he sighed inwardly. Since the senior could easily withstand the transformation tribulation, why would he care about the tribulation of the Tao fruit? Presumably, the senior was not worried about anything, but rather wanted to caution him about something. Right, he himself was also a transformation of the ginseng fruit tree. Although outwardly similar to these two Taoist disciples, there was no difference. But he had not crossed the tribulation himself. There was some deviation in harmony. The senior must be cautioning me that if I condense the Tao fruit, I might not be able to survive the myriad tribulations. The senior's method of guidance is indeed, as fellow Taoist Hongjun said, extremely peculiar, even able to span the river of time and deduce the future. You know, Yilong's voice came at this moment. Zhen Yuanzi, not daring to be vague, immediately replied, "Senior, these two Taoist disciples have already obtained the fortune of heaven and earth. If they cultivate successfully in the future, they will surely make a stunning debut. Indeed, to follow by the senior's side is the honor of accumulated eons of glory. It truly makes us envious." Hongjun also chimed in at this moment. What occupied his mind, however, was how to become a sage. After all, although he had broken through to the peak of quasi-sage, he had also refined the primordial violet chi, and had used the method of slaying 3 corpses to slay his good corpse and evil corpse. But now, he had no clue about becoming a sage. Seeing Zhen Yuanzi receive guidance one after another, he grew anxious. While echoing, he wished for Yilong's guidance. "Senior, please guide me on the method of becoming a sage." Yilong heard Zhen Yuanzi's words, and felt much more at ease in his heart. He thought to himself that as long as Shao Kan and Shao Tung were fine, that was enough. But then he heard Hongjun asking him for the method of sagehood. His face immediately fell. "If I knew, why would I be stuck in this little hermitage? Isn't the outside world beautiful? Or isn't the outside world fragrant? Why bring up such things?" In his irritation, Yilong spat. He gave Hongjun a deep look, did not continue speaking, and walked toward the hermitage on his own. Hongjun and Zhen Yuanzi, seeing Yilong's sudden action, were momentarily. Both stood frozen, exchanging glances. Zhen Yuanzi, not daring to be careless, quickly followed. Hongjun stood still, watching for a long time. He could not figure out what this meant. As he walked slowly, his mind was filled with thoughts. This act of the senior must not be arbitrary, but was intended to caution him about something. While pondering, he committed the scene before him to memory. The two arrived at Yilong's humble abode. Yilong was about to brew tea for them and have a good conversation. But then he saw Hongjun, who was sitting at the table, suddenly slap his forehead. His eyes lit up. "I understand." At this moment, within Hongjun's heart, a towering surge erupted. The senior's spittle, seemingly casual, was actually a metaphor for the entire Honghuang land. After the flood, the people were destitute. It also pointed to the countless beings beneath this dojo, referring to the entire Honghuang land. While pondering, Hongjun's gaze pierced through the cosmos, through the dojo, and looked toward the entire Honghuang continent. In an instant, countless living beings came into his view. The next moment, he saw the continent where the Yao race roamed freely with the Wu and Yao in endless conflict. Was the senior not referring to the Wu and Yao? Hongjun was puzzled, but soon cast aside this thought. The war between Wu and Yao had lasted for several eons. This situation had never seen improvement, and both the Yao and Wu races were already familiar to him. Wait, that is... Hongjun gazed into the void. At this moment, what came into his view was a Yao tribe. Several Yao were gathered together. On the pillars, countless humans were bound. In their hands they held the thighs of two-legged sheep, gnawing wantonly. "Come eat. This thing is a delicacy of the world." Hongjun surveyed countless Yao settlements. But without exception, countless human limbs were hung everywhere. His heart grew increasingly shocked. The race created by Saint Nuwa had now become nothing but food. Wait, just like the senior's spittle a moment ago, insignificant. Yet it was such a race that had achieved the enlightenment of Saint Nuwa. Saint Tongtian, Saint Laozi, Saint Yuanshur, the two saints of the West. This, I fear, is what the senior truly wished to admonish me. All along I have only gazed at the heavens, but never carefully observed the tiny races and living beings beneath the sky, never caring about the life and death of these beings. Little did I know that this tiny race might be the true path to sainthood. My heart and mind became clear. At this moment Yilong heard Hongyun suddenly say, "I understand." He couldn't help but pause. "What do you understand?" Yilong looked at Hongyun with curiosity, then at Jin Yuanzi. These two acting so mysteriously were nothing like the legends. They didn't even know how to be reserved. After all, they were famous figures in the Honghuang. They should at least maintain some dignity. Noticing Yilong's gaze, Jin Yuanzi could only let out an awkward laugh. The next moment, he subtly nudged Hongyun under the table. Only then did Hongyun come to his senses. His gaze just met Yilong's. Seeing Yilong's strange expression, he quickly smiled apologetically. "Senior, I was lost in thought just now. Please forgive me." Yilong did not say much, but poured a cup of tea for each of them, recalling the incident with Nuwa and Ho Tu the other day. This time, to avoid that embarrassment, Yilong did not drink first. Drink tea, drink tea. I have troubled you too by inviting you from afar." Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun exchanged glances. Both had things on their minds, so they did not examine closely. They picked up their teacups. Both downed the entire cup of tea in one gulp. In an instant their eyes widened, staring at Yilong. The moment they drank the tea, they sensed a myriad of ancient and profound energies surging into their bodies. Although it did not increase their cultivation, it subtly deepened their understanding of the Tao. It seemed, in the unseen, such tea seemed to harmonize with the great Tao. Around them a hint of ancient aura emerged. Seeing their reactions, Yilong had intended to say something, but recalling their previous behavior, he refrained from speaking. Big shots always have strange quirks. He picked up the teapot again, intending to pour another cup for them. Their gazes also fixed on the teapot in Yilong's hand. Their eyes revealed a hint of eagerness. As if noticing their gaze, Yilong first furrowed his brow, then looked at them again. The next moment, he shook his head. This teapot had been obtained from a mission. Speaking of which, it was quite miraculous. Its internal space seemed to be able to contain all rivers, swallowing the water of an entire sea. Not only that, it could also purify water. Any water poured into the teapot would automatically become the purest in the world. Last time when Mount Buzhou collapsed and the heavenly water poured down, Yilong took the opportunity to collect a lot of water. Now if all the water in the teapot were poured out, it would probably flood the entire dojo. However, in Yilong's view, two famous figures from Honghuang should be satisfied with one cup. But now, looking at their expressions, it seemed not so. Though a bit puzzled, Yilong still poured another cup for the two before him. Seeing this, the two exchanged glances, waved their hands repeatedly, and said in unison, "Senior, this is too precious. One cup of such fine nectar is enough." As they spoke, Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun even stood up, bowing repeatedly to refuse. They knew well that Yilong had already imparted much wisdom today. If they were greedy, they might incur Yilong's displeasure. Seeing their state, Yilong thought they didn't like tea, so he naturally didn't say much. "In that case, then, this cup." Just then from the sky a voice of ancient sorrow echoed across the heavens. "Now I, Ho too, have witnessed the rise and fall of weak living beings in heaven and earth. Knowing that heaven cannot bear it, and receiving guidance from the senior great one, I leave a thread of hope for all beings. Ho too is willing to transform into the reincarnation, creating the 6 paths. Heavenly path, human path, Azura path, animal path, hungry ghost path, hell path. From today onward, the 6 paths of reincarnation can ferry departed souls to reincarnate and cultivate anew." Each declaration was resolute, piercing heaven and earth. Ho too's face was solemn as she swore to the heavens, utterly resolute. At the same time, her body began to rapidly transform, turning into the 6 paths of reincarnation. In the unseen, the incomplete heavenly Tao was repaired. Boundless merit descended from the heavens, turning into streams of light that entered Ho too's body. Within the reincarnation, Ho too attained the realm of a saint. From then on, her figure would never appear in the world again, forever imprisoned within the cycle. To maintain the operation of reincarnation. At this moment, Yilong's hand holding the teapot trembled slightly. In his mind, the peerless face of Ho tu appeared, and he recalled her melancholy expression and her naive inquiries. He sighed softly. In the end, she has transformed into reincarnation. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun exchanged glances. Just as they were about to speak, they felt within the entire dojo a subtle and ethereal current of air beginning to rotate slowly clockwise. Within the dojo, myriad visions arose one after another. The two were shocked, that is. Simultaneously, the two of them scanned the entire dojo. Immediately thereafter, they discovered the location of Yilong's true self. The true self genuinely existed within the dojo, yet when they observed closely, their eyes were filled with nothingness. It was as if that body did not exist at this moment in time. It seemed to be both in history and in the future, ethereal, untraceable, and even beyond memory. It was as if the moment they turned around, they would forget the existence of that body. Bizarre beyond measure, shocking to the core. At this moment, the true self held the Hongmeng pearl with a faint gleam radiating from his eyes. He slowly opened his eyes. In his gaze, a hint of surprise flickered. Time. I never expected that the first to touch even a fraction would be time the hardest of the 3,000 great Daos. Yilong's true self felt a surge of joy. Though he had only touched a mere vestige, he could already sense a trace of the essence of time upon his being. In a daze, he happened to catch sight of the two figures not far away. He could not help but meet their gaze. The next moment, Hongjun and Jin Yuanzi were both lost in Yilong's eyes. It was as if they were slowly drifting away in the river of time. Yet just as they thought they were about to perish, Yilong's true self slowly closed his eyes and sank back into cultivation. But at that very moment, Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun simultaneously awakened from that state. The lingering fear in their hearts had not yet faded, yet they had no memory whatsoever of what had just happened. Ho-Tu opened the cycle of reincarnation. This brought blessings to all living beings. Meanwhile, a system message appeared in Yilong's mind. Ding detected that the ancestral, which Ho-Tu has constructed the cycle of reincarnation aligning with the foundation of existence. Do you wish to emerge and revive the Dragon Clan? 1. Emerge immediately, revive the Dragon Clan, receive reward, Hongmeng measuring ruler. 2. Remain in seclusion, cultivate diligently, receive reward, Chaos Demon Ape Essence Blood. 1. No emergence. Yilong merely glanced at it briefly without any hesitation and chose to remain in seclusion. A drop of Chaos Demon Ape Essence Blood fell into his hand. Without even looking at it, Yilong tossed it directly into his storage, thinking he would give it to Xiao Air when he encountered him. The vast heavens of the primordial world. As Nuwa traveled, she suddenly heard that Ho-Tu had comprehended the Tao and transformed into the cycle of reincarnation. A trace of surprise flickered in her eyes. Although she had accompanied Ho-Tu earlier, Yilong had already mentioned reincarnation. It was only now that Nuwa understood what reincarnation truly meant. A method of becoming the cycle itself, purifying the resentful souls of the world, allowing young and tender beings to slowly cycle between heaven and earth. Beyond her shock, she was even more amazed by Yilong's foresight. Combined with everything she had witnessed in Yilong's dojo that day, the memories still sent chills down her spine. Unconsciously, she gazed up at the sky, as if looking toward the distant Zixiao Palace. On Mount Kunlun, sensing Ho-Tu's attainment of sainthood, Tongtian Jiaozhu, who was practicing his sword, slowly sheathed the Qingping sword. His gaze pierced through the heavens. Gazing into the distance, he murmured to himself, the mysterious predecessor is truly formidable. To be able to guide the ancestral witch Ho-Tu to make such a decision and change the current situation of the Wu clan. Brother Tongtian, do not belittle yourself. This must be the merit of our master. Yuan Shi's disdainful voice rang out. Regarding Yilong, he was already displeased. At this moment, hearing Tongtian's words, a chilling gleam shot through his eyes. Though he had already attained sainthood and should have abandoned the 7 emotions and 6 desires today, reminded by Tongtian, he recalled what he had seen and heard outside Yilong's dojo. Thinking of it now, it seemed utterly ridiculous. A flicker of displeasure passed through his eyes. Moreover, the disciples Tongtian accepted were mostly those born from moisture and eggs, advocating teaching without discrimination, which further irritated him. Did you not hear that Ho-Tu said she was guided by the predecessor? This act not only elevated Ho-Tu, but also gave the Wu clan a glimmer of hope. Tongtian replied with a hint of disdain, his eyes cold. Yuan Shi, naturally unwilling to concede, immediately retorted, predecessor. In my view, he is nothing but a mere ant hiding in the shadows, yet dares to call himself a predecessor. Tongtian sneered. Without the predecessor's guidance, how could junior sister Nuwa have attained sainthood? Without the predecessor's layout in his dojo, how could I have seen through the heavenly secrets? How can we casually fathom the mind of the predecessor? Stop arguing, this act is ultimately virtuous. Laozi spoke slowly amidst their quarrel. His expression was calm. The Supreme One transcended emotions, unconcerned with worldly affairs, yet Ho-Tu's action stirred a slight ripple within him. The 2 others fell silent upon hearing this. Their eyes betrayed displeasure. The 3 parted on bad terms, each returning to their own cultivation. The 2 Western Saints also sensed the Wu clan's move. Shock filled their hearts, recalling their previous schemes against Zhurong and Gonggong. Their minds were now stirred with waves of emotion. For Ho-Tu's action had effectively secured a chance of survival for the Wu clan. Zhuanti glanced at Jane, rubbing his hands together, his eyes dim. He murmured, "Tisk tisk, what a pity. The destined one we had in hand is gone." Wait, what is that? As Zhuanti spoke, his gaze pierced through the universe, and he spotted a pure black young dragon figure. It walked through the world, head held high as if it regarded everything in the heavens with contempt. Its face bore an air of arrogance. The more Junti watched, the more astonished he became. A sly grin spread across his face. Born with the 12th-grade annihilation Black Lotus surrounded by radiant light, its bloodline must be extraordinary. This young dragon is fated to be with my sect. I must go and convert this destined one. At Yilong's dojo, Hongjun and Jin Yuanzi dared not linger, hastily bidding farewell to Yilong. Both were filled with insights. Jin Yuanzi headed straight for his own dojo, intending to digest all that he had comprehended today, in order to advance further and cross the endless torrent of the great river in the future. Meanwhile, Hongjun transformed into billowing red clouds and descended to the mortal world. He intended to travel through the mortal realm and help the human race escape their current plight. As he had realized during his meditation in Yilong's dojo, perhaps the human race was the key to his attainment of sainthood. After the two left, Yilong himself plunged into endless cultivation, comprehending infinite Dharma techniques. Invisibly, he sought to find more laws within the Hongmeng Pearl. Outside the dojo, the Tai Chi pattern began to spin at high speed. To outsiders, the mysterious dojo suspended in the air seemed to vanish within the clouds in a fleeting moment. Yet inside the dojo, the flow of time began to deviate subtly from the outside world. Though the deviation was imperceptible, it created ripples in the river of time. Shao Kan and Shao Tung were still in deep slumber. However, the gourd above their heads and the ginseng fruit both emitted a mysterious luster. It seemed as if streaks of light were flowing and a faint aura of antiquity lingered around them. Hongjun sat high above the void, silently observing the transformations of primordial life. He naturally knew of Hutu's reincarnation into the cycle of reincarnation, as he recalled now. He remembered how Yilong had once hinted with the element of earth guiding him to instruct Hutu. A trace of contemplation flickered within his eyes. After a long while, he shook his head, choosing not to delve deeper. On the vast primordial earth, Hebor relying on his 12th-grade annihilation Black Lotus for protection. His whole body radiated divine essence, majestic and extraordinary. Moreover, he was naturally blessed with the heritage of the Dragon clan, making ordinary demons no match for him. At this moment, Hebor had already transformed into a child dressed in black, pinning several minor demons beneath him, shouting provocatively, "Do you submit?" As he spoke, his palm struck a minor demon fiercely. Slap! A loud sound echoed through the clouds. The minor demon trembled, instantly screaming in terror. "We submit, we submit. We submit." Hebor watched on. He then pursed his lips full of arrogance. "That's better. Now where did you say you saw a dragon?" The few demons hesitated. First stunned, then exchanged glances. "Hurry, my patience is limited." As he spoke, Hebor gave them a fierce glare. Instantly the demons cowered, their bodies trembling. "The West. West Sea." Hearing this, Hebor's eyes lit up. Slowly rising into the air, the force of his ascent was so immense that it sent the minor demons tumbling to the ground, landing face first like dogs eating dirt. Hebor did not know the direction. After flying aimlessly for a while, he became lost. Just then he saw not far away. A person walked slowly, radiating no visible aura, with a peaceful countenance, step by step. Approaching Hebor, it was Junti's good incarnation Putty. Hebor, troubled by his lost direction, saw this old man, and without a second thought, flew straight over to him. Before Hebor could speak, Putty spoke first. "Taoist, I see you are fated with the West." As he spoke, infinite golden light began to emerge from his palm. A swastika radiated radiant beams, encompassing myriad phenomena, seeming to hold countless universes within, as if piercing through endless time and space, carrying countless Buddhist doctrines descending upon Hebor. Hebor tried to resist, but it was too late. Only the thought, "What the hell?" lingered in his mind. His eyes filled with boundless confusion, unaware why this seemingly frail old man suddenly attacked. Even so, he struggled desperately, trying to break free from Putty's grasp. In an instant, black lotus petals began to fall, emerging around Hebor. The 12th-grade annihilation Black Lotus manifested the light of annihilation, as if to repel the golden radiance. But Junti chuckled lightly. Good, good. As he spoke, the radiance in his palm intensified, seeming to contain infinite universes rotating within rays of light scattered. Myriad worlds enveloping Hebor, protected by the 12th-grade Black Lotus, encompassed completely, slowly turning. Within, Hebor's mind was filled with countless Buddhist doctrines, as if to cleanse his heart entirely. Writhing in agony, clutching his head on the ground, trembling, barely alive, Putty looked on, then chuckled softly. "A mere young dragon, yet you resist. Now you are already in my grasp. In an instant I shall bring you into the Western sect as a guardian." The 12th-grade annihilation Black Lotus would also become a sacred relic of the Western sect. But at that moment, behind the young dragon, a phantom of a mulberry tree slowly emerged, unbeknownst to anyone. The mulberry tree carried an aura of endless vicissitudes, and as it gently spread, it shielded Hebor within. Putty sneered, still trying to resist. As he spoke, he once again deployed the swastika myriad worlds, all phenomena. Each world seemed to contain divine essence intending to suppress the mulberry tree before him. One flower, one world. One leaf, one Bodhi. Sweeping down it aimed to crush the mulberry tree on the spot. But the phantom of the mulberry tree stood firm in the void. With a slight tremor, the myriad worlds constructed by putty instantly shattered, forming streaks of light, flowing down, disappearing into the leaves of the mulberry tree. For a moment, Putty stood rooted, staring at the phantom of the mulberry tree in the distance, his mind and soul shaken. How is it possible? On Kunlun Mountain, Tontian sensed faintly. Why does this little friend's aura contain the presence of the Elder? Could he have inherited the Elder's legacy? Walking the world on behalf of the Elder, spreading the Elder's teachings. This matter, perhaps the Elder had long sensed it. Delaying action only to observe our response. As he pondered, Tongtian's form flickered and vanished from the spot. A voice indifferent as heavenly thunder descended from the 9 heavens. A blade tinged with cyan light landed between Juanti and Hebua. It was the Qingping sword forged from the 24-grade pure world lotus, and also Tongtian's enlightenment treasure. The Elder's disciple is not fated with the West. Crack. A loud crash. The saintly might surged, piercing the heavens. The 33 heavens trembled and cracked. In an instant, countless stars seemed to fall. Myriad beams of light flowed between heaven and earth. A figure slowly emerged from the ethereal void, step by step, each step radiating brilliance. The Qingping sword transformed into a stream of light, landing in the figure's hand. The figure was not imposing, even dressed thinly, but just standing there caused all beings between heaven and earth to submit, not daring to move, as if the embodiment of the great Tao itself, or like a sharp blade piercing the heavens. Where his form passed, the primordial land shattered. This was a saint. At this moment, Tontian stepped forward, standing before Hebua. He turned and looked at Putty. Putty at this moment. His face darkened. Knowing all that had just happened was Tongtian's doing. He shouted loudly, "Tongtian, what do you mean? This is a fated treasure of the West. Do not ruin our Western opportunity." What damned opportunity? Coming to the East to scavenge, speaking so blatantly, daring to touch the Elder's disciple. Do you think our East has no one left? Tongtian sneered, his gaze icy cold toward Putty. Step aside. This is the West's fated treasure. If you obstruct today, you sever our Western fate. Can you bear the consequences? Putty roared. Tongtian hearing this, his eyes grew even colder. Fate. Fate your grandmother. Get lost now. Tongtian had no patience for further words. The Qingping sword in his hand emitted a faint glow. Within his eyes, countless divine rays pierced through. His divine pupils blazed. In an instant, he was ready to contend with Putty. Putty frowned, never expecting that Tongtian would defy the dignity of a saint over a mere young dragon. He shouted loudly, "Tongtian, as a saint, are you determined to obstruct the fated one of the West today?" Tongtian shook his head slightly, a hint of domineering resolve flashing across his brow. He spoke calmly and sharply in the void, saintly might spreading, spiritual energy roaring in, like countless ancient beasts surging from the ages. The Qingping sword in his hand shimmered with a faint luster, pointing at Putty. His voice seemed to swallow the universe as he slowly stated, "Today this matter is settled by me." The Supreme Lord Tongtian's aura swept across the heavens and earth, shaking the myriad primordial beings in the vast expanse who did not know, who did not hear of his might. As fellow saints, to engage in battle was a grave taboo, for it would surely bring calamity upon all living beings. Yet Tongtian taught without discrimination and pitted the mortal world. But now was Tongtian truly about to strike at Junie? What had transpired to cause this? The primordial beings stood in utter shock. Then they saw high above the firmament a cyan long sword slowly materialize. The sword rose and countless frosty streaks of light swept across the sky, converging upon the blade. The sword loomed like a celestial pillar, piercing through the heavens and reflecting the void. In that moment, countless beings gazed upon the blade, trembling with fear, as if a single glance could annihilate them. It seemed to seek their eradication from the very root. The several saints all fixed their gaze upon the void, staring at the sky-piercing sword, aura, astonishment gleaming in their eyes. They could clearly discern that Tongtian was now in deadly earnest. In that instant, his body seemed to draw the very currents of heaven and earth. As Tongtian moved, a colossal figure slowly emerged above him. The figure was immense and imposing, radiating a chilling, murderous intent. This was none other than Tongtian's Dharma avatar. As the figure coalesced, the cyan longsword descended from beyond the 33rd heaven, striking downward. It cleaved the clouds of the sky asunder, as if intent on splitting the entire firmament. The blade fell hurtling toward the Bodhi Taoist. Seeing this, the Bodhi Taoist's face flickered with shock. "Tongtian, you're being serious," he exclaimed, panicked. In his view, there was absolutely no need for Tongtian to take such a minor matter so seriously, let alone summon his Dharma avatar. After all, it was only a small dragon. How could such a trifle provoke Tongtian's intervention? Even for the sake of the 12-petal world-destroying Black Lotus, it was unnecessary. Yet now, seeing Tongtian's stance, He realized that Tong Tian was genuinely enraged. Not daring to be careless, he hastily produced the 7 treasures wonderful tree and swept his hand, attempting to dissipate the sky-splitting aura. At the same time he roared, "Tong Tian, cease this at once. Do you intend to bring ruin upon all living beings?" As he spoke, the sword aura had already descended. Bodhi dared not be negligent and swiftly swept his tree. Though he dispelled many sword streams, an endless torrent continued to pour down. The sword aura fell, cutting across the virtuous avatar's body, leaving wounds upon wounds. And still an unending cascade of sword energy kept striking, as if intent on erasing this avatar entirely. Not daring to underestimate the threat, Bodhi hurriedly cried out, "Tong Tian, you child, do not go too far. I have not deigned to quarrel with you, but do not think I dare not strike back." As he spoke, Zhuanti's virtuous avatar burst forth with radiant light. His Dharma avatar erupted from behind him, and he swept the 7 treasures wonderful tree with all his might, striving to wipe away the sword aura completely. Yet in the next moment Bodhi's face turned ghastly. He saw the sword streams relentlessly pressing on, as if determined to cast his virtuous avatar down from the heavens. He exclaimed inwardly, "We are both saints, yet how can Tong Tian's severed avatar be so formidable? Could it be that his true self has arrived?" Not daring to be careless, a flicker of panic crossed his face. He cried out in alarm toward the void, "Elder brothers, save me!" As Zhuanti's virtuous avatar shouted. From the void, Jane's figure emerged, blocking the remnants of the sword aura. The next moment Bodhi, seeing Jane's arrival, felt a surge of joy. He gently waved his hand, intending to spirit away the black lotus from the ground. Tong Tian stood between heaven and earth, his gaze icy upon Bodhi, while sword auras crisscrossed around him. With a slight motion of the Qingping sword in his hand, another sword aura descended. Jane frowned repeatedly, steadying himself as he looked at Tong Tian. Bodhi barked, "Daoist Tong Tian, do you intend to fight 2 against 1? As the words fell, the figures of Laozi and Yuanshi materialized in the void. Bodhi sensed an ill omen, his face darkening. Jane then spoke, "Let us go. There is no affinity today." Bodhi sighed, and their figures vanished together with Jane. After the two had departed, Tong Tian nodded in gratitude. Laozi merely cast a glance before his figure dissolved. Yuanshi's gaze fell upon the black lotus. He frowned slightly after a single look. Such a creature of damp birth and egg-laying origin. What merit is there in saving it? Enough. He shook his head, and his figure also vanished. Tong Tian stared at the black lotus for a long time, yet a strange joy rose within his heart. In his palm a sword intent rune materialized and settled into the heart of the black lotus. Then he sighed, and his form dissolved into the heavens. At this moment Yilong was within the Honghuang pearl, comprehending the Tao, with his whole being oblivious to all else. In his cultivation ground, Xiao Tong sensed something and opened her eyes to gaze at the sky. She saw sword auras crisscrossing the firmament. Suddenly struck by enlightenment, she looked toward the zenith of the heavens. Beholding the majestic sword style, savoring the interweaving sword intent, and experiencing the overbearing sword aura. In her eyes Xiao Tong gained a deeper understanding. A faint smile touched her lips as inspiration dawned. Such swordmanship was rare in the world. Who could have angered such a being? As she pondered, rays of brilliant light shone from the gourd atop her head, and countless sword intents coalesced. It seemed as if a torrent of sword light was about to burst forth, making it appear like a precious treasure descending upon the world. In that moment Xiao Shun was also startled awake. Looking at Xiao Tong beside her, she felt both joy and envy. At that time above Xiao Tang's head, it was like a vast cosmos swallowing mountains and rivers with towering sword aura. From outside the cultivation ground the sword aura streamed in and plunged into the smooth gourd atop Xiao Tang's head. As the sword aura infused, Xiao Tang's entire body began to float slowly in the air. In her hand a gourd vine appeared, as if by magic. She danced in the air, seemingly comprehending the sword forms. With each swing streaks of sword aura fell, carving countless marks into the ground. This imposing aura awakened Yilong's avatar. Gazing at the sword auras swirling around, Xiao Tong, a hint of astonishment crossed his face. Without further thought, he drew upon his own insights into the sword path gained over the years. Since Xiao Tong was so infatuated with the way of the sword, he might as well impart a move or two. As he pondered, Yilong leaped into the air. With a single finger he touched Xiao Tang's brow. In an instant countless sword auras rose from the ground, enveloping Xiao Tong completely. Xiao Tong floated in the air, slowly spreading her arms, basking in the endless sword aura pouring into her mind. Above her head the gourd brimming with sword aura grew even brighter in that moment. In the sky bolts of thunder gathered as if about to descend from the heavens and strike the gourd. But at that instant Yilong raised an eyebrow and glared at the firmament. Yet in that very moment the thunderclap swept in, carrying an aura of annihilation. The thunderbolt hurtled toward the gourd. Yet in that very instant around Yilong the phantom of a mulberry tree reappeared, gently swaying, and the myriad annihilation thunderbolts vanished, as if swallowed by the countless mulberry leaves. Slowly they faded beneath the endless leaves, at the same time sheltered by the mulberry tree's phantom. The vast lightning energy shed its violent force, yet still carried the essence of annihilation gently diffusing from within the tree. It poured into the gourd above Xiaotang's head. Had Jin Yuanzi been present, he would have recognized it at once. For this lightning tribulation's aura was the very chaos lightning tribulation that had once been drawn by Jin Yuanzi's original form when he transformed. Yet now such a mighty tribulation had become nourishment merging into Xiaotang's gourd. The entire gourd of Xiaotang seemed to originate from chaos itself, exuding an ancient annihilating presence. As the gourd devoured the annihilation chi, strands of annihilation sword intent imbued with chaos slowly formed within the gourd. Countless sword energies crisscrossed inside, making the gourd seem like a world of its own. Within this world, countless sword energies interweaved, killing, slaughtering, calming, plundering, raging, pioneering, a motley array of sword intent. Like myriad phantoms, they shuttled within, brewing. Inside the gourd, a cyan sword shadow took shape, faintly emerging. The cyan sword shadow appeared extremely illusory, yet in truth, it was imbued with annihilation chi and countless sword intents, as if the myriad worlds were gathered into this tiny gourd. Yilong watched for a long while, marveling at Xiaotang's extraordinary fortune. Once Xiaotang had fully stabilized, Yilong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at Xiaoshun, who was staring at Xiaotang with a face full of envy. Knowing that they had grown up together, and now Xiaotang had obtained a great opportunity, Xiaoshun felt left behind. A hint of amusement arose in Yilong's heart. Xiaoshun envious? Yilong asked with a light laugh. Xiaoshun first shook his head like a rattledrum, then nodded. In a soft voice he said, "Master, I want it too." Upon hearing this, the black-clad Yilong grinned softly. Looking at the simple and honest Xiaoshun, he understood that the little one was unwilling to be outdone. In that case, I shall also teach you a technique. As Yilong pondered, he moved his hand slightly, and then imparted a subtle archery technique he had recently comprehended. Upon sensing the threads of archery, Xiaoshun's face lit up with wild joy, and he quickly began to digest what Yilong had transmitted. Seeing this, Yilong finally relaxed. Leaving Xiaotang and Xiaoshun to their meditation, he stretched lazily, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a sip. Gazing at the space outside, he let out a long sigh and resumed his cultivation. Time passed in a flash. Another 10,000 years went by. On this day, during his enlightenment, Yilong's true body opened his eyes and stared at the sky. He seemed to see a cluster of red objects whizzing across the heavens. Upon closer inspection, a cacophony of voices drifted down. "Brother, hurry. There's fun ahead. Brother, there's fun over there too. These people are so weak. Burn them all. Ha ha. These fellows are really feeble." As that old man said, the outside world is far more entertaining than the bare sun star. Listening to the laughter flooding the air, Yilong examined them and easily discerned that they were all three-legged golden crows, their bodies wreathed in solar true fire that blazed fiercely, scorching all living beings. Memories surged in Yilong's mind. Long ago, after he and Dijun's grand wedding, 10 little golden crows were born. They were extremely mischievous and unable to control their solar true fire, causing constant trouble in the heavenly court. Moreover, as solar true fire was a supreme divine flame, even ordinary Teyuo golden immortals dared not touch it lightly. Helpless Dijun arranged for them to cultivate in seclusion on the sun star, where they could master the solar true fire while also absorbing the sun's origin to enhance their cultivation. To protect his sons, Dijun even set up a dense formation around the sun star. Though not as powerful as the Zhou Tianxing Dogrand formation, it was still extremely formidable. This formation both sheltered the little golden crows and restricted their movements, preventing them from leaving and forcing them to cultivate in peace. But not long ago, a mysterious old man arrived, tore a gap in the formation, and said, "The heavenly emperor fears that the young princes are bored, so he has sent me to accompany you in your play." The little golden crows, bored and confined, did not heed the old man's words. Seeing the opening, they slipped out in a flash. They rushed toward the Honghuang continent, and as they passed by Yilong's territory, he caught sight of them. Thinking of Ho, Yilong frowned. The system's message followed. Detected golden crows harming the mortal world. Please choose one: ignore, do nothing. Reward: Nirvana fire. 2. Intervene, stop them from wreaking havoc, become an enemy of the demon race. Reward: reincarnation, great art. Reincarnation, great art. What kind of crappy thing is that? This dog system looks down on me. I didn't choose Nirvana fire last time. If I miss this chance again, I don't know if the system will offer it again. Sorry, Hoey. I really want to help you, but I have no choice. But this is fate. You have to accept it. After all, my strength is weak, and going against the demon race is something you'll have to do yourself. Look at the system. It's already thinking about how I should reincarnate. Can't afford to offend. But as Ho-Yi's friend, if I don't help, it seems a bit unreasonable. Besides, these golden crows look incredibly arrogant and really deserve a beating. Glancing at the Nirvana fire in his hand, He was considering whether to teach them a lesson when he suddenly sensed a red cloud appearing in the sky, transforming into myriad crimson rays. In an instant it blotted out the sky, causing the blazing sun that had been scorching the earth to ripple, blocking the 10 golden crows' path. Following Yilong's instructions, Hongjun was traveling the mortal world when he sensed the heavenly anomaly. Without a second thought, he soared into the sky and intercepted the golden crows. An icy voice rang out. "Gentlemen, please return." The golden crows, seeing their path blocked, all laughed lightly. Their faces showed no regard for Hongjun. "Old man, do you know who we are? We are the Heavenly Court's princes. Offend us, and you offend the entire Heavenly Court. If you're wise, get out of our way now. Move aside." The 10 of them, blocked by the red cloud, were naturally unconvinced. As they spoke, an aura of overbearing pride emanated, and their eyes were full of disdain. As sons of the Heavenly Emperor Dijun, backed by the Heavenly Court, who in the mortal world would dare to provoke them and risk becoming an enemy of the demon race? But Hongyun's expression was solemn. Facing the 10, he did not retreat an inch. "I said go back." Meanwhile, seated high above the 33rd heaven, Hongjun sensed something, as well a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. His gaze pierced through the void as he silently calculated. He deduced that the 10 suns' journey through the heavens was ordained by the heavenly Tao, with Junti covertly stirring the tides behind the scenes. Puzzled, his confusion deepened when he saw Hongjun. The gift of the primordial purple chi to Hongjun was never a blessing. It was destined to be a calamity for him. Because Hongjun had yielded his seat, the karma that should have been settled by Hongjun with the Western sages went awry, leaving Hongjun somewhat displeased. Thus he bestowed the primordial purple chi upon him. As the saying goes, innocence is no defense against the crime of possessing treasure. Now, instead of perishing from this tribulation, Hongjun had gained a significant fortune and even begun to interfere with the chessboard originally laid out by the heavenly Tao. This utterly baffled Hongjun. As he silently calculated, he traced it back to the mysterious Taoist sanctuary of Yilong. He frowned slightly. Meanwhile, the sage Nuwa also sensed that momentous events were unfolding within the cosmos. Upon careful deliberation, she discovered with astonishment that Hongjun had stood before the 10 golden crows, shielding the primordial land and preserving its countless lives from the catastrophe. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Although Hongjun was known as a kindly old man, in his view the myriad beings of the world were nothing but ants. Why would he offend the demon clan for the sake of mere ants? This did not align with Hongjun's usual conduct. Could it be the senior? Nua's mind flashed to Yilong. Recalling the events at Buzhou Mountain, she was filled with doubt. Had the senior foreseen the mortal calamity and thus instructed Hongjun to intercept the 10 suns in advance? But such an act would deviate from the trajectory of the heavenly Tao. Logically, this would not align with the methods of the omniscient senior. So what was the senior's purpose this time? Nua could not comprehend and was left perplexed. Lost in thought, she shook her head. Meanwhile, the 2 Western sages were equally astonished. Junti, who had been smug just moments ago, suddenly changed expression. Sensing that Hongjun had stopped the 10 suns, he could not help but say, "What is this Hongjun doing? Deliberately provoking the demon clan. Is he trying to defy the heavenly Tao, eh?" Jane listened, then frowned slightly. "I do not know." On Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian, Laozi Yuanshi, and the others each deployed their divine powers, piercing through the cosmos to observe the events unfolding beneath the heavens. At this moment, though they were puzzled by Hongjun's actions, they did not take them too seriously. Hongjun's eyes were icy cold as he stared at the 10 golden crows in the distance, his face filled with a strange murderous intent. Although the golden crow's cultivation was inferior to his, there was not a trace of respect in their expressions. "Go back. Who do you think you are?" The eldest golden crow, Dilly, sneered, his face full of disdain. As he spoke, he flapped his wings, sending down countless shooting stars that pierced the sky and illuminated the void. Following Dilly's move, the other golden crows also showed unwillingness, their eyes sharp with killing intent. They showed no mercy toward Hongjun. The golden crow grand formation was instantly deployed. 10 suns circled, and the solar true fire descended with fierce glints, crashing down toward Hongjun. Seeing this, Hongjun let out a contemptuous smile. A crimson long sword had materialized in his hand, and he slashed toward the sky, aiming at the golden crow grand formation. The red sword cut through the air like a rainbow. In an instant, it seemed about to sever the grand formation. But at that moment, a dark shadow emerged from the clouds, radiating fierce light, holding a jade-green sword shaped like a feather that emitted faint ripples. It was none other than Kunping. His cultivation had broken through to the 9th level of the quasi-saint realm. His body was surrounded by wind blades, and his feathers had regrown, clearly indicating that all his old injuries were healed. With a surge of murderous aura, he charged toward Hongjun. Sensing the danger behind him, Hongjun dared not be careless. He waved his hand, and in an instant, 2 figures, one white and one black, appeared behind him. Hongjun's good and evil corpses. With one good, one evil, and the main body, 3 entities took shape, and they charged toward Kunping. Seeing this, the 10 golden crows showed a hint of delight. "Thank you, Demon Master, for your assistance. We shall take our leave first." They withdrew the Golden Crow Grand Formation and flew into the clouds. After exchanging a blow with Hongjun, Kunpeng gazed at the retreating backs of the 10 Golden Crows, a strange sly smile flickering in his eyes. To lay a hand on the son of our demon clan, you must first pass through me. Kunpeng's words carried a hint of mockery. To him, being forced to retreat alongside Dongwang Tai and Mingyi while pursuing Hongjun in the past was a true disgrace. Now, having broken through to the 9th level of Quasi-Saint, he no longer feared the Hongjun before him. Though he was still a step away from sainthood, strength ruled. At the same cultivation level, Hongjun would have to exert his full power to contend with him. As long as no saints intervened, Hongjun could not possibly overcome him. Even if Hongjun deployed both his good and evil corpses, Kunpeng could still escape with his innate divine ability. Hongjun could never catch him. Moreover, his true form was the Kunpeng of the 9 heavens, capable of reaching any place in the world. And this time his sole purpose was to block Hongjun, preventing him from stopping the emergence of the 10 Sons. How ironic. Though honored as the Demon Master when he once competed for the Demon Emperor's throne, he was defeated by Dongwang and Dijuan, and a wisp of his soul was trapped in the demon summoning banner, restricting his actions. Now, despite breaking through to the peak of Quasi-Saint, his actions were still controlled by others. Living under someone else's thumb had long bred resentment in Kunpeng's heart, and the prolonged delay of war between the Wu and Demon clans made him restless. At this moment, Dijuan was studying the Hichu and Luoshu, comprehending the Zhou Tianxing Do Grand Formation, while Tai was focused on cultivation, neglecting the affairs of the Demon clan. In Kunpeng's view, this journey of the 10 Sons was the perfect fuse to ignite war between the Demon and Wu clans. Only in such chaos could he seek a sliver of freedom. Thus, when he saw Hongjun driving away the Golden Crows, he stepped forward without hesitation. Hongjun frowned slightly. Above his head, crimson clouds blotted out the sky. He took a step forward and appeared before Kunpeng, covering tens of thousands of miles of the heavens. Within the red clouds, brilliant light radiated. A myriad of worlds were hidden within, with sunlight, moonlight, stars, mountains, and rivers shining through the crimson clouds enveloping the sky. Across the 8 directions, celestial music played. Beneath the red clouds, like a mirage, countless illusory scenes drifted down along the clouds. Streams of energy dissipated around Hongjun, and countless rays of light flowed around the 3 Hongjun entities. Though he lacked powerful spiritual treasures, Hongjun himself was the first primordial red cloud. His origins were naturally no weaker than Kunpeng's, and having fused with the primordial purple chi, his aura was even more formidable than Kunpeng's. The red long sword in his hand stirred slightly, causing the energies of heaven and earth to surge, as if ready to pour forth from Hongjun's palm. Pass through me. This is your scheme. Hongjun's expression seemed somewhat mocking, yet in the end it returned to calm. He looked at Kunpeng and said with a faint smile, "Who do you think you are? Nothing but a defeated foe. A dog of the demon race, and you think yourself something noble. You?" Kunpeng had long harbored resentment over this matter, and now hearing Hongjun bring it up again, this stirred boundless fury within Kunpeng's heart. It even gave him a surreal feeling. He was perplexed. Hongjun, who had always been known as the old, good-natured man of the primordial era, how after his last return did he gain such confidence? His temperament had undergone an inexplicable transformation. After a brief moment of astonishment, Kunpeng's face swiftly darkened. He was always extremely concerned with face. Originally, he only intended to intercept him to prevent Hongjun from ruining his great plan. But now this old man Hongjun was relentlessly grasping his weak point. "Old man Hongjun, shut your mouth. If it weren't for you back, then how could I have missed the opportunity to become a sage? If it weren't for you, how could I have fallen into such a miserable state? The cause of all this, isn't it all because of you, you old villain? Today, exposing my secrets, you're seeking death." Kunpeng's voice was icy, his words filled with overwhelming resentment. Hongjun heard this. He let out a cold laugh. "Blame me. When you were pursuing and trying to kill me, you never said such words. If not for the senior's prior planning, I would have been slain by you then. What now that your wounds have healed, have you forgotten the lesson from the senior?" As Hongjun spoke, the crimson longsword in his hand, from the void it transformed into countless crimson longswords. Each of these swords seemed capable of piercing the universe itself. Carrying fierce killing intent amidst the slaughter, there was also a strange domineering aura, igniting the sky as if the entire firmament was refined from countless breaths, slowly enveloping the surrounding space. This time he too had murderous intent, chasing after him, bullying his good friend. If not for Yilong, he would have long perished. Now encountering Kunpeng again, how could he not fight? Arrogant talk. Kunpeng's expression was icy. While furious in his heart, he was also extremely curious. How could Hongjun, who was clearly being hunted by his group after escaping, manage to heal his injuries and become so defiant and overbearing? It was a world of difference from the Hongjun of years past. Even now he dared to speak insolently, intending to slay him beneath this very sky. Kunpeng stretched out countless feathers around his body. In an instant, each feather shimmered with a cold gleam. Every single feather was like a divine artifact emitting a faint light. He had forged them by plunging into the river Styx, making them extraordinarily domineering. Now that his injuries were healed, he was determined to avenge his past humiliation. However, seeing this, Hongjun moved his hand slightly. Tens of thousands of crimson longswords howled down toward Kunpeng, staining the blue sky with blood. Kunpeng was not intimidated. As he moved, he stirred up countless gales, causing the celestial currents to churn. A violent wind arose, sweeping up myriad feathers into a tornado. It tore through the void and ripped the sky. The wind swept away the clouds, scattering all the countless blades transformed by Hongjun. Moreover, beneath the firmament, countless living beings were torn apart, turned into mist of blood. A quasi-sage strike. Once unleashed, mountains and rivers shattered, all things perished. The calamity raged, and the storm did not cease. Transforming into thousands of blades, it swept toward Hongjun. Seeing this, Hongjun frowned slightly. He gently raised his 5 fingers. A pure crimson longsword intertwined with faint purple currents slowly manifested into the world. As soon as this crimson sword appeared, it carried an overwhelming aura of slaughter piercing through the clouds. For billions of miles, the entire sky seemed drenched in blood. In an instant, it transformed into boundless red mist, then slashed down toward the storm. Innumerable sword lights flickered within. Even Kunpeng, who was of the same cultivation level, when he witnessed this scene, the shock and terror in his eyes were fully revealed, causing his feathers to dim at this moment. Yilong was in the Taoist temple. His avatar activated the golden eye of truth, piercing through the void, quietly observing the battle between the two. He could clearly sense that in the struggle between Hongjun and Kunpeng, Hongjun was at a disadvantage due to lacking a magic treasure. He sighed inwardly, thinking that in the future, when Little Vine, Little Ginseng, and the others go out, this must be taken into account. Glancing at the nirvana flame in his hand, Yilong did not think much. He transmitted it to his main body for the main body to refine personally. The Hongmeng pearl slowly descended from around the main body and concealed itself around it. At this moment, the main body emitted no aura at all, as if it were the purest thing between heaven and earth. Even Yilong, looking at his main body through his avatar, felt a sense of illusion. He shook his head slightly, not understanding why. Then he closed his eyes. He sank back into cultivation. The 10 sons of Dejuan broke free from Hongjun's control. Arrogant and knowing they had Dejuan's backing, they naturally looked down upon the beings of the mountains and seas. They set fires and committed atrocities, slaughtering countless lives, causing untold disasters, and endangering the mortal world. The Hota tribe was also reduced to a sea of flames, with countless Wu clansmen burned to ashes. Quafu was enraged, unable to bear his people suffering such persecution. Gripping his peachwood staff, he transformed into a streak of light, and charged into the sky, intending to fight them. However, in the sky, he fought fiercely against the 10 golden crows for a long time. The 10 golden crows, in their playful manner, deployed the golden crow array to scorch Quafu. Quafu was no match, and his protective divine light scattered. Yet he still could not withstand the vast radiance. Sweat poured down his body, though faintly. Even his great Luo golden immortal cultivation seemed to show signs of being overwhelmed. But the 10 golden crows showed no sign of relenting. Their laughter echoed across the 9 heavens. Ha ha, look at this big fool. Roasted by us, and he doesn't even know to flee. Utterly stupid. Brothers, put in more effort, burn him to death. Worthless. As the golden crow array bloomed, the waters of the Wei River had dried up completely under the scorching sun. Quafu's body was also utterly exhausted. Yet his hand never loosened its grip on the peachwood staff. He tried his best to drive away the 10 golden crows. Day after day, scene after scene was witnessed by the Wu clan. However, the ancestral witch of the Wu clan, Hodu, at this moment, she had already transformed into the cycle of reincarnation and could not intervene in the affairs of heaven and earth. Quafu, exhausted, perished between the mountains and seas. His body stood upright, never falling. He stared at the 10 golden crows. Seeing Quafu dead, the 10 golden crows said, "Brothers, this old man couldn't take a beating. Let's go check out that place." Brothers, charge. The 10 golden crows took advantage and set off toward new territories. Countless innocent beings were scorched. Rivers dried up, springs ran dry, and countless people wailed in misery. Hui was traveling the mortal world with his tribe. Suddenly, he saw countless golden rays scatter across the sky and earth. A shock struck his heart. The bow and arrow in his hand broke apart at this moment. A sense of mournful wailing arose in his heart. In his eyes, countless thoughts flickered. Gazing at the myriad worlds in the sky, he was confused until he received a message from Hota. Quafu had fallen in battle. His face contorted with rage as he glared at the heavenly court. Thousands of gleams of light gathered around his body. "You little golden crows, how dare you!" Over the years under Yilong's guidance, Ho Yi's archery had been ingrained deep into his bones. Every movement was accompanied by streams of gang qi. He roamed the world. He had slain countless demonic beings and saved numerous humans. Now, upon hearing that his good brother had been killed, he was burning with rage and determined to seek revenge on the 10 golden crows. At that moment, a member of Ho Yi's tribe spoke. Chieftain, do not act rashly. The 10 golden crows have already fled into the Sunstar. If we act recklessly, we may invite pursuit by great demons. This matter must be carefully considered. Ho-E responded coldly, Brother Kwa Fu died in battle. How can you expect me to remain calm? His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He squeezed the bow in his hand until it deformed his face flushed crimson. Rage had already flooded his mind. Seeing this, the tribe member quickly said, Chieftain, have you forgotten that old friend from Mount Bujo back then? Hearing this, Ho-E stood frozen in place. His heart was filled with the thought, only through force can it be broken. He also recalled the words Yi Long had praised him with back then. In his mind, there was a solemn expression. You mean to seek Yi Long's help? The tribe member nodded repeatedly. Deeply aware that calming Ho-E and preventing him from rushing to his death was the key, he said, In that case, let us set off immediately and go to Yi Long's Dao field. The group landed outside Yi Long's Dao field. The black-robed Yi Long sensed Ho-Yi's presence and slowly opened the gate of the Dao field. Ho-E felt the gate open. He was momentarily stunned. Then he saw a black-clad figure slowly walking out from within the Dao field. The figure's speed seemed extremely slow, yet as he moved, each step appeared to traverse ages of vicissitudes approaching slowly. At this moment, Ho-E, with his Deluo golden immortal cultivation, inexplicably felt as insignificant as a grain of sand when looking at Yi Long. It was as if they were in different dimensions. Yi Long's aura was unpredictable and mysterious, as if he had flowed slowly from the river of time. You have come. A calm water-like voice rang out indifferently. The voice was neither loud nor soft, with nothing extraordinary about it, yet it shook Ho-Yi's soul, as if a thunderbolt had struck, leaving him unable to calm down for a long time. The various strange phenomena from before were instantly dispelled by this voice, as if thousands of small worlds had shattered, creating ripples of energy. He could hardly believe his eyes nor his ears. He could not believe that among the people he knew, there existed such a lofty being. Thinking back to when he had taught Yi Long divine abilities, he now found it somewhat laughable. Greetings, Senior. I did not know your true identity before. Please forgive me. Ho-E spoke in shock, slowly kneeling down. He did not understand what kind of existence could make him feel so insignificant. Senior, why are you acting like this? Seeing Ho-E like this, Yi Long felt a trace of shame in his heart. After all, he had watched the 10 golden crows wreak havoc without intervening. But upon seeing Ho-Yi's actions, the Wu clan members standing nearby were dumbfounded, their hearts filled with even greater shock. They did not understand what had happened. Watching Ho-Yi's actions, they secretly sighed, what is wrong with our chieftain actually calling himself a junior? It must be known that in this primeval world the Wu clan had always been arrogant, claiming to be the true inheritors of Pangu, and looked down on all other beings. In their eyes they had thought Yi Long was a lofty figure, but now they could see through him at a glance. Merely a Deluo golden immortal. His physical body seemed frail and weak, as if it could be blown over by the wind. Could it be that their chieftain had been driven mad by Kwa Fu's death? How could he lower himself in seniority before a mere Deluo golden immortal, even kneeling before this being in front of his own clansmen? But seeing Ho-Yi's sincere manner, these Wu clan members felt that it could not be fake. What kind of being was this mysterious Dao field owner that just one glance could make Chieftain Ho-E willingly kneel? Was this trip persuading Ho-E to come here right or wrong? You and I are friends, you don't need to be like this. Have you come for Kwa Fu's matter? Yi Long slowly helped Ho-E up from the ground and asked seriously. Now Ho-E had not visited the Dao field for many years. Busy with battles against the demon race, Yi Long figured that only Kwa Fu's death could bring Ho-E here. Hearing this, Ho-E was slightly stunned. It seemed that Yi Long had already seen through everything. Indeed, one who could be shrouded in the mist of time would naturally know the affairs of the world. No doubt the senior had already witnessed everything. Seeing Ho-Yi's reaction, Yi Long knew he had guessed correctly. After thinking for a moment, he continued. You must be thinking that the 10 golden crows have fled into the demon court, which now has many demon soldiers and is guarded by the demon emperor. Revenge would be extremely difficult. Thus, with a grievance in your heart, you came here seeking answers. Yi Long spoke softly, but in his heart, he was contemplating whether to tell Ho-E about what would happen next. After much thought, Ho-Yi's shooting of the suns was already a certainty, but whether he said it or not, Ho-E would accomplish it. So at this moment, even if he didn't tell him, Ho-E should still be able to do it. To help Ho-E emerge from his suffering sooner, Yi Long decided to tell him something. After all, this was his only friend in the primeval world. Niwa, Hongjun, and Tongtian. These were beings he could never hope to match. He had not acted when Kwa Fu fell. Now building up Ho-Yi's confidence might not change Ho-Yi's fate, but it could help him recover sooner. This, you know everything. Please, senior, tell me. Ho-E bowed again, his face flushed with excitement. Don't call me senior, just call me Yi Long. Alright, if you want to know, come in. This matter cannot be rushed, and the consequences will be very severe. Yi Long said softly, casting a deep glance at Ho-E and the Wu clan members behind him. Then he turned around. He drifted back into the cave dwelling. Seeing this, the Wu clan members, full of curiosity, naturally followed Yi Long's footsteps, walking slowly. As soon as they entered the Dao field, they felt something unusual. The time inside seemed different from the outside. Although this sensation was extremely subtle, it was also extremely clear. It seemed that inside the Dao field the laws of time had become much more amiable in an instant. Hou Yi's mind was shaken. At this moment, as a Deluo Golden Immortal, he felt this sensation even more distinctly, sensing the flow of time around him. In a trance, he vaguely felt as if he were immersed in an ocean of time. Several figures behind Hou Yi shared the same sensation, inexplicably slipping into a trance-like state. It was as if everything around them held no relevance. In such a state, they seemed on the verge of sinking deeper. Yilong pondered how best to explain this matter to Hou Yi without overthinking it. Yet at that very moment, Hou Yi suddenly sensed whispers of the way of the arrow. In an instant his gaze cleared. In the next breath he beheld a little girl not far away, a crystal-clear ginseng fruit crowning her head, while she grasped a verdant longbow in her hands. It harbored profound powers of annihilation within each arc, gathering its force with deliberate grace. Opposite her stood another child, a girl with a gourd perched atop her head, wielding a jet-black broadsword. The two, Shao Kan and Shao Tong, leapt through space itself, their forms flickering. Yilong caught Hou Yi's gaze shifting and turned in time to witness their contest. These two had spent countless idle hours sparring with one another over the years. To Yilong, such battles had grown commonplace, yet what unfolded before Hou Yi's eyes stirred tempestuous waves within him anew. Arrows then, such was their true nature. Each bore vast surges of annihilating chi that collapsed the very fabric of space as they flew spiraling into churning voids of pure destruction. Raging currents of annihilation spread swiftly across their domain, overwhelming even Hou Yi, a Grand Luo Golden Immortal and master of archery, whose mind reeled upon witnessing such an arrow. A staggering notion seized him. His lifelong cultivation of archery had been utterly inadequate. Was this truly the way of the arrow? Was this genuine power alone capable of sundering all? Had this arrow been aimed at him, he felt certain it would have erased him in an instant. Yet Hou Yi understood, if he could master such a strike, with his arrows he could reach the pinnacle of invincibility in this world. But even as that formidable force exploded outward, Shao Tong beneath its assault, to his astonishment, dodged with effortless grace, deflecting the annihilating blow with his black sword as the gourd above him erupted into a streak of light, absorbing its fury completely. Not playing anymore. You're cheating, sister, pouted Shao Kan, panting with indignation. Shao Tong laughed softly, silent, her presence dissipating as her blade melted back into the gourd. Ignoring Hou Yi and his party entirely, the two bounded cheerfully toward the training ground. Just children at play, Yilong's voice followed. Please come this way. Hearing this, Hou Yi's ecstatic expression froze. Children. Just playing. The overwhelming, annihilating chi that had nearly destroyed him. This was mere child's play. How then could his own Grand Luo Golden Immortal arrow compare? Was Elder Yilong truly this transcendent in power? What manner of beings had Yilong cultivated? A casual arrow that could pierce the void itself. Was this still the Yilong he had once known? No, Hou Yi suddenly comprehended. This supreme being spoke not of mere play, but sought to convey something far deeper. His present attacks were in the eyes of the demon clan nothing more than children's game. Behind Hou Yi, the Wu tribe warriors shivered in sheer terror. Though they could not fathom Yilong's true cultivation, the annihilating aura they had felt from Shao Kan remained vividly etched in their minds. Now they finally understood why their clan leader addressed this youth as elder. For this boy, whatever he truly was beyond their comprehension, a presence of unfathomable terror. Hou Yi has acted rashly. I beg you, elder, grant me guidance. Without hesitation he dropped to his knees. His voice rang with absolute resolve. His heart burned with righteous fury mingled with the deep shame the demon clan had endured at the hands of Kwafu. Witnessing Yilong's incredible prowess, all caution abandoned him. Revenge surged through his veins with renewed hope. What troubles you? Is it merely a few golden crows? Why not simply shoot them down? Yilong turned, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes at Hou Yi's fervent state. Shoot them down, he murmured softly. Hou Yi's eyes blazed with 10,000 resolute gleams. Gripping his longbow, he looked upon Yilong with unwavering intensity, his kneeling form growing ever firmer. I beseech you, elder, enlighten this humble one. Behind him the Wu tribe warriors fell stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. One by one they prostrated themselves before Yilong. Elder, we implore you, aid our clan leader. Yilong gently shook his head, sensing Hou Yi's impatience. He retrieved the bow from behind Hou Yi and extended it forward. Fixing Hou Yi with a resolute gaze, he declared, with all your might, loose an arrow upon the star of the sun. Give it your utmost effort. Hou Yi paused, bewildered. What did the elder intend? Though the task seemed almost impossible, his brows flared with renewed determination. He gathered his chi, standing firm amidst the void. Drawing his bow, he focused upon the distant sun star, ready to unleash his full might. Power accumulated along his bowstring. No physical arrow, yet streams of spiritual energy swirled at breakneck speed. Ho-E marveled at this phenomenon. Within this sacred domain, the bowing energy had amplified beyond measure compared to the outside world. Aimed and ready, the Wu tribe warriors watched in awe. Terrifying currents of chi radiated from the spectral arrow, and the Wu tribe warriors could barely contain their excitement. What is the elder planning? Could our leader truly slay a golden crow from here? Impossible. The sun star lies countless worlds away. Even with heightened intent, such a feat defies belief. Besides, without a target, how could it succeed? Silence, barked a warrior, his voice laced with domineering authority as he noticed something astonishing. Yilong's eyes had closed. Before him, space itself was collapsing, shattering into swirling vortexes of pure annihilation, rotating in silent, terrible majesty. In that infinitesimal instant, Ho-Yi's arrow, forged from the energy of 1,000 heavens, erupted forward. And behind him, where Yilong stood, a phantom mulberry tree materialized. From within its shadow, another arrow shot forth, piercing the void itself. The two arrows ultimately dissipated into nothingness in the sky, vanishing beyond the training ground. The arrow aura was vast, imbued with a terrifying killing intent. Then, bang! The arrow blade pierced through millions of miles of void chaos, stirring the winds and clouds of heaven and earth. In an instant it vanished into the chaotic vortex, shattering the dense chaos on the spot. Within this shadow of the arrow were intermingled countless breaths of time and space. Space displacement, space shattering, space overlapping, space jumping. Even across countless spaces and myriad worlds it could arrive swiftly. This arrow did not belong to Ho-E, yet within it lay countless traces of Ho-Yi's aura. It was an arrow infused with the future and the present. The arrow carried anger and resentment, and even a trace of chaos. It pierced the cosmos, traveling through the void and chaos, heading straight for the sun star. This arrow intent forced back Hongjun and Kuan Peng, who were locked in fierce battle. It forced back myriad worlds and countless living beings, making them retreat layer by layer. Their eyes were filled with terror, utterly bewildered. In their hearts they were all shocked by this arrow intent. At the peak of the firmament, Hongjun opened his eyes. He gazed at the Honghuang continent. Amidst countless worlds he saw this arrow intent. His usually unchanging expression finally showed a hint of surprise. A trace of alarm glimmered in his eyes. Strange, this arrow originates from the Buzhou mountain training ground, from Ho-Yi's hand. But it seems not to belong to the present Ho-E. This? Hongjun's mind was shaken. In his eyes beams of cold light flashed. Above Kunlun mountain the three pure ones all sensed it. They opened their divine eyes, penetrating the void, trying to see through this arrow before them. The next moment their bodies trembled, their eyes filled with disbelief. For this arrow had surpassed their understanding. It seemed not to belong to the present, but to the future. Could it be that this arrow has pierced the river of time? How can this be? Who in this world can interfere with the river of time? The two sages of the West, penetrating the cosmos, tried to gaze upon this arrow. The next moment, they also felt countless karmic ties surging towards them. The aura of time upon it revealed its extraordinary nature, shocking the two sages of the West. Elder brother, this arrow is extraordinary. Only Nuwa, upon seeing this arrow that pierced the cosmos, felt both shock and... She recalled the collapse of Buzhou mountain, the figure of Yilong, and the tree of time forged from time itself. It is that tree, there is no mistake, it is that tree. Nuwa murmured to herself. Her eyes were filled with astonishment, unable to calm for a long time. The sun star. The golden crows who had been playing suddenly felt a premonition, a sense of doom. Their primordial spirits frantically probed the surrounding space. What's happening? Why do I feel an extremely terrifying aura approaching? What is going on? Why is this happening? Even a quasi-sage couldn't be like this. Several golden crows thought to themselves. Then, just as they were about to dismiss it and continue playing, suddenly the void before one of the golden crows twisted, folded, and collapsed instantly. Countless spatial fragments were devoured, forming a chaotic vortex. The surrounding space overlapped. A profoundly ancient light arrow shot out from within with overwhelming killing intent. In an instant it plunged into the body of this golden crow. The golden crow's once playful form instantly turned to ashes. It vanished without a trace between heaven and earth. Everything happened so suddenly that the remaining 9 golden crows were all stunned. But the aura of annihilation did not dissipate. Before the remaining golden crows could think, they saw that another golden crow in front. A void fluctuation emanated, as if countless killing forces were gathering in the void. Not daring to hesitate, this golden crow hurriedly fled, but before it could fly even half a step. Bang! With a loud crash, this golden crow's body also exploded into powder before its brothers. Silence. The sun star, once filled with playfulness, fell into a deathly silence. The sense of crisis did not dissipate. At this moment, the golden crows felt as if they were being watched by billions of killing lights, as if countless enemies in the void sought to slay them one by one. Helplessly, they could only brandish their solar true fire, forming the golden crow formation, hoping to quickly force the hidden figure in the void out. They tried to resist the killing aura in the void. However, the sense of crisis remained unabated. Instead, it grew even heavier. Within the overlapping space, thousands of streams of light scattered. They felt as if they were no longer on the sun star, but like prey on someone's plate. They tried to move, but found that they could not escape no matter what. Bang! Another explosion sounded, and another golden crow turned into a stream of light. Vanishing from the sun star, the remaining golden crows finally saw that figure clearly. It's an arrow. Several golden crows' pupils contracted as they directly summoned their solar true fire. Their bodies transformed into blazing suns, expanding countless times. The scorching aura annihilated the void, intending to destroy this strange arrow. But the moment the solar fire radiated, the arrow blade vanished again. When it reappeared, bang! It pierced through the void, and another figure fell under the shadow of the arrow shadow, sliding down continuously. Each time it claimed the life of a living golden crow. The young golden crows were utterly terrified at this moment. Quick! Dongwang Tai grew anxious. Sensing that fierce arrow aura, he did not hesitate at all, and rushed over at top speed. But when he arrived at the sun star, he found that only 2 of his 10 nephews remained. Yet before he could grieve or rage, he saw another arrow shadow streak past. One of his nephews turned into nothingness right before his eyes. No! Dongwang Tai let out a roar. His Eastern Emperor bell, without any hesitation, instinctively covered forward. It enveloped the sole remaining golden crow. Dong! That arrow finally struck the Eastern Emperor bell and shattered into powder. The bell's sound echoed across the Honghuang continent. In an instant, countless living beings all saw a phantom of the Eastern Emperor bell in the sky, projecting across the void, illuminating the mountains and rivers. Everyone noticed it. Beneath the phantom, the little golden crow trapped under the bell trembled along with the continuous sound of power exploding from the sun star. At this moment, the Honghuang continent trembled. Countless living beings gazed silently at the void, their hearts quivering. They did not know what matter in the world had enraged the demon emperor. Within the Hichu Luoshu Dijuan, who had been in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. Streams of fierce aura spread out along his body. Who dares to harm my son? A sharp roar pierced through the clouds. The Hichu Luoshu radiated with a shimmering brilliance, penetrating the heavens and the earth. Countless rays of light scattered. Above the heavenly court, countless demons trembled in fear, all sensing the burning rage within the heart of Dijun. Above the heavenly court, countless golden immortal demons quaked with terror, their hearts filled with dread. Gazing into the sky, they saw the Dongwang bell piercing the heavens. Within it, a 3-legged golden crow shivered, its eyes filled with panic. In an instant, it understood the cause of the matter. Dijun had lost 9 sons in a single day. How could he not be furious? As he moved, the Hichu Luoshu unfolded mightily, and he rushed straight toward the sun star. Meanwhile, Hutu, residing in the cycle of reincarnation, gazed at the zenith of the heavens, a peculiar calmness washing over her face. In the Wu clan, the 9 primordial witches stared into the void, perceiving the heavens. A storm was brewing. Dijun arrived at the sun star. The Hichu Luoshu accompanied him, radiating a fierce aura, as if countless stars revolved within it. A sharp roar followed. What happened? Hearing Dijun's words, Dongwang Tai's expression turned cold. I only just found out. The formation outside the sun star was opened by someone unknown. Not long ago, the little ones were roaming the wild land. I asked you what happened. Where are the others? Dijun did not bother to say more to Dongwang. His eyes burned like fire as he scanned the entire sun star. Dongwang listened. His eyes dimmed, and he spoke, dead, all dead. What? How could this be? Dijun's heart felt as if thousands of blades had pierced through it, agonizing beyond measure. Though he had already known the outcome, hearing his brother's account now brought unbearable grief. Dongwang let out a long sigh, and continued, they were 10, roaming the wild land, causing no small trouble. To prevent the Wu clan's retaliation, I punished them to meditate in seclusion on the sun star, and sent countless demon soldiers to guard outside. I thought it was foolproof, but then an arrow came from nowhere, piercing through the tens of millions of demons outside the sun star, and killing 9 of them in succession. Had I not arrived in time, this. As Dongwang spoke, the Dongwang bell rang incessantly, as if echoing its master's sorrow. Dijun listened, his gaze heavy. He looked toward the wild land. Good. He said the word 3 times, his eyes piercing through the heavens. As he spoke, he clenched his hand, and billions of miles of space instantly shattered. Countless annihilating energies swirled around Dijun. The Hichu Luoshu also emitted waves of fierce energy, piercing the clouds. He stared into the void. Have you found out who did it? Hearing Dijun's words, Dongwang gazed at the wild land. The Wu. However, that arrow was strange. It contained immense spatial power, something even Di Jiang, the Wu clan's master of space, would find difficult to achieve. And that arrow was peculiar. Recalling the lingering dread, Donghuang felt a hint of doubt. Strange. No matter who it is, I will make them pay with blood. Dijun snorted coldly. As the demon emperor, he would not swallow this humiliation. Not only would he refuse, but he would also repay it tenfold. No matter who. It was that dojo. As the two were conversing, Kunpeng entered from outside the hall. He had been battling Hongjun for years. From the sky of the wild land into outer space, and from outer space into chaos. The two were evenly matched, locked in a stalemate. He had feathers to protect him, while Hongjun wielded countless red cloud longswords. Had they not been forced back by that arrow, they would still be locked in fierce combat. That arrow was shot from the mysterious dojo, passing through the Buzhou mountain, piercing the mountains, and entering the sun star. Kunpeng spoke and coughed lightly. At this moment his body still bore many small wounds from the battle with Hongjun. What? That's impossible. Almost instantly Honghuang cried out in shock, his eyes filled with horror. But Kunpeng sneered. Nothing is impossible. Had that arrow not passed by my side, I wouldn't believe it either. Now that things have come to this, the priority is to avenge the young lord. Kunpeng's expression darkened and a hint of gravity flashed in his eyes. Long ago, when he visited the mysterious dojo, he suffered a great loss, leaving him with lingering hidden ailments. He held a grudge ever since. Now that this matter was related to the dojo, he might as well use Di Jun's hand to probe the dojo's strength. In his view, no matter which side won, it would not matter to him. After a brief moment of shock, rage once again filled Di Jun's mind. It seems they have some tricks. A mere dojo dares to interfere in the affairs of my heavenly court. Di Jun snorted coldly, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. Summon the 10 demon gods, 365 golden immortal demon generals, and gather billions of demon soldiers. March with me to flatten the dojo. Flatten the Wu clan. His voice was not loud, but it revealed Di Jun's confidence and a trace of arrogance. In his view, no matter how powerful Yilong was, no matter how extraordinary the rumors were, Di Jun had to fight this battle. The pain of losing his sons had deprived the proud Di Jun of his reason. How could the emperor of the demon court endure such humiliation? Hearing Di Jun's words, Dongwang Tai also wore a grave expression. Having devoted himself to cultivation for years, he offered no opinion. The demons and the Wu clan had been fighting for years. In his eyes, that barbaric, arrogant, and despicable race should have been wiped out long ago. Outside Yilong's dojo, the demon army arrived in full force. Leading them was the demon emperor Di Jun. Behind him were Kunpeng, Dongwang, Tai Jiming, and Zhao Baizhe. Almost all the great demon sages were present. Hundreds of billions of demon soldiers like dark clouds blotted out the sun. The momentum was immense and magnificent, their target fixed on Yilong's dojo. For Di Jun, since that arrow originated from the dojo, it could not be separated from the dojo's master. Collaborating with the Wu clan to scheme against his offspring. Whoever this person was, he must die. A mere dojo master, an ant-like creature, dared to oppose the heavenly court and plot against the demon lord. How utterly ridiculous. If this man did not die, who in the 3 realms would still bow to the rule of the demons? If this man did not die, who in the 3 realms would still regard him, the demon emperor, with respect? You ant-like creature, come out and die at once. The overwhelming hatred mixed with killing intent tore cracks into the sky above Buzhou mountain. Countless creatures gazed at the boundless mighty demon army, their hearts filled with terror. Their hearts were filled with dread. Beyond the 33 heavens, Hongjun opened his eyes and gazed beyond Buzhou mountain. Trillions of demon clan forces surged forward, vast and mighty, before Yilong's Taoist sanctuary. The formation began to deploy. Unbeknownst to them, the grand formation of the universe's stars and constellations gradually unfolded across the heavens. His gaze revealed a hint of curiosity. The Wu clan's relentless slaughter over the years has burdened them with excessive karma, which the heavenly Tao would not tolerate. This matter is not one I should easily intervene in. Yet this young friend, recalling that mysterious arrow from but moments ago, a sharper glint flashed within Hongjun's eyes. Very well, I shall use this opportunity to test their true strength. Within Shumi Mountain in the western paradise, Junti opened his eyes, piercing through the firmament. Witnessing this scene, a smile spread across his face. Fascinating, truly fascinating. It would be interesting to test the depths of that Taoist sanctuary. If fate permits, guiding them toward salvation would be no harm either. Jane spoke coldly. Agreed. Moreover, that mysterious Taoist sanctuary has stood for countless ages. It is high time we inspect it. A strange smile lingered upon his face. Upon Kunlun Mountain, Tantian suddenly opened his eyes. Sensing the movements of the demon clan, he deduced the situation with care. A look of disdain graced his countenance. Yuan Shi Tianzun sneered. Now let us see where that insignificant ant will hide. However, that arrow that pierced through the void was indeed mysterious. I shall seize this opportunity to investigate thoroughly. As Yuan Shi Tianzun spoke, a hint of amusement shimmered in his eyes. Back then, when Buzhou Mountain collapsed, the largest fragment transformed into that mysterious Taoist sanctuary. Nevertheless, he also took the opportunity to claim a larger piece, refining it into the heaven-overturning seal treasure artifact. Laozi merely darkened his expression and did not continue observing. His eyes revealed a profound depth, as though seeking to pierce through everything before him. Nuwa sat in quiet meditation within her Taoist sanctuary. She sensed the disturbance among the celestial and earthly realms. The movements of the demon clan caught her off guard for a moment. Then she turned her attention toward the direction of the demon forces. A trace of gravity settled upon her features. Why does Dijun provoke our senior? Never mind. Our senior's mysteries are beyond our comprehension. The flow of time surrounds them, and we need not concern ourselves. As Nuwa pondered, she closed her eyes. For these heavenly sages, Yilong's Taoist sanctuary had long been an object of their scrutiny and curiosity. However, after attaining sagehood, they followed the will of the heavenly Tao. Using the primordial world as their chessboard, they moved according to its patterns. And Yilong had not committed any egregious transgressions. These sages had naturally never regarded Yilong as a threat. Now witnessing the demon clan's aggression against him, each harbored hidden motives. Within the cave dwelling, as Yilong taught Ho-Yi to loose that arrow, a sudden realization dawned within his heart regarding the nature of space. Ho-Yi too was profoundly shaken after witnessing that mysterious arrow shot from Yilong's back. In that instant, he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. It was as if he had grasped the faint shadow of the arrow itself. Not daring to be negligent, he quickly calmed his mind and quietly contemplated that feeling. His eyes radiated sharp clarity as he entered a state of sudden enlightenment. The Wu clan members, observing Ho-Yi's condition, bid him farewell and departed from Yilong's Taoist sanctuary. Seeking tranquility and, more importantly, to seize that fleeting opportunity for enlightenment, Yilong sealed his Taoist sanctuary. He meticulously contemplated his comprehension of time from that very moment. Yilong understood clearly that this state of enlightenment was the perfect moment for his breakthrough. Naturally, he would not let such an opportunity slip away. With his mind divided, he simultaneously refined the nirvana flame and comprehended the laws of time. Throughout this process, Yilong and the Taiji beneath him and the dark-clothed Yilong began to spin rapidly. With this rotation, the Taoist sanctuary seemed to be drawn into motion as well. It too began to revolve slowly. Within the sanctuary, the flow of time diverged further from the external world. As Yilong deepened his meditation, the primordial lotus breath gradually absorbed the nirvana flame into itself. Like roots taking hold, it began to surge throughout Yilong's body. Penetrating deep into Yilong's bloodline, mingling with his cells and marrow, it continuously surged. Yilong felt as though he stood amidst a sea of flames. Within his entire frame, countless impurities were instantly incinerated. As a blood dragon, his innate gift was the manipulation of blood essence. Yet now Yilong could feel that a faint power was gathering throughout his entire body. As this power coalesced, he could distinctly sense that his bloodline was completely enveloped by layer upon layer of primordial lotus breath. Replacing his blood, it resembled magma flowing through the earth's veins. Scorching hot and dense, yet Yilong himself felt no discomfort. Upon his physical form, streams of golden light slowly dissipated. In that moment, Yilong clearly felt his physical body continuously strengthening, tempered by the passage of ages. Having undergone constant refinement through the Panga body tempering art, Yilong's physical strength finally reached the level of a quasi-saint at the third stage. Coupled with the primordial lotus breath flowing through his blood, Yilong could clearly perceive it. Within a single day and night, such powerful fluctuations of strength emerged. It seemed even the aura surrounding him carried traces of the primordial lotus breath. This made Yilong exceedingly excited. And due to his deepening comprehension of time, within his bloodline, streaks of temporal energy seemed to surge as well. Yilong calmly assimilated that continuous power into himself bit by bit. Outside the Taoist sanctuary, you ant-like creatures come out and face death at once. Dijun's thunderous shout echoed beyond Yilong's cave dwelling. In an instant, the explosive sound pierced through the heavens, carrying waves of murderous intent. Sweeping across the exterior of the Taoist sanctuary, it shattered the surrounding air. This was the power of a peak quasi-saint. According to Dijun's calculations, with the grand formation of the universe's stars and constellations in place and trillions of demon soldiers assembled, even if Yilong possessed heaven-defying abilities, he could certainly not escape his encirclement. Yet this very sound, upon contacting Yilong's Taoist sanctuary, was immediately blocked by an extremely subtle fluctuation and vanished without a trace. In that instant, Dijun's lips trembled slightly, his mind shaken. This is impossible. Almost simultaneously, Dijun closed his eyes and probed the entire sanctuary. But the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. His whole body trembled slightly as he staggered backwards several steps, nearly falling, his mouth twitching. He could not pierce through it. Not only was he unable to see through it, but from beyond this Taoist sanctuary, he also sensed an aura resembling that of a primordial behemoth, surging forth from within the sanctuary. How is this possible? Dijun roared. Dongwang Tai, seeing this, dared not be careless. He hurried forward. Big brother, why waste words with this brat? Just strike him down. Destroy this sanctuary and let's see where he can hide, he said as he spoke. The chaos bell in his hand rose, transforming into a colossal pendulum, exuding streams of chaotic energy that poured down as if to engulf the sanctuary, its momentum majestic. Dominant and overbearing with a thunderous presence, it instantly cascaded into the sanctuary. Meanwhile, within the sanctuary, Shouting opened his eyes. Though the sanctuary was sealed by Yilong, rendering him unable to hear sounds, he could sense the influx of energy. The gourd above his head transformed into a streak of light, promptly devouring the endless chaotic energy pouring in. All at once, the vast surging chaotic energy seemed to meet its nemesis, wildly rushing into the gourd atop Shouting's head. Shouting perceived this stream of energy. The little gourd grew even brighter, and the energy swirled within it for a moment, then swiftly vanished. Sensing the benefits of this energy, a flash of excitement crossed Shouting's face. He manipulated the gourd to devour all the surrounding energy into the gourd. Outside the sanctuary, hundreds of billions of demon soldiers watched Donghuang Tai's actions. Endless admiration glimmered in their eyes. Even the master of this sanctuary will surely be forced out by Lord Donghuang. Indeed, the demon emperor Donghuang's prowess is certainly not something a mere sanctuary can withstand. The demons chattered and laughed. Yet Kunpeng stared intently at the sanctuary. At this moment, he still could not forget the agony of that tiny flame that had scorched him bald for years. His gaze on the chaos bell in Donghuang's hand also flickered with greed. If only he had possessed such a miraculous treasure back then, he would not have ended up in such a miserable state. Dijuan's expression was grave, still hesitant after what had just happened. As Donghuang continued to channel endless spiritual energy, he gradually sensed something amiss. As time went on, he broke into a heavy sweat. Subtly, he felt his body growing strained, as if something was continuously draining his spiritual energy. He realized with astonishment that whenever his spiritual energy entered the sanctuary, it seemed to vanish, losing all control. Something was wrong. This sanctuary was not ordinary. As he pondered, Donghuang unfurled a blazing sun in his hand. Solar primordial fire like a fierce sun poured into the Donghuang bell. In the next instant, a faint red glow flickered on the Donghuang bell. Then a mass of solar primordial fire rapidly coalesced within the bell. It obscured half the sky and hurtled toward the sanctuary with overwhelming force, accompanied by surging waves that tore through heaven and earth. It was about to engulf the entire sanctuary. Instantly, the temperature around soared, and countless rays of sunlight burst forth from the blazing sun. For 10,000 miles around, the demon army scattered. Boom! The flames descended, crashing into the sanctuary. A mere sanctuary, I'll burn it to ashes. Donghuang sneered, a hint of smugness on his face, as if it were a trivial matter. He retrieved the chaos bell. He turned without even glancing at the sanctuary. In his eyes, the sanctuary was nothing but an ant's dwelling. Facing 100 billion demon army, it didn't even have the courage to respond. How could it withstand such an attack? Hundreds of millions of demon soldiers watched the scene, their eyes filled with mockery as they stared at the nearby sanctuary. Suddenly, the demon soldiers' gazes froze. Their expressions turned to shock as they stared at the sanctuary. Their mouths twitched, pupils involuntarily dilating. Their faces were blank with amazement. Because the moment the solar primordial fire touched the sanctuary, countless streams of energy surged within it, as if myriad flowing flames were absorbed into the sanctuary. The entire sanctuary, far from suffering any harm, emitted a faint fluorescent glow. Countless flowing flames were clearly visible, pouring into the sanctuary. Meanwhile, the ginseng fruit atop Xiaosan's head leaped high, joyfully dancing in the air, continuously capturing the solar primordial fire and swallowing it into its belly. After devouring the solar primordial fire, the ginseng fruit atop Xiaosan's head turned entirely crimson. At the same time, Xiaosan, who was in deep meditation, slowly drew a bow, forming an arrow of solar primordial fire in her hand, filling her with secret delight. This scene, witnessed by hundreds of billions of demon soldiers, shook their minds. Donghuang Tai sensed the anomaly in their expressions. He slowly turned around. In the next moment, his face filled with utter shock. How can this be? The entire sea of flames was absorbed into the sanctuary. Yet the sanctuary stood unmoved. Those flowing flames all surged in one direction, as if being absorbed by something. Faintly within the sanctuary, a terrifying current of energy flowed. What in the world is this? Donghuang was inwardly shocked, about to use his divine eye to probe the cave dwelling. But at that moment, Kunpeng saw this, furrowed his brow, and realized that Dijuan and Donghuang Tai were in a bad state. He hurried forward. The master of this sanctuary is extremely adept with fire. Do not be deceived by this display, Demon Emperor. But it was too late. Donghuang Tai had already activated his divine eye. When he saw the flow of energy within the sanctuary and sensed the faint passage of ancient times, Donghuang Tai's mind could no longer remain calm. He stood rooted to the spot, just like Dijuan. How bizarre. I never thought this sanctuary would become so eerie after all these years. With narrowed eyes, Tai examined the sanctuary from outside for a long time, yet could not see through it at all. The more he observed, the more solemn his expression grew. Such means were not those of ordinary methods. Who was hidden within this sanctuary? And why did a faint, terrifying aura circulate? Stop staring. If you can't see through it, so what? Deploy the all-heaven star array. Even if we have to fight to the death, I will make this sanctuary know the majesty of my demon clan. Dejuan's icy voice rang out. At this point, he could no longer care. Though it was merely a small sanctuary not worth such a grand effort. And the sanctuary's mystery rivaled that of the primordial sages. The master of this sanctuary had committed the crime of killing his son. This enmity must be avenged. If he retreated now, Dejuan's fury would never be quenched, and the demon clan would lose all face. 10 demon gods, 365 great Luo demon immortals, take your positions immediately. Deploy the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. Dejuan commanded with a single shout. In his heart, a blazing inferno raged, fueled by extreme grief and indignation. After centuries of cultivation, he had never encountered such a humiliating situation. Naturally, he would not easily concede. He gathered the demon soldiers and generals. The He Tu and Luo Shu slowly drifted out, radiating myriad rays of light that pierced through the firmament. In an instant, they covered the surrounding heavens and earth. Gazing up at the sky, the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array spread out accordingly, intending to refine Yilong's dojo into nothingness. Hundreds of billions of demonic beings fixed their eyes upon the Great Array. At Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian gazed into the distance, observing the demons. Seeing Donghuang suffer a setback, a hint of smugness gleamed in his eyes. A petty demon race dares to shake the senior's dojo. Utter delusion. A turtle-like thing hiding in its dojo. What is there to admire? Yuanshi spoke coldly, his disdain growing even more pronounced. Though he had witnessed everything earlier, Yilong remained in his eyes a being born of moisture and eggs, unworthy of the grand stage. And what could a creature that forever cowered in its dojo ever amount to? What are you saying? How can you speak of the senior like that? Tongtian retorted in defiance, raising his voice. But Yuanshi continued, what? Did I say something wrong? Does he dare to come out? You? Enough, just watch quietly. Laozi's voice rang out, laced with impatience. Hearing this, the two snorted coldly. At that moment, Laozi frowned slightly. That is the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. Nuo was also watching intently. When she saw Donghuang's attacks all swallowed by Yilong's dojo, a trace of doubt flickered in her eyes. She sensed something amiss, yet upon careful consideration, she could not pinpoint the anomaly. Suddenly, as if discovering something, she cried out in alarm, wait, are they mad? This move will surely provoke the senior. The two Western sages, ever ready to rescue those with affinity, grew anxious as the demon race failed to breach Yilong's dojo. They pondered how to fan the flames, for the true spectacle lay in the clash between the demon and witch races. Just then they saw the demons unleash the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. Both faces lit up with joy. Excellent. What? Do you dare to act without taking responsibility? Hiding in this dojo, do you truly believe I have no way to deal with you? Dejuan's voice was filled with grief and fury. The fire in his eyes burned ever brighter. With sweeping grand gestures, he sought to slaughter Yilong's dojo amidst the brilliant starry sky. Very well, then die. Dejuan moved his hand slightly, and an overwhelming force instantly emanated from the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array. It pressed toward Yilong's dojo. Boom. With earth-shattering roars, the Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array turned like a massive gear, slowly rotating and grinding. It intended to refine Yilong's dojo. But the moment that force touched the dojo, the silhouette of a flying sword emerged from the clouds. In the next instant, it severed the connection between that force and the Zhou Tian stars. Then a powerful backlash surged forth. It instantly shattered the 365 golden immortal demon generals, who spat blood and trembled all over. Dejuan and Tai themselves felt a terrifying aura, as if it would cleave them from the heavens, filling them with dread. The Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array was broken in an instant. A stream of blood trickled from the corner of Dejuan's mouth. The sword shadow slowly faded within the dojo, vanishing without a trace. Dejuan stared at the dojo, his face filled with shock. That was the Zhu Xian sword. No doubt it was definitely the aura of the Zhu Xian sword. How is this possible? Could the Zhu Xian sword formation be set up here? But didn't the Dao ancestor bestow the Zhu Xian sword formation upon Tongtian back then? Why does the Zhu Xian sword formation appear here? The Zhou Tianxing Do Great Array, when fully deployed, rivaled a sage's descent. In this world, aside from the 12 Du Tian Divine Fiend Array, only a few formations could withstand it. One of them was the Zhu Xian sword formation. Yet Dejuan clearly remembered that it was in the hands of the sage Tongtian. How could it be here now? Appearing outside this dojo. To sense it more clearly, Dejuan, disregarding all else, opened the Luo Shu wide and hurled it toward the dojo. Bang! A loud crash. Again a sword shadow descended directly, repelling the Luo Shu. Dejuan staggered back several steps, his gaze fixed on the sword shadow. His face darkened with gloom. He raised his head and roared toward the sky. Zhu Xian sword. What is Zhu Xian sword? I never expected this insignificant dojo to be blessed by Tongtian. How infuriating. Dijuan stared at the vast dojo before him, feeling utterly helpless for a moment. His whole body trembled with rage. Everyone bombard this dojo. Let me see if this so-called dojo can withstand the might of my demon army. Dijuan bellowed, his voice piercing the clouds and resounding through heaven and earth. All living beings could sense the grief and fury in his cries. His eyes were filled with solemnity. Boom. Today I will shatter this dojo. No one is to stop. Dijuan roared, shouting his orders. Following his command, the hundreds of billions of demonic beings, though puzzled, heeded Dijuan's order and launched a barrage of attacks against Yilong's dojo. In an instant, countless attacks rained down like drops of water, tens of thousands of them landing upon Yilong's dojo. Yet without exception, the moment they touched the dojo, they vanished without a trace. These demonic attacks upon entering the dojo transformed into various forms of spiritual energy. Suddenly within Yilong's dojo, the spiritual energy began to grow increasingly abundant. Xiao Shun and Xiao Tong at that moment sensed the change in the dojo's spiritual energy. Their entire beings began to shift in aura. These currents like nourishment poured into the dojo, merging into Yilong, Xiao Shun, Xiao Tong, and Hui. At this moment, the density of spiritual energy within the dojo was countless times higher than the outside world. The attacks continued. Such assaults went on for an unknown duration, wave after wave, ceaselessly pouring into the dojo. With each attack, the density of spiritual energy within the dojo reached new heights. Yet at this moment, Dijuan stared at the scene before him. Watching countless attacks vanish like stones sinking into the sea, Dijuan's face turned ashen, his expression darkening to the extreme. An icy aura slowly emanated from the Demon Emperor. Finally, after the prolonged assault of the demonic horde, Dijuan's roar shattered the silence. Enough! Dijuan felt as if he were going mad. This Taoist sanctuary seemed an endless abyss, ceaselessly absorbing their attacks. Moreover, he could faintly sense the surging of countless spiritual energies between heaven and earth. It made him wonder what this sanctuary was made of. Even an entire world, after enduring so many assaults, would have long since burst apart. What in the world is this accursed thing? Once I attain sagehood, I will raise this sanctuary to the ground. Let's go. A voice brimming with fury rang out across the sky, shaking the entire primordial wilderness. Heaven and earth trembled, gods and demons wept. All living creatures sensed a vast power dispersing. A mighty army approached in imposing grandeur. Yet in the end, they were forced to retreat in defeat. What was worse, every demon harbored a smoldering rage in their hearts. They had gained nothing, yet expended vast amounts of spiritual energy. Now they were utterly exhausted. How could they contend with the Wu clan? After all, the Wu clan were as solid as rock, formidable opponents even in direct combat. But bound by Emperor Dijuan's command and the demon commanding banner, none of these great demons dared to utter a word of complaint. Brother, our troops are weary and exhausted. If we continue to fight the Wu clan, we will suffer greatly. Besides, with our forces gathered like this, the Wu clan must have sensed it. Let us rest and regroup first. Finally, after trudging for a long while, Donghuang Tai could no longer hold back and spoke a sensible word. All the demons breathed a sigh of relief. Only Kuanpeng, the demon master, wore a dark and gloomy expression. I believe our actions have already alarmed the Wu clan. To rest now would be to diminish our might. What is there to fear from a mere Wu clan? Attacking now would be the best course. Dijuan's heart was already ablaze with nameless fury. Hearing Kuanpeng's words, he pondered and hardened his resolve. As Kuanpeng said, retreating now would only dampen the demon's spirit. If so, today's campaign would become a laughingstock for all the world. Rest? No. Pull yourselves together. March on the Wu clan. Dijuan roared, his voice thunderous, piercing the clouds and shaking the primordial earth, as if proclaiming to the world. Donghuang Tai frowned slightly. In contrast, Kuanpeng's face was sinister, a sly smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The war between the demons and the Wu clan thus began. On Mount Kunlun, truly a coward, Tongtian, you have spared no expense, even gifting the sword formation taught by the master to others. Yuanshi gazed at the immortal slaying sword formation, snorted coldly, his heart filled with contempt. This? Tongtian was equally astonished, staring intently at the formation in the distance, his eyes brimming with confusion. The immortal slaying sword formation was still in his own treasure pouch. How could he have lent it to anyone? Yet the sword beam that had just flashed unmistakably bore the edge of the immortal slaying sword. Faintly, there was also a flow of the ages. This was truly unprecedented. After a moment's thought, he grew too lazy to explain. Laozi remained silent, not uttering a word, but inwardly, he felt a vague unease. On Mount Sumeru in the west, Juanti and Jian had been watching the spectacle. But when they witnessed the clash between the immortal slaying sword formation and the all-encompassing star array, they both froze. Then their faces showed astonishment. Juanti chuckled lightly. A humble sanctuary, yet blessed with Tongtian's protection. Truly interesting. Fated. Excellent, Jane replied softly, his gaze thoughtful. Nuwa was different from these sages, for as she recalled, When she had visited Yilong's sanctuary, she had already sensed the currents within. She knew full well Yilong's terrifying power. Could it be that the senior foresaw the demon's unfinished calamity and thus entered seclusion, yet because of the star array, he had long set up this strange, immortal slaying formation to break its edge? Nuo murmured, a grave expression flickering across her eyes. After many more days, Yilong finally achieved a minor accomplishment in the comprehension of the laws of time. Thanks to the increased concentration of spiritual energy within the sanctuary, his cultivation speed was many times faster than before. He felt the exhilarating flow of spiritual energy pouring into his body, swiftly assimilated by the Honghuang lotus breath, transforming into qi of the same nature, circulating through his veins. The two Yilongs began to rotate slowly in that instant. The taiji beneath their feet shrank continuously as they turned. The two figures transformed into streams of black and white light, swiftly vanishing into the sanctuary. They formed a black and white vortex spinning at high speed. A powerful gravitational force instantly sucked the countless spiritual energies filling the sanctuary into the vortex. The next moment, a figure of intertwined black and white slowly emerged from the vortex. The original body and the clone reunited as one. When the original was black, time descended. When white, it became ethereal and elusive. The taiji pattern within Yilong's body gleamed with a faint light. The black and white of the original, the separation of turbid and clear, were entirely under Yilong's control. In its free state, time and emptiness coexisted. In that instant, Yilong's power surged to the fourth level of the Grand Luo Golden Immortal Realm. The black and white vortex gradually condensed, forming a swirling mark of black and white on his brow. At last, Yilong completed this enlightenment. The Hongmeng pearl turned into a stream of light and fell back into Yilong's palm, which he put away. Now the aura around Yilong was ethereal and shifting, now ancient, now void, seeming both illusory and real. The silhouette of the mulberry tree flickered faintly, dreamlike, yet domineering. Each subtle sway stirred ripples that moved through time. So this is the power of time. Yilong murmured, his palm opening slightly. A mass of energy condensed from the Honghuang lotus breath slowly materialized. Within that stream, threads of the ages flowed gently. Yilong understood that with such power, even against a quasi-sage, he could fight to the death. Wait, why do I feel the spiritual energy in the sanctuary has become several times denser? After his elation, Yilong crushed the flame in his hand. Sensing carefully, he found the spiritual energy in the sanctuary was infinitely denser than before he entered seclusion. He stood frozen in astonishment. Sensing further, the formations he had set up outside the sanctuary showed signs of activation. He murmured to himself, could it be that someone sent spiritual energy? The vast earth. He Bo awakened from his epiphany. His gaze was lost as he looked around. At this moment, around He Bo, a storm of sword chi had appeared, he knew not when, sheltering He Bo within it. As He Bo awoke, the storm of sword chi during this process slowly transformed into streams of flowing light. They merged into He Bo's brow, the very mark left by Tongtian. Good heavens, didn't an old man say I was destined to meet him? What is this? How did I end up here? He Bo looked around in astonishment at the fissures in the sky and earth, at the countless traces of battle. The battle between Tongtian and Zhuanti had collapsed the mountains and rivers around. Within a radius of 10,000 li there was no sign of life, only annihilating sword chi. Seeing this, the belief in his invincibility emerged once again in He Bo's mind. Could it be that I caused all this? Master was right. I am indeed the most powerful dragon clan in this world. It must be so. That earlier strike was definitely my protective sword chi. Although I don't know how to wield it, I imagine that old man tried to bully me, and my protective sword chi defeated him, turning 10,000 li into flat ground, and even causing the surrounding space to collapse. I never expected my protective sword chi to be so terrifying. As He Bo spoke, he clenched his fists, placed his hands on his hips, and a mysterious confidence slowly emerged on his face. A strange curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, he saw a figure rushing over swiftly. It was a fox spirit. Who are you? He Bo glanced disdainfully at the approaching fox spirit, his face still brimming with that inexplicable confidence. Great King, our great king invites you to his cave dwelling. Your great king? Who does he think he is? No. He Bo said disdainfully. But as soon as he finished, the fox spirit showed contempt. However, after a brief sneer, the fox spirit quickly continued. Our great king said that you and he are from the same sect. That's why he sent us to wait 10,000 li away to invite you to discuss important matters once you awakened. He Bo heard this and let out a cold laugh. He glanced contemptuously. Same sect. Impossible. My master cannot have any other disciples. Stop fooling me. By the way, do you know how to get to the West Sea? Your Black Wave Lord is in a good mood today, so I won't bother with a little creature like you. Hearing this, the fox spirit was stunned. Then without haste it said, the great king anticipated you might not believe, so he specifically instructed that this sect is the Ping sect. Hearing this, He Bo's expression changed drastically. and he stepped back several paces. In his heart he sighed, could I have let something slip? It shouldn't be. Master warned me never to reveal a single word. He dared not be careless. He looked seriously at the fox spirit before him, confirming repeatedly that it didn't seem to be lying. Only then did He Bo ask tentatively, what is your great king's name? This? We don't know either. But our great king is immensely powerful, and his 2 ears can perceive everything in all directions. We usually call him the 6-eared great king. The fox spirit dared not neglect, and quickly replied. He Bo upon hearing this nodded pretentiously. It does sound like he has some of the qualities of my senior brother. Since you have sincerely invited me, and I happen to have nothing to do, I might as well go with you and meet this so-called great king of yours. Lead the way. As He Bo spoke, he puffed out his chest and raised his head, his confidence clearly evident. Evidently, even with the fox spirit's words, he was not impressed. He Bo was not taking it seriously. In a certain cave, dwelling Xiao'er slowly opened his eyes, perceiving the void. Observing the scene at He Bo's location, when he heard He Bo's words, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. However, thinking that they were both from the same Taoist temple, he restrained the urge to punch someone. He murmured, since Master dared to let him out, he must not be worried about his safety. I suppose this personality is the real reason Master taught him. I must not dampen his spirit, on the contrary, I must let him continue to build this confidence. Xiao'er said with a light laugh, a strange smile spreading across his face. In the Taoist temple, after Yilong finished his cultivation, he stretched his body. Yilong glanced at Ho-E, who was still in a state of epiphany, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. This kid, his epiphany is taking quite long this time. After observing carefully for a long time, and finding nothing amiss, he then turned his gaze to Xiao Shun and Xiao Tong. The next moment his eyes widened. They had gotten fat. The 2 little girls were now both plump little girls with chubby bodies, protruding bellies, slowly absorbing the abundant spiritual energy in the air. It seemed that this spiritual energy was like nourishment, causing the 2 girls to become like this. What is going on? Yilong's face turned extremely grim. This was clearly someone secretly feeding them, and not just a little. Otherwise the 2 girls couldn't have changed so drastically. Judging by their current size, it was measured in tons. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual energy in the Taoist temple had clearly increased. Yilong could vaguely sense that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Damn it, even if you want to scheme, this is too much. What's with secretly feeding spiritual energy? Could it be that someone thought I was too comfortable here and wanted to suffocate me with spiritual energy? Yilong muttered. Once this thought occurred, a strange feeling arose in his heart. Who did this? How could they think of such a vicious scheme? Yilong squinted his eyes, silently calculating in his mind. At this moment, behind him, the phantom of his original body had appeared, he knew not when. The phantom slightly opened its mouth. A black and white whirlpool appeared at that moment. The next instant, the spiritual energy in the Taoist temple surged like a tidal wave into Yilong's body. The spiritual energy concentration in the entire temple dropped again. The bodies of the 2 little girls also recovered somewhat as the concentration decreased. What a vicious plan, thinking you could suffocate me. Utterly delusional. Good thing I broke through, otherwise raising 2 fat little girls would be quite awkward. If I ever catch the culprit once I become a saint, I'll make sure you're done for. Yilong, looking at Xiao Tong and Xiao Shun, who were still cultivating with closed eyes, muttered subconsciously again. After wandering around the Taoist temple for a long while, he noticed that aside from the spiritual energy being much more abundant, the flowers and plants within the temple had grown considerably. Nothing was missing, which eased Yilong's mind. He glanced at the Chaos Demon Ape bloodline in his system backpack and mused to himself that Xiao'er was really something. Although he had told him not to mention his name or return casually, that didn't mean he couldn't come back at all. Having been away for so long, he hadn't even thought to visit his master. After all, the number of times Nuwa had come far exceeded that of Xiao'er. A sense of displeasure naturally arose in his heart. Focusing his mind, he activated his divine ability, the golden eye of truth-seeing. With a faint aura of chaos, it pierced through the entire Honghuang, searching for Xiao'er's figure. As Yilong observed, his first sweep allowed him to feel the vastness of Honghuang and clearly see the battle between the Wu and Yao. It was extremely brutal, with endless conflicts between the 2 sides. Yilong did not pause. He kept searching, his golden eye of truth-seeing sweeping continuously. Finally, inside a certain cave, he discovered Xiao'er's presence. Not only did he find Xiao'er, but he also saw He Bo's figure. A look of confusion instantly appeared on his face. He muttered, when did these 2 brothers get together? This is utterly lawless. No, He Bo is the hope of the Dragon Clan. I can't let Xiao'er lead him astray. Without further deliberation, he roared. Return to the temple at once. Inside Xiao'er's cave, dwelling Xiao'er and He Bo sat facing each other, both their faces faintly flushed with red. Meeting each other, they felt a mutual appreciation. They gathered together, cups of wine flowing endlessly one after another. As they drank, they somehow developed the feeling of old friends. Outside the cave, thousands of Yao stood, all under Xiao'er's command. They watched the 2 inside with trembling hearts filled with shock. None had ever imagined that the usually strict king would be like this today. Come, now that you're on my turf, don't be polite. Drink. Drink. As they spoke, they downed another cup, their faces beaming with an inexplicable smile. Senior brother, you've been doing well these years. Quite a lot of underlings. He Bo glanced at the coming and going Yao, a hint of envy flashing beneath his flushed face as he asked softly. But Shower dismissed it casually, smiling lightly. Of course, but compared to you, junior brother, I'm far behind. He Bo's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Oh, could it be that senior brother has heard of me too? A strange curve formed at the corner of He Bo's mouth. He thought to himself that although he had not accomplished any earth-shattering feats in recent years, his reputation had apparently already reached the ears of this elder brother. Shower couldn't help but pause at He Bo's words. Recalling his earlier speculation, he couldn't resist making things up. Of course, when you were born, junior brother, heavenly thunder tore through the clouds, reducing the entire ground to ruins. If not for Master's supreme abilities, good heavens, it would have shattered the whole continent into dust. I'm not boasting, your talent, your qualifications. By the way, junior brother, what did Master send you out to do? After flattering for a while, Shower asked his question under the influence of drink. Hearing Shower's inquiry, He Bo paid no attention at all. Elated by the praise, he was floating on air and said matter-of-factly, Master said that I am the hope of the Dragon clan, possessing the most complete dragon heritage, destined to become the strongest existence of the Dragon clan. He wants me to gather the dragons and revive our prosperous clan. By the way, have you heard of the legendary He Longbow? Master said that is an incredibly awesome thing. My name is He Bo because Master placed the hope of that He Longbow upon me. He Bo was somewhat smug from Shower's praise, with smile unconsciously curled at the corner of his mouth. He raised his cup and took a sip contentedly. All his thoughts were on what he had seen and heard since his birth. Through Shower's flattery, a strange sense of confidence now surged within him. He silently vowed to find the legendary He Longbow. As for this He Longbow, you already have your own understanding deep inside. This is a task Master instructed you to accomplish. If I tell you now, wouldn't it lose its original value? You are a prodigy by nature. You need to comprehend the mystery yourself, don't you? Shower replied with a light smile, his tone calm. At this moment, although he did not know what the legendary He Longbow really was, since it came from Master's mouth, it must be something formidable. Otherwise Master wouldn't have mentioned it now. Since Master said He Bo could comprehend it, then he would. Come, let's drink. Shower said again. He Bo raised his cup in response. They drank together, and for a time, they indulged freely once more. But just then a thunderbolt-like command struck Shower's mind. Return to the temple at once. He froze on the spot. Seeing Shower's reaction, He Bo was also visibly startled. What's wrong? Shower gave a bitter smile. Master is summoning me back to the temple. That's great. Go ahead. I envy you. You can still go back. Unlike me, I'm stuck with a body of invincible skills, yet forced to wander outside. Since Master calls you, you should go back. I, He Bo, will continue reviving the Dragon clan. So lonely. So desolate. In his melancholy, He Bo swayed as he stood up. With a loud thump, he collapsed back onto the wine table. Zzz. Soon snoring echoed throughout the cave. Seeing this, Shower shook his head. He dissipated the reek of alcohol from his body with his divine ability. Not daring to delay, he gave a few casual instructions and then dashed toward the temple. Outside the temple, Shower's heart trembled slightly. He landed slowly, uncertain why Master had summoned him at this moment. Rubbing his hands together. Just as he was about to call out, he noticed the temple door slowly opening and Yilong's voice rang out, "Come in." Hearing the Shower dared not be careless. After all, he had clearly witnessed the day when the crowd of demons besieged the temple. Even now the memories still made his heart tremble. If not for his own power being too weak, he would have rushed forward to fight back then. Now hearing Master's summons, it would be false to say he felt no fear. Tiptoeing from outside the temple, he tentatively probed, and then used his innate divine ability to investigate, but found he could see through nothing. Before he could speak, Yilong's voice came again. "Get in here now." "What are you looking at?" Little Ear's body shivered. Instinctively he stepped into the dojo. Almost the moment he crossed the threshold, his eyes widened in astonishment. This. Little Ear could feel it clearly. The spiritual energy here had increased by tens of thousands of times compared to when he left. The abundance already surpassed any sacred land in the primordial world. How did Master accomplish this? Could it be that those demons on that day came to power up Master's dojo? Little Ear furrowed his brow slightly. Regarding the Master before him, he had once believed he understood well enough. But this time, when stepping into the dojo again, he realized how naive his previous understanding had been. So the Master he thought he knew was merely the tip of the iceberg. To think he could mobilize billions of demons to power this dojo. No wonder he must be the true leader of the demon race. Wait, isn't that Great Shaman Ho-E? Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly spotted Great Shaman Ho-E not far away. His wide eyes expanded further. They expanded like bull's eyes. He had just been wondering if his master were the demon race leader, but now, so what if he was? A great shaman would easily expose him for who he truly is. Clearly his master had protected this shaman great man, which is precisely why the demon clan had gathered to assassinate him. Incredible, to survive such an onslaught. Yet here he stood unharmed. What exactly is this master of mine? What are you staring at? Come here quickly now that you're inside. At this moment Yi Long, clad in black and white robes, emerged from his cave dwelling. His gaze ran deep and profound, as if piercing through the vast starry expanse itself. I pay my respects to master. Almost instantly Little Ear knelt upon the ground and bowed repeatedly. Rise. There is nothing urgent calling you back this time. Take this drop of essence blood and absorb it. As Yi Long spoke, he extended the drop of Chaos Demon Ape's essence blood. Yes. Six-eared Macaque had initially regarded this with indifference. But the moment his eyes fell upon the Chaos Demon Ape's essence blood, it was as if a torrent had poured over him. He stood frozen where he was, his entire body trembling with agitation. Chaos Chi. It was truly Chaos Chi. Master was actually willing to gift him something of such magnitude. As expected, even though I'm merely an outer disciple to Master, I still belong to his lineage. Little Ear sighed inwardly. He dared not hesitate, swiftly accepting the Chaos Demon Ape's essence blood and swallowing it whole. In an instant, a brilliant crimson radiance erupted. The light spiraled outward from his body. Not daring to negligence, Little Ear hurriedly drew the essence blood into his abdomen, planning to refine it when he had time. He would gradually refine and absorb it. Once everything was settled, as the surrounding aura dissipated, only then did Little Ear exhale deeply. Thank you, Master, thank you so much. While speaking, he nodded repeatedly, his movements honest and sincere, his eyes brimming with tears. Yi Long glanced at the scene and waved his hand dismissively, not taking Little Ear's gratitude to heart. Then, as he continued, he recalled the matter concerning Black Wave. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Long finally spoke. By the way, that Black Dragon is my disciple and counts as your junior brother. When you're out in the world, you must look after him. After all, he's inexperienced and doesn't understand things well. He might be childish at times, but his talent is quite good. Upon hearing Yi Long's words, Little Ear immediately grasped their meaning. Disciple understands, disciple understands. That Black Dragon is my junior brother Black Wave. I will strictly follow Master's instructions, fully unleash, and ensure he doesn't disappoint Master's expectations. I'll help him find that legendary Black Dragon Wave. After hearing Little Ear's words, Yi Long subconsciously asked, do you really understand? Furrowing his brow, he stared at Little Ear for a long time. He felt something was off, but couldn't quite pinpoint what. Upon hearing Yi Long's question, Little Ear didn't dare hesitate, and quickly replied, yes, disciple understands. Everything will follow Master's will. In that case, refine the essence blood here properly, and once you're finished, you may leave. Remember, he's your junior brother. No matter what, when you're out in the world, you must look out for each other. Yi Long decided not to press further. After casually giving his instructions, he kept his original thoughts to himself and continued cultivating on his own. Watching Yi Long's retreating figure, a strange resolve settled in Little Ear's heart. To receive Master's praise, Black Wave's talent must truly be extraordinary. Just as he said, Master sending him down the mountain means he must bear an important mission. Next time we meet, I must make a good impression on him. While muttering to himself, Little Ear began exploring his surroundings. The moment his gaze fell upon Little Vine and Little Ginseng, he stumbled backward several steps. His mouth hung open in shock. Such terrifying aura. Such fearsome presence. What have senior sister and the others been through? Master's disciples are truly formidable. As expected, I'm the weakest under Master. He took me in purely out of pity. Without a second thought, Little Ear selected a cultivation spot within the dojo and began training on his own. He intended to refine the Chaos Demon Ape's essence blood. As he cultivated, wisps of faint Chaos Chi began circulating throughout the dojo. Little Ear could clearly sense his connection with heaven and earth had strengthened significantly. Deep within his heart, his gratitude toward Yi Long grew even more profound. In his heart, he had long regarded Yi Long as his second parent. In the primordial world, living beings suffered greatly. The intensity of the conflict between the shaman tribe and the demon clan rivaled the ancient Dragon-Han calamity. The demon clan's vast numbers and profound secret arts gave them an advantage, especially with Tai, the so-called greatest below the saints, at their helm. Gathering disciples who had listened to the Dao and Zixiao Palace like Dijun, Shihiwang Shu, and Kuanpeng. Their campaigns against the shaman tribe resembled crushing eggs with stones. Fierce and battle-hardened, they drove the shamans back relentlessly, leaving them unable to mount an effective defense. Seeing this, the demon clan pressed their advantage relentlessly, intent on conquering the shaman tribe entirely. But then the 10 ancestral shamans assembled, wielding their formidable and refined body-refining techniques to shatter the demons' magical formations. They reversed the tide, completely forcing the demons into retreat, with howls of pain shattering the previously invincible demon clan. Only then did the fighting between the two sides begin to ease. Xianming sat quietly upon the high platform, watching the retreating demon clan in the sky above. Countless waves of fury swept across his face. Too arrogant, these fellows are far too arrogant. This grievance our shaman tribe will never swallow. Gather the troops, advance to the Eastern Sea. This time we must make the demon race pay a heavy price. Xuanming's towering figure stood firm in the void, his gaze fixed upon the 5 prefectures of the Eastern Sea. Within his eyes, there was a fierce killing intent. As he spoke unconsciously, the killing intent slowly gathered. With a single command from Xianming, countless members of the Xianming tribe began to assemble, marching toward the Eastern Sea. On the journey, all demon beasts they encountered were slain or driven away. At this moment, Hebwa had taken leave of Shower's dwelling, carrying a flask of fine wine. Wiggling his little rear, he looked around step by step, searching for the direction of the west. He happened to see a large group of Wu tribe warriors pursuing a Jiao dragon of the demon court. Instantly his expression turned stern. How dare you bully a young dragon of my clan in front of Lord Hebwa? You're courting death. Hebwa let out a thunderous roar. A faint black ripple glowed on his body. The next moment, with a fierce charge, he transformed into a shadow and dashed toward the main force of the Wu tribe. Boom! A deafening sound. Hebwa landed perfectly, standing before the heavenly soldiers of the Jiao Dragon clan, blocking the path of the many Wu tribe members of Xianming. For a moment numerous Xianming tribe members looked in astonishment at the golden immortal stage black dragonet before them. Hebwa stood with his hands behind his back. Exuding an air of a lonely master, he gazed into the distance at the Wu tribe. Behind him, at some unknown time, a black longsword slowly coalesced into being. Within the sword faintly a black dragon silhouette flickered. A hint of calm confidence appeared at the corner of Hebwa's mouth. Why are you chasing my dragon clan soldiers? Hebwa spoke slowly, seeing the Wu and demon's pause. On his face, that air of confidence grew even more pronounced. A mysterious arc curved at the corner of his mouth. The long sword in his hand slowly solidified. A fierce aura almost scattered the surrounding air, overwhelming and domineering. But those Wu warriors looked at him, as if he were a fool, glancing at Hebwa, then at the Jiao dragon running away in the distance. You two take this fool, the rest of you follow me in the chase. The leading tribal chief, without wasting words, gave the order, then prepared to pursue. But Hebwa swept his long sword horizontally. You want to chase him? Have you asked my sword? As he spoke, he lightly tapped the ground with his sword. The next moment, boom, a tremendous sound. The ground instantly split into countless sword scars. This was the sword aura imparted to Hebwa by the heavenly lord of the Primordial. But at this moment, Hebwa did not understand the origin of the sword aura. He only knew it was awesome, so he used it without hesitation. That sword aura almost split the entire earth, instantly turning it into powder. A chasm 1,000 meters deep formed in an instant. The crack spread for tens of thousands of miles, annihilating almost the entire ground into dust. Extremely ferocious. Seeing this sword aura, the confidence on Hebwa's face grew even more pronounced. The Wu tribe members opposite all turned pale. They never imagined that a mere golden core stage dragonet could unleash such a fierce sword aura. After all, the dragon clan had long since retreated from the stage of history, their cultivation suppressed by the heavenly Tao, making such formidable power impossible. Naturally, the Wu tribe, who had intended to act, now looked at each other pale-faced. Hebwa witnessed this scene. He looked at the Wu tribe with arrogance, a hint of dominance on his face. Behind Hebwa, the Jiao dragon, who had been trembling upon feeling that sword aura, also shivered, as if struck by a shock. He stopped in his tracks, turned his head to look back. He saw Hebwa's majestic back. In his eyes faintly it was as if he had seen the Dragon King. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Who are you? A Wu tribe member of Xianming spoke out. His voice carried a cold edge. Now they had recovered from that oppressive feeling, their blood surging within, eager to test their strength against the black dragonet before them. Hebwa heard this, but gave a cold snort. A mysterious smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I am the one who never changes my name, never hides my identity. Dragon King Hebwa. His voice was not loud. As he spoke, Hebwa straightened his back even more. Hearing this, the figure before them seemed to have grown many times taller, faintly combined with the magnificent divine dragon shadow behind Hebwa. It seemed to be glaring at them from the void. The Wu tribe members, seeing Hebwa's reaction, couldn't help but frown. The Dragon Clan. Hadn't the Dragon Clan already withdrawn from the stage of history after the Dragon Han first calamity? Moreover, weren't they suppressed in the four seas, never to rise again? Now, when did a Dragon King appear? And, judging from this dragon's aura, it must be a dragon of extremely high bloodline concentration. Because of the Dragon Han first calamity, the Dragon Clan's talents were severely stripped away. Ordinary dragons could not even break through to true immortal, let alone golden immortal. Not to mention participating in the battles between the Wu and Demon clans. Wait, that one at Buzhou Mountain also seems to be a dragon. And he was not suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Rumors even said that the Demon clan led hundreds of millions of demon soldiers to attack the Buzhou Mountain Tao field, and even activated the Zhou Tian star array, yet failed to damage that Tao field in the slightest. One can imagine how terrifying he was. Could this dragon Be from that mysterious Dao field. While the Wu tribe members were hesitating, Xuanming's graceful figure projection once again appeared in the void. All personnel assemble quickly and attack Zhou. A sharp command broke the silence. Hearing Xuanming's words, the Wu tribe members glanced again at the Jiao dragon in the distance. The tribal chief roared, "Let's go!" without hesitation. Soon, the fierce group of Wu tribe people headed toward Zhou, leaving behind a proud Heibua, his face full of triumph. He turned around, casually glanced at the Jiao dragon. "I know what you want to say. No need to thank me. As the Dragon King, protecting you is my duty. Do you know where our dragon clan's gathering place is?" Heibua said casually. His voice carried a hint of disdain. Hearing Heibua's voice, the Jiao dragon was momentarily stunned, completely bewildered. You see, he was at the 3rd level of Tai Golden Immortal. Yet now he was saved by a golden immortal dragonet. This matter, he simply could not understand. However, looking at the proud demeanor of the dragonet, and recalling that fierce sword aura just now, the Jiao dragon still dared not act rashly. After hesitating for a long time, feeling the intense dragon clan aura around Heibua, and the instinctive suppression force, he dared not be careless and quickly said, "Your Majesty, have you just awakened? The elders of our dragon clan are now all suppressed in the 4 seas, forbidden to leave. Now only those of us with impure bloodlines can wander around." The Jiao dragon inquired softly, speaking while keeping his eyes fixed on Heibua as if watching his reaction. But almost as soon as he finished speaking, Heibua's confident eyes blazed with intense fury. "Suppressed? Who did it?" Seeing Heibua's reaction, the Jiao dragon instantly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his deduction was correct. The black dragon before him was likely an elder of the dragon clan who had been in seclusion. Having been in close cultivation for a long time, he was unaware that the Dragon-Han first calamity had ended. He also did not know that in the current world, the dragon clan had no part to play. Well, this humble one cannot explain clearly, but generally there are members of our dragon clan within the 4 seas. If your Majesty wishes to know, you could go search the 4 seas. After speaking, the Jiao dragon seemed to recall something. He quickly added, "That Wu tribe just mentioned they were heading to Zhou in the Eastern Sea. Your Majesty could follow the Wu tribe's steps and go to Zhou to have a look. Are there members of our dragon clan there too?" Heibua asked doubtfully. The Jiao dragon did not beat around the bush. He immediately said, "Of course." Heibua heard this, nodded casually. His gaze fell on the Jiao dragon. He said coldly, "In that case, you lead the way." At the summit of the former Buzhou mountain, the Yilong Dao field had regained its former tranquility. Yilong sat cross-legged in stillness, a flame of the Hongyuan lotus fire flickering in his hand. The flame scorched continuously. At this moment, Yilong had not only gained an understanding of time, but also seemed to have developed a mysterious comprehension of fire itself. He could faintly perceive that the Hongyuan lotus fire bore an endless, ever-renewing vitality. Even without him infusing spiritual energy, the flame continued to absorb the energy of surrounding matter. It blazed onward, and as it burned, traces of the aura of time itself swirled atop the Hongyuan lotus fire, an utterly miraculous phenomenon. Yet the moment the Taiji fluctuations within Yilong's body ceased, and all his aura vanished, the Hongyuan lotus fire took on a hint of ethereal nothingness, as if it no longer existed in this world. It was profoundly strange, as if the flame had become something that never belonged to this realm. Only Yilong himself could activate the transformations of the Hongyuan lotus fire. After observing for a long time, he found no flaws within it. He only vaguely sensed that after his bloodline was replaced by the Hongyuan lotus fire, a barrier that had long hidden within his body seemed to have been burned away, vanishing without a trace. This barrier felt like a suppression, yet when Yilong carefully probed it, he could not discern what it truly was. Now his absorption of heaven and earth's spiritual energy was no longer restricted. He himself became like a bottomless abyss, capable of infinitely absorbing the spiritual energy of the world, gathering it within himself, and transforming it into endless Hongyuan lotus fire. As long as his Hongyuan lotus fire never extinguished, even if his body were reduced to ashes, it could rapidly recover. So long as a single spark of the flame remained, he would be immortal and indestructible. Of course, all of this depended on the premise that this mysterious flame could never be completely extinguished by anyone. Though Yilong had found no existence in the world capable of quenching this flame, he still dared not take unnecessary risks. He set aside his thoughts. After concealing himself here for so many years, it was indeed time to consider whether he should move to a new dwelling. After all, his current location was far too conspicuous. Just like the last time when someone fed him spiritual energy, and he didn't even react. Look at how bloated his little Dao boy had become from that. This was utterly outrageous. Such incidents undoubtedly indicated that he was far too insensitive to subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy. And now that he had achieved some measure of accomplishment, the system appeared less and less frequently. After granting him the Hongmeng Pearl, it became even more reluctant to show itself. This was not a good omen. Could it be that this damn system was trying to force him out of seclusion? No way. A supremely intelligent figure like me would never fall for such a trick. The more it wanted him to emerge, the more he refused to do so. Besides, the three pure ones had not yet gone their separate ways, and the witch and demon calamity was still ongoing. The god-sealing calamity had not yet begun. Emerging now would truly be a poor decision. As he pondered, Yilong turned his gaze toward the six-eared macaque Xiao. At that moment, Xiao was slowly absorbing the essence blood of the Chaos Ape. As he absorbed it, his body was imbued with a mysterious aura. Without a doubt, the enhancement of his bloodline had brought him a step closer to understanding the Tao principles. Good, very good. As he contemplated, Yilong felt that this alone was still insufficient. Both Xiao and He Bo represented his influence in the world. If he lacked absolute, overwhelming power, wouldn't that bring shame upon himself? This could not continue. As he thought further, Yilong infused the self-created Honghuang lotus fire cultivation technique into a memory and transferred it into Xiao's mind. Xiao, who was in the midst of refining the Chaos Ape's essence blood, suddenly sensed something about fire in his mind and was startled when he truly saw what was described. His eyes, which had been closed in meditation, snapped wide open in shock. How could such a unique cultivation technique exist in the world? It gathered the divine fires of the world and condensed them into one's own formidable aura. The master's pursuits were indeed beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Thinking back to the appearances of Xiao Shun and Xiao Teng, he felt an even stronger conviction in his heart. He was the one the master had taken pity on and thus accepted as a disciple. The master not only shielded him from Tao ancestor Hongjun's decree that the Dharma shall not be passed to the six-eared macaque, but also worried endlessly about his cultivation. From now on, no matter what happened or what temptations arose, this master was someone he would never betray. At that moment, the essence blood of the Chaos Ape, due to Xiao's mental instability, surged violently through his entire body. In an instant, it rushed into Xiao's right arm, nearly causing it to explode. Xiao's face turned crimson as he tried to suppress this energy. But his bloodline was raging uncontrollably, and an ancient power seemed to erupt from within him. Even as one of the four divine monkeys, the six-eared macaque, he could not fully contain this overwhelming force. The violent power rapidly flooded his mind, threatening to tear his body apart. Yet in that instant, Yilong's figure appeared. He pointed at Xiao's right arm, and the raging Chaos Ape essence blood was instantly suppressed. In a flash, Yilong shattered the violent bloodline, scattering it throughout Xiao's body. Xiao's entire being instinctively absorbed the Chaos Ape's essence blood, and his fur took on a faint black hue. Sensing Yilong's presence, Xiao understood that the master was helping him. Deep in his heart, his faith in the master's power was unwavering. Watching the six-eared macaque gradually calm down, Yilong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He inwardly lamented his own rashness, which had nearly caused the death of his young disciple. He resolved never to interfere when someone was refining something again, lest it lead to chi deviation. As Yilong was lost in thought, he sensed a powerful saintly aura once again manifest outside the Tao field. His brow furrowed slightly. This fellow is here again. With a wave of his right hand, the Tao field opened. Yilong's aura shifted, the Taiji reversed, and he transformed into a white-robed figure. An ethereal nothingness radiated from Yilong's body. At this moment, he seemed not to exist within the primordial world. He walked unhurriedly toward the edge of the Tao field. Nuwa arrived at the edge of the Tao field and immediately noticed the surging spiritual energy flowing outward from within. A trace of shock flickered in her eyes. She marveled at Yilong's extraordinary power, that he could completely transform the attack of those demons into streams of spiritual energy, feeding it back into this small Tao field. Now the Tao field seemed to no longer belong to the primordial world. Its aura and fortune deviated from the greater world. Before Nuwa could speak, she saw the white-robed Yilong approaching from afar, step by step, until he stood before her. In that instant, Nuwa's entire body trembled slightly, for although Yilong before her eyes appeared real, upon closer inspection he seemed utterly unreal, like a distant elusive star beyond the Hongmeng, remote and unreachable. And now Yilong had steadied himself. The breakthrough in cultivation and the passage of time had finally granted him a measure of confidence. "Greetings, Saint." Yilong spoke. His voice was calm, yet in Nuwa's ears it seemed as if it traversed the river of time, ethereal and intangible. Not only that, at this moment, gazing at Yilong standing before her, Nuwa also had an illusion. It seemed that the Yilong before her was separated from her by an infinite number of small spaces. Uncertain, her mind shaken, this visit Nuwa originally intended to thank Yilong and subtly probe his background. But who would have thought? Upon first seeing Yilong, she witnessed such a shocking scene. Her heart trembled uncontrollably. Unable to calm down for a long time, nor to ease that shock, she quickly spoke. "Senior, you flatter me. The abundance of spiritual energy in this dojo of yours rivals any blessed land in the world." Yet as soon as these words were spoken, Yilong, who had been somewhat pleased, slightly frowned. He sighed inwardly. As a saint, how could he not know what had caused his dojo to become like this? There must be some trickery involved. Could it be that those saints acted intending to overwhelm his insignificant golden immortal? It must be so. Otherwise, how could there be so much spiritual energy in this dojo? After realizing this, Yilong's expression instantly turned sour. What? Does the saint not know what is happening? Hearing Yilong's words, and seeing his sudden displeasure, Nuwa pondered whether she had said something wrong. After careful deliberation, she felt she had not misspoken. Instead, as a member of the Yao clan, she had not stopped Emperor Jun and the others' actions. Thinking that Yilong resented her for not intervening at that time, she forced a smile, and said, "Senior, you could even move the immortal slaying sword formation of the Tongtian sect leader, so how could you not know whether we can act freely? I presume that Senior's previous seclusion was also for this reason. After all, the Yao clan is still the child of destiny. If we act rashly, we would incur the displeasure of the heavenly Tao." Listening to Nuwa's words, Yilong became even more convinced of the reason for the abundant spiritual energy in his dojo. He sighed, acknowledging Nuwa's intelligence. She had explained the cause while perfectly articulating the matter. Clearly, from certain perspectives, this was a move by the saints. Because the saints could not act at will, they used this method to try to burst Yilong's dojo. "I knew it," Yilong said softly, his eyes showing a hint of profound depth. Seeing Yilong's reaction, Nuwa also frowned, marveling at his mystery. "Follow me inside," Yilong said softly. At this moment, unconsciously, he did not realize that his fear of the saints had lessened significantly from its initial severity. Of course, the most important thing was Nuwa's remark that the saints could not act at will. Little did he know that acting at will referred to acting against the billions of Yao clan. At this moment, Nuwa's gaze shifted to Ho Yi upon observation. At this moment, Ho Yi's aura was merely that of a golden immortal. He was still in enlightenment, not yet awakened. However, Nuwa could see at a glance that with Ho Yi's current cultivation, he could not have shot that devastating arrow. Clearly, that arrow bore the shadow of Yilong. And it was because of Yilong's intervention that the original history of the war of Wu and Yao was advanced by hundreds or even thousands of years. Why did Senior do this? Nuwa was puzzled. After all, altering the course of history like this was not a choice a wise great power would make. Although the result had not changed, the machinations of the heavenly Tao would inevitably fall upon Senior. Could it be that Senior was challenging the heavenly Tao? Or was he trying to change someone's fate? While pondering, Nuwa once again fixed her gaze on Ho Yi. A glimmer of understanding seemed to dawn in her heart. At that very moment, as if noticing Nuwa's gaze, Yilong turned back. He happened to see Nuwa looking at Ho Yi and let out a soft laugh. "That is a friend of mine. May I ask why the goddess Nuwa has come today?" Hearing Yilong's words, Nuwa was momentarily stunned. Then she gave Yilong a strange look, further confirming her suspicions. She then took a pill from her waist and said slowly, "It's nothing important. I came to thank you for your help that day. Without you, Nuwa would not have achieved her current cultivation. This is a mysterious pill I obtained by chance in the Thunder Sea while traveling the primordial world. It seems to contain endless lightning power. I have studied it for countless days but could not fathom its secrets. Vaguely, I feel this pill is related to the Dragon clan, so I present it to you." Hearing this, Yilong frowned again. Last time it was an egg, this time a pill. Did she really take his place as a garbage dump? Anything related to the Dragon clan, he had to accept. Yilong curled his lips disdainfully. Then he looked at the thunderous pill sent by Nuwa. Although he found it extraordinary, he could not make out what it was. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate and casually placed it into his system space. Seeing this, Nuwa was startled. "Senior, this pill cannot be stored in any spatial treasure, or that treasure will be destroyed." "What did you say?" A flicker of shock passed through Yilong's eyes. He secretly checked the system space and muttered, "Don't cause any trouble." As he spoke, he took out the lightning pill again. Witnessing this, Nuwa's eyes widened in surprise. "I don't feel anything wrong. Are you tricking me?" Yilong said, putting the pill back in again. This time Yilong was completely relieved. But Nuwa was utterly dumbfounded. She had tried many times with spatial treasures, but could never store it, so she had kept it at her waist. Now, seeing Yilong's relaxed manner, he was clearly unaffected. Could it be that Senior possessed a treasure even more powerful than her map of mountains and rivers? It must be so. Only this could explain why she could not store it, while Senior could do so with ease. The moment this thought appeared, Nuwa's admiration for Yilong rose to a new level. Indeed, Senior's abilities are beyond our understanding. After conversing with Yilong, Nuwa did not linger and took her leave hastily. The sights and sounds she had witnessed at Yilong's Taoist sanctuary had seemingly shattered the very worldview of this sage. Watching Nuwa's hurried retreating figure, Yilong finally retrieved that pill covered in lightning from his system space. After casually handling it for a moment, he pondered briefly, then swallowed the pill. After all, he now possessed the primordial lotus breath. A trace more of lightning power should not pose any significant problem. However, as the thought of consuming the lightning pill first arose within Yilong, strands of thunderous power erupted from within the pill, causing it to shake continuously as though desperately trying to break free from Yilong's grasp. Fortunately, the primordial lotus breath enveloping Yilong's body blocked such impact. Yet even so, Yilong sensed the extraordinary nature of this particular pill. This only intensified Yi Long's desire to swallow it. As he placed the pill into his mouth, crackling sounds of lightning erupted. The explosive force shattered within Yi Long's mouth, yet he felt no abnormal sensation whatsoever, only the peculiar feeling akin to consuming popping candy. An extraordinary comfort permeated him as countless forces danced throughout his body. Slowly swallowing the pill, a surge of thunderous energy began to course through his form. The thunderous energy was about to detonate throughout Yi Long's body in an instant. However, within Yi Long's abdomen, a golden flame lotus appeared. The lotus completely enveloped the lightning pill, smoothly wrapping around the restless pill. The next moment, all turbulence vanished. The lotus also began rotating slowly within Yi Long's abdomen. With the lotus turning, strands of lightning laws began to flow through Yi Long's body. The Taiji disc within Yi Long's body also began its slow rotation at that moment. The power of emptiness and vicissitudes manifested within the void. Behind Yi Long, at times, an ancient mulberry tree appeared, and at other times it transformed into a tremendously surging giant dragon. Xianming led his tribe's offspring toward Yingzhou in the Eastern Sea. Along the journey, countless demon races were crushed by this massive army. However, these Wu clan warriors did not pursue, but continued advancing in a single direction. The defeated demon armies understood clearly that Ancestor Xianming was extraordinarily powerful. Merely crushing them without slaughter was not due to contempt, but because Ancestor Xianming held a clear objective. Yet upon witnessing Xuanming's formidable power, even if they desired to resist, they were powerless. Those great shamans alone were beyond what this group could handle. Thus they could only scatter and watch quietly. But during their observation behind Xuanming's main force, two dragons were actually following. One was entirely black-scaled with dragon scales resembling lotus petals emitting dark radiance. Its face bore an expression of arrogance. As that young dragon walked, all the demons could sense it, the inexplicable pride on the black dragon's face. Even more strangely, an invisible aura was emanating from around the black dragon's body. Extremely eerie. Tell me, where exactly is this Eastern Sea? I'm somewhat tired. He Bo arrogantly glanced at the distant Wu clan main force, then looked at the Jialong subordinate beside him, asking impatiently. He had been following this Wu clan's main force for quite some time. His body was indeed feeling a bit weary. Mostly walking with his chest puffed out and back straight was straining his lower back. Several times he had wanted to transform into his true form and fly away, but restrained himself each time. After all, the Wu clan's main force was moving at a considerable pace. Hearing He Bo's words, the Jialong's heart trembled slightly. Along this journey following He Bo, he had witnessed the formidable nature of this black dragon before him. Despite He Bo's cultivation not being particularly high, his actual strength was genuinely terrifying. Some reckless demon race members who dared to provoke in front of He Bo were immediately killed by this small black dragon on the spot. His decisive killing was utterly resolute. By now he had already become a devoted follower of He Bo. Hurrying to respond, "Your Majesty, please bear with us. It's mainly that the Wu clan appears so aggressive, and we don't know what their intentions are. I don't care, I'm a bit tired." He Bo pouted and loudly declared. His childishness was fully displayed, his face showing obvious haughtiness. He then swept his gaze around the Jialong. Upon seeing He Bo's look, the Jialong trembled slightly. As if sensing something abnormal in He Bo's gaze, he subconsciously asked, "Your Majesty, what are you looking at?" He Bo stroked his chin, gazing at the Jialong for a long while. The next moment his eyes lit up. "How about this? You transform into your true form and carry me." Speaking, He Bo leaped forward, and both legs settled onto the Jialong's shoulders. Hurry up, I'm tired. Transform into your true form, and carry me quickly." Seeing this, the Jialong could only give a bitter smile, daring not to disobey. Its entire body transformed into a 10,000-meter-long Jialong. Riding the clouds and mist, carrying He Bo, it slowly advanced. "Giddy up." From within the cloud layer came He Bo's voice, extraordinarily cheerful. The Wu clan's grand army seemed to sense the commotion behind them. They all turned around to gaze toward the clouds. There they saw a 10,000-meter Jialong rolling its body through the sea of clouds. On the Jialong's back, a youth in black clothing was calling out cheerfully, which couldn't help but cause them to furrow their brows. "What's going on?" A Wu clan leader, noticing the disturbance behind, couldn't help but look back and ask. Reporting to the leader, these two young dragons have been following behind the main force for quite some time. However, their cultivation is weak and they emit no demonic aura, so we didn't bother with them. Ignoring it. How can you not report such important military intelligence? Someone fetch my bow and arrows. The Wu clan leader barked coldly. Following his command, an extraordinarily plain bow and arrow appeared in his hands. Ignoring the glances from the surrounding Wu clan warriors, this person held the bow and arrow. Drawing the bow, it seemed as though tens of thousands of spiritual energies were continuously converging within. The next moment, within the bow and arrow, streams of luminous energy flowed across it. Immediately after, a sharp arrow was fired toward the sky where He Bo and the Jialong were frolicking. Sensing this impact, the Jialong's heart trembled in shock. knowing full well this arrow was beyond his capacity to withstand as he strained to dodge and evade. Yet this arrow seemed to possess eyes continuously ricocheting through the air. In an instant it had already darted toward the Jialong's midsection. But at that very moment He Bo also sensed something amiss. A stream of dragon breath erupted from his mouth, threaded through with countless sword chi blades. It smashed directly at that arrow shaft. With a thunderous explosion the arrow shaft in midair shattered into streaks of luminous energy, scattering in all directions. The Wu clan leader witnessing this also frowned, and let out a derisive snort. What arrogant dragon so utterly oblivious to propriety? Speaking, an unknown sharp blade materialized from somewhere. His figure transformed into a streak of light charging toward He Bo to strike him down. He Bo, wielding a 3-foot black longsword, descended from the sky, stepping on black lotuses that bloomed with each step. He charged toward the leader of the Xianming tribe, his eyes gleaming with sharpness, exuding an overbearing and majestic aura. Around He Bo black waves continuously spread on the sword in his hand. Streaks of sword chi surged, as if intending to tear the very sky apart. The leader of the Xianming tribe, being a Tai golden immortal naturally, did not take He Bo seriously. As he moved he stirred up monstrous waves, and the weapon in his hand gleamed with sharpness. He instantly drained the surrounding spiritual energy, condensing it onto his weapon. It formed a vast array of raindrops, each imbued with countless killing intents. He slashed down toward He Bo. He Bo sneered. As he hurled his long sword toward the leader, his form transformed into a 1,000-meter-long dragon. A dragon's breath surged forth instantly. The breath mixed with black sword chi slashed down toward the leader. At the same time, the Xianming tribe leader's blade also struck He Bo's body. Bang! A loud crash rang out. The sound of metal colliding resounded in an instant. On He Bo's body streaks of black lotuses reflected in the void. The 12-petal world-destroying black lotus, like a blazing sun, absorbed all the endless attacks into the lotus, blocking the impact. Meanwhile, He Bo's attack, carrying the boundless sword chi imparted by Tantian Jiaozhu, pierced through the leader's body along with the dragon's breath. Streaks of sword chi instantly pierced through the leader. Blood gushed out. The Xianming tribe leader fell from the sky like a red line. Boom! A loud crash as he slammed into the ground. All over his body dense blade wounds were clearly visible. For a moment the Wu tribesmen who had been watching were all stunned, staring at the black divine dragon in the sky. Behind He Bo the Jialong also trembled. As He Bo revealed his true form, the feeling of bloodline suppression in his heart became even more pronounced. It was as if countless mountains were pressing down upon him, immobilizing his entire body. At this moment, faintly, all the Wu tribesmen could sense the aura of annihilation continuously emanating from the divine dragon. After his strike, He Bo did not continue attacking. He slowly reverted to human form, looking disdainfully at the Wu tribe leader, his face brimming with contempt. He extended his right hand, gently beckoning with his index finger toward the Wu tribe leader. What skill is there in sneaky attacks? Come on, fight me face to face. If I He Bo the Great back down today, it would be a disgrace. You think you can match my talent? I'm the one with astonishing gifts. Overreaching. Seeing this, the Wu tribesmen exchanged glances, then without any hesitation countless of them turned into streaks of light and charged at He Bo. He Bo was startled at first, then shouted, "Damn!" ganging up. Immediately lotuses blazed around him. A dragon's breath surged in his throat. In an instant countless blades shot out from He Bo's dragon's breath. Thousands of Wu disciples fell under the sword chi, turning into blood mist. Seeing this, He Bo looked disdainful. He stood proudly and sharply in the void, sneering, "A bunch of worthless scum." Yet at this moment, between heaven and earth, a layer of black clouds descended. The pressure of a quasi-sage condensed in an instant. Countless rain clouds pressed upon the void. The phantom of Xianming appeared faintly in the void. He Bo's expression tightened as he looked up at the sky, clearly sensing something was wrong. Frowning slightly, he leaped up and landed on the Jialong. "Something's wrong, let's get out of here." The Jialong at this moment naturally recognized the phantom in the sky as Xuanming, one of the 12 primordial witches. Clearly Xianming had sensed the death of his clansmen and projected his presence from thousands of miles away. Without hesitation he fled. He Bo grinned lightly. "Not bad, kid, you've got a bit of my style. So wasn't that sword strike just now pretty cool?" The Jialong, already terrified, had no time to reply and could only flee desperately. But at that very moment the phantom of the primordial, which Xianming fully materialized. Above, countless rain clouds crashed down, sweeping toward the direction of He Bo's escape. A storm formed in an instant. Seeing this, He Bo dared not be careless. He clapped his palm. The phantom of the 12-petal black lotus flew out, blocking the path of the rain clouds. But only for a moment. The phantom shattered and vanished into the void. He Bo's face turned pale. "Oh no, we've messed with a big one." He dared not be careless, turned around, and spat out a dragon's breath. The breath, carrying the airflow, formed another black sword chi lotus, attempting to block the attack. But the attack directly shattered the sword Qi Lotus and came at He Bo with extreme speed. Seeing this, He Bo's pupils contracted. A black long sword appeared in his hand. He stepped on the Jiaolong's back, leaped up, and aimed to sever the storm, his eyes filled with determination. Meanwhile, Hongjun, who had finished his battle with Kuanping and was hiding in the mortal world, suddenly sensed the appearance of Xuanming's aura in the sky. His eyes grew serious. Upon closer inspection, he saw that Xuanming's attack was directed at a junior at the golden core stage in the sky. Is Xianming mad? Attacking a golden core stage junior? Wait, this junior is actually a dragon. That's the aura of the senior's residence. As Hongjun sensed, he suddenly caught a faint trace of the residence's aura. His gaze sharpened. His body transformed into a red streak of light. He shot straight toward the sky. A red cloud drifted from the horizon, directly blocking between He Bo and Xianming. He Bo's intention to fight to the death also receded a bit at this moment. Seeing the red cloud, though puzzled, he knew well that the power of that phantom was beyond his capability. He immediately shouted, "Thank you, senior. I'll buy you a drink another day. Let's go." He Bo slapped the Jiaolong's backside. The Jiaolong responded, no longer hesitating, and sped toward the horizon. Hongjun, seeing this, was also taken aback, slightly surprised. He shook his head, not dwelling on it. Get out of the way. The Xianming phantom, seeing Hongjun blocking his path, gave him no chance to speak and roared. Countless profound spells in his hand rained down on Hongjun. The sky instantly burst open. Countless raindrops fell from the heavens. As the primordial witch of rain, Xianming naturally would not fear Hongjun. His movements were bold and unrestrained, drawing on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, causing celestial changes. Hongjun frowned slightly, but said nothing. From within the clouds, sword shadows slid down. Seemingly plain red sword Qi continuously fell from the red clouds in the sky. Colliding with the countless raindrops, the sound of space shattering exploded in the sky. Hongjun's sword Qi, as the raindrops shattered, continuously condensed and formed a 10,000-mile red longsword in the air. It finally struck the Xianming phantom. The phantom vanished instantly. Hundreds of millions of miles away, Xuanming's true body seemed to sense it staring at the sky. He roared in fury, "Damn it!" Inside Yilong's dojo, Xiao, having refined the blood essence of the chaos macaque, wore an inexplicable excitement on his face. He was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed in Yilong's dojo, cultivating by utilizing the spiritual energy that was tens of thousands of times denser than the outside world. As he cultivated, Xiao could clearly feel that his body was much more relaxed than before. It seemed as if a barrier that had previously obstructed him had been dispersed by this bloodline. A sense of inexplicable contentment spread across his face. His innate divine ability seemed to have improved considerably. Just as Xiao was cultivating, suddenly he heard the cheerful voices of Xiao Shun and Xiao Tong. "Little monkey, what is the outside world really like?" Yes, is it fun out there?" Xiao, upon hearing the voices, dared not be careless. He quickly opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Shun and Xiao Tong. At this moment, Xiao Shun and Xiao Tong, having fully absorbed the spiritual energy, their bodies had grown considerably, appearing like lotuses emerging from water, like celestial maidens. Their faces, enchanting and alluring, were tinged with a hint of innocence. Their figures were graceful and curvaceous. On top of their heads, one carried a gourd, the other a ginseng fruit. Their watery big eyes stared straight at Xiao, making him feel a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head, unconsciously lowered it, and then spoke. "Senior sister, you haven't been outside yet. I really envy you for being able to cultivate here long term. The spiritual energy here is several times denser than outside, extremely suitable for cultivation. What's so good about it? We were born here and have never left even half a step." Xiao Shun pouted and said softly, Yes, it's so boring, so boring. Why don't you take us out, little monkey?" Shouting looked at Xiao, a trace of a smile crossing her face. "This? Without master's permission, I dare not," Xiao said helplessly. At this moment, Xiao could already sense the terrifying power of the magical artifacts above the two senior sisters' heads and understood that their strength was inevitably formidable. He also understood that if he brought the two senior sisters along, handling matters would be much more convenient. But Xiao understood even more the terror of Yilong. If Yilong found out that he had taken the senior sisters out, he would surely be skinned alive, have his bones ground to dust, and his ashes scattered. Xiao dared not take the risk. He dared not defy Yilong's will. Seeing Xiao's expression, Xiao Shun and Xiao Tong could only pout and sit aside in anger. After a long while, Xiao Tong finally pouted and said, "You little monkey, ungrateful. Have you forgotten who put you into the dojo back then?" Xiao Shun chimed in. Yes, ungrateful. We were so good to you." Xiao, upon hearing this, subconsciously retorted, "That's not." But seeing the hostile looks of Xiao Shun and Xiao Tong, 1,000 fears arose in his heart. The words he was about to say were instantly choked back. He stared at them and said, "I beg you, ancestors. The outside world is really not as good as you imagine. With your level of cultivation, you should know the art of perception. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourselves. Besides, there must be master's reasons for not allowing you to go out." As they were speaking, Shower saw Yilong slowly floating over from afar. His eyes lit up involuntarily, and he looked at Yilong for help. Yilong, seeing this, gently shook his head. All right, you two, stop fooling around. Cultivate well here. Xiao Shun and Xiao Tung both pouted, dared not refute, and glared at Shower before walking back into the cave. Yilong watched the graceful backs of the two girls, lost in thought. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. The two girls had acquired more of a ladylike demeanor and less of a childish air. It was quite a different charm. When they had gone far, he turned his gaze to six-eared macaque Shower, his face growing more solemn. He was about to speak when the long-awaited system voice sounded. Detected that Xianming intends to sink the 5 islands of the East Sea and slay Longbow, at which point the secret that human souls can break the Wu clan's body-refining technique will be revealed. Will you go out and stop it? Go out and stop them, save the human race, reward Red Lotus karmic fire. Stay in seclusion, watch the war between Wu and Yao, reward 6 Ding divine fire. Hearing the system voice, Yilong frowned slightly. In his past life as a human, logically, he should stop this battle. Because as long as Xianming does not discover the matter of human souls, then the Yao clan would not be able to refine the soul-slaying sword using humans. Thus humanity would be spared that catastrophe. And this time the system offered 2 clearly equivalent rewards. Both were divine fires. Lost in thought, Yilong shook his head. Although he wanted to intervene, he understood even more that his current cultivation was no match for the primordial witches. He shook his head slightly and chose the second option, thus obtaining the 6 Ding divine fire. The 6 Ding divine fire is the fire of the mystical gate and secret armor Chimenduanjia. Legend has it that it is a divine fire derived from the Dao ancestor Lord Laozi, who fused and refined the Samadhi true fire with the patterns of Wen and Wu fire in the Shangqing 8 trigrams furnace, incorporating the principles of Chimenduanjia. Now, after obtaining such a flame, Yilong let out a light sigh. He could not leave seclusion now, but if he turned a blind eye he would also feel guilty. Thinking, he turned his gaze to Shower. Shower, I have something to entrust to you. Master, please speak. Shower naturally dared not say much, quickly knelt respectfully and asked. Yilong shook his head. After a moment of thought, he slowly said, I want you to go to the primeval continent, gather the human forces as much as you can, protect them, ensure their peace, and prevent the Yao clan from persecuting them easily. With your current strength, having fused the blood essence of the Chaos Macaque, even an ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortal should not be your match. As long as you don't encounter the 10 great Yao generals, or Donghuang Tai, this task should not be too difficult. However, even so, you must remember not to clash with the Yao clan, and try to avoid their sight as much as possible. Yilong, still thinking, felt that it was still not safe enough. Recalling how Red Cloud and Kuanpeng had suffered a great loss during their duel due to the lack of a powerful treasure, he took out the 99 soul-scattering gourd. He handed it to Shower. This gourd is your master's treasure. Take it for now. If you encounter danger, you can use its power to kill the enemy. If you accomplish the task I have entrusted to you today, there will be further rewards in the future. Shower, seeing what Yilong had given him, felt a slight tremor in his heart. Gratitude was evident in his eyes. He quickly took the gourd, and was instantly awed by the fluctuations within it. His thoughts were all of Yilong's authority. His entire body pressed against the ground, kneeling even deeper. Watching Shower leave in haste, Yilong felt a sense of relief. Though he was not of the human race in this life, he had still done his humble part for humanity. Yet how much effect this would have was beyond Yilong's contemplation. Now that the war between the Wu and Yao tribes was imminent, emerging from seclusion would be nothing short of courting death. However, according to Nuwa, the sages could not act lightly. Thus the war between the Wu and Yao tribes was an inevitable trend. Since the sages could not intervene, and he himself was shielded by the Tao of Heaven, why not seize this opportunity to experience the warmth and coldness of the mortal world? The moment this thought arose, Yilong cast all his doubts aside. Though the primordial world appeared safe on the surface, beneath it lurked turbulent undercurrents. To venture out now would be certain death. This was not the right time to emerge. To focus on comprehending the Tao was the true path. As he was pondering, the Hongmeng pearl radiated with renewed brilliance. Yilong once again sank into enlightenment. Within the Tao field, the stagnant currents of energy. At this moment, as Yilong pursued, the Tao began to churn once more. Xiao Shun and Xiao Tung, after being enveloped in the swirling currents, soon showed signs of profound understanding. They unconsciously calmed their minds and bodies, sinking into cultivation. Seated across from each other, their entire forms shimmered with a faint luster, as if countless fluorescent lights flickered endlessly. Streams of Tao principles flowed gently along their bodies. The gourd atop Xiao Tang's head and the ginseng fruit atop Xiao Shun's both radiated chaotic brilliance. As they cultivated in stillness, the two treasures soared into the sky as if locked in aerial combat, tearing apart the void, with each collision shattering the space within the Tao field. This caused a great release of spiritual energy within the Tao field. Meanwhile, Luer Mihu Shower, who had left Yilong's Tao field, dared not delay a moment. He fastened the 99 soul-scattering gourd at his waist, found the path he had come by, rode the clouds, and swiftly flew back to his cave dwelling. This journey had not only brought him benefits, but also a mission to protect the human race. In his view, Yilong's command to protect humanity must mean he had foreseen the fate of mankind. Great King. The moment Shower landed, countless lesser demons gathered around him. These lesser demons had already sensed the extraordinary aura of Luer's cultivation, as if he had broken through, and their reverence for him needed no further elaboration. Rise, gather the brothers. From today onward we have a great task ahead, Shower said softly. Before Yilong he was a humble servant, but before these lesser demons Shower was a true demon king possessing the dignity befitting a demon lord. Upon hearing this, the demons responded promptly. Yes. Then without hesitation they hurried into the cave, and in no time a massive group of demons had assembled. This demon army consisted entirely of the minions Shower had gathered over the years, a vast sprawling force of over 10,000. Yet compared to the heavenly demon court, they were but a drop in the ocean. The demons stared solemnly at Shower, puzzled. Shower gave a light grin and said, "From today on you shall travel to every human tribe. Bring back every single one you see." Yes. Long live the great king. Now we'll have two-legged sheep to eat. We should have done this long ago. The demons grew excited upon hearing this. Previously Shower had strictly forbidden them from devouring humans. Now hearing such an order they thought the great king had finally seen reason, and joy spread across their faces. But at that moment Shower's authoritative voice rang out, laced with a murderous aura. "What are you thinking? Listen carefully. My master said this time we are to protect the humans. If we do this, well, the rewards will be endless. So what we must do now is protect humanity as best we can. Bring them all back, no matter how many." Hearing this, the demons who had been so excited instantly drooped their heads, losing most of their interest. Some even shouted loudly, "Great king, I object. You are the true king here, so powerful. Why must you be subject to another? Humans are worthless, forbidding us to eat them is bad enough, but now we must protect them." But before the words were finished, Shower struck him with a divine technique, instantly reducing him to his original form, a goat demon. The corpse fell among the demon host, instantly silencing the chaotic crowd. "How dare you defy my master's words?" Shower barked coldly, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Since my master has spoken, we shall obey. Since you follow me, I will not treat you unfairly. From today on, anyone who dares speak ill of my master will end up like him." Shower leaped into the air. Boom. A loud crash followed. He stomped down on the goat's head, shattering it into a mist of blood. "Butcher it and eat." Shower pointed at the corpse, snorted coldly, his eyes conveying an unmistakable chill. The demons exchanged glances, knowing well Shower's temperament, and dared not utter a word. They busied themselves cleaning up the mess. Seeing this, Shower finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having come from the Ping school, having witnessed Yilong's might and the talents of Heibo Xiaotong and Xiao Xin, Shower understood even more that his master accepted him as a disciple out of pity. If he ever dared to show disrespect to his master, it would be the greatest betrayal, and even his subordinates would not be allowed to do so. Thus he acted decisively to suppress his own men. Time passed, and centuries flew by. During this period, Xianming in the East Sea attempted to sink the 5 islands headed by Yingzhou, but was thwarted by the Dragon Bow people. The Xianming tribe then raised an army to attack the Dragon Bow, intending to eliminate them, only to discover that the Dragon Bow people's souls could damage the Wu clan's body tempering techniques. Moreover, since the Dragon Bow were humans, they thus learned of the wondrous uses of human souls. Upon hearing this, Dijuan mustered all the demons and descended to the mortal world, heading to Shouyang Mountain, the birthplace of humanity. They wantonly slaughtered humans, intending to forge the divine weapon, the demon-slaying sword. In an instant, humanity, already struggling to survive in the cracks, became even more beleaguered. Inspired by Yilong, Hongjun continued to walk the mortal world, already disgusted by the arrogant tyranny of the demons. Of course, he had no fondness for the Wu clan either. In the mortal world, he observed the joys and sorrows of human life, a glimmer of understanding appearing in his eyes. In his heart and mind, Yilong's guidance became increasingly clear. He also understood that the spittle Yilong had spoken of that day likely referred to the tragic spectacle of the demons going all out to slaughter humanity. His heart was deeply unsettled. Thus he could only do his modest part, transforming into a patch of red cloud to shelter humanity. Meanwhile, Luer faithfully followed Yilong's decree, continuously gathering and protecting humans under his command. Gradually among the humans, the titles, Pacifying King Luer and Pingyun King, spread mysteriously. It was said that whoever received the protection of these two deities could escape this calamity. As for why, rumors claimed it was the boundless divine decree descending from the mysterious cloud layer atop Mount Buzhou within the Dao field. "Great King, I have found the hiding place of the so-called Pacifying King's 6-eared macaque. This person, as it turns out, was once the ears general of our demon clan." "Oh, where is he now?" Dijuan sneered after hearing this. A trace of coldness flickered in his eyes. Betraying the demon clan, now openly opposing the demon clan, this insignificant 6-eared macaque is truly imprudent. Reporting to the Great King, this person seems intent on hiding the human race within that mysterious Dao field. At this moment he is leading hundreds of thousands of humans toward the former Buzhou mountain. The demon sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. In their eyes this insignificant Ears general was merely courting death. Knowing full well the might of the demon emperor Dijun, he still dares to defy the demon king's will and oppose him. Order Bays to lead 100,000 demon soldiers to slay him. I want to see what abilities this insignificant Ears general has to oppose our demon clan. The rest continue the slaughter. The demon-slaying sword is within reach. Do not slacken. The day the demon-slaying sword is completed will be the day the Wu clan is eradicated. Dijun sneered. He stood with his hands behind his back atop the sky's zenith, as majestic as the blazing sun, towering and imposing. The fury in his eyes had already overwhelmed his reason. The resentment accumulated over the years had made him hate the Wu clan to the bone. At this moment his eyes held only boundless killing intent, eager to settle the conflict with the Wu clan once and for all. In his eyes the human race was nothing but ants, mere playthings to be toyed with. On the Honghuang continent they had no right to speak, so who would bother to intervene? Little did he know that such wanton slaughter had already enraged the heavenly Dao. Moreover, it had sown eternal karmic enmity between the human race and the demon court. Bloody slaughter, endless and without beginning. The human race suffered devastation with fewer than 1 in 10 surviving. At that moment Xuanming, shocked by the affairs of Yingzhou, realized that the demon clan's actions were aimed at the Wu clan, and her eyes blazed with fury. Then by chance she encountered the ancient ferocious beast Ho in the human world. She immediately stepped forward, intending to subdue it. The Ho naturally refused to yield easily, and in their struggle they stirred up winds and clouds, causing chaos between heaven and earth. This triggered upheaval across heaven and earth, plunging all things into silence. As rain fell, space collapsed, and living beings were caught in the calamity. This entire region instantly turned into desolation. After several rounds the Ho was defeated and subdued by Xianming. The 9 ancestral witches gathered once more. Xianming spoke first, her voice laced with coldness. Now that the demon court's forces are weak, if we wait for the demon-slaying sword to be completed, we will have no more chances. I propose that we dispatch troops immediately and march straight for the demon court. Indeed, I agree with Sister Xianming. If we sit idly by, we will only give the demon clan a chance to recover. Why not seize the opportunity while the demon court's forces are weakened and take it down in one strike? Tianhao sneered, his voice tinged with a hint of coldness. His gaze fixed on the sky, a trace of solemnity in his eyes. Gather the forces of all clans and charge into the heavenly court together. Today we must determine who prevails. With a command from several ancestral witches, a shout echoed out. Endless witch soldiers assembled and headed straight for the heavenly court. At Yilong's Dao field, Yilong, who was comprehending the Dao principles, was suddenly awakened by a series of system sounds. Detected that 6-eared macaque has brought back a large number of humans, but on the way he encountered Bays of the demon clan pursuing him. Do you wish to intervene? Option 1. Intervene. Help 6-eared macaque and the beasts escape, save the humans, and obtain the Tontian staff. Option 2. Decline the task, ignore the situation, and receive the reward of Red Lotus fire. Hearing the system's voice, Yilong opened his eyes. His golden eyes of truth were activated, sweeping across the entire sky. In an instant he scanned the area around Buzhou mountain, covering a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. He understood that Shower must have followed his guidance and fulfilled the mission of protecting the humans. However, at this moment, he was being pursued. Finally, Yilong found the traces of Shower's main force not far from the Dao field. There were tens of thousands of demons and hundreds of thousands of humans. To be honest, this number of humans seemed vast, but compared to the entire Honghuang continent, it was pitifully small. After all, to forge the demon-slaying sword, the demon clan needed to slaughter at least tens of billions of humans. Without hesitation, Yilong chose to accept the task. This matter was originally assigned by him to Lure. Although the Red Lotus fire was precious, seeing so many humans die at the hands of the demon clan, and watching his disciple Lure fail to save them, made Yilong feel unable to bear it. Moreover, even Dongwang Tai would not be a match for the Zhuxian sword formation, let alone a few insignificant demons. As his thoughts stirred, the next moment a lotus-like Honghuang lotus breath, interwoven with streaks of thunderous force, shot out from the Dao field. This attack seemed to pierce through the universe, flying directly toward the demon soldiers pursuing Shower's group. At this moment, Yilong was only one step away from the quasi-saint realm. Without stepping out of the Dao field, he possessed the cultivation of a saint. A mere distance of tens of thousands of miles was nothing when it came to eliminating his enemies. Among the demons pursuing Lure, Bays was the most formidable. As the leader of this pursuit, although Lure had a peculiar red gourd to resist, he was ultimately no match for Bays. Just as Lure was about to be overwhelmed, he suddenly saw a flame descending from the sky. A surge of ecstasy flashed in Lure's eyes, knowing that his master was secretly helping him. Bays saw the distant attack, and a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes. He sneered and was about to resist, but then he felt the destructive force within the attack. Daring not to underestimate it, he immediately activated his divine abilities and dodged repeatedly. The Honghuang Lotus Breath exploded on the ground, instantly reducing countless demon soldiers to ashes. Seeing this, Baze's face turned icy cold. Avoiding the blazing flames, he charged toward Lure. Lure seized the opportunity to activate the 72 transformations, creating countless illusions to block the pursuing demons, while leading the many humans toward Yi Long's Dao field. Fighting while retreating, Yi Long chuckled softly and cast a divine ability. The humans and the demons brought by Lure were all teleported to the edge of the Dao field by Yi Long. At the same time, the originally gentle Honghuang Lotus Breath on the ground instantly covered thousands of miles of void with countless gung lay mixed within. In an instant, the demon army that had let down its guard was completely annihilated. Baze, seeing this, recalled the terror of the Dao field at Buzhou Mountain and immediately used a great divine ability to flee. But Yi Long bound his body with a beam of light, tied him up like a bundle, and threw him into the Dao field. The moment Baze was bound, his eyes showed not a trace of submission. Thinking of the two demon emperors' gratitude for recognizing his talent and mourning that he would never witness the demon clan truly commanding heaven and earth. Though resentment burned within Baze's heart, he wore an expression of one who had already accepted death. At this moment, he had resolved to fight the master of this dojo to the last breath regardless of the cost. Even knowing he was but an ant before the dojo master, he showed no sign of retreat. Just as he was being brought into the dojo. Though restrained, he was nonetheless astounded by the spiritual energy abundance within the dojo. This level of spiritual energy was thousands of times richer than that of the demon court. It instantly enveloped him. In that fleeting moment, his wounds began to slowly heal under the spiritual energy's restorative power. This left Baze, who had already prepared for death, frozen in place, bewildered. Had he simply been abandoned here? Was he not afraid of escape? Doubt clouded Baze's mind. Perhaps he intended to imprison him here instead. When Baze attempted to break free, he found himself utterly incapable despite his efforts. Resigned, he ceased struggling and transformed into a white-clad youth. In that moment, he noticed a young woman approaching from nearby, a gourd perched upon her head. It was Xiaotong. Upon seeing her, Baze was startled, then felt a terrifying aura emanating from above the gourd on her head. Though her cultivation was modest, the shock she radiated was piercing, seemingly several times more terrifying than certain quasi-saints, with countless sword chi fluctuations surrounding her. Xiaotong furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze sweeping over Baze's body. Her large eyes observed him with curiosity for a long, while yet she failed to discern anything meaningful. The master ordered me to bring you over, follow me. As Xiaotong spoke, she waved her palm, and the ropes that had bound Baze dissolved into a streak of light, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this, Baze's brows furrowed slightly. Clearly he hadn't expected Yi Long to treat him this way. Didn't he fear he might kill the girl before him and flee? Yet the moment this thought arose, Baze's heart trembled. Remembering the fierce sword chi he had just witnessed, he understood. Though the girl appeared to have weak cultivation, such sword chi was far beyond what ordinary cultivators could possess. Around her, chaotic energy seemed to surge faintly. Could she be a chaotic spirit? Realizing this, Baze sighed inwardly. His resolve to die fighting wavered momentarily. At that moment, deep within, Baze sensed things were far more complex than he had imagined. Wait, what was this? Primordial essence. Noble righteousness. Eastern purple chi. As he advanced further, Baze felt countless currents of energy surging around him within the dojo, as though walking through an entire cosmos. Amidst this wondrous sight, mysterious aura wrapped around him, making his entire body tremble involuntarily. What manner of existence was this dojo master? What colossal being had the demon clan truly provoked? At that moment, Baze's heart trembled, his eyes sharpening with endless intensity as he sought to pierce through the entire dojo. The next instant, he was shocked to discover the demon clan and human clan being settled by Lu Air within the dojo. Are humans not merely food like ants? Why would the dojo master treat humans this way? Could General Ermu be protecting them rather than harvesting them? But what reason is there to protect such insignificant ants? That is superior spiritual liquid. Humans are unworthy. While shaken to his core, Baze's confusion only deepened. In the deeply ingrained demon clan mindset, humans were merely insects created by goddess Nuwa as food, nothing more than bargaining chips for the demon clan's prosperity. Yet now, watching Little Ear laughing with humans, seeing his subordinates living harmoniously among them, he recalled how Little Ear had fought him without hesitation to protect the human race. Doubt crept into Baze's thoughts. Could all that the dojo master does truly be for protecting only humans? Without further hesitation, he continued following Xiaotong. Then he saw that which the demon clan despised most, Ho-E. Yet, the moment he comprehended the cultivation surrounding Ho-E and felt his condition, he froze once more, something stirring within his heart. Perhaps the dojo master aided Ho-E not out of allegiance to the Wu clan, but because he witnessed the demon emperor's son ravaging the mortal realm and slaughtering countless humans. Only then did he extend his hand to assist. In that case, everything suddenly makes sense. The dojo master never favored either the Wu clan or the demon clan from beginning to end. In essence, he was merely protecting humanity. Could the demon clan truly have been in the wrong? While deeply shaken, countless thoughts raced through Bai Zai's mind. At that moment he had envisioned every possibility, yet strangely found himself unable to fathom the dojo master's actions. Suddenly one thought flashed through his mind. What fault have the humans committed? These four characters appeared in his consciousness, and in that instant, Bai Zai's entire body trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. How could such thoughts have arisen within him? Had the dojo master's influence already begun to take hold? Sensing something amiss, Xiao Teng turned around. Her tranquil, pure gaze swept over him, asking curiously, "Are you all right?" Seeing her innocent gaze only strengthened Bai Zai's resolve, his doubts dissolving further. "I'm fine," he replied. "Oh, keep up." Xiao Teng responded lightly, a hint of disdain crossing her face. She had grown accustomed to such reactions from him. Truthfully, Xiao Teng preferred conversing with the humans over guiding Bai Zai. After all, the dojo had not seen such liveliness in years. Bai Zai followed Xiao Teng toward Yilong's location. Along the way, he felt the harmonious energy that permeated every corner of the dojo. He also sensed the ancient weight that lingered within the dojo's atmosphere. This awakened in him a certainty. The dojo master was far more than appearances suggested. Yet what race would willingly aid humans, creatures so insignificant as ants? Finally, after enduring endless internal turmoil, he at last came face to face with Yilong, the enigmatic master of this dojo. But the instant he laid eyes on him, Bai Zai's entire body shuddered. His pupils contracted sharply. A dragon. It was none other than the former overlord of the heavens. The Dragon Clan. Had it not been said that the Dragon Clan had been permanently confined to the four seas, forbidden to roam, and that their cultivation was ceaselessly suppressed by the heavenly Tao? Why then did such a colossal being exist here? The moment Bai Zai laid eyes on Yilong, he saw behind Yilong a massive phantom of the Dragon Clan, as if it had traversed the vast river of time, imposing and domineering. It was as if an ancient dragon god was gazing upon him, causing his entire body to tremble and freeze in place. Yet all these visions vanished without a trace the moment Yilong opened his eyes. At this instant, after seeing Yilong, Bai Zai seemed to understand something. Long ago, the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Qilin Clan dominated the entire Primordial continent. The Monster Clan and the Wu Clan were but insignificant races. Yet what was the final outcome? The three clans suffered a crushing defeat. The Dragon Clan was stationed in the four seas, the Phoenix Clan retreated forever into the Sea of Fire, and the Qilin Clan was eternally bound to the central region. Only then did the Monster Clan and the Wu Clan rise. It was precisely because he had witnessed history that the Elder could face the onslaught of billions of monsters with such calm, as unmoving as a mountain. It was precisely because he had witnessed history that the Elder stepped in to save humanity caught in the cracks and treated as prey by the monsters. Perhaps the Elder had already foreseen that humanity would be the race to rise in this continent, and thus he chose to protect them. Wait, something still seemed off. Even if the Elder wished to protect a race, it should have been the Dragon Clan. Why would he abandon the thriving Dragon Clan and instead protect the insignificant ant-like humans? Could it be that back then, when Goddess Nuwa said humanity was created under the guidance of an Elder and Tao ancestor Hongjun, the Elder she referred to was none other than the one before him? If the Elder regarded humanity as his own offspring, then his protection of them would be justified. The more Bai Zai pondered, the more his mind trembled. Deep within, he grew increasingly pessimistic about the future of the Monster Clan. Amid his anxiety, Yilong's gaze fell upon the youth in white before him. With a single glance, Yilong sensed an inexplicable comfort emanating from the youth. At first sight, he found him surprisingly pleasing. This favorable impression was the first of its kind for Yilong in the entire Primordial continent. Frowning slightly, he wondered what charm Bai Zai possessed to make a man like him feel so drawn. After all, the youth was merely a handsome young man. His own orientation should be perfectly normal. Greetings, Dragon King. Without any hesitation, Bai Zai instinctively knelt down. You know me? Yilong was surprised. How could a mere Bai Zai see through his true form? Little did he know that during his recent seclusion, his true form had been revealed in the void. No, I do not. Bai Zai dared not lie and quickly replied. Now he understood Yilong's identity and believed he had fathomed Yilong's intentions. The only question was how Yilong would deal with him. Then do you know why I summoned you here? Yilong gently shook his head and asked in return. Around him, faint flashes of lightning appeared and disappeared. Bai Zai was taken aback, then a glimmer of deep thought crossed his eyes. After a long pause, he spoke. The Dragon King, in hiding here and averse to slaughter, must want me to care for the suffering humans. After all, the slaughter started with my Monster Clan, and only by leaving me to atone can your will be satisfied. Bai Zai now felt he had completely seen through Yilong. The reason Yilong, who could easily kill him, had not done so, was because Yilong needed him to do something at this moment. And undoubtedly the only task Yilong could assign him involved the ant-like humans. Yilong was about to respond when he suddenly sensed a faint tremor outside the dojo, as if something in the heavens and earth had exploded affecting the dojo. Frowning, he activated his pupils of truth and gazed outward. He saw that above the monster court, Xianming along with the great, which Jiu Feng and others had broken through the gates. The Wu clan and the monster clan were locked in a brutal battle. Tai, wielding the Chaos Bell, guarded the Monster Emperor Hall. Detected that the great war between the Monster Clan and Wu Clan is about to begin. Do you wish to participate immediately and secure benefits for the Dragon Clan? 1. Join the Monster Clan to aid them. Reward Chaos Bell. 2. Join the Wu Clan to aid them. Reward 12 Ancestral Wu Essence Blood. 3. Remain indifferent, watch the war from a distance. After the war ends, reward Ancestral Wu Inheritance and Monster Emperor Inheritance. Seeing this, Yilong frowned. What exactly were the Ancestral Wu Inheritance and Monster Emperor Inheritance? He did not know, but he was certain he must not go out during this war. Sitting still and remaining unmoved like a steadfast old turtle was his best course. He immediately chose option 3. The reward was not issued immediately. Clearly, as per the system's nature, it would be given after the war ended. Yilong sighed softly. The true decisive battle between the Monster Clan and the Wu Clan had begun. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze to Bai Zhe. From a certain perspective, accepting Bai Zhe was not impossible. As Bai Zhe had said, he could help care for the humans. Moreover, the true land of humanity was the vast primordial continent. Yilong could protect them for a time, but not forever. Take good care of the humans. When the world is at peace, I will grant you freedom. Yilong waved his hand lightly, but his mind was unsettled, wondering whether his decision today was right or wrong. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe felt a great weight lifted. His entire body relaxed, realizing that Yilong was not bloodthirsty and had spared him. While grateful for his escape, he also understood that this was his only chance to atone. No, I volunteer to guard the humans for all eternity. Yilong frowned slightly, then nodded. Thus Bai Zhe settled with the humans at the edge of the spiritual dojo, taking charge of their care. As for Xiao Air and the Monster Clan under him, Yilong dispatched them again to gather more humans. Time passed, and several years went by. During these years, Hongjun and Jun Yuan Zi intervened to stop the Monster Clan from continuing their massacre of humans. But their efforts were like a drop in the ocean. Countless humans still turned into blood mist. The great war between the Wu Clan and the Monster Clan also began from the Heavenly Palace. The 9 provinces overturned, 10,000 islands sank. The final battle was imminent. Bai Zhe, who had been in Yilong's dojo, witnessed all of this, and his soul was deeply shaken. The decisive battle was imminent. Kunpeng's gaze wavered, frequently drifting to the Hichu Luoshu in Donghuang's hand. This was originally Dijuan's treasure. It was only when Dijuan descended to the mortal realm to gather the souls of humanity that he had specially prepared this trump card to prevent any unforeseen events. The purpose was to guard against a sudden attack from the Wu clan. In my view, it would be wise for us to avoid their edge for now, Kunpeng said to Donghuang in a low voice. Donghuang gazed at the vast and mighty army of the Wu clan, a thoughtful look in his eyes. What is there to fear from a mere Wu clan? Now that they have already struck at our celestial court, shall we just sit and wait for death? Follow me, deploy the Zhodian Xingdo Grand Array, and resist the Wu clan. Donghuang gave a cold snort. He issued orders to Kunpeng as if commanding him. Yet Kunpeng disagreed, knowing full well that even if he combined his strength with Donghuang's, they would still be no match for these Wu clan members. He sighed inwardly. If we lose this battle, I will surely fall. No, I can't keep going along with this madman. This Donghuang is out of his mind. Since you won't listen to anything I say, don't blame me. Making up his mind while Donghuang was unprepared, Kunpeng activated his innate divine ability, snatched the Hichu Luoshu, and vanished into the horizon. Kunpeng, what are you doing? Seeing this, Donghuang intended to give chase. Better worry about yourself. Xianming sneered coldly, and at that moment the Ho beneath her let out a long howl toward the heavens, unleashing boundless might. The Wu clan army then arrived, wielding their great divine abilities to block Donghuang's path. Seeing this, a flicker of coldness passed through Donghuang's eyes, but he was forced to stop by the encirclement of the 9 great ancestral witches. He had no choice but to order the numerous demon generals and soldiers to brace themselves and advance to battle. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Dijuan returned in time with the 2 sword and many demon generals. Kunpeng activated his innate divine ability, concealed himself within the clouds, and headed toward Baiming. Along the way, he saw that Hongjun was currently gathering the human race in the mortal world. Recalling the scene of his earlier battle with Hongjun, the sight of the hundreds of thousands of humans under Hongjun's protection filled him with a chill of malice. You insignificant Hongjun, you stole my opportunity, thwarted my plans, and made me suffer. Today let's see if you can protect these ants. As Kunpeng spoke, tens of thousands of black feathers materialized in his hand, ready to strike toward Hongjun. Sensing Kunpeng's aura from the sky, a flash of sternness crossed Hongjun's eyes. With a clap of his hand, a cloud in the sky transformed into a sword, and slashed down toward Kunpeng. At the same time, he spread his form and shielded the people below within his aura. Overreaching yourself. Kunpeng, seeing Hongyun's action, sneered repeatedly in his heart. He didn't even spare a glance at the sword descending from the sky. His form flickered and vanished into the mist. The next moment his wings flapped continuously, and in an instant a fierce gale arose, threatening to sweep away all the humans on the ground. The humans also saw the change in the sky. They all knelt to the ground. In that moment the power of faith began to bless them. They prayed for Pingyun King. In Hongyun's palm, streaks of light burst forth, shaking the void and hurled toward Kunpeng. Boom! A loud crash. Kunpeng, caught off guard while turning his wings, was struck by the light. The feathers that were hit shattered instantly. Seeing this, Kunpeng's heart trembled in fear. The Hichu Luoshu in his hand became unstable and fell toward the ground. Hongyun swooped down and snatched it. Swift and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. Because Dijuan had not yet fallen, the Hichu Luoshu still bore Dijuan's divine aura, so ordinary magical treasures could not contain it. The moment Hongyun grasped it, he felt a slight binding force. But he paid it no heed, his expression calm. He looked at Kunpeng. Seeing this, Kunpeng wondered how Hongyun's strength had increased so rapidly. His gaze fell upon the humans, and he vaguely sensed that it was connected to the people on the ground. Now that I've tried to steal the chicken, but lost the rice, there's no way I'll just leave like this. Give it back. Kunpeng's voice was hoarse, his sinister eyes fixed on Hongyun. As he spoke, his form blotted out the sky for 10,000 li. His wings flapped, causing fierce winds to rise, forming countless wind blades that were already gathering, his posture one of desperate resolve. Give it back. Is it yours? Hongyun sneered coldly. Under Yilong's guidance, Hongyun had traveled among the human race over the years, witnessing the warmth and coldness of the world, and gained many benefits. He vaguely felt that being worshipped by humans could gather a mysterious power that enhanced his cultivation. At this moment, facing Kunpeng's accusation, he did not yield and directly retorted, "You featherless bird, don't feel wronged. You took Dijuan's Hichu Luoshu, did you really think it was yours?" As he spoke, Hongyun sent the Hichu Luoshu into his body. The next moment his body completely absorbed the entire Hichu Luoshu, and his face showed a hint of coldness as he looked at Kunpeng. Hongyun's original form was cloud. It was naturally harmless to conceal treasures within the cloud. But to Kunpeng's eyes, this scene infuriated him, knowing that to reclaim the Hichu Luoshu, he would have to fight a protracted battle with Hongyun. He regretted bitterly why he had been so foolish as to bother with this insignificant Hongyun. In his rage, he hesitated no more. The wind in his hand swept down, intending to annihilate both Hongyun and the humans below. Seeing this, Hongyun spread his form for millions of li, enveloping and shielding the humans beneath him. Kunpeng. At that moment, a voice rang out, and instantly Kunpeng's entire body trembled slightly. It seemed he sensed a powerful aura approaching from not far away. Zenyuanzi, holding a whisk, came from the void. Spiritual light radiated around him, and his movements stirred countless ripples of spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside Hongyun. At this time, Zenyuanzi, under Yilong's guidance, had taken form as the mother tree of the ginseng fruit tree. His aura was extremely sharp, rooted in myriad spaces, continuously drawing power from them, making him somewhat stronger than the average peak 9th stage quasi-saint. As he moved, his branches swayed, and he completely suppressed the fierce wind around Kunpeng. "It's you, old man." Kunpeng snorted coldly, his hoarse voice extremely harsh. Looking at the two, he knew he was no match for them, but he was unwilling to let it go. After all, losing the treasure he had obtained was hardly proper. Yet in the end, he gritted his teeth. His face darkened to the extreme. "You wait. This poor Taoist will remember this grudge today." After speaking, Kunpeng's body turned into a stream of light and vanished into the horizon. Seeing this, Zenyuanzi finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It's nothing." As he spoke, he saw Hongyun pull out the Hichu and Luoshu from his body. His eyes immediately went wide with shock. Hongyun said unhurriedly, "Don't stare. That featherless bird brought it, and I just happened to take it. Since I have no gift to repay the predecessor's enlightening kindness, I think this item might please you." The two reached an agreement, readily deciding to first send these humans to the Honghuang temple before setting off toward Yilong's dojo. Meanwhile, Black Wave now sat surrounded by countless dragons. None of these dragons possessed a bloodline as pure as Black Wave's. The moment they sensed his aura, they instinctively chose to submit. Black Wave's cultivation was gradually ascending, though the increase was modest. Yet basking in the devotion of his dragon subjects, a faint smile flickered across his eyes. Confidence radiated from his countenance. Seated upon the dragon throne, he gazed down at the trembling dragons below, his eyes gleaming with unmistakable satisfaction. Indeed, while he knew how to savor pleasure, Black Wave also understood the weight of the task Yilong had entrusted to him, to revitalize the dragon clan. Deep within his heart, he held profound reverence and admiration for Yilong. "Thanks to your majesty's protection over these years, many elders of our clan have successfully broken through to the golden, immortal realm." The flood dragon, standing beside Black Wave, gazed at the coiled dragons surrounding him, his eyes filled with curiosity. Having accompanied Black Wave to the East Sea for many years and serving as his personal mount, he had personally witnessed the rise of the dragon clan. From a group merely possessing true immortal cultivation to now seeing most dragons break through to the golden immortal stage, such an achievement was accomplished in merely a few hundred years. Without Black Wave's influence, no one would believe such a feat. After all, according to Dragon Clan legends, ever since Black Wave arrived at the Western Sea, the restrictions within their bloodline seemed to have loosened on their own, and their cultivation speed had accelerated beyond measure compared to before. I understand, but it's still not enough. With so many powerful beings out there, our current strength is truly inadequate, Black Wave said softly, then added to himself in quiet contemplation. Now I finally comprehend the arduous and monumental nature of the task my master entrusted to me and the profound expectations he holds for me. But please rest assured, Master Black Wave will surely complete the mission you've given me. I will never let you down. Hearing these words, the dragons were somewhat puzzled. An elder of the Dragon Clan asked obsequiously, "This old minister wonders with such a prestigious lineage who would dare to take you as a disciple." Exactly. Had our progenitor not fallen and our bloodline not been suppressed by the heavenly Tao, there would be no reason for us to remain confined to these four seas hidden from the light of heaven and earth. For a moment a profound melancholy swept through the Dragon Clan, their eyes clouded with sorrow. Once the masters of heaven and earth, they could hardly accept their current fate. Yet what piqued their curiosity even more was why Black Wave himself remained unaffected by the heavenly suppression. Why, since his arrival, had the oppressive force within their bodies noticeably weakened? Could Black Wave truly be the last hope for their clan? Enough! My master's existence is beyond your right to speak ill of. Upon hearing these words from the dragons, Black Wave's eyes darkened with irritation, and he unleashed a thunderous roar. Witnessing the fury in his gaze, the dragons immediately recognized their king's wrath and instinctively bowed their heads in submission. This old one dares not. Remember this well. My master raised me, and is beyond your right to question. Furthermore, the world does not lack powerful dragons. As far as I know, my master is the eternal dragon that shall never perish. He stands as the shield that has protected our dragon clan from endless calamities. Without my master, do you truly believe you could have found safety and seclusion within these four seas? Tranquility requires the protection of the mighty. Had not my master sheltered me back then, I would have perished long ago in those endless heavenly tribulation lightning storms. As Black Wave spoke, memories of his first days at the dojo flashed through his mind, and the reverence in his eyes grew even deeper. Walking across the primordial continent over the years, he had witnessed countless powerful beings, and with each encounter his understanding of Yilong's strength deepened, elevating his reverence to extraordinary heights. Through comprehending the sword intent taught by the heavenly virtue, sovereign Black Wave began to grasp the terrifying power of those endless tribulation lightning storms, and came to realize that the Bujo mountain guarded by Yilong likely represented the final pillar of the Dragon Clan's strength. The dojo perched above the void of the primordial continent stood as testament to the Dragon Clan's unyielding presence, proving that they had never vanished. Neither the great floods nor the heavenly lightning could ever harm their sacred sanctuary. Not even the rulers of heaven and earth wielding their full power could shake this last refuge of the Dragon Clan. The fallen demon race of ancient times served as living proof. As Black Wave pondered, an elder of the Dragon Clan stepped forward and reported, "Your Majesty, we discovered a mysterious spiritual stone at the edge of the Eastern Sea. It radiates 7-colored light, bears the pattern of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, and can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. We find it quite extraordinary." Achoo! Yilong, deep in meditation, suddenly sneezed. He could sense vaguely that someone was speaking of him, but when he tried to trace the source through divination, he could not determine the cause, and furrowed his brows slightly. Just as he was about to resume his cultivation with the help of the Hongmeng Pearl, he sensed 2 figures approaching outside the dojo, causing him to frown. Beyond the dojo, Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun slowly materialized into view. At this moment, Jin Yuanzi's aura had undergone a profound transformation. Having taken the form of the mother body of the ginseng fruit tree, his entire being carried an aura of ancient weathering, a presence forged through millennia of wind and sun unique to primordial spiritual roots. Moreover, the advantages of this mother body transformation extended beyond mere appearance. He could now freely regulate the production of ginseng fruits and manipulate the spiritual energy of the mother tree itself. He could also channel the boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the ginseng fruits, forging them into a treasure uniquely his own. Such capability was far beyond what lesser spiritual roots could achieve through mere branch or trunk transformation. Yet every advantage carries its drawbacks. While nurturing such a treasure, his own cultivation progress would inevitably slow. Nevertheless, once completed, a companion treasure of this caliber would become a force capable of shaking heaven and earth, moving even the ghosts and spirits. Though Jin Yuanzi understood these trade-offs, he had chosen to prioritize rapid cultivation advancement over forging the treasure. Now having settled the humans, he had come alongside Hongjun to this mystical dojo to present his offering. Deep down, however, what he anticipated most was Yilong's enigmatic guidance. In his heart, without Yilong's meticulous instruction, his cultivation would never have reached such profound depths. He would never have comprehended the boundless benefits of the mother tree's transformation either. Hongjun stood beside Jin Yuanzi, gazing at the sprawling Taoist complex before them, a hint of solemnity crossing his features. Within the Taoist compound, luminous rays subtly surged, and the exterior had already transformed significantly from their first encounter. As they pondered these changes, a figure emerged, Xiaotong. The master has asked me to guide you inside. After hearing this, the two exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Please guide us, young immortal. Little Tongue said nothing more. With a leap, he vanished into the cultivation grounds. Hongyun and Xinyuanzi followed suit, stepping into the grounds. As soon as they entered, a wave of commotion enveloped them both. Xinyuanzi couldn't help but pause, a trace of strangeness crossing his face as he sighed inwardly. The senior's intent was clearly to protect this clan. He must have foreseen their destiny long ago. Since the Wu and Yao tribes were the dominant forces of the current era, he chose not to interfere extensively in their affairs, instead offering whatever protection he could to this clan. Witnessing this scene, a quiet satisfaction stirred within Hongyun's heart. The senior's guidance had indeed been flawless. His chosen path remained true to what was foretold. Beneath the surface, a subtle sense of triumph kept welling up as he admired his own wisdom in grasping the senior's meaning long before others. No one understood the senior better than he did. His admiration for Yilong deepened with each passing moment. Yet after only a few steps, the two caught sight of Baizé among them. Baizé had assumed the role of a mentor, moving through the crowd to instruct the human clan on the weaknesses of various demon tribes and how to counter them. The two watched in astonishment at this transformation. Their eyes widened in surprise, and their pace slowed unconsciously. Sensing the disturbance behind him, Little Tongue scoffed. That is someone Master captured to voluntarily protect the human race. He is currently teaching them. Upon hearing these words, their minds were thrown into turmoil. Captured yet willing. Teaching those he captured. These terms simply did not fit together. Despite their many doubts, they ultimately credited Yilong's abilities for everything. After all, the master of the cultivation grounds must have long anticipated such events if he could produce disciples of such excellence and foresee these outcomes. Lost in thought, their respect for Yilong only grew. Without dwelling further, they gathered themselves and followed Little Ting deeper into the grounds. They traveled in silence, their minds still reeling from what they'd witnessed at Yilong's cultivation grounds. As they debated how to present the Hichu Luoshu to Yilong so he would accept it, suddenly their worldview shattered completely as they spotted Hui calmly meditating within the grounds. Both spoke in unison. The Wu clan. They never expected to find members of the Wu tribe within this cultivation ground. What was the senior attempting? The demon tribe and human clan had long been bound by karmic retribution through endless slaughter, yet here they coexisted peacefully. Even the demon generals willingly shared the weaknesses of all demon kind with the humans. The Wu and demon tribes had clashed in countless battles over the years. Despite this, and with the war of Wu and Yao still raging in the heavenly palace, divine demon generals and great Wu shamans could cultivate in tranquil harmony within the senior's grounds. Such an accomplishment was beyond the reach of any powerhouse in this world, they acknowledged. Interspecies camaraderie like this could only exist within the senior's cultivation grounds. While certain powerhouses might force such unity through sheer strength, it would merely be superficial. From Baizé's demeanor, the senior's aid to the human race was genuine and heartfelt. Hurry and follow, Little Tang's voice cut through their thoughts. The two peak quasi-saints, wary of showing disrespect, quickly fell into step behind him. Their perspectives had fundamentally shifted. Their sole conviction now was to present the Hichu Luoshu to Yilong. Only through this offering could they secure their place beside such a powerful ally. The guidance he had received surpassed any debt in this world. Though the Hichu Luoshu was exceedingly powerful, such a treasure deserved only a master of the senior's caliber. In that moment, they regarded Yilong as their true master. With Hongjun having merged with the Tao and remaining hidden across the primordial continent, and with no existing allegiance to lean upon, they saw an opportunity to place themselves under Yilong's protection and find peace. With such a revered senior guarding them through the currents of fate, their future would be far more secure than wandering aimlessly through the world. This train of thought had emerged spontaneously after witnessing Baizé and Hui, yet once planted it took root and could not be uprooted. Both carried this inexplicable current of reflection within them. Hadn't the senior's guidance all along been an invitation to serve him? Though he never explicitly stated it, he never imposed his will upon others. Their own dullness prevented them from perceiving the depths of his capabilities. Now that they had seen him, they recognized he fell slightly short compared to Baizé and the others. Still, understanding this now was not too late. This act of presenting treasures offered the perfect moment to seize their opportunity. With this resolve kindling within them, they exchanged glances and made their decision. Yilong, however, remained unaware of the extensive deliberations taking place in Xinyuanzi and Hongyun's minds. He had obtained the 6th divine flame earlier, but lacked the chance to integrate it. Now, seizing this opportunity, he could explore how to merge this flame into the primordial lotus breath. In this moment, Yilong sensed that once this flame was woven into the primordial lotus breath, it would undergo a transformation into a new state, though what form this would take remained beyond his knowledge. Counting carefully, the primordial lotus breath had already absorbed 6 flames: the southern Ming Li fire, Nirvana fire, solar, divine fire, lunar, divine fire, samadhi, true fire, and netherworld ghost fire. The primordial lotus breath now possessed nearly all the characteristics of these 6 flames, and the 6th divine flame itself was constructed from the very essence of samadhi, true fire. To Yilong, what made this flame truly formidable was not the fire itself, but the mysterious arts of Qi Min Dun Jia embedded within it. If he could weave such characteristics into the primordial lotus breath, the primordial lotus breath would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights, reaching a new level of power. Nevertheless, owing to Xinyuanzi and Hongyun's visit, Yilong had no urgency to refine the flame. Instead, he calmly observed the intricate patterns of Qi Min Dun Jia unfolding within it. The deeper he studied it, the more extraordinary its structure appeared. Within seemed to exist the arrangement of 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, subtly embodying heavenly resonance, an utterly uncanny phenomenon. Meanwhile, Xinyuanzi and Hongyun followed Littleton slowly onward. Upon catching sight of the 6th divine flame in Yilong's hand, their eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Heavenly divine flame. Samadhi, true fire. Wait, something felt off. This flame's form seemed to carry an underlying mystic resonance arranged according to some inexplicable structural pattern. It was as though an immense celestial furnace circulated around it, profoundly bizarre. Not daring to stare longer, they quickly bowed and spoke. Greetings, senior. Yilong frowned slightly, sensing something amiss, yet he did not dwell on it, still so polite. It's been years since we last met, and you two have become even more dashing and spirited. Sit down, please sit down. As he spoke, he put away the Luding divine fire in his system space. Slowly rising to his feet, he gestured for the two to take a seat. This simple gesture, however, caused Xinyuanzi and Hongyun to inwardly sigh in admiration. The feeling of a celestial furnace vanished the moment Yilong put away the Luding divine fire. Clearly, that extraordinary phenomenon originated entirely from the flame in Yilong's hand. To achieve such a feat, Yilong himself must have long transcended the heavenly Tao. Not daring to be careless, they quickly nodded and sat upright respectfully. Don't be so restrained. What brings you two here today? Yilong asked softly, his gaze sweeping over the 2 powerful figures before him, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. After all, with the war between the Wu and Yao tribes raging, the sages were all seeking to gain benefits or plan their futures amidst the conflict. The arrival of these two today seemed somewhat out of place. After all, his humble Taoist temple had been forgotten for many years. It's like this: a few days ago, I encountered Kuanping, who attempted to ambush me. During our clash, I happened to obtain 2 treasures. I thought that you senior might be able to use them, so I hurried here to deliver them to you. Hearing this, Yilong was taken aback. Kuanping. Treasures. Could it be the Hichu Luoshu? If one were to ask why the Yao tribe was defeated, a large part of the reason was that Kuanping had taken away these 2 treasures. But after obtaining them, shouldn't Kuanping have directly retreated into the North Sea? Why did he get into a dispute with Hongyun? That seemed unreasonable. After pondering for a long time without reaching an answer, he frowned slightly and asked, is it the Hichu Luoshu? Senior, you have indeed foreseen it. Yes, it is the Hichu Luoshu from Dijuan's hands. We have no use for this item, oh please senior, accept it. As Hongyun spoke, he took out the Hichu Luoshu and slowly offered it. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. System prompt. System prompt detected that Hongyun is offering the Hichu Luoshu and wishes to pledge allegiance to the host. Do you accept? Option 1. Accept the Hichu Luoshu, obtain it, and recruit Hongyun and Xinyuanzi as the Ping Sect's guardian elders. Option 2. Do not accept the Hichu Luoshu, politely decline. Mission reward: Red Lotus Karmic Fire. That. Is the system underestimating me? Do I even need to choose such a stupid question? Of course I agree. Wait, how does the system know about the Ping sect? Could it be that one word I made up back then? Has it now grown into a thriving sect? Impossible. There must be a catch, right? Giving me 2 quasi-saints for free. Upon careful thought, Hongyun was supposed to have fallen in his early years, but due to his own intervention, he not only survived, but also gained mysterious benefits, advancing his cultivation. Taking him as a disciple shouldn't be a major issue. As for Xinyuanzi, according to the later journey to the west, he was revered as the ancestor of earthly immortals, living a peaceful life, and not one to stir trouble. These two, one has already passed through a tribulation, and the other lives securely and happily in a pastoral existence, seem to have no major conflicts. Taking them in should be fine, right? Yilong pondered silently, uncertain. Seeing Yilong's hesitation, Xinyuanzi and Hongyun's eyes flickered with a hint of determination. They spoke in unison, please senior must accept our gift. We are grateful for your recognition and kindness. From now on we are willing to pledge our loyalty to you. Seeing that they had spoken so sincerely, Yilong naturally felt obliged not to refuse. He took the Hichu Luoshu accordingly and immediately chose option 1. Immediately, he turned his gaze to Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun. Since you two are willing to serve my Ping sect from now on, I shall appoint you both as the guardian elders of the Ping sect. Emboldened by the system's prompt, Yilong became more confident. Without restraint, he looked at Hongjun and continued, from now on you shall be the Pingyun king of my Ping sect. After speaking, he turned to Zhen Yuanzi. From now on you shall be the Pingyun king of my Ping sect. Hearing this, the two, their faces lit up with joy. They exchanged glances and then looked at Yilong, saying excitedly, yes, Pingyun king pays respects to the sect leader. Yilong nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at the Hichu Luoshu in his hand, casually fiddling with it. Though this item was good, he did not even have enough time to comprehend the Hongmeng pearl, let alone study this. Keeping it would be a waste. As he thought, he handed the Hichu Luoshu back. You two shall keep the Hichu Luoshu for now. Our Ping sect has always been detached from worldly affairs. Remember, unless a disciple of the Ping sect is in danger, you must not act rashly, participate in worldly conflicts, or create unnecessary slaughter. If you encounter members of the Dragon clan in distress, you may assist if you are able. As for the Human clan, after the Yao and Wu tribes have fallen, you need not concern yourselves with them. There are 2 members of our sect, one is Shower, the other is Heibua. You two must take good care of them. As Yilong spoke, he opened his palm, and the silhouettes of Shower and Heibua slowly materialized in his hand. Hearing this, the two were even more overjoyed. If even a treasure like the Hichu Luoshu could be given away so casually, one could imagine how prosperous the Ping sect must be. Without hesitation, they readily accepted the Hichu Luoshu from Yilong. The next moment, both were stunned. Dijuan's aura had vanished. How could this be? The sect leader had merely taken it casually, without even a ripple of spiritual energy around him. Yet with that simple gesture, he effortlessly erased Dijuan's imprint. Now the Hichu Luoshu was completely ownerless, and not only that. Moreover, when the two looked at the Hichu Luoshu, they seemed to glimpse the opportunity to attain sagehood. After all, they were already at the peak of quasi-sainthood. If they could use the Hichu Luoshu for enlightenment, they might truly seize the chance to become sages. Thank you for your grace, sect leader. The two quickly knelt, deeply grateful to Yilong, their eyes brimming with inexplicable excitement. Yilong chuckled lightly. After having Xiao Teng escort Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun away, he let out a long sigh of relief. Though he felt that something was off, he could not quite pinpoint what it was. Yilong pondered deeply, but found no anomaly. He cleared his mind, and was about to resume cultivation when the next moment he frowned. A sage's aura. At that moment, a Taoist clad in a green robe and holding a long sword had appeared outside the Taoist temple without anyone noticing. The Taoist wore a green lotus sword at his waist, his entire demeanor as sharp as a sword that gazes down upon the heavens. He stood at the edge of the temple observing it for a long time. Finally, he slowly bowed and said, Tong Tian seeks an audience with the senior. This is the first time Tong Tian has visited this Taoist sanctuary since becoming a saint. Previously, due to the matter of the immortal slaying sword formation, he had developed curiosity about the sanctuary. However, due to some trivial matters, he had delayed his visit. Today, he came with the intention of paying a casual call. Yet as he drew near, he sensed an exceedingly sharp aura of the ages flowing out from the sanctuary and dispersing into the void. Even just approaching, he felt a hint of profound depth. Using his saintly divine eyes to peer into the sanctuary, he discovered that he could not see through it at all. Recalling that in the past he could see through the entire sanctuary with a single glance, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, back then the senior had intentionally done so. He had arranged the layout of the sanctuary for me to appreciate. Now that I have come, it has long been rearranged, so that even a saint's eyes cannot see clearly. As Tong Tian was pondering, he saw Hongjun and Zhen Yuanzi emerge from the sanctuary, their bodies turning into streaks of light that vanished into the horizon. A thoughtful look lingered in his eyes. Meanwhile, on the Primordial continent, Shower was playing with his Tong Tian staff in his hands, overjoyed. This was a treasure bestowed by his master when he returned on a certain occasion. It could not only freely change size, but also summon thousands of flowing lights that constantly shifted within it. When infused with spiritual energy, it could cause mountains to collapse and the earth to split. Truly formidable. Shower slowly tossed the Tong Tian staff up and down, thoroughly enjoying himself. Around him, a large number of demonic beasts had gathered. Although most of these demons were at the Golden Immortal Realm, they had followed Shower in battle for thousands of years and were considered loyal. My king, now that the demon soldiers are scattering in all directions, why not take the opportunity to gather our forces? A demon king beside Shower whispered softly. No rush, why the hurry? In this great battle, no one knows who will win or lose yet. Shower replied casually, his gaze piercing the void as he quietly observed the epic war within the demon court. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes. At this moment, Dijuan's body radiated brilliant light, majestic and extraordinary, as if countless vitality surged within him. As he fought against Dijiang, he stirred up turbulent waves. Just as Dijuan was feeling triumphant, he suddenly spat blood and trembled all over. "Brother, what's wrong?" Tai, seeing this, exclaimed. He cried out in alarm. "I don't know." The connection between me and the Hichu Luoshu was severed in that instant. Dijuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. Impossible. Kunping absolutely couldn't have erased brother's mark in such a short time. Dongwang Tai exclaimed in horror, raising the chaos bell to withstand the onslaught of the Wu tribe. But at that very instant, Xianming seized the opportunity and lunged at Dongwang. "How dare you be distracted on the battlefield?" he sneered. Thousands of raindrops condensed and then rained down upon Dongwang Tai. The two were once again locked in a fierce battle. Dijuan's face darkened. He naturally knew that Kunpeng couldn't have done it. But deep in his heart, he kept wondering who would dare to scheme against the demon race like this. Two figures involuntarily appeared in his mind. Zhu and Tijian. Could it be those two old bastards? Suppressing the pain in his chest, Dijuan gripped the demon-slaying sword and plunged back into the battlefield. With grand sweeping motions, the killing intent once again swept across the entire battlefield, engulfing it in an instant. Within the East Sea, Hebua heard of the mysterious stone. His eyes lit up at once. To be honest, after all these years away from home, he somewhat missed the days in the sanctuary, and even more so the days inside the eggshell. "What kind of stone? Bring it here quickly, let me take a look." Hebua couldn't help but exclaim. "Well," the old dragon stammered. "Stop blabbering, what's going on?" Hebua pouted and asked softly. Seeing this, the old dragon spoke up. "It's like this, that strange stone radiates seven-colored light. We tried to approach it several times, but were repelled by an unknown force. It's extremely bizarre. After several attempts, not only did we fail to touch the stone, but some of our spiritual energy was absorbed by it. Such a thing. Take me to see it quickly." Hebua's interest grew even stronger upon hearing this. As he moved, he leaped up and turned into a streak of black light. Seeing this, the dragons promptly led Hebua toward the shore of the East Sea. Soon a group of dozens of dragons arrived at the edge of the strange stone. At that moment, the stone was emitting seven-colored light, continuously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy, breathing slowly, as if alive. With each breath, a vast amount of spiritual energy surged into the stone, extremely eerie. Seeing this, Hebua's eyes lit up. "Strange. Such a stone exists, how interesting." As he spoke, he leaped up and headed straight toward the stone. The dragons saw this, hesitated, and all shrank their necks. Clearly they wanted to warn him, but were too intimidated by Hebua's authority to speak, so they just stood at a distance watching his figure. Hebua had not taken many steps in the sky when he heard a thud and found himself stuck to a membrane. This was a membrane formed of spiritual energy. The membrane seemed to be a protective barrier for the stone, shielding it within. Through the membrane, one could see countless streams of air flowing into the seven-colored stone. Hebua tried to move, but was astonished to find that he seemed stuck, unable to move at all. Moreover, a large amount of spiritual energy from his body was involuntarily drawn into the stone. His face darkened. As a pillar of the dragon clan, how could he be restrained by such a small stone? Outrageous. He secretly exerted his strength. A black sword energy surged. Schwa. Hebua retreated several steps. His figure stood in the void, staring at the entire stone. At this moment, faintly around the stone, he seemed to see a 9 palaces and 8 trigrams disc flickering in and out of visibility. "My king, we have tried to approach this stone many times before, but there was no way." The dragon elder, seeing Hebua's actions, couldn't help but warn him. But before he could finish, Hebua had already gathered a 10,000-mile-long black sword in his hand. The next moment, a fierce sword aura directly slashed down at the stone. At the same time, in a cave not far from the stone, which was well furnished with stone tables and chairs, a white-bearded old man seemed to sense Hebua's movements and slightly opened his eyes. He murmured to himself, "Tongtian's sword intent. How can this be?" As he spoke, his divine eyes opened wide, piercing through the void, and his gaze swept toward the arrogant Hebua. "It is this little fellow." Unexpectedly, in these years, he has been able to comprehend the Tongtian's sword intent to such a degree. This young dragon's talent is truly formidable. The elder recognized Hebua's identity at the moment he laid eyes on him. This man was named Taishang Laojuan, the virtuous incarnation of Laozi. Many years ago, after Nuwa mended the heavens, she cast out that obstinate stone. It was discovered by Taishang Laojuan, the virtuous incarnation of Laozi, who was wandering the world. Upon careful examination, he found that within this stone there seemed to be life, as it breathed spiritual energy. Sensing the extraordinary nature of this stone, he made meticulous calculations and discovered that it was actually an extra piece of the heaven-mending divine stone. Taishang Laojuan then recalled the merits of mending the heavens. Undoubtedly, this stone contained the divine essence of mending the heavens, and moreover, it was favored by the heavenly Tao, which bestowed its blessings upon it, thus giving rise to such a transformation. Since they encountered it at the edge of the Eastern Sea, it was a destined bond in the unseen. He could grant this stone a stroke of fortune. Recently, he had made some progress in alchemy. While pondering, he carved the stone according to the form of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, adjusting its internal structure. After years of carving, it had begun to take shape. After being carved by Taishang Laojuan, the stone not only possessed 9 openings and 8 orifices, but also enhanced its breathing ability. With each breath, Taishang Laojuan could sense that the signs of blood flow within the stone would increase a little. For convenience of observation, he simply opened a cave on one side of the stone and took up residence. First, it facilitated observation. Second, it ensured the stone's safety appropriately. After 100 years of observation, the concentration of blood essence throughout the stone had grown even stronger. It was originally an idle piece. Now, seeing He Bo's actions upon careful thought, he still did not reveal himself, but quietly observed He Bo from his cave, dwelling, wanting to see what this dragon clan member he had met once before was up to. The sword aura in He Bo's hand paused not at all as he struck directly at the colorful spirit stone beneath the ground. In an instant, heaven and earth collapsed. Countless spaces under He Bo's sword strike turned into annihilation energy and vanished without a trace. Folded space energy continuously overflowed in the air, startling the eastern sea waters into rolling and sweeping down, as if to annihilate the colorful spirit stone and all living beings around it together. Yet at this moment, streaks of flowing light appeared on the light membrane outside the spirit stone. Immediately after, the annihilating sword aura seemed to encounter a mirror. In that instant, it reflected all the sword aura that He Bo had unleashed back at him. Great King, be careful. For a moment, dozens of Dragon Clan members behind He Bo stepped back in fear, their eyes filled with panic as if frightened. However, He Bo also stood still in the air, staring blankly at the sword aura flying toward him, frozen in place. Third brother's sword aura, it seems, is not as invincible as the legends say. Inside the cave dwelling, Taishang Laojun saw this scene, gently shook his head, and murmured to himself. This contest appeared to be between He Bo and the colorful Wonder Stone, but in reality, it was a contest between his divine power and Lord Tongtian's Tongtian sword intent. Clearly, in this first exchange, He Bo suffered a great loss. The fierce sword aura struck He Bo's body. Around He Bo, the world-destroying Black Lotus rose up, protecting him and perfectly absorbing all the sword aura, which then re-entered He Bo's body. In an instant, the sky returned to calm. He Bo stood in the sky, shook his head, and refocused his gaze on the colorful Wonder Stone. Taishang Laojun saw this, and a hint of surprise appeared in his calm eyes. He murmured to himself, how can this young dragon possess such great power? He can directly absorb the sword aura. It shouldn't be possible, even with the Black Lotus protecting him. While speaking, he casually clapped his hands, and before him appeared a phantom of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams pattern. This was the formation arranged beneath the Wonder Stone. As the formation materialized, his originally confident expression froze once more. That single sword aura actually consumed half of the formation's energy. How did this little fellow manage that? Previously, he had believed everything was under his control. But now it seemed that was not the case at all. Just one sword aura had consumed half of the formation's energy. Although the formation's energy could recover freely, it was not that easy. Now, if this young dragon struck another sword, the formation would be destroyed in an instant, and all the arrangements would have to be redone. Although this formation was only casually arranged by Taishang Laojun, while carving the colorful Wonder Stone, it was still genuinely made by him. How could ordinary cultivators possibly shake it? Third brother's sword intent is indeed powerful. However, for this young dragon to unleash such a sword aura was already extremely difficult. He should have no remaining strength to continue wielding sword aura right. As he pondered, Taishang Laojuan's gaze continued to sweep over He Bo. The next moment, his face darkened. At this moment, He Bo stood aloft in the void, staring at the colorful Wonder Stone not far away, and shouted, "Yo, how dare you ambush your king, He Bo? I think you've lived long enough. Sword, come." With a loud roar, He Bo extended his index finger and pointed from afar at the colorful Wonder Stone. In the sky, countless phantom sword auras identical to the previous one slowly condensed in the void. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color with wind and clouds. Thousands of spaces shattered and annihilated. Above the eastern sea, all the seawater was split into thousands of streams the moment these sword auras appeared. They flowed backward and poured into the earth veins, creating an unprecedented, magnificent spectacle. Waves of spiritual energy surged within each sword aura. Behind He Bo, dozens of Dragon Clan members gazed at this scene. The admiration in their eyes was self-evident. Such a mighty sword aura, the majesty of the Dragon King, unmatched in the world. Taishang Laojun also looked at these sword auras. In his eyes there was a trace of confusion. How could a mere golden immortal possess such abundant spiritual energy to condense so many sword auras? With the qualities to dominate the 9 provinces and stand atop the primordial continent, no wonder that Hongjun spared no effort to convert him. No wonder that time third brother spared no effort to stop him. The figures emerging from this small Taoist sanctuary. A golden immortal is already like this. Presumably other characters among them must be far from ordinary. Though he had countless questions in his heart, and though Taishang was beyond worldly emotions at this moment, his calm, as water heart still stirred with slight ripples. He Bo's sword descended, myriad streams of light crisscrossed, tearing apart the light curtain that enveloped the strange stone. Thousands of sword energies swirled around the seven-colored stone, eventually sinking into it, and vanishing without a trace. As everything settled, He Bo stood aloft in the void, panting heavily. What seemed like a casual strike had actually consumed a vast amount of his spiritual energy. At this moment, He Bo could faintly sense a surge of blood and chi. It had been a long time since he had experienced a fierce battle. With this attack, his cultivation instantly advanced to the realm of Tai, Golden Immortal. Afterward, he only needed to stabilize his cultivation slightly to fully solidify his realm. There was no elation on He Bo's face, only curiosity. He leaped and landed before the seven-colored stone. As he looked around, he could faintly hear the surging aura of blood and chi from within the stone, as if some living creature were moving inside it. Extremely eerie. King! King! In an instant, the dragon swarm gathered again, surrounding the seven-colored stone completely. Move this stone back. It's perfect to offer to my master. After studying it for a long time, He Bo waved his hand and instructed his subordinates. Hearing He Bo's command, the dragons exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to respond. But He Bo paid no attention and gathered force in his hand. Bang! A loud crash. He Bo slammed his palm onto the stone. Ow, ow, ow. In an instant, he leaped back several meters. He kept shaking his hand, even tears of pain welling at the corners of his eyes. Damn, it's really hard. After the pain subsided a bit, He Bo let out a long sigh and stared at the strange stone. Not far away, Taishang Laojun witnessed the scene and shook his head slightly, sighing inwardly that this young dragon was truly childlike. This boy is quite amusing. However, he did not show himself. Although an idol piece here was inadvertently destroyed by He Bo, he did not take it to heart. He merely shook his head slightly, flickered his form, and vanished from the cave. After Herculean efforts, He Bo and his men finally moved the seven-colored stone to the Dragon Palace. He looked left and right, but could not make sense of it. After the stone had been moved out, on the seven-colored stone, streaks of luster shimmered, and the surrounding spiritual energy continued to surge. Aside from that, there was no other abnormality. Because the stone had left its original position, its weight inexplicably kept decreasing. Eventually, it became light enough for He Bo to lift with a single finger. He Bo spun it in his hand a few times, studied it for a long time, but found nothing unusual. Then he slapped his thigh and stood up. All right, my children, cultivate well here. I have decided to go out for a while. With that, he didn't care whether the dragons agreed or not. He patted the flood dragon. The dragon understood and transformed into its true form above the sea. Its 10,000-meter-long body churned the waters, yet seemed insignificant compared to the vast eastern sea. He Bo leaped onto the dragon's back, holding the seven-colored stone in one hand, as if it were a precious treasure. He puffed out his chest, raised his head, and looked ahead with a proud expression. He gently squeezed his legs. The dragon understood and soared into the sky, disappearing above the eastern sea. The dragons exchanged glances, gazing at He Bo's retreating figure with eyes full of admiration. Outside Yilong's dojo, Tong Tian stared thoughtfully at the departing figures of Hongjun and Zhen Yuanzi. At that moment, Xiaotang's figure appeared, and what shocked Tong Tian the most was the divine aura radiating from Xiaotang. My master told me to take you inside. Xiaotang pouted reluctantly. She had just sent off Zhen Yuanzi and his group settled down and was planning to listen to Bai Zhe and the humans when suddenly she heard Yilong's order to go out and receive someone. Although unwilling, she dared not defy Yilong's command, so she forced herself to calm down and came to lead Tong Tian inside. Tong Tian heard Xiaotang's words and was about to say something, but the moment he saw Xiaotang, his eyes lit up. What a remarkable seedling! From Xiaotang's body, Tong Tian saw sharp sword chi. At a single glance, he sensed that Xiaotang was an excellent talent for sword cultivation. Not only that, but the gourd on Xiaotang's head seemed to contain mysterious sword chi. Even as a sage, he felt a trace of wariness. It seemed that the mysterious sword chi could even harm his physical body. After all, as a sage, he was immortal, his body entrusted to the heavenly Tao. Even if something could harm a sage, it would only be possible by another sage. All other beings were mere ants. But at this moment, Tong Tian's eyes burned as he stared fixedly at Xiaotang, as if trying to see through everything about her. The more he looked, the more shocked Tong Tian became. Perfect. Perfect. In this world, there is such a perfect, uncarved sword embryo. If polished, it will surely become the sharpest sword in the world. Tong Tian exclaimed repeatedly, leaving Xiaotang utterly bewildered. Seeing Tong Tian's intense gaze, she involuntarily stepped back. Xiaotang waved her hand, as if to remind him. Are you alright? My master told me to take you inside. Hearing Xiaotang's words, Tong Tian came back to his senses, a hint of smile in his eyes. He shook his head gently, inwardly sighing that he had been a bit rash just now. May I ask your name, young lady? Tantian did not act immediately, but asked softly. Xiaoting was taken aback. She felt that the senior before her was strange. Recalling some dangerous tales Bai Zhe had told her, she became alert. What do you want? Let me tell you, my master is very powerful. This is my master's dojo. If you try to harm me, my master will not let you off. As she spoke, she pouted, her face full of wariness, and spread her hands in a defensive stance. Seeing this, Tantian chuckled lightly. He shook his head to himself, sighing that there was indeed no one easy to deal with in Yilong's dojo. He waved his hand and said softly, "It's nothing. Please take me to see the senior." Xiao Tong, upon seeing this, carefully circled around Tongtian, confirming that he only had a single cyan sword on him, then said, "Follow me." The moment Tongtian stepped into the Taoist grounds, his vision brightened. Abundant spiritual energy surged toward him like tidal waves, causing the meridians throughout his body to unfurl in an instant. He greedily devoured the spiritual energy within the Taoist grounds. This sensation was an extraordinary phenomenon he had never experienced even upon Kunlun Mountain. Yet now he perceived it with crystal clarity. What a magnificent realm of spiritual sanctuary! Tongtian could not help but praise aloud, a strange excitement radiating across his face. Indeed, only an environment of such caliber could nurture a superior sword embryo. Tongtian murmured to himself, his admiration for Yilong deepening within his heart. As Tongtian pondered, his attention was drawn to the humans dwelling within the Taoist grounds, and his eyes inadvertently brightened. Guided by Yilong's teachings, Tongtian had descended to the mortal realm, seeking the opportunity to achieve sagehood, realizing that among all living beings in the primordial world, humans were the most frail, yet it was through them that he established the Jie sect and attained his sacred position. However, after achieving sagehood, Tongtian became consumed by cultivation, spending his days secluded within Kunlun Mountain, and his concern for humanity gradually waned. Senior actually wishes to shelter these humans within the Taoist grounds. Indeed, the breadth of Senior's magnanimity transcends what we mortals can comprehend. Tongtian whispered to himself, while Shouting seemed to sense the astonishment lingering in his words. Shouting glanced back at Tongtian, who was still lost in thought, and lifted her head with evident pride. Recalling the lessons Bai Zhe had taught about protecting humanity, she spoke directly. Naturally, Master shields them merely to spare them from the oppression of the demon clans. Upon hearing this, a faint shadow dimmed Tongtian's gaze, and he lowered his head silently. Having achieved sagehood through humanity's aid, yet now facing their calamity, while he himself had been confined to Kunlun Mountain by the decree of the four sages, he naturally felt a twinge of guilt. As for Baize among the crowd, Tongtian naturally noticed him. However, there was no surprise in his eyes, for the Jie sect's philosophy embraced teaching all without distinction, and his disciples naturally came from diverse backgrounds. Witnessing this, far from being startled, he felt a sense of approval, silently acknowledging that his own path and the seniors were indeed aligned in their essence. Following Shouting, he moved quietly through the Taoist grounds, passing through the scattered crowd with an air of serene solemnity. Tongtian proceeded unhurriedly, carefully examining the arrangement of the Taoist grounds, drawing subtle comparisons between its current state and what Yilong had once shown him, searching for any discernible differences. The layout of the Taoist grounds appeared to have undergone considerable transformation. At the very least, it seemed more enigmatic than before, with spiritual energy flowing more abundantly within its bounds. The sword formation of annihilation he had witnessed that day was nowhere to be found upon entering. His senior must have woven its power into the surrounding arrays to safeguard the entire grounds. The six-eared monkey from earlier was also gone. It became clear now. His senior had used that monkey as a warning to him, embodying the principle of teaching all without discrimination, deliberately acting against what seemed impossible. The deeper Tongtian observed, the more profoundly shocked his spirit became, and his entire body spontaneously took on an increasingly luminous quality. As if gaining some obscure realization, his gaze gradually shifted once more towards Shouting's retreating figure. The more he looked, the more perfect she seemed. As a flawless sword embryo, Shouting stirred an urge within him to take her as a disciple, yet he restrained himself. "I wonder, miss, what is your senior engaged in at this moment?" After walking for some time, Tongtian noticed Shouting's pace had slowed and couldn't help but ask. "I have no idea," Shouting responded without hesitation. During her years at Yilong's Taoist grounds, as her abilities had grown, so too had her courage. Her tone was direct and unreserved. After speaking as though recalling something, she continued, "Why don't you explore it yourself and discover what your master is doing? This doesn't seem quite right." Tongtian paused, taken aback by Shouting's words. While he wouldn't have considered it inappropriate himself coming from her mouth, there was an unmistakable shift in tone. Tongtian fixed his gaze on the young girl, leading the way, an inexplicable desire to look at her more arising from within. He felt that such a flawless sword embryo should not exist in this world. Shouting possessed an almost magical allure that drew Tongtian's full attention. After weighing it over, he decided against any probing. He didn't want to displease his senior. Having been excluded before was already unpleasant enough. The journey continued in silence until Tongtian finally arrived at Yilong's seclusion chamber, guided by shouting. At that moment Yilong regarded Tongtian with an unsettling forced smile. I wonder what business brings a sage such as yourself here. Yilong dared not underestimate him, for before him stood one of the sages of the primordial world. However, Yilong pondered whether Tongtian might be secretly infusing his Taoist grounds with spiritual energy, attempting to overwhelm him. As Yilong spoke, the Taiji disc within his body began to ripple slowly. The dark hue, symbolizing vicissitudes and the passage of time, emerged gradually around him. A phantom silhouette of a mulberry tree swayed gently behind Yilong, causing Tongtian, who had been lost in thought about shouting's perfect sword embryo, to pause in surprise, and in the next moment. The instant his gaze fell upon Yilong's countenance, his entire spirit was shaken, and he stood frozen. To Tongtian's eyes, the ethereal mulberry tree behind Yilong swayed like a dream, its form flickering between presence and absence, too elusive to truly perceive. This is... Tongtian expended his greatest divine abilities, straining every ounce of perception to pierce through the mulberry tree. At last, in the instant, a single leaf detached, and fell. He glimpsed a fragment of its primordial essence. In the following moment, Tongtian seemed to witness something so profound that his composure shattered, replaced by an inexplicable trembling within his spirit. So overwhelming was the revelation that he found himself speechless for that brief instant. To Tongtian's perception, the mulberry tree resembled a tree of time itself, its branches bearing the imprint of all history. In that singular moment, he beheld fragments of the endless river of time, glimpses stretching toward futures yet unwritten. Hui gripped the solar-piercing bow, channeling every ounce of his strength to loose a singular flawless arrow. Beyond this vision, he witnessed the inexorable transformations of mountains and seas across eternity. Each leaf of this mulberry tree appeared to encapsulate either a chapter of history or a glimpse into the future, spanning the boundless expanse of time. Just as he strained to fathom the profound mystery unfolding before him, within Yilong's body the Taiji disc sensed Tongtian's probing gaze. It began to undulate slowly, its darkness shifting to white, and in that fleeting instant the landscape behind Yilong transformed entirely. A dragon silhouette slowly emerged behind Yilong, its gaze fixed upon Tongtian. The dragon's eyes seemed to pierce through countless dimensions from the endless void, traversing billions of spatial layers. With a single glance, Tongtian Jiaozhu felt his mind shaken, nearly losing his composure amidst such a transformation. Nothingness. Boundless nothingness unfolded before Tongtian Jiaozhu. Yilong was close at hand, yet it felt as if he were separated by infinite spaces. In a daze, Tongtian Jiaozhu felt himself being pulled along by that gaze, drawn into endless space. His ethereal sage soul yearned to pierce through all mysteries within that look. Are you alright? Just as Tongtian Jiaozhu was sinking deeper, Yilong's voice rang out, exploding like a thunderbolt in his mind. Tongtian Jiaozhu staggered back several steps, as if struck by lightning. This was a sage's premonition. Even his sage primordial spirit, which was entrusted to the heavenly Tao, trembled in that moment. Tongtian knew that if he continued to gaze even as a sage, immortal and indestructible, he would inevitably become lost in that infinite space, unable to extricate himself. But how could this be possible? As a dignified sage merely glancing at those eyes risked losing himself. What was happening? What kind of space could imprison a sage's will, causing them to lose themselves? Once a sage's will was lost, it would mean the sage's fall within the entire primordial continent. Sages are untouched by karma, endure countless kulpas without perishing, live eternally, and abide in time and space. How could they fall? In that moment, a terrifying thought arose in Tongtian Jiaozhu's heart. Could it be erased from the origin? Space-time. In that instant, what Tongtian saw around Yilong was not only the tree of time, but also the eye of space. Slowly shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Tongtian dared not hesitate, and quickly spoke. Thank you, senior. Yilong, seeing Tongtian's peculiar reaction, had no idea what Tongtian had seen. He only noticed that Tongtian seemed to be sweating all over from his initial entry to the present. His state was clearly off. Just now he had been staring at the little vine. Why did he seem guilty when he saw me? Could it be that Tongtian had plotted against me? Had he used that so-called method of infusing spiritual energy and turned my dojo into its current state? Was he here to apologize? But that didn't make sense. If that were the case, Tongtian's reaction shouldn't be like this. After all, as a sage, he should possess the dignity of a sage. How could he be so flustered over such a trivial matter? Moreover, the formation outside my dojo is the immortal slaying sword formation. Tongtian couldn't possibly not recognize it. This also didn't add up. Could it be that he came for the immortal slaying sword formation? Could there be a flaw in the immortal slaying sword formation replicated by the system? Though puzzled, Yilong feigned calmness and spoke unhurriedly. May I ask what brings the sage Tongtian here today? Tongtian dared not say much. He merely glanced at Yilong and felt that Yilong, like the endless dragon's eyes, was ethereal and elusive. Although he was right before him, even for a sage like himself, he could not perceive even a trace of him. He recalled the time when the three of them had come to the dojo, seeking help, wishing to explore the dojo. In that moment, Tong Tian suddenly understood. He realized how foolish and ignorant the three of them had been back then. Now this must be the true form of the Elder. What realm could such an existence be? To wield space and time so masterfully, he must be a supreme being beyond sages, having attained the great Tao. Tong Tian's mind was sharp, countless thoughts flashed through in an instant. Not daring to be careless, he took a deep breath. Your junior Tong Tian pays respects to senior. I come today to thank you for your guidance in the past, Tong Tian said softly. At that moment he thought that Yilong's earlier behavior was a punishment for his ingratitude. After becoming a sage, he had not only failed to thank Yilong in person, but also failed to thank the human race that had helped him achieve sagehood. Combined with the miserable state of humanity across the primordial continent, and the harmonious coexistence he had witnessed in the dojo, he now understood that Yilong's true intention was to teach him the roots. Guidance. Yilong frowned upon hearing Tong Tian's words. Then recalling that Tong Tian, Laozi, and Yuanshi had indeed visited when they were quasi-sages, he breathed a sigh of relief. Tong Tian's expression didn't seem to be feigned. So it shouldn't be him who did this. Yilong felt relieved. Indeed, I was once arrogant and complacent. Seeing the senior today, I finally understand your intention, Tong Tian quickly replied. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the small vine. Then a new realization dawned on him. I am foolish. I did not realize that the senior had already conveyed your guidance through the young apprentice. Please forgive me, senior. Hearing Tong Tian's words, Yilong was taken aback. He glanced at the vine, and then at Tong Tian, asking in surprise. When did that happen? I didn't know about it. Tong Tian, knowing that Yilong was testing him, quickly replied. The senior had this perfect sword embryo apprentice receive me to draw my attention to this young apprentice. Yet I was too dull to grasp the senior's profound meaning. My vision was short-sighted. I was deeply captivated by this mere apprentice, unable to free myself, and my thoughts never left him. In truth, the senior's intention was to tell me that regardless of one's talent or aptitude for cultivation, as long as the Tao remains in the heart, one can be shaped. Whether it's those humans or the exceptional sword embryo apprentice, the principle of teaching without discrimination means no favoritism, no prejudice. That is the true meaning. Rest assured, senior. After this, I will properly instruct my disciples, ensuring they receive equal treatment. I will not disappoint your expectations. As Tong Tian Zhaozhu spoke, his expression grew more and more agitated. Though he was speaking to Yilong, it was also a reminder to himself. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Countless thoughts and ideas raced through his mind, forming a perfect chain of reasoning, which he articulated one by one. He spoke eloquently to Yilong, leaving Yilong wide-eyed and speechless, unable to interject a single word. Meanwhile, riding a flood dragon and holding a colorful seven-colored stone in his hand, He Bo flew ostentatiously toward the dojo. Because the flood dragon was not too fast, He Bo could enjoy the scenery along the way. Along the journey, he encountered many battles between the demon race and the witch race. The entire primordial continent was like a hell. Lives were devastated. He Bo watched in amazement, a hint of profound depth in his eyes. As He Bo walked, the seven-colored stone in his hand began to absorb the blood energy from the world. The blood energy of countless witches and demons flowed ceaselessly into the stone. With the influx, a faint blood-colored glow also appeared on the seven-colored stone. As he moved, He Bo noticed something unusual about the seven-colored stone in his hand. The seven-colored stone in his hand seemed to have grown slightly heavier during their journey. Though the change was extremely subtle, He Bo felt it distinctly. A puzzled expression crossed his face as he turned his gaze to the stone. As he examined it, a gleam of light flashed in He Bo's eyes. At that moment, the blood energy generated by the slaughter between the Wu tribe and the Yao tribe was slowly seeping into the seven-colored stone through an extremely covert means. Within a short span, faint blood-colored veins had already appeared on the stone's surface. Although these veins were extremely fine, He Bo, with his cultivation at the first layer of Tai Golden Immortal, could see them with remarkable clarity. It was as if he had discovered a new world. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he observed the seven-colored stone, and while doing so, he did not forget to bring it to his ear and listen, as if trying to fully comprehend this strange phenomenon. After a long while, He Bo gently squeezed his legs. The flood dragon, which had been speeding along, understood and began to slow down, eventually coming to a halt. What's wrong, King? The flood dragon asked curiously. Nothing, don't be in a hurry to leave. I think I found something interesting. Let's wander around this battlefield for a while. Remember, keep a low profile. As He Bo spoke, he placed the seven-colored stone on the flood dragon's back. His gaze remained fixed on the stone, and his hand kept stroking it, as if trying to unravel the mystery of this fascinating stone bit by bit. Feeling a chill on his back, the flood dragon knew that He Bo had placed the seven-colored stone on him. Without any hint of discomfort, he asked curiously, Has your Majesty discovered something new? Shouldn't we return to the Grand Master? No rush. We can go to Master's place later. There's still plenty of time. Let me thoroughly study this strange stone first. He Bo replied casually, his gaze already deeply captivated by the seven-colored stone, unable to look away. Oh. Seeing this, the flood dragon could only respond softly, not daring to ask more. He slowly drifted through the clouds in the sky. As time passed, the blood-colored light waves on the seven-colored stone became increasingly pronounced. Subtly, a layer of blood mist seemed to shroud the surroundings of the stone. With He Bo by his side, the flood dragon was not worried about his safety. As he roamed through the world, traversing countless battlefields and witnessing the tragic carnage, his entire body trembled slightly. In the past, he too had been a member of the Yao tribe. Had it not been for He Bo saving him, he would likely have perished in such a brutal battle, even if he had survived that day. Thinking of this now, he felt a trace of gratitude. However, what intrigued him even more was the identity of the master He Bo spoke of. What kind of being could make a dragon with such a pure bloodline willingly submit? After all, the pride of dragons was known throughout the world. For a dragon with as rich a bloodline as He Bo's to yield that, senior must be one of the most formidable beings in the universe. Hey, you there? What do you think you're doing? That thing in his hand must be some treasure. While the flood dragon was lost in thought, several Yao tribe members rushed toward them with menacing auras. Their gazes were fixed greedily on the seven-colored stone in He Bo's hand, their faces brimming with excitement. But before they could get close, He Bo sliced them down with a single sword aura, killing them on the spot and turning them into blood mist. Little brats trying to snatch something from your king, He Bo. You're just asking for death. He Bo's tone was arrogant, his demeanor exuding an air of supreme disdain as he cast a contemptuous glance at the blood mist that had once been Yao tribe members. He squeezed his legs, and the flood dragon understood, accelerating to flee into the clouds. Scenes like this had long ceased to surprise the flood dragon. At first, he would feel terrified, fearing that He Bo might not be able to handle the situation. But as time passed, he increasingly saw such incidents as trivial matters. Long live the king. The flood dragon muttered softly, his flattery not as loud as before. He Bo, however, paid it no mind. Over the years of traversing battlefields, He Bo had greatly improved his combat experience. With the protection of the Black Lotus of world destruction, he had never encountered any real danger. On the contrary, the red light surrounding the seven-colored stone grew more crystalline and translucent as they moved through the battlefields. Faintly like blood vessels, a liquid seemed to flow within it. Less chatter, keep moving. This damn stone doesn't seem so special. After all these years, it's only turned a bit redder. Nothing else unusual. I really want to smash it open and see what it is. As He Bo spoke, a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. In truth, He Bo had struck the stone with sword aura many times over the years, but each time, no matter how powerful the strike, the stone absorbed it completely, without a trace. After several attempts, He Bo had given up. You're right, your majesty, you're right. The flood dragon understood that He Bo was merely venting. He echoed softly, stealing a glance at He Bo, waiting for his command. Watch the road. He Bo slapped the flood dragon's back, a hint of deep thought crossing his eyes, as if pondering something. Stung by the slap, the flood dragon's expression stiffened. He dared not be careless, quickly fixing his gaze ahead and speeding through the clouds. Yet imperceptibly, streaks of light began to flicker on the seven-colored stone. The 9 palaces and 8 trigrams within it started to slowly rotate once more. Passing through countless battlefields, endless blood energy gathered from the heavens and earth, surging into the seven-colored stone. Tontian Patriarch was speaking endlessly. He spoke with great eloquence, and Yilong listened attentively, subtly sensing the troubles behind Tontian Patriarch's words. So this Tontian Patriarch was not indifferent to the human race after all. Rather, when he wanted to leave his seclusion to suppress the Yao tribe, he was strongly opposed by Yuanshi and Laozi, who claimed that it would violate the heavenly Tao and go against its currents. They ordered him to remain in seclusion at Mount Kunlun. When Tontian insisted on leaving, Yuanshi along with the other 3 saints obtained a divine decree from Hongjun imprisoning him on Mount Kunlun. What had come here was merely a clone of Tontian Patriarch. His purpose in coming was twofold: first, to seek answers to his doubts; second, to vent his discontent. He had not originally intended to confide in Yilong. But upon seeing what he witnessed in Yilong's Taoist sanctuary, he couldn't help but pour out the whole story as he spoke. Yilong, after hearing this, also grew intrigued. Since you harbor doubts in your heart, why bury them deep within and not seek the truth? Yilong sat to one side, looking at Tontian Patriarch with a serious expression. In Yilong's impression, Tontian Jiaozhu, renowned across the Honghuang, was like a sharp sword piercing through the primordial wilderness. How could he be troubled by such mundane matters? Tontian Jiaozhu was slightly taken aback. Was this mysterious existence hinting at something? Please, senior, enlighten me. Tontian fixed his gaze on Yilong, speaking with earnest inquiry. Yilong shook his head and replied, "You need not call me senior, it feels rather awkward. If you wish, just call me Yilong. Have some tea." As he spoke, Yilong poured a cup of tea for Tontian Jiaozhu. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Hearing this, a glimmer of understanding passed through Tontian Jiaozhu's eyes. He bowed again, overjoyed. He had originally intended to seek counsel from this mysterious cultivator of the sacred grounds. Now hearing Yilong's words, he breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly lamenting that the matter of the human race must have been set aside by the senior. Otherwise he would not have personally poured tea for him, nor spoken such words. This clearly indicated that the senior was about to offer him guidance. A sage being so courteous. I can hardly bear it. Yilong was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. Bear it. Tontian Jiaozhu twitched his lips, a look of astonishment on his face. One who could master both the Tao of time and space. How could there be anything he could not bear? One who could make even a sage lose himself in the boundless profound space. How could there be anything he could not bear? One who possessed such immense power. How could there be anything you could not bear? Wait, something seemed amiss. Tontian Jiaozhu suddenly jolted awake. This supreme being before him likely did not wish to interfere in the affairs of heaven and earth, hence his words. Perhaps this senior was avoiding something, or maybe due to certain matters he could not speak directly. It was even possible that the senior was not a creature of the Honghuang, did not belong to this continent, and thus spoke such words. More likely he was returning to the primordial state, comprehending the Tao. Yes, that was it. The senior was merely perceiving the most fundamental and primal essence of heaven and earth, his realm unfathomably deeper than mine. Hence he spoke such words only to prevent me from overthinking. Since that was the case, the senior had already foreseen my arrival and must have been well aware of my experiences. Thus having me speak about it earlier was merely to let the resentment in my heart dissipate through the narration, so it would not fester and remain unvented. Had it persisted, it would have bred discontent within, affecting my cultivation, leaving me, as I am now, unable to find inner peace. As he pondered, Tontian Jiaozhu reflected on Yilong's earlier actions, gradually gaining insight. I was presumptuous, Tontian. Please do not take offense, fellow Taoist Yilong. When he finally understood Yilong's true intention, Tontian was enlightened and quickly corrected himself. As he spoke, he lifted the teacup from the table. Allow me to drink first as a penalty. With that he drained the tea in one gulp. The turmoil in his heart earlier. As the tea flowed down, a myriad of ancient epics seemed to slide across his throat, like cascading nectar moistening his throat. The restless energy within Tontian Jiaozhu eased in that instant. His eyes brightened, and he looked at Yilong. He assumed this was tea specially prepared by Yilong. In his view, everything that had happened in this sacred ground, the Tao child, the human race, the tea before him, and his conversation with Yilong, must have been premeditated by Yilong. Deep down he understood the meaning of this cup of tea. Clearly it was a reward for his earlier rescue of the little black dragon, which had earned him this nectar. And his so-called penalty drink was hardly appropriate. How could such divine nectar be considered a punishment? Yilong, seeing Tontian finish his tea, unhurriedly refilled the cup. Tontian felt a myriad of urgent cravings rising in his throat, as if 1,000 ants were crawling through it, making him swallow involuntarily. Yet countless thoughts flashed through his mind. The first cup was a bestowal, the second, like the peerless sword embryo of the Tao child, was a test of his willpower. If he could not even pass this test, the senior would surely be deeply disappointed. The senior's method of teaching was truly unique. A mere cup of tea could stir boundless desires within a sage. Tontian had never experienced such a sensation before, nor had he ever imagined that anything in the world could evoke such longing in him. Feel free to ask, Saint Tontian. Though I cannot answer your questions, I can be a listener. Yilong held considerable goodwill toward Tontian Jiaozhu. Seeing him so restrained, he felt a bit uneasy and said with a light laugh. Seeing Yilong's warm spring-like smile, Tontian hesitated for a moment. Unconsciously, the craving in his throat receded somewhat. In his eyes, this was clearly the senior's recognition of his attitude. It was precisely because he had resisted that desire that the senior now treated him thus. From the moment he entered until now, only the smile on Yilong's face was unforgettable. As he was lost in thought, Yilong's voice rang out again. The slaughter of the human race is the general trend beyond the intervention of external forces. Fellow Taoist, you need not dwell on it. Yilong spoke casually, but when he mentioned the human race, he could not help recalling his previous life, and a hint of melancholy crept into his tone. Tontian took note of this change. He instinctively believed that Yilong was hinting at something. Upon careful consideration, it must be related to the human race. The senior's words were likely a way to give him a graceful exit, given his reluctance to act due to the Tao ancestor's authority. In the senior's heart, he must have greatly desired that Tontian would intervene to stop the demon race's massacre of humanity. Otherwise the senior would not have spoken thus. The more he thought, the more ashamed Tontian became. He was after all a sword cultivator, unyielding and proud, standing tall between heaven and earth with a righteous spirit in his heart. Yet when faced with the slaughter of the human race, he had recoiled, constrained by the Tao ancestor's might, and watched helplessly from his confinement as humans were butchered. With this thought, Tontian looked earnestly at Yilong and said, "Perhaps I understand now." "I see. What does fellow Taoist Tontian understand?" Yilong asked with a hint of surprise. At this moment, witnessing Tong Tian's despondent demeanor, he was reminded of the tragic fate that awaited Tong Tian after the War of Wu and Yao when the calamity of the conferment of gods arose, a fate that served as a warning to himself. After all, in all these years since arriving in the primordial world, he had always tried to evade trouble, even with sage Nuwa, only exchanging polite pleasantries. Yet today, listening to Tong Tian's grievances, a flicker of enlightenment stirred within Yilong's heart. The Wu and Yao were destined to fall, the human race was destined to rise. Now, even if he wished to remain aloof with these humans dwelling in his dojo, it would be impossible to avoid detection. He had not considered this before, but now it seemed a hidden peril. To stand apart, he must eliminate such perils. In other words, once the crisis passed, he would have to dispose of these humans altogether. Having formed this thought, Yilong recalled Tong Tian's earlier suggestion to protect the human race. Having made up his mind, Yilong did not wait for Tong Tian's reply, and spoke. In your eyes, sage Tong Tian, what is the potential of the human race? Or rather, do you think these people are worthy of cultivation? The potential of the human race. Tong Tian Jiaozhu was momentarily dazed. Though puzzled by Yilong's sudden question, he answered patiently. As you said earlier, the doctrine of my Jiejiao is to teach without discrimination, and it is founded upon the human race. Thus, regardless of their aptitude, I shall impart all my knowledge and treat them as my own children. But why do you ask this, senior? Yilong nodded slightly. He knew well that Tong Tian was a man of deep loyalty and righteousness, as upright as a sword. Though he knew this, hearing such words from a sage still made Yilong admire the straightforwardness in Tong Tian's heart. Yet on second thought, it was only fitting. Had Tong Tian not been so loyal and righteous, he would not have been conspired against by Yuanshi and Laozi together with the two Western sages during the calamity of the conferment of gods, ending in such a miserable fate. Without his personal example, his disciples would not have rushed forward so recklessly to avenge their fallen comrades. At the end of the day, Tong Tian Jiaozhu was a person of noble character worthy of respect, yet ultimately a deeply tragic figure. When the three pure ones parted ways, Tong Tian was repeatedly harassed and mocked by Yuanshi and Laozi, who disparaged his disciples as creatures born of moisture and eggs, claiming they shamed the name of the three pure ones and drove him away. Out of regard for brotherhood, Tong Tian yielded. Then came the calamity of the conferment of gods. Originally, the disciples of various factions were to compete freely in the chaotic times. But when his own disciples were defeated, Yuanshi, Tianzuan repeatedly bullied the weak by personally intervening, suppressing and slaughtering countless disciples of the Jiejiao. In the end, he forced Tong Tian Jiaozhu to set up the Zhuxian sword formation. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, knowing he could not defeat the Zhuxian sword formation, allied with Laozi and summoned the two Western sages, disregarding the name of the three pure ones, to jointly attack Tong Tian and break the formation. After the Great War of the Conferment of Gods, the Zhuxian sword formation was shattered and countless Jiejiao disciples perished. Some died, some ascended the list of the Conferment of Gods, some were suppressed, some were converted, some became mounts. The list was endless. Duo Bao Doran, the chief personal disciple of the Jiejiao, was tricked by Laozi into converting to Buddhism, becoming Duo Bao Tathagata in the West. Jinling Xingmu was ambushed by Randeng Doran, the vice leader of the Chanjiao, later Randeng Ancient Buddha, using a magical artifact. Her physical body was destroyed, and her primordial spirit ascended the list, forever unable to advance, reduced to a slave of the heavenly court. Guiling Xingmu was subdued by Jane Daoran with the 12-pin merit golden lotus, then attacked by the ancient beast mosquito Taoist, who drained her essence, leaving only an empty shell. Wudong Xingmu survived, but her whereabouts thereafter became unknown. These events, enumerated one by one, were countless. Tong Tian, as the leader of the Jiejiao, was forced to swallow the sagacity-destroying pill and was imprisoned by Dao ancestor Hongjun in the Zixiao Palace, unable to leave even half a step. Now Yilong felt somewhat inappropriate. Amidst his thoughts, he abandoned the urge to continue speaking and shook his head to himself. What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? Tong Tian asked, seeing Yilong nod and then shake his head. In his heart, he felt that the human race's talent was not exceptionally outstanding, but with diligent teaching they could still achieve something. He did not think his words were wrong, yet he could not understand why Yilong nodded and then shook his head. It's nothing, just some thoughts. Fellow Taoist Tong Tian, you need not worry about the matter of the human race. After all, the way of the sword emphasizes clarity of mind and heart. Simply follow the flow of events. Yilong replied softly, although he was tempted to tell Tong Tian about the parting of the three pure ones. He understood even more that once he spoke, it might not only be ineffective, but also incur the resentment of the three pure ones. Better to avoid trouble and let things take their course. Not interfering would be the best outcome. As for the humans in the dojo, once the war of Wu and Yao was over, he would send them away. Yilong forced a smile and abandoned the thought of continuing. Tong Tian also sensed the change in Yilong's demeanor. He could not fathom why Yilong suddenly brought up the human race, nor why he stopped mid-sentence. Everything seemed shrouded in mist, leaving Tong Tian bewildered about Yilong's intentions. After pondering for a long time, Tong Tian found no answer from Yilong's expression. After a brief conversation, Yilong, troubled by his earlier thoughts, became less talkative. His words grew fewer than before. Seeing this, Tongtian furrowed his brow slightly, wondering which remark had offended Yilong. He could only rise and take his leave. On Kunlun Mountain, a streak of light flashed by and merged into Tongtian's body. Tongtian Zhaozhu's main body slowly opened, his eyes a hint of profound depth in his gaze, as he looked toward Yuanshi Tianzuan, who was watching over him nearby. At this moment his heart was filled with complexity. Though he did not understand why Yilong had stopped mid-sentence, he vaguely sensed that it must be related to his own failure to protect the human race. As if sensing Tongtian's gaze, Yuanshi Tianzuan slowly spoke. We three brothers have cultivated together since ancient times, bound by blood. Why let such trivial matters as the human race, these tiny ants, create discord between us? We have invoked the Master's decree to prevent you from erring. Do not persist in your delusion. Stay here in seclusion. When all is done, you will understand your elder brother's good intentions. Hearing this, Tongtian's earlier confusion suddenly seemed to clear. Gazing at Yuanshi Tianzuan, he sneered, persist in delusion. What do you still intend to quibble even now? As your elder brother, have I not done everything for your own good? Will you not even heed the words of your elder brother? Yuanshi Tianzuan let out a cold snort. He had long been dissatisfied with the disciples of Tongtian Zhaozhu, and now hearing Tongtian speak in such a manner, a flicker of displeasure appeared in his eyes. An even greater trace of discontent crossed his features. The repeated defiance of the youngest of the three pure ones had already stirred within Yuanshi Tianzuan's heart a profound resentment. For my own good, you sought a divine decree from the Master to imprison me here. Tongtian Zhaozhu listened to Yuanshi's words, a hint of deep contemplation flashing in his eyes. Was I not right? A mere ant. Do you still refuse to repent? Would you destroy the bond between us three pure ones for the sake of such a trivial creature? From the moment we were born, we sought the Tao together, studied together, apprenticed together, and deliberated together. Now, as your elder brother, am I not even allowed to speak a few words to you? Yuanshi looked down from his lofty position, fixing his gaze upon Tongtian. His eyes glinted with sharp light, his posture proud, the corners of his mouth curling slightly upward. Tongtian, after hearing this, felt the corners of his mouth twitch involuntarily. Seeing Tongtian's reaction, Yuanshi's expression turned stern. He continued, as your elder brother, I only act for your benefit. No outsider would bother to admonish you. If you continue like this, it truly won't do. Stop being stubborn and heed my advice. Cultivate peacefully here on Mount Kunlun. Between us three brothers, once we speak openly, everything can be resolved. There's no need to be obstinate over such trivial matters. After all, I have watched you grow up and know your nature well. As Yuanshi spoke, his face grew increasingly solemn. He scrutinized Tongtian intently, as if trying to guide him back to the right path. Tongtian furrowed his brow after hearing this. Though discontent simmered within him as he observed Yuanshi's demeanor, he chose not to argue further. Seeing this, Yuanshi finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued with a meaningful tone. That's right. Listen to your elder brother. In the future, take fewer disciples born of moisture and eggs, and instead accept those of higher aptitude. Only then will you be worthy of the name of the three pure ones hall on Mount Kunlun. Now that you are a sage, do not let a few ants tarnish the reputation of our three pure ones, will you? Not to mention things like turtles and rats. Try to avoid them as much as possible. As for the demon clan, if you can steer clear of them, do so. After all, such creatures are filthy and disorderly, turning the entire three pure ones hall into chaos. A few days ago, my disciple reported that your disciples, disregarding the dignity of the three pure ones, had taken it upon themselves to strike others. Worried about your temper, I did not inform you, but merely reprimanded them lightly and let the matter pass. Thinking back today, the root cause lies in your disciples' lack of discipline. Once you emerge from seclusion, you must certainly have a stern word with them. As Yuanshi spoke, an inexplicable confidence appeared on his face. When he mentioned his own disciples, that confidence was evident, and when he spoke of Tongtian's disciples, the disgust in his expression was unmistakable. Tongtian had originally paid no heed to these words, nor would he have paid them any mind. In his previous view, everything was for his own good, and as his elder brother, it was only fitting for him to offer some criticism. However, after hearing some words at Yilong's dojo earlier, doubts had already lingered in Tongtian's mind. Now, listening to Yuanshi belittle his disciples in such a manner, the displeasure within him grew ever larger. Anger had already begun to glimmer in his eyes. No wonder some time ago, when his disciples were injured internally, they had been evasive and hesitant to speak when he inquired. Surely it was because they feared damaging the relationship among the three pure ones and causing discord. Now instead, it had been twisted by his elder brother into his disciples causing trouble, a blame unfairly pinned on them. Rage blazed within Tongtian as he fixed his gaze on Yuanshi. The divine decree trembled slightly at that moment. Unbeknownst to him, the green lotus sword had slowly materialized. Yet Yuanshi paid no heed to this. Instead, he grew more impassioned in his speech. He continued, "Do not think my words harsh. How could those creatures born of moisture and eggs be worthy of the name of the three pure ones? What right do they have to be disciples of our sect? Do you think I don't know where your incarnation went? To the dojo where that ant hides, no doubt. I truly fail to understand why you would lend the immortal slaying sword formation to protect such a dojo. It is not worth it. The last 3 words were uttered with heavy emphasis. Have you finished speaking, second brother? Tongtian Jiaozhu's tone carried a hint of cold mockery. Before him stood the elder brother with whom he had once sought the Tao, discussed teachings, and shared countless moments. These memories replayed in his mind, yet now as he listened to the words of this brother, he felt only an icy chill. The 3 pure ones, the 3 pure ones. Every sentence clung to that title, yet he had never placed Tongtian or his disciples in his regard. Such a second brother, truly benevolent and righteous. At this moment Tongtian Jiaozhu could clearly sense the deep-seated disdain his second brother held for his disciples, even hearing the overflowing contempt in his words. Using the name of the 3 pure ones to humiliate him, standing on the high ground of morality to restrain him. Tongtian, is this the attitude you show your elder brother? Do you have any respect for me? Forget it in ordinary times, but remember, you have committed a grave error, and I am here on behalf of the master to watch over you. As your elder brother I speak a few words to you, and you are displeased. Do you not understand how foolish your actions are? Have you not yet realized that your protection of the human race will drag the 3 pure ones into the conflict between the Wu and Yao tribes, placing the entire 3 pure ones' hall in peril? Even if you do not care for yourself, think of those disciples of yours born of moisture and eggs. Do they agree with your actions? Do not forget, it is not I who imprisoned you, but the master. Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned slightly, slowly rose, and stepped forward, standing outside the divine decree, fixing his gaze upon Tongtian. Myriad divine lights radiated from his eyes, as if seeking to see through Tongtian's thoughts. His arrogant demeanor was fully displayed. At this moment Tongtian Jiaozhu was imprisoned within the divine decree, while Yuanshi Tianzuan, acting on behalf of Hongjun, was responsible for guarding him. One was the prisoner, the other the jailer. In this delicate dynamic the positions of the two had subtly shifted. Though both were sages, Yuanshi Tianzuan considered himself well-intentioned in his remonstrance, believing that everything he did was sanctioned by the master, and that Tongtian ought to listen. By all reason and sentiment Tongtian should not have acted in such a manner. Master. Tongtian Jiaozhu's expression was somewhat somber as he gazed at the arrogant Yuanshi Tianzuan in the air. In the end he swallowed all his anger, calmed himself, and turned his gaze to Yuanshi Tianzuan. He sneered, Master sits in seclusion in the purple void palace beyond the 33 heavens. How could he possibly meddle in the affairs of the primordial continent? It's merely that you fear protecting the human race would implicate the disciples of your Chan sect. Why drag Master into it? You speak of the title 3 purities at every turn, but have you ever truly regarded me, your 3rd junior brother, in your eyes? From beginning to end it has always been you lecturing me. Have I ever spoken a single harsh word? You? Yuanshi Tianzuan's face turned pale. He had never imagined that his 3rd junior brother would dare to talk back to him at such a moment, nor had he thought that his brother would be so obstinate, remaining stubbornly unrepentant even now. After a brief moment of surprise, Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression suddenly darkened, his face turning black with fury. He was always a man of great pride, and his constant criticism of the Jie sect disciples stemmed from his belief that their lowly origins and coarse manners brought shame to the 3 purities. And now being lectured by his own junior brother in such an arrogant tone, as if he held no regard for him as the second brother. What? Did I say something wrong? Are you the one aggrieved? Tell me which of your disciples is not born from beasts, wet-shelled creatures, or eggs. Their roots are lowly, their speech vulgar. In this hall of 3 purities they show no respect for their elders, turning Kunlun Mountain into a chaotic mess. As your elder brother, I merely reprimand you, yet you dare to talk back. Do you think your wings are fully grown? Yuanshi Tianzuan's voice was haughty, laced with a condescending tone. Tongtian, upon hearing this, burned with rage. Disrespectful to elders. Would any of my disciples dare to show you disrespect? If they had, you would have slain them long ago, wouldn't you? Since they have not been disrespectful to you, how can you speak of disrespecting elders? As for roots, all beings with spirit in heaven and earth can cultivate. Who decreed that roots determine everything? Do not impose the rules of your Chan sect upon my Jie sect. After all, what I wish to do has never been dictated by you, nor am I your puppet seated here. I am not your disciple's disciple. Rather, your own disciples are arrogant and bully others. Have you ever disciplined them properly? You cannot even manage your own disciples, yet you presume to meddle in the affairs of my Jie sect. Do you truly believe that the 3 sects are under your sole command? The disciples of my Jie sect are none of your concern. Tongtian Jiaozhu grew more agitated as he spoke, his entire body trembling, and in the heat of the moment, he uttered such words. Tongtian, do you know what you are saying? However, Yuanshi Tianzuan's face turned icy cold, his heart seething with anger, deeply dissatisfied with Tongtian's words today. Usually, even when Tongtian had grievances, he would at most exchange a few sharp words. But today Tongtian's demeanor was extremely strange, as if he had suddenly transformed into a completely different person, arrogant, and unruly. For a moment he could hardly believe that this was his third junior brother. Around Yuanshi Tianzuan a halo of radiant light enclosed him. As he moved, immense, saintly might gathered and countless surges of power spread across the sky, converging from the entire primordial continent. The celestial cloud of all heavens slowly materialized in that instant, stretching across the vast expanse of the firmament. Beyond the celestial cloud, countless phantom worlds appeared, sun, moon, and stars reflected in the void, streaks of multicolored light piercing through the heavens, dyeing the entire cosmos. Within the universe, millions of spiritual energy threads wove through as if intending to suppress Tongtian, who was imprisoned by Hongjun's divine decree. The saintly might surged, penetrating the clouds. At that moment, countless beings across the primordial continent felt this tremor. At Mount Sumeru in the west, the sage Jain sat high upon the lecture platform, golden light radiating from his body, shining upon the disciples before him. They were all focused, eyes closed, silently listening to Jain's sermon. Beneath him, the golden lotus of merit slowly revolved. Although the Western sect was not yet flourishing, it had begun to show signs of revival. Countless disciples sat with eyes closed, quietly absorbing the surrounding scenes, a look of bewilderment in their eyes, as if immersed in the sermon and unable to extricate themselves. Their expressions varied: confusion, blankness, secret delight, and more. Just then Jain seemed to sense a change in the world. He opened his eyes, his divine gaze piercing through the endless void, looking toward Kunlun. All the visions instantly dissipated, and every disciple was jolted awake, bewildered, looking around. Zhuanti's figure appeared nearby, a hint of joy on his face. The war between the Wu and Yao tribes is not yet over, and already such discord has arisen among the three purities. This is a perfect opportunity to advance our Western fortunes, and also to avenge that sword strike from the other day. Excellent. Jane's usually sorrowful face managed a faint smile. At the Five Villages Temple, Red Cloud and Xinyuanzi were contemplating the river map and the Luo book when they suddenly sensed the upheaval in the world. Surprise filled their eyes. The war between Wu and Yao was far from over. What had provoked such a rage from the sage? Sensing an ominous premonition, Xinyuanzi said, "I wonder what has angered the sage, but I have a feeling that something major is about to happen." Why worry about that? Now that we have entered the Elders sect and become elders of the Ping sect, we can remain unmoved despite the changes in the world. As long as it does not affect the interests of our sect, it should have nothing to do with us. Red Cloud said with a light laugh. After joining Yilong's Ping sect, both Red Cloud and Xinyuanzi had become more relaxed. After all, in their view, the sect possessed profound heritage, and its disciples were of formidable origins, all thanks to the sect leader's abilities. Moreover, they had witnessed Yilong's power firsthand, so they were naturally confident. Countless beings across the primordial continent felt this upheaval, because the sage's anger caused the sky to change color and all things to tremble. Even the Wu and Yao tribes who were battling in the heavenly court, paused for a moment before resuming the slaughter. At Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian Jiaozhu stared at the arrogant Yuanshi Tianzuan, looking at the celestial cloud of all heavens floating in the air, his eyes filled with contempt. At this moment, the divine decree of Hongjun that had imprisoned Tongtian disappeared without a trace. Tongtian Jiaozhu's hand closed slightly, and four long swords slowly materialized along his body. In an instant, the sharp sword Qi dispelled all the oppressive force of the celestial cloud of all heavens above Kunlun Mountain. An ancient aura began to emanate from Tongtian Jiaozhu, his momentum soaring like a rainbow. It was as if a sharp blade was about to split the entire sky. The Zhuxian four swords emerged in succession. Once drawn, the four swords severed the overwhelming aura of the Qingyun clouds of myriad heavens, piercing through the skies and cleaving away all clouds across 10,000 miles above Kunlun Mountain, leaving not a single wisp of cloud upon the peaks. In an instant, countless edges of sword Qi condensed. They continuously circled within the sky, and in a fleeting moment completely enveloped all of Kunlun Mountain. The sword Qi reverberated as if to wipe away all the filth upon this mountain in one stroke. Even the Qingyun clouds of myriad heavens above primordial, starting heavenly venerables' head, seemed to grow dim and lusterless at this moment, as though obscured by Tongtian's overwhelming sword Qi, stripped of their radiant grace and vitality. The Zhuxian four swords are unparalleled in the world. The Zhuxian sword brings destruction, the Luxian sword ushers death, the Xianjian sword unleashes crimson light, the Juejian sword reveals infinite transformations, so profound that even Deluo immortals find their robes stained with blood. The treasured possessions of Jie sect, the Zhuxian four swords, embody both devastating power and profound mystery, commanding the most supreme killing array in the heavens and earth. The Zhuxian sword formation bears majestic renown. When swords rise, winds weep and clouds lament. When swords fall, all creation falls silent. Tracing back to the origins of Honghuang, this stands as the foremost killing formation between heaven and earth. Supreme Master Tongtian gazed upon primordial, starting heavenly venerable, his expression carrying an air of majestic grandeur as he spoke slowly. Could it be that second brother wishes to contend with me? With a composed countenance, Tang Tian summoned the four Zhuxian swords to circle his body, whereupon countless edges of sword qi gathered behind him. Gradually raising the Qingping sword in his hand, he looked toward Yuanshi Tianzuan with an impassive gaze. In that instant, the very space behind Tang Tian shattered. Countless dimensions were cleaved apart by cascading sword qi, while upon the summit of Kunlun Mountain torrents of spiritual energy surged inward and drenched the entire range. Sword qi permeated tens of thousands of miles of firmament. Disciples from both Jie sect and Chan sect sensed the majestic force radiating through the heavens. Within this sword qi lay countless traces of killing intent, as if determined to cleave the entire Kunlun range asunder, an overwhelming and tyrannical force. As Tongtian's voice resonated, thousands of Jie sect disciples felt an overwhelming righteous energy surge forth from between his brows. His grievances pent up for so long erupted today into the clouds. On this day, Tongtian Jiaozhu finally understood why Yilong had been so hesitant the previous day. Words caught in his throat. That senior must have long foreseen the discord between the three sects, and initially wished to speak plainly, yet feared such words would disrupt the delicate balance among them, hence only offering a subtle hint. He had not pressed further. In that moment, Tongtian experienced a sense of liberation unlike anything he had known, his pent-up grievances releasing like cascading sword qi. The Jie sect disciples knelt in unison at that instant, bowing before their master. Their combined might filled every strand of sword qi, amplifying the already monumental energy into something even more overwhelming. Tongtian advanced step by step toward Yuanshi, the four Zhuxian swords flanking him, his gaze fierce and piercing as it locked onto his rival. Since when did others dare interfere and discipline his disciples? And why should his followers be considered inferior to anyone? Is poor origin merely an excuse? Such reasoning rang hollow, much like what he had told Yilong at the Taoist temple. Every disciple was his child, treated with absolute equality, never differentiated by status or worth. Yet in Yuanshi's eyes, all of this somehow amounted to wrongdoing. Every word carried references to the three pure ones, and his disciples in Yuanshi's view had become nothing but a disgrace to them. As Tongtian fixed his gaze upon Primordial, starting heavenly venerable, the Qingping sword in his hand trembled ever so slightly. For this Qingping sword symbolized the bond of the three pure ones. Remember this well. After a long silence, Tongtian turned his attention to his disciples, his voice resolute and deep, carrying beneath its weight a note of composure. Once you enter my Shangqing sect, you become my children. Regardless of your origins, you share the same blood as this sect. Treat each other equally. Hold no prejudice, look down upon no fellow disciple, and under no circumstances bully your brothers. Since you have taken refuge under my guidance, you are equal beings in my eyes, never treated otherwise. I never anticipated you would face such treatment or endure such grievances. This was my failing. As Tongtian spoke, a shadow of gravity crossed his features. Jie sect disciples who harbor injustice within their hearts shall let those grievances roar to the heavens today. Your master will see justice done on your behalf. His commanding shout gave voice to the unyielding spirit within him. In that instant, Tongtian released every ounce of pent-up frustration he had long suppressed. It was as though he sought to dispel the dark clouds weighing upon the Jie sect disciples' hearts. Gazing upon his followers, he declared, "We shall heed your teachings, master." A chorus of resolute voices rose from among the disciples. In that instant, the Kunlun mountains themselves quaked. Thousands of sword energies surged toward the rainbow-like torrent of qi behind Tongtian as countless dimensions tore apart, each cleavage a manifestation of the grievances held within his disciples' hearts. Having entered the Jie sect in this life, what need is there to seek personal salvation alone? I shall stand or fall with the Jie sect. A quiet voice spoke these words. None could say which disciple first voiced these words, but in an instant they resonated through the hearts of countless Jie sect followers. Still kneeling, their eyes now carried an unmistakable resolution. Gazing upward toward the firmament, the myriad disciples of Jie sect revealed sharp edges in their gazes. They understood fully. Tongtian Jiaozhu was defending them, lending his voice to their struggles. Countless wrongs suffered in silence erupted in that moment, transforming into unyielding resolve. Having entered the Jie sect in this life, what need is there to seek personal salvation alone? I shall stand or fall with the Jie sect. Having entered the Jie sect in this life, what need is there to seek personal salvation alone? I shall stand or fall with the Jie sect. Having entered the Jie sect in this life, what need is there to seek personal salvation alone? I shall stand or fall with the Jie sect. Their voices thundered through the skies, shaking the Kunlun range to its foundations and drawing the attention of countless Chan sect disciples. Swish! Upon the firmament above, that single blade of sword qi, at hearing such voices in that instant, grew ever more condensed. In a fleeting moment, it reflected into the void below, dispelling every shadow that had weighed upon the hearts of the Jie sect disciples. Thunderclaps shook the heavens and earth as all creation wept. The entire firmament mourned together as the three sects divided. Countless drops of bloody rain poured down from the Kunlun range. Heaven and earth responded in resonance, their wills aligned, as sword rain fell in torrents, drawing forth a cosmic harmony. Majestic sword shadows reflected from heaven and earth themselves, as if determined to cleave every injustice beneath the firmament. Upon witnessing this, Yuanshir's eyes darkened with uncertainty. The words spoken by the Jie sect disciples stirred endless resentment within him, each phrase cutting like humiliation straight to his heart. Suddenly he stepped forward with unyielding pride. Facing the towering sword Qi, he showed no fear, his body wreathed in 72 colors of auspicious radiance. His eyes held boundless profundity as he gazed deeply at Tongtian, and in his hand an aura of chaos had appeared without warning. The Panga banner bared its fangs with extreme ferocity. This artifact was transformed from the Pangu axe wielded by the primordial creator god Pangu, presenting a chaotic Xianhuang color. Upon the banner's surface, the Dutian divine aura surged forth with overwhelming power, as if intent on destroying chaos and recreating the heavens and earth. The banner face displayed the supreme scene of Panga's creation of the world. Within the banner, the Kaitian talisman appeared, faintly radiating five-colored divine light that illuminated all heavens, while Pangu's divine might shook the universe. This artifact possessed the might to tear chaos, the power to shatter time and space, the ability to command all laws, and the capacity to create heaven and earth. It governed the supreme power Tao among the 3,000 great Taos. It was the foremost among the three innate supreme treasures, hailed as the bane of all defensive treasures, surpassing all in slaughter and creation. Moreover, it was the treasure of Yuanshi Tianzuan's enlightenment and the foundation of his Chan sect. Yuanshi Tianzuan, holding the Panga banner and stepping on the Zhutian, Qingyun gazed solemnly at Tongtian Jiaozhu. At this moment, behind Yuanshi Tianzuan, the phantom of Father God Pangu appeared, faintly intimidating the void, as if to suppress Tongtian Jiaozhu before the countless deities and all living beings of the primordial world. In that instant, Yuanshi Tianzuan's aura was no less formidable than Tongtian Jiaozhu, who was armed with 4 swords. Fixing his gaze on Tongtian, he said coldly, "Tongtian, since you are obstinate today, I, as your elder brother, shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Father God." Although Tongtian Jiaozhu had summoned the Zhuxian 4 swords, he hesitated due to a trace of fraternal affection deep in his heart, and did not fully deploy the Zhuxian sword array. Yet to his surprise, Yuanshi was so arrogant as to directly wield the Panga banner, intending to suppress Tongtian under the banner of Pangu. Tongtian, being a sword cultivator who valued righteousness and clarity of mind, would never retreat in the face of the Panga banner's fearsome reputation. However, the disappointment in Tongtian Jiaozhu's eyes was palpable. He was utterly disillusioned with his second brother, never expecting that after years of brotherhood they would end up in such a situation, facing each other with weapons. Yet after a brief pause, Tongtian Jiaozhu made up his mind. Since battle was inevitable, let it be a fierce one. If they could not settle the outcome today, it would become a regret. In that instant, Tongtian Jiaozhu hesitated no more. The Zhuxian sword array opened wide in an instant, and in that moment countless sword energies poured down as if to drown the entire Kunlun mountain beneath the endless torrent of blades. "I, Tongtian, accept this challenge." Tongtian's voice was not loud, yet it carried a hint of confidence, piercing through the heavens and spreading across the Kunlun mountains. Almost all living beings in the primordial world heard the resolute determination in that declaration. Tongtian's might was not something that could be described in a few words. In his eyes, an indescribable killing intent had already manifested in full. All disciples of the Chan sect felt as if their throats were being constricted, as if they could perish in an instant. The auras of the sages clashed continuously. Tongtian held the Qingping sword, and the Zhuxian sword array scattered around him. Countless spaces in the primordial world were annihilated, turning into endless nothingness lost in the river of history. With each clash, countless living beings seemed to vanish under the collision of sage might. The sage's power spread for billions of miles, and all creatures in the primordial world felt the immense aura of the sages. When a sage is angered, heaven and earth perish. In the vast primordial world, battles between sages were rare, and they were always restrained. Never had they struck with such overwhelming battle intent, wielding their enlightenment treasures from the very start. Clearly both were in earnest. At this moment, even the great Wuyao battle above the demon court seemed pale and insignificant. Know that in the primordial world beneath the sages, all beings were but ants. Sages are immortal and indestructible. Why would they be so enraged as to go to such lengths, even mobilizing their enlightenment artifacts to vie for supremacy? It was truly contrary to reason, for at their level, once a battle erupted, only the countless billions of living beings in the primordial world would suffer. Countless great powers of the primordial world forgot the Wuyao battle in the heavenly court and fixed their gazes on Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu. They knew better than anyone that if this battle broke out, all living beings in the primordial world would be affected. Only Yilong's Dao field remained untouched. All the sage auras upon reaching the edge of Yilong's Dao field were absorbed by an inexplicable force. Within the field, strands of sage qi appeared. These sage qi were all absorbed by the ginseng fruit atop Shao Kahn's head. Amidst clouds and mist, ripples formed. Behind Shao Kahn, the phantom of an archer appeared faintly, drawing a longbow upon which a stream of energy slowly gathered. Unlike the previous battle between Tongtian Jiaozhu and Puti, this battle was destined to overturn the entire primordial world. Once it began, countless spaces would inevitably be annihilated, turning into nothingness. Even this supreme primordial world could not withstand a true contest between sages. Yuanshi did not hesitate at all. Behind him, the towering phantom of Pangu slashed down instantly. The heavens wept blood and countless living beings prostrated in trembling fear. With this axe, Yuanshi was determined to tear the very sky apart to engage Tongtian in an unprecedented sage war. The axe blade was sharp and fierce, striking toward Tongtian Jiaozhu, causing the space around him to collapse in an instant. Countless axe energies swept across the primordial world from the Kunlun Mountains, reducing countless demon and wu creatures to nothingness. Yet opposite Yuanshi, Tianzuan Tongtian Jiaozhu's face was grave, filled with astonishment at the attack. He had assumed a stance only because Yuanshi had drawn the Panga banner, never expecting that brothers would turn against each other. But the moment that strike descended, the last trace of sentiment in Tongtian's eyes vanished completely. Behind him, a sword spanning 10,000 miles pierced through the clouds, hurtling straight toward Yuanshi Tianzuan. Under the gaze of all, it not only completely shattered Yuanshi's attack, but also, without any retreat, aimed directly at Yuanshi's body. Feeling the fierce momentum of Tongtian's sword, Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes widened, his shock evident. He had never imagined that his third brother's sword would be so domineering and majestic, instantly shattering the attack of the Panga banner. Both were sages, and he wielded the Panga banner while stepping on the Zhutian Qingyun. This should not have happened. How could this be? In that moment, a storm raged in Yuanshi Tianzuan's heart. He watched as the fierce sword energy slashed toward his body. This sword, without any reservation, almost instantly pierced through countless universes, slashing towards the primordial heavenly lord. Just as it was about to strike his body at that very moment. Enough! A sharp cry pierced through the clouds, causing the sword in Tongtian's hand to tremble slightly at the sound of that voice. All sword qi instantly dissipated, and in the end it did not strike, vanishing between heaven and earth, transforming into streams of light. From the summit of Kunlun Mountain, an old man riding a green ox backwards, holding the Tai dust whisk, a plain-looking elder in a Taoist robe, slowly drifted out from the distance. Countless massive phenomena vanished without a trace in that instant. The old man's appearance smoothed away all the phenomena brought about by the clash of the two saints. He gently waved the dust whisk in his hand, and the surrounding space shifted. The primordial continent, all living beings returned to their original state, calming all previous phenomena. In an instant, countless beings of the primordial continent gazed at the old man, all shaken to their core. Laozi, the foremost of the three pure ones, had stepped forward, finally halting this contest. Laozi's gaze was calm as it fell on Yuanshi and Tongtian. He said flatly, "We are all of the same family. Why must we quarrel over trivial matters? What a disgrace." The primordial heavenly lord snorted coldly and said softly, "I had no intention of fighting. It was entirely because third brother refused to listen to my advice and insisted on protecting those ant-like humans. After I spoke a few words, not only did he not listen, but he also drew his sword, wanting to compete with me. As the elder brother, I naturally had to discipline him, while lest others think I am afraid." Hearing this, Laozi frowned slightly, his gaze turning to Tongtian. "Third brother, the master has long said not to interfere in human affairs. Have you forgotten the master's teachings? Now you dare to raise your hand against your elder brother. When did you lose all sense of hierarchy and status?" After merely hearing Yuanshi's words, Laozi's face showed a hint of displeasure, and his words carried clear reproach. In his view, protecting the humans was undoubtedly inviting trouble for the three pure ones, and was not a good thing. At this moment, he naturally would not listen to any more of Tongtian's words. It seemed like a persuasion. But in truth, it was subtly aligning with Yuanshi, intending to force Tongtian to submit and stop being stubborn. In Laozi's eyes, although Tongtian had a stubborn nature, he was extremely loyal and valued relationships. When the two elder brothers spoke like this, even if Tongtian had grievances, he would not explode out of consideration for brotherly face. He would only swallow them silently. This was Laozi's grasp of Tongtian's character after years of association. Moreover, he understood that only by doing so could the impact of this saintly war be suppressed as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if they continued to fight, it went without saying that if they angered the master above the 33rd heaven, none of the three would have a good outcome. Yuanshi was proud and aloof by nature, while Tongtian was open-minded. If he rashly lectured Yuanshi, the matter would only escalate. Instead, given Tongtian's magnanimous nature, a few words of advice would suffocate his anger, and only then could this matter be resolved quickly. But at this moment, upon hearing Laozi's words, Tongtian did not immediately reply. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Laozi with a look that held less respect and more coldness than before. He spoke, "Elder brother, I respect you as my elder, but I want to ask you, are you planning to disregard right and wrong as you always have to minimize this matter? Do you think that I, out of consideration for our brotherly bond, would allow myself to be manipulated and submit obediently, just as I did when I wanted to protect the humans, eh? You and second brother constantly speak of the three pure ones, constantly speak of family, but have you ever thought of me? My Jia sect is built upon humanity. As long as humanity does not perish, the Jia sect will not perish. But now when humanity is in crisis, not only have you failed to help my Jia sect, but you have even obstructed me from protecting them. Fine, I Tongtian will endure this." Tongtian's expression was calm, but the anger in his eyes was palpable. That sword strike just now was to give face to the elder brother and to the three pure ones, so he did not follow through. But this indignation does not mean he can swallow it. I know that you have always looked down on the beings of my Jia sect, but today listen carefully, they are all my children. To look down on them is to look down on me, Tongtian. Since you look down on me, Tongtian, what is the point of the three pure ones? Since there is no three pure ones, why should I give you face? You all look down on me, so why should I respect you as elder brothers? As fellow saints, I Tongtian have a clear conscience. In your eyes, all living beings are ranked by status. But in my eyes, they are all equal. Since you are already saints, why cling to that ant-like mentality? Isn't that contrary to your Tao? Tongtian's eyes were cold as he swept his gaze over Yuanshi and Laozi. At this moment, he had fully understood the meaning of Yilong's words. There is a saying, those with different paths cannot plan together. Now clearly the three pure ones have different Tao principles, so why continue arguing endlessly in this hall? He had been concerned about the face of the three pure ones, but had the other two ever taken his dignity to heart? Summoning the master's decree to imprison him, all of it now seemed utterly ridiculous. At this moment Tongtian's words echoed through the clouds, and countless beings on the primordial continent heard them clearly. Their admiration for Tongtian was self-evident. Hearing this, Yuanshi was burning with rage. The Panga banner in his hand condensed again, clearly forgetting the heaven-defying sword strike Tongtian had just delivered. Wispy auras appeared on the Panga banner, as if he wanted to fight Tongtian again. He was determined to teach Tongtian a lesson. But at this moment Laozi reached out and stopped Yuanshi. Laozi's expression was calm, his gaze sweeping over Tongtian, utterly indifferent. Taishang Laozi had transcended emotions, cultivating the way of non-action, so naturally, he would not be affected by external disturbances. Nor would he have any emotional fluctuations because of Tongtian's words. Laozi spoke, "Third brother, you have resentment pent up in your heart. Today you are somewhat unreasonable. If we were not looking out for your good, why would we go to such lengths to advise you earnestly? But what have you done? The great calamity of humanity is a necessary tribulation. As a saint you cannot be unaware. Why cling to this matter? We stopped you to prevent you from making mistakes. We are all of the three pure ones, so it is only natural. But now what have you done? Instead you blame your elder brothers. Don't you think you have gone too far? As elder brothers we naturally won't stoop to your level. But think for yourself, is this really the right way, eh? The bond of the three pure ones cannot be explained in a few words. We have been cultivating the Tao together for so many years. Why ruin our brotherly bond over these ants? Tongtian listened to Laozi's words, but his eyes were full of mockery as he looked at this so-called elder brother. I'm sorry, but I have made it very clear they are not ants, they are my children. Do not impose your sense of right and wrong upon me. I know what is right and what is wrong. I have no need for your so-called doctrine of inaction to point fingers at me. Do you understand what is love? Do you understand what is righteousness? With every word you speak of the three pure ones sentiment, yet have you forgotten what you cultivate and what you preach? Your words are at odds with your heart. What right do you have to lecture me? Tongtian's words cut deep, leaving Laozi speechless. He cultivated the path of supreme detachment, paying little heed to the fluctuations of emotion. Now hearing Tongtian's words he remained unmoved, not even a ripple stirred within him. Beyond the 33 heavens the primordial ancestor Hongjun sat high in the purple cloud palace. At this moment another fragment of emotion drifted up from the vast primordial land, merging into his being. It was impossible to count how many emotional fragments had returned, yet he was still far from truly recovering his feelings. Merging with the heavenly Tao meant forgetting all emotions. This was not Hongjun's original wish, but following Yilong's guidance long ago, he had cast countless emotions onto the primordial land, granting the billions of beings there the capacity for feeling. At this moment, sensing the change among the three pure ones beneath the firmament, Hongjun merely furrowed his brow, but did not intervene. Instead, he continued to close his eyes, perceiving the endless fragments of emotion in the void. The countless beings of the primordial land fell silent upon hearing Tongtian's words. It was evident to any discerning eye that Tongtian's mood was deeply disturbed, yet none could fathom the cause. Hei Bo, carrying the seven-colored stone, frolicked atop the dragon's back. Suddenly, he sensed something from the direction of Kunlun Mountain. An invisible force seemed to strike the seven-colored stone, and then the ripple vanished swiftly. A phantom of the mulberry tree sheltered He Bo, protecting him from the aftermath of the sage's battle. Unaware of this, He Bo merely stared at the seven-colored stone, his eyes wide, with undisguised curiosity. As that ripple emerged, an increasing amount of blood energy surged from heaven and earth, rushing into the seven-colored stone with astonishing speed. It was as vast as a dragon's breath, inhaling and absorbing the immense currents of the world in a single gulp. Xiao Er's gaze reached Kunlun Mountain, witnessing the sage's contest. A phantom of the chaos ape flickered around him, as if clutching something in the air, shielding his eyes from being blinded by the sage's divine radiance. Even so, the phantom of the chaos ape suffered endless shockwaves, flickering in and out of existence as it interwove with Xiao Er's bloodline. Clearly, because Xiao Er was far from Kunlun, his prying gaze entangled him in karmic threads, causing this disturbance. Within the phantom of the chaos ape, subtly, a vast chaotic current ceaselessly circulated. The disciples under Xiao Er trembled, prostrating themselves on the ground. The sage's contest was not for them to behold, nor to pry into. One misstep could lead to perishing in this torrent reduced to ashes. Tongtian, do not go too far. As Laozi raised his eyes, countless divine lights flashed, streams of radiance dispersing, as if to suppress Tongtian atop Kunlun Mountain with this majesty. Space shattered, the void crumbled, and myriad universes were illuminated within that divine gaze. It seemed both a warning and an attempt to conceal something before the billions of beings. Yet his expression remained as calm as an ancient well, serene as water. Tongtian sneered, fixing his gaze on Laozi. What are you afraid as well? In the past, he and I attained sainthood through the human race. Now you abandon the root for the branch, treating humans as mere ants, leaving them to suffer. Is this the righteousness in your heart? Your so-called Taoism is nothing but a facade. You have received favors from humanity, enjoyed their offerings, yet never shielded them from harm. You let them be bullied by thousands of races, and now you even unite to stop me from protecting them. Is this the Tao in your heart? Laozi frowned slightly. I have said that humanity must undergo this tribulation. You know it in your heart as well. Why do you cling to this matter? If we intervene, we would disrupt the great Tao of the primordial world. You are not unaware of this. What is your intention in using such words to refute me? Obsession breeds calamity, Tongtian. You are misled by your attachment. Stop being stubborn and rest here to purify your mind. As he spoke, Laozi's wisp descended slightly, intending to suppress Tongtian. Tongtian had long grown weary of such evasive words. A sharp light gleamed in his eyes, and strands of profound energy pierced through the ages, pouring down from the cosmos to resist Laozi's suppression. What now? You try to suppress me with words, using the name of the three pure ones to bind me. I have said it, no one shall stop me today. As he spoke, a domineering light flashed in Tongtian's eyes, and with a wave of his hand, he concealed the immortal slaying sword formation. In an instant, all his aura vanished, as if he had withdrawn. His gaze turned calm, and all the fury within him disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Laozi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that although his third brother was hot-tempered, he ultimately prioritized the greater good. But at that moment, Tongtian raised the green lotus sword, his eyes fixed on Laozi and Yuanshi. I, Tongtian, am unworthy to call you brothers. Those who follow different paths cannot work together. Let us part ways from today. His voice was not loud, yet it made every being in the primordial realm tremble inside. Their bodies quivered as they gazed at the heavens, trying to discern what Tongtian truly meant. Tongtian, what nonsense are you spouting? Yuanshi's eyes flashed with gravity as he stared at Tongtian. Tongtian, do you know what you are saying? Laozi's voice also thundered from the firmament like 1,000 bolts of lightning, shattering endless space. He could never have imagined that today Tongtian would utter such rebellious words. Even more, he could not believe that Tongtian would discard the bond of the three pure ones over such a trivial matter. Yet Tongtian said nothing more, merely gazing at Yuanshi and Laozi with a calm expression, speaking slowly. I said, from today onward we shall part. Your great Tao, I, Tongtian, am not worthy to enjoy. Sanqing. Tongtian murmured to himself, his expression carrying a hint of relief, as if he had suppressed all the emotions deep within his heart, gazing at Laozi and Yuanshi. At this moment, the azure lotus sword in his hand trembled slightly, as if sensing the will deep within Tongtian's heart. Sword aura surged, enveloping the entire blade. This sword was a testament to the bond among the three pure ones. It was transformed from the 24-pin creation green lotus. The lotus leaves became the azure lotus sword, the lotus root became the Tai whisk, and the lotus flower became the jade rui. This symbolized the unity of the three sects born from the same root. Yet now, as Tongtian spoke these words, the three who had been burning with anger suddenly calmed their eyes, reflecting a hint of solemnity. Heaven and earth fell silent at that moment, as if all beings were stunned by Tongtian's words. But Tongtian had already made his decision. Gazing at the firmament, he took a deep look at his two elder brothers and said, by the great Tao, I, Tongtian, am unworthy of the name of Sanqing. After today, let it be done. This Mount Kunlun shall be left to you. Do not call me unkind. Your Tao I neither understand nor deign to understand. From this day forth there will be no more Sanqing, only Tongtian. As his words fell, the azure lotus sword in Tongtian's hand trembled slightly, radiating sacred might as it executed a mysterious and profound technique. The sword sliced through the void, as if severing something, descending slowly. At that moment countless beings heard a crisp crack. It was as if something had shattered and flowed away. Sword aura surged, yet Tongtian's face showed no joy, only deep gloom. This sword had severed the origin of the three pure ones, and also the delicate bond between them. The split of the three sects had become a foregone conclusion. Though the sword had long fallen, Tongtian's hand still trembled slightly, never ceasing. His gaze seemed resolute, but inadvertently revealed immense reluctance. Who could say Tongtian was heartless? Among the three, he was the one who valued bonds the most. Though he had never imagined things would reach this point, deep down Tongtian felt that this decision was merely the will of the heavenly Tao. No matter how many thoughts surged in his heart, no matter how much reluctance he felt at this moment, with that sword's fall, the name of Sanqing would never exist in the world again. Tongtian gazed into the void, tears glistening in his eyes, yet none fell. As a sword cultivator, since he had made his decision, his heart must be clear and unhindered by the path ahead. Hongjun sat high in the void. At the moment Tongtian severed the bond of Sanqing, he furrowed his brow slightly, but finally murmured to himself, born from the same root, yet ultimately walking divergent paths. Laozi took a deep look at Tongtian, feeling the countless ties and the essence of shared origin vanish in an instant with the sweep of Tongtian's sword. No more Sanqing in the world. This small Mount Kunlun was ultimately not a place for him to stay. Taishang's detachment was inherently emotionless. At this moment, he naturally felt little. Gazing at Tongtian and Yuanshi, he sighed after a long while. Since the dust has settled, I am powerless to turn back the tide. I shall take my leave. With that, Laozi did not say more. With a flick of his whisk, he vanished from the peak of Kunlun without a trace. Tongtian's action undoubtedly filled the ever-proud Yuanshi Tianzuan with boundless shock. He had never imagined that Tongtian would be so resolute, nor that he would make such a decision over a trivial matter concerning humanity. After all, though they had quarreled in the past, it was merely minor bickering. No one had ever thought it would come to this, let alone involve the foundation of the three pure ones. Yuanshi Tianzuan's gaze was solemn as he looked into the distance at Tongtian. In that instant his eyes filled with endless confusion, which then turned into boundless fury. Without a doubt, Tongtian's action must have been instigated by someone, and that instigator was undoubtedly connected to that Tao field. Thinking of the fierce sword strike Tongtian had just delivered, Yuanshi hesitated for a moment. In the current situation, he could hardly guarantee the safety of his disciples. As he pondered, Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression grew grave, but his haughty demeanor did not diminish. He said coldly, "Since you speak thus, then be on your way." Upon hearing this, Tongtian fixed his cold gaze upon the void, stared for a long while, then waved his arm. Sword aura transformed into streams of light, enveloping the thousands of disciples of the Jie sect on Mount Kunlun, riding the wind upward. From this day forth the disciples of the Jie sect shall share honor and disgrace. The next moment the azure lotus sword transformed into countless streams of cyan light, sheathing itself. Tongtian gazed at Kunlun, the place he had dwelt for countless eons. Though his heart was filled with immense reluctance, he finally withdrew his gaze. With a grand sweep of his sleeve, he radiated beams of iridescent light, leading the thousands of Jie sect disciples and departing serenely. Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression darkened to the extreme. His gaze followed Tongtian's retreating figure, murderous intent surging in his eyes. Staring across the vast primordial land, he finally snarled, "How infuriating." In the Hua Palace, Nuwa sat quietly in her Tao field, gazing at the warring demon court. She had no desire to meddle in Tongtian's affairs, her mind occupied with Fushi's safety, yet her status prevented her from intervening. But the moment Tongtian severed the bond of Sanqing with the azure lotus sword, Nuwa's eyes revealed a trace of shock. Frowning in bewildered fear, she pierced through the void and saw the tears that had long lingered in Tongtian's eyes never falling. It was not his intention, yet it turned out contrived. All is predestined in the unseen. Surely the senior of that Tao field saw through the essence long ago. As she pondered, the figure of Yilong appeared in Nuwa's mind. Yet somehow she found herself unable to clearly discern his features. It was as if in that instant she had forgotten a little of his appearance. Strange, how could this be? Nuwa wondered, but deep thought yielded no clue. She shook her head. This feeling was akin to that day when Ho Yi's legendary arrow, traveling from the future, had forcibly advanced the war between the Wu and Yao tribes by thousands or even tens of thousands of years, shaking even the sages. On that day, heaven and earth underwent a tremendous change. The split of the three pure ones became an irrevocable fact. Meanwhile, on Mount Sumeru in the west, Juanti was overjoyed, his face beaming with countless smiles. Even Jian appeared delighted. In that instant, both saw the opportunity for the rise of the west. Previously, with the three pure ones united, they had found it inconvenient to intervene. Now that they were divided, it subtly signaled the ascendancy of the West. Ever since the battle between Tao and Demon, the spiritual veins of the West had shattered, and the barren landscape had never recovered. But today the once prosperous Mount Kunlun lineage of the Three Pure Ones had split, and the heavenly court was embroiled in the war between the Wu and Yao. All these signs pointed to the rising momentum of the West. Yilong remained in the dojo, ceaselessly refining the sixth distinct divine fire within his hands, paying no heed to the external world. In his eyes, as long as the dojo remained undisturbed, nothing could touch his heart. At this moment, as he slowly refined the fire along his body, the originally small lotus petal-like scales began to manifest the markings of the two principles' divine pattern, which shimmered with streaks of white and black cold radiance, exceedingly dazzling. As these wisps of black and white two principles' divine pattern marks rose beneath Yilong's body, a faint shadow of the two principles slowly emerged. Revolving around Yilong, it began to rotate slowly, step by step, each undulation seeming to drive the entire dojo into motion as well. The Taiji appeared faintly within the center of the two principles, distinct in black and white. Black was time, white was space, entwined together like the gears of fate, slowly turning the direction of the two principles. Meanwhile, outside the Taiji, two opposing Daos arose from two directions, slowly rotating with the Taiji and shifting along the opposing directions. It seemed as if myriad Daos were entangled within. As this transformation took hold, all the primordial lotus breath around Yilong surged instantly. Within the primordial lotus breath, between the cracks of the two principles, life and annihilation coexisted. This flame had transcended the original form of fire, advancing toward a higher state. Within the flame, the power of the Tao was infused using the two principles' divine pattern. Around the flame, space was annihilated, yet within the annihilation, new flames rapidly emerged to fill the void, perpetuating endlessly and spreading outward. Yet this phenomenon was entirely under Yilong's control. Within Yilong's body, the bloodline constructed by the primordial lotus breath had in this instant every cell imbued with the two principles' divine pattern. In this moment, flowing within Yilong's body was an endless stream of the two principles' divine pattern, and within that pattern resided the very Daos of life and death. The primordial lotus breath had successfully advanced into the two principles' primordial lotus breath. However, Yilong could sense that this was not the ultimate form of this flame. It was as if an illusory barrier existed in the void, blocking his thoughts from further exploration. Yilong strove to break through this barrier. Yet after several attempts, he returned empty-handed, furrowing his brows involuntarily. He abandoned the urge to continue exploring. At this moment, Yilong closed his eyes in contemplation. Within his body, the Taiji turned white. Behind him, a faint phantom of a divine dragon emerged. In the dragon's eyes, infinite spaces folded and echoed as if merging and annihilating countless dimensions. As Yilong pondered, the vast power of space began to press down from the dragon's gaze across the entire dojo. At the same time, in the hands of Xiaoshun, who was deep in thought, wisps of sage aura continued to condense. As the spatial power descended, the bow and arrow in Xiaoshun's hands seemed to dissolve in that instant, transforming into endless spatial force that rapidly coalesced with strands of spatial energy converging at the arrow's tip. The space arrow was thus formed within it, carrying a faint residual might of a sage capable of extinguishing heaven and earth. Once assembled, Xiaoshun did not hastily shoot it, but instead tossed this arrow into the void. The arrow transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the Rinshin fruit above Xiaoshun's head, preserved within. Yilong opened his eyes, and the space dragon eyes dissipated. All the phenomena vanished completely with Yilong's open eyes, and the entire dojo returned to tranquility in an instant. At the edge of the dojo, Baizé had long been awed by the magnificent spectacle. Though such scenes had occurred frequently over the years, each time, they made his entire body tremble involuntarily. It was too grand, so much so that every viewing brought him new insights, like a newborn baby encountering fresh experiences for the first time, each contact profoundly shocking. Pingzhu, Pingzhu. The humans prostrated themselves, shouting in reverence, their eyes filled with adoration. Although Yilong had never directly interacted with them, what they had seen and heard within the dojo had already instilled in these humans a deep, mysterious awe toward Yilong. Unlike Baizé, this awe stemmed from reverence for the unknown. As they moved, a faint current of energy flowed from around them, seeping into Yilong's body. Yilong seemed to sense this minuscule power, yet when he tried to trace it, he could find no trace of its existence within his body. After a long while, Yilong sighed, a look of clarity appearing in his eyes. I feel something is off, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Yilong murmured to himself, his gaze shifting beyond the dojo. Why has this little one thought to return? Suddenly the figure of He Bo appeared in Yilong's sight. With a mere glance, he discerned the aura around He Bo. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and opened the dojo's barrier. He Bo held the seven-colored mysterious stone, while the flood dragon beneath him panted heavily, its mouth slightly twisted, clearly struggling under the immense weight, as if bearing an unbearable burden. In the early years it had been manageable, But as time passed, the seven-colored mysterious stone continuously absorbed blood, chi gradually increasing in weight, causing the flood dragon untold agony. However, as a Tai golden immortal and a flood dragon by nature, if it couldn't even carry a stone, it would become a laughingstock. So despite the difficulty, it gritted its teeth and persevered. Little flood dragon, can you pick up the pace? We're almost at the dojo, can't you go a bit faster? Heibo sat on the dragon's back, gently patting its back. In that instant, the stone's weight increased again. The next moment, the flood dragon's figure plummeted several meters toward the ground, then it barely managed to steady itself, slowly rising back to its original height. The flood dragon clenched its teeth, glared at the dojo in the distance, and with a surge of strength charged toward Yilong's dojo. Heibo, naturally aware of the dragon's plight, said nothing. In a flash, the flood dragon entered the dojo. Almost the moment it stepped inside, the once mountain-like seven-colored mysterious stone became weightless, causing the flood dragon to lose its balance and plunge forward. With a loud crash, the flood dragon landed headfirst into the ground. The seven-colored mysterious stone rolled dozens of meters away, while Heibo hovered in the air, calmly watching the scene, greedily inhaling the spiritual energy of the dojo. He looked up and roared, "I, Heibo, have finally returned." Just as Heibo was exulting, he saw Yilong walking toward him from not far away. In an instant, Heibo knelt in midair. Heibo pays respects to master. Heibo knelt in midair and said, "Heibo pays respects to master." "Get up," Yilong said. "How is the matter I entrusted you with?" He carefully examined Heibo from head to toe. Upon hearing Yilong's words, Heibo's initially humble posture suddenly straightened, looking heroic and spirited, with an inexplicable air of dominance, like a sovereign returning in triumph. Unbeknownst to him, behind Heibo, faint sword chi was reverberating. A look of inexplicable confidence appeared in Heibo's eyes. Looking at Yilong, he said softly, "The East Sea Dragon clan sensed my bloodline power and have all submitted to my command. As for the other three seas, I haven't visited them yet, but they should soon submit, I rest assured, master." "Not bad. I see some sword chi around you. Where does this sword chi come from?" Yilong noticed the faint sword chi on Heibo's body and felt somewhat surprised. After all, dragons generally emphasize physical cultivation. Heibo's inherited abilities should focus more on body tempering techniques. Yet now Heibo was brimming with sword chi, clearly not something from his inheritance. "Well, while traveling down the mountain as you instructed, master, I encountered a white-bearded old man. He said I was destined with the West. At first he was friendly, but before he finished speaking, he tried to press me down with his palm." Yilong frowned as he listened to Heibo's account. A hint of gravity flashed in his eyes, and the figures of Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti appeared in his mind. Such behavior. Could it be the two Western sages? Although puzzled, Yilong did not say much, merely listening quietly to Heibo's explanation. Seeing Yilong frown, Heibo assumed Yilong knew about this matter, and thus spoke with even more confidence. "What are the two Western sages? That fellow pressed me so uncomfortably. Just then, master, guess what? Suddenly, I felt a refreshing sensation in my chest. Then I fell asleep in that feeling. When I woke up, the white-bearded old man was gone, and there was an inexplicable sword intent in my mind. This sword intent hasn't harmed me at all. Oh, it's quite comfortable to use. Over the years, as I've cultivated it, has improved a lot. Very convenient." As Heibo spoke, a hint of mirth appeared in his eyes. However, as Yilong listened, a flicker of doubt crossed his gaze. Sword intent. Such a thing could not possibly come from Heibo's inheritance, for there are almost no dragon experts in swordsmanship. The two Western sages had already attained sagehood. It would be extremely easy for them to convert Heibo. This was something Yilong had overlooked back then. However, if his memory served him right, neither of these two excelled in the use of swords. And the only one capable of stopping the two Western sages would be a sage. Among the sages, the only one skilled in swordsmanship was Tong Tian. In an instant, a complete train of thought formed in Yilong's mind. Heibo was being converted by the West. Tong Tian, displeased, intervened and imparted his own sword intent to Heibo. At that moment, a series of thoughts flowed, seamlessly surprising even Yilong himself. He marveled at his own deduction ability. When had it become so powerful? "Oh, master, I came to bring you a treasure." After saying this, Heibo, with his carefree nature, didn't dwell on the matter. Instead, he took a big stride to the seven-colored mysterious stone. "Master, look. This is a treasure I found at the edge of the East Sea. It seems to contain some kind of creature inside, and it shimmers with seven-colored light. Truly miraculous. What's more, it can absorb blood energy. Along the way, it's been like a bottomless pit, devouring a great deal of blood energy. But even so, this stone seems quite formidable." As he spoke, Heibo stood up straight and patted the seven-colored mysterious stone in front of him with pride. Facing Yilong, Heibo looked like an immature child showing off a toy to his parents, his face full of earnestness. While speaking, he kept watching Yilong's expression, afraid of saying something wrong that might displease him. When Yilong saw the seven-colored mysterious stone, he was first taken aback, then a look of surprise flickered in his eyes. The edge of the East Sea. Could it be Sun Wukong? The moment Yilong heard Heibo's words and saw the stone shimmering with seven-colored light, the proud an unruly figure of Sun Wukong surfaced in his mind. No. The EC of that time was not the same as now. That was an era when the heavens and earth were shattered, leaving only 5 continents. Nevertheless, Yi Long approached the stone and examined it carefully. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. This seemingly simple stone was now frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy in Yi Long's dojo. As Yi Long observed, he soon noticed an anomaly on the stone's surface, a layer of extremely special spiritual energy protecting it, and behind that streams of annihilation energy circulating within. These energies were like an eggshell shielding the stone inside, so that it would not be harmed by the outside world, yet allowing it to absorb spiritual energy endlessly. In simple terms, the outer annihilation energy acted like a filter, blocking all harmful substances from entering the stone. The more he looked, the more shocked Yi Long became. He Bo, seeing Yi Long's reaction, nodded with satisfaction and raised his head proudly. By the side, the flood dragon Jiao Long. The moment he collapsed to the ground, he felt the abundant spiritual energy in the dojo. He raised his head and greedily absorbed the surrounding energy. While absorbing, he looked around, but soon his expression tightened. Not far away, Bai Zhe was teaching the human race. Demon General. Jiao Long nearly choked on the spiritual energy. His entire body trembled as he looked at Bai Zhe, not daring to make a sound. When he realized that Bai Zhe was teaching humans, he became even more shocked. He had spent several years among the demon race, so he naturally recognized Bai Zhe. Not only did he know him, but Bai Zhe had been his idol back then. Now seeing Bai Zhe earnestly instructing humans, his worldview shattered on the spot. What is going on? The renowned demon god Bai Zhe. How could he be teaching those ants? Could I be seeing things? Jiao Long couldn't believe it and instinctively rubbed his eyes. Just then he felt a sharp pain on his head. He Bo had given him a knock. What are you dazed for? Hurry up and pay respects to master. Hearing He Bo's words, he instinctively looked around and realized that a white-clad youth had appeared beside him without his notice. Jiao Long exclaimed, "Damn it! When did you come?" His heart trembled with shock and his face was full of terror. He had been drawn by Bai Zhe's aura just now, and only now did he discover Yi Long. When Yi Long stood beside him, he felt an inexplicable sensation, as if he could not clearly see the appearance of this person before him, nor could he remember the existence of this figure. At this moment, Jiao Long finally understood how terrifying the Grandmaster that He Bo often mentioned was. Unknowable, unseen, unspeakable, inexplicable, and incomprehensible. Vaguely, this Grandmaster was like a flame, yet not a flame. As he watched, the power of bloodline suppression burst forth from his entire body, and in an instant it forced him to be unable to stand upright. Jiao Long, not daring to be careless, quickly said, "Greetings, Grandmaster." Yi Long merely glanced at him briefly, and then withdrew his gaze. Yet that single glance made Jiao Long feel as if a spring breeze bathed his body, as if thousands of rays of light poured into his being, causing his blood to boil. In a short time, the sensation of breakthrough that he had not experienced for tens of thousands of years seemed to shatter the barrier instantly, giving him a feeling of impending breakthrough. And all of this was merely the benefit brought by a single glance from Yi Long, as if it helped him break through the suppression force that existed within his bloodline. This left him shocked and filled with boundless gratitude toward Yi Long. Although his own foundation was not outstanding and the highest he could reach in the future was the great Luo Golden Immortal, there was an inexplicable feeling in his heart that continuing to follow He Bo might provide a way to improve his foundation. Even cultivating in this dojo could enhance his foundation. The mere emergence of this feeling made his body tremble, as if with an inexplicable excitement. Yi Long said, "No need for formalities. Just wander around the edge of the dojo. I have some matters to discuss with He Bo." Although Yi Long noticed the excitement in Jiao Long's eyes, he did not say much else. He just chuckled and replied, then casually waved his hand. The colorful strange stone was then lifted by Yi Long. He walked toward the depths of the dojo. In Yi Long's view, regardless of whether this stone was the one used to forge Sun Wukong, the journey to the west was still far off, and this stone could not be born now. While pondering, he placed the stone in a place with abundant spiritual energy and let it take its own course. Seeing this, He Bo had questions in his heart. But after all, the stone was originally meant as a tribute to Yi Long, so he did not ask further. Instead, he casually looked around the dojo. Memories gradually filled He Bo's mind. Since he could remember, he had spent almost all his time inside an eggshell. Now every flower and grass in the dojo carried the scent of home in his eyes. He sniffed the faint fragrance of flowers in the air, and a trace of inexplicable attachment flashed in his eyes. Just then, passing by were Xiao Shun and Xiao Tong, where He Bo's eyes lit up, and he waved his arms enthusiastically. He Bo said, "Hello, senior sisters. You are getting more and more beautiful." But Xiao Shun and Xiao Tong had no time to pay attention to He Bo, as they were quietly comprehending the Tao rhythm. Seeing this, He Bo felt secretly sad. Indeed, staying by Master's side was the most comfortable. But soon the confidence on He Bo's face returned. Without experiencing storms, how can one see a rainbow? I must not disappoint Master's expectations. He sent me away for a reason. In the heavenly court, countless sounds of slaughter rang out. Donghuang holding the Donghuang bell intertwined with Xianming transforming into a magnificent firebird covered in dark golden feathers with 3 legs under its belly extremely fierce, carrying streaks of sharpness, vaguely tearing through the void and piercing the cosmos, as if to kill Xianming before him. Above Donghuang's head the chaos bell radiated brilliant light covering the sky and blocking the retreat of the Wu tribe. Countless golden rays pierced through the universe shining down from the chaos bell. Combined with Donghuang's 3rd claw they shattered the void and turned the cosmos upside down. The sun and moon at that moment seemed dim and lusterless as if their original radiance was obscured by the chaos above Donghuang's head. Donghuang, you cannot escape. Xianming shouted loudly with no sign of retreat on her face. Her hands already radiated brilliant light. With that crane-like cry mountains and rivers instantly shattered. Countless heavenly buildings turned into endless dust and the glow submerged in the river of time and disappearing into space. With a thunderous roar the moment they collided countless streams of light intertwined in their hands. At the point of impact a vast and mighty vortex appeared. It devoured all the surrounding airflow. After a brief clash the two quickly retreated again. Xianming's eyes were solemn as she looked at the chaos bell. The previous attack had almost caused her entire body to tremble. If not for her powerful physical body, she would have perished on the spot. The bell sound was long and vast. Under the bell, no living being could hide. Heaven and earth lost their color, and the cosmos reversed. This was the primordial supreme treasure, the chaos bell. It was the foremost of the 3 primordial supreme treasures. This bell was transformed from the body of the creation axe. It was in no way inferior to the 4 swords of immortal slaying or the Panga banner. Moreover, it was in the hands of Donghuang, who was at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. This bell was renowned for its power to suppress all heavens, its ability to reverse the cosmos, and its mystery of divining celestial secrets. Donghuang held the chaos bell looking at Xianming with killing intent in his eyes that was self-evident. Although Xianming had suffered a great loss under the chaos bell, the nature of a primordial, which would not easily concede. Her eyes were sharp, and when she looked at Donghuang there was no sign of retreat. Again, Xianming as a heroine among women would not give up so easily. With a fierce shout she condensed spiritual energy in her hands and charged at Donghuang once again. Under Xianming the ferocious beast, Ho also roared to the sky. As it pounced it stirred up gusts of wind seeking to help its master kill Donghuang Tai. As it breathed countless blood energies condensed. With its inhales and exhales the essence blood of thousands of Wu and Yao were swallowed into its belly, transformed into an inexplicable power causing its strength to rapidly increase. The other primordial witches also advanced while fighting, moving closer to Tai. They intended to slay Tai on the spot. This battle had been raging for who knows how long. Occasionally longbows slaughtered the Wu and forged, the Qing tribe comprehending the power drew the great trend. Tai quickly fell into the encirclement of the primordial witches again. Even with the chaos bell protecting his body, he gradually showed signs of defeat. Donghuang, overwhelmed at the critical moment, the chaos bell in his hand radiated 10,000 zhang of light, and from his eyes burst forth fierce, chaotic flames, intending to take all these ancestral witches with him. At that instant heaven and earth split apart, and all things fell silent. The entire primordial land felt a vast and mighty power erupting from within the chaos bell, as if it would tear the entire sky asunder. Compared to the previous sage battles, this fight was far more immense. In the struggle between Tongtian and Yuanshi, there was still some restraint, but now Donghuang Tai had been forced into a desperate situation by the many ancestral witches with streams of light dispersing over his body. Sun True Fire. At this moment, like a blazing sun, it frantically scattered without regard for life, crashing down all around. Madness, obsession, ferocity. In that instant, it was fully displayed on Donghuang Tai's small face. Of course, for Donghuang this battle was carried with a determination to win, and on his face was even a hint of arrogance. Schwa. Not daring to be careless, the ancestral witches retreated, their bodies erupting with streams of sorcery to protect themselves. Even so, they were still scattered by the domineering force from the chaos bell, their entire bodies pushed back by the blast. At the same time, Dijuan's hand radiated multicolored light. Sun True Fire blazed brilliantly, and the witch-slaying sword also displayed its domineering splendor. Thousands of rays converged upon him, and with one sword stroke he slashed toward the ancestral witches, leaving them no escape. For a moment, the ancestral witches were put on the defensive. What fearsome power! Even without the Hichu and Luoshu, the demon clan can still display such majesty. Formation. Xianming was greatly alarmed, forced back with no room to retreat by this sudden burst of momentum. Gritting her teeth, she looked at the other ancestral witches. In her eyes there was not a trace of fear, but rather an added fierceness. The 9 ancestral witches deployed the Dutian 12 Divine Fiend formation. Pangu's true form was projected into the void. The phantom of Pangu's axe came crashing down toward the billowing chaos bell, tearing the void apart. Countless spatial stars exploded, causing surrounding space to collapse one after another. Fiendish chi condensed, and the mighty force roared down. Yet, even though the Dutian 12 Divine Fiend formation was powerful, such a mighty force was completely absorbed by the Chaos Bell. A mouthful of blood gushed from Donghuang's mouth, severely wounded. Damn! Donghuang Tai's face darkened, and his confidence was gone. At this moment he truly realized that the ancestral witches before him were not as contemptible as he had thought, otherwise they would not have been able to fight for years in the heavenly court without a decisive outcome. The Chaos Bell was reputed to be invincible when suspended above the head. In theory, as long as Donghuang Tai had enough spiritual energy, he would not suffer any harm. Moreover, it could reflect the damage back to the attacker. But clearly the previous strike had completely surpassed Donghuang's spiritual energy, causing backlash. Yet even so, Donghuang Tai still managed to withstand this infamous killing formation of the Primordial era. At this moment, feeling the injuries on his body, Donghuang Tai paused only briefly before his killing intent instantly erupted. As the Demon Emperor, how could he show any sign of retreat at such a time? At this moment, Dijuan's witch-slaying sword also slashed from behind, like a flowing shadow sweeping across the ancestral witches' bodies. Schwa! The 9 ancestral witches all endured this blow. Their sorcery was instantly shattered. Streams of light cracked along their bodies and fine fissures began to appear. Even a body as strong as a quasi-saint could not withstand many strikes from the witch-slaying sword. Moreover, after years of fierce battle, their bodies had consumed too much witch power. The already scarce witch power, further depleted by the Dutian 12 Divine Fiend formation, left them with little. Under this sword strike, they naturally suffered greatly. In his fury, Tai naturally mobilized all the power of the Chaos Bell, driving the vast chaos force within it, intending to fight the ancestral witches to the death. As if facing death without fear, the war between witch and demon was a battle with no chance of survival. What audacity! Xianming saw Donghuang Tai's action, and a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. With a sharp cry that pierced the universe, a brilliant witch light blazed all over her body. Endless wind and rain fell from the top of the sky, as if intending to freeze Donghuang and the Chaos Bell together. The flames from the Chaos Bell in Donghuang's hand continuously crashed down, all colliding with the wind and rain from Xianming. For a moment, water flooded the heavenly court. An endless ocean poured down, rushing straight toward Donghuang. It seemed as if it would drown the entire heavenly court. Although she was the rain ancestral witch, her water control was no less than Gongong's. Dijuan at this moment was also locked in fierce battle with the ancestral witches, stirring up 10,000 zhong waves. Shower used his innate ability to see through the universe. First he witnessed the battle of the sages, and now he observed the great war between witches and demons. A strange tremor ran through his body. It was as if his bloodline burned in that instant. These guys are truly insane. A brilliant light flashed in Shower's eyes, filled with many rays of multicolored light. The bloodline of the chaos demon ape boiled unceasingly within his blood. In Shower's hand, a wisp of flame was slowly gathering. This was the Hongyuan lotus breath taught to him by Yilong. After collecting over these days with the help of his innate ability, he had only found a few rare, strange fires. Now his body faintly carried its own flame aura. The Tongtian staff, as Shower's Hongyuan lotus breath erupted, began to glow red. As it struck, one could feel lotus flowers blooming all over the ground, spreading along the staff, burning the sky, and splitting the earth. Shower leaped up onto a tree trunk, scratching his head and ears, watching the sky, eager to join the battle himself and end it sooner. What Shower focused on was not only the battle situation, but also the Chaos Bell in Donghuang Tai's hand and the Sun True Fire in Donghuang's and Dijuan's hands. As a six-eared macaque, he naturally knew his own strength was insufficient, but he also possessed the ability to listen to all things, perceive principles, know past and future, and understand everything. He vaguely sensed that there might be an opportunity within. If he could steal a bit of the flame, his heart would be content. Sage Nuwa also shifted her gaze from the battle of the sages to the heavenly court, watching the final battle anxiously. Most of her attention, however, was on Fuxi. At this moment, the battle was dire. Fuxi's entire body was blasted by a beam of light, erupting with streams of light from within, severely wounded. Fuxi knew that his demonic power was nearly depleted, and he was severely injured. Continuing the fight would leave him with little hope of survival. With a roar bursting from his mouth, his body flashed with intense light. With no retreat, his meridians self-ignited and exploded. He self-destructed, piercing the universe. Retreat. For a moment the witch army scattered, but still countless witches were turned to ashes in the aftermath of the explosion. Tears gathered at the corners of Nuwa's eyes. Though she could not bear it, she did not intervene too much. At that moment, as spiritual energy poured down, a spirit lamp appeared in Nuwa's hand. It flew to the battlefield, drew Fuxi's nearly dissipated soul into itself, then vanished into the void and returned to Nuwa's hand. Nuwa gazed at the spirit lamp in her hand, let out a long sigh, and then looked back toward Yilong's Dao field. This scene stirred something in her mind, as if she had a premonition, but when she thought carefully, she could not recall from where. With Fushi's self-destruction, countless great demons of the demon clan also revealed their fangs for the final battle. Kill. The battle grew fiercer. The 9 provinces and 10 lands trembled with fear. Within Yilong's dojo, He Bo followed closely in his master's footsteps. Under Yilong's guidance, they made their way to the innermost chamber and took their seats before the tea table. Yilong seemed to sense the upheaval within the heavenly court. His golden divine eyes pierced through the void, gazing upon the battlefield. There he witnessed Fushi combat, while the ancestral witches and Honghuang had all suffered grievous wounds. He knew this great campaign was nearing its end. Noticing the distant look in Yilong's gaze, He Bo waved his hand before his master's face, pulling his thoughts back to the present. Master, what are you staring at? You summoned me for something, master. Just say the word. I'm all ears. Besides, with the entire continent engulfed in flames of war, it's the perfect opportunity for me to make a tidy profit. As He Bo spoke, he rubbed his palms together greedily. During his journey across the primordial world, he had collected quite a collection of magical artifacts. Now he carried himself with the brash confidence of a nouveau riche, his face radiating vulgar prosperity. Yilong gave He Bo an exasperated glance. How could this boy be so carefree? He couldn't help but advise, in the days to come, behave yourself, and do not wander about recklessly. The primordial continent may well be sundered before long, and beyond its borders will lie an endless void. How is that possible? That's an entire continent. Who could have such power? He Bo retorted instinctively. Yet the moment the words left his mouth, a thought slithered through his mind. Could his master intend to split the primordial continent asunder? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and his gaze toward Yilong grew increasingly filled with reverence. He muttered to himself, indeed a master is worthy of the title. The moment he acts, he would divide the entire primordial world. Master must find the war between the witch clan and the demon clan so abhorrent that he could no longer bear to witness it. Yes, that must be it. Unbelievable. With the slightest dissatisfaction, Master would destroy not only the matter at hand, but the very land upon which it exists. The more he reasoned, the more staggering the implication became in He Bo's eyes. However, Yilong was uneasy. The way the boy looked at him felt off, as though some crooked scheme were brewing. He offered a gentle reminder. Very well, you and that flood dragon shall both cultivate here at the dojo for now. Once the world stabilizes, you may leave. Yilong was about to continue when his brows suddenly knit. His gaze drifted towards something nearby, his expression darkening slightly. At a short distance away, an elderly figure had materialized. None other than a phantom projection of an old man watching both Yilong and He Bo, with burning eyes, a warm smile playing upon his lips. Hongjun. When had he arrived? Why was there not a single sound of his approach? Had he heard anything inappropriate just now? Surely not. Nothing. As though sensing Yilong's unease, He Bo turned his head and spotted the elder as well. Without thinking, he pursed his lips and voiced the very question Yilong had dared not ask. Old man, when did you arrive, and why do you walk without a sound? Hearing these words, Yilong's face darkened instantly. He delivered a sharp flick to the crown of He Bo's head. Call him senior. Dao ancestor, how could you grace us with your presence without so much as a warning? Rubbing his sore head, He Bo turned toward Hongjun. Greetings, senior. Even as he bowed, he couldn't resist sticking out his tongue playfully. The elder paid He Bo no mind. Instead, his gaze fixed upon Yilong's entire being, observing him for a long while. Within those profound eyes lurked something between deep scrutiny and quiet astonishment, as though peering through every layer of his spirit. The longer he observed, the more amazed he became. Astonishment soon gave way to sheer shock, and his expression shifted from calm composure to open wonder. Only after a long silence did his gaze drift toward He Bo. The instant Hongjun's attention fell upon him, He Bo felt an unsettling sensation, as though every secret of his body and soul had been laid bare. Instinctively he spoke. I beg to know, honored elder, what name should I call you? This young dragon possesses genuine talent, Hongjun remarked with a faint smile. Not far beneath the primordial ancestor himself, I'd wager. These past years, fragments of emotion had gradually returned to Hongjun. No longer the emotionless heavenly Tao, he now possessed his own consciousness. Yet he never expected that upon merely arriving at Yilong's dojo, he would be shaken by the aura within, and further stunned by the near-void quality radiating from Yilong himself. Such a phenomenon had never occurred since he merged with the heavenly Tao. Nevertheless, recalling that this was only a projection and not his true form, Hongjun let the matter rest. Upon hearing Hongjun's praise, He Bo may not have understood who the ancient dragon referred to, but an unmistakable air of arrogance swelled within his eyes. Of course, Master has told me that I am the hope of the dragon clan, the catalyst for its glorious resurgence. I carry the most complete inheritance of the dragons, and possess the greatest natural talent of any dragon born. As he spoke, He Bo straightened his posture even further, a strange pride radiating from his face. He looked straight at Hongjun, perhaps because the elder had not released any oppressive aura. In He Bo's eyes there was not a trace of fear. Oh, Hongjun chuckled softly, his gaze turning toward Yilong. In his memory, if the Dragon Clan were to flourish, it should be Yilong who emerged to lead them. Yet having merged with the heavenly Dao, Hongjun understood that the current heavens and earth would not permit the Dragon Clan's continued ascendancy. Undoubtedly Yilong's previous actions had been the wisest choice. Just nonsense from a child Dao ancestor, please do not take it to heart, Yilong said with a light smile, shooting a withering glare at the same time. Though he did not grasp the meaning behind that look, He Bo instinctively lowered his head, daring not meet Yilong's eyes. You may go for now, Yilong instructed. He Bo paused, then stole a glance at Hongjun before pouting in discontent and dissolving into thin air. Hongjun remained silent, throughout his gaze never leaving Yilong. Yilong, feeling somewhat awkward, steeled himself and spoke. Ignore the childish words, Dao ancestor. If you have any instructions, pray, give them freely. Though trembling with unease within his own dojo, Yilong understood that the figure before him was the greatest powerhouse in the primordial world. At this moment, provoking him would be suicidal. In fact, more than half the reason Yilong had refused to leave his dojo was his fear of the schemes set in motion by Hongjun and the other saints. With the witch demon calamity nearing its end and the Fengshen conspiracy beginning to unfold, the Dao ancestor's arrival was hardly a propitious sign. Lost in thought, Yilong carefully studied Hongjun's every reaction.